Chapter 63:01 Funding and Power. As the council session continued to progress, everyone grew accustomed to the new dynamic. The absence of a lot of leading military personnel caused the discussions in the Interim Leadership Council to unfold slower and with more time for deliberation. The career politicians and detail-oriented bureaucrats just loved to spend their time arguing about specific details that most people would have overlooked. It was not always useless chatter. These sorts of people were best at projecting policies into the future and imagining all of the intended and unintended consequences that would ensue. Their vast body of experience and deep familiarity with implementing lots of different policies and directives added a lot of new perspectives on issues, enabling everyone to understand the pros and cons a bit better. Not that it helped all that much to convince the counselors to change their minds if they already settled on their decisions before they entered the virtual meeting hall. Politicians were still politicians. Vess could clearly track the naked instances of tribalism. While Vess was the leader of the newly formed coalition of faiths, he did not have to speak up on its behalf as often as he thought. It appeared a couple of old faiths had managed to bribe or convince numerous counselors to act as their spokespersons. It was quite easy for rich and wealthy churches, such as the dioceses of New Rome and the seekers of the Promised Land, to offer second-rate and third-rate states enough benefits for them to become their temporary agents. There was nothing illegal about it so long as the counselors remembered that they still needed to act in the best interests of their respective states and organizations. The generous donations, subsidies, interest-free loans, and surplus hardware recycling dumps ensured that the interests of their states and their new religious backers became a lot more closely aligned than before. It would have been a lot better if the various religious organizations could place all of their representatives directly into the Interim Leadership Council, but that was not yet a viable option. They should probably be able to get a seat at the highest table of the Red Collective once they formally registered themselves as sects under the new regime. In any case, Vess already managed to form an implicit form of cooperation with these double-dealing counselors. They spoke up on behalf of the faiths that backed them, making sure to advance the agenda of the coalition of faiths in all manner of smaller subjects in contention. Vess, meanwhile, would play the role of a silent leader, offering enough political cover to the counselors to speak freely about advancing the cause of religion. This was an unthinkable outcome in the previous council meetings. The secularists still possessed more than enough power to squash any proposals that clearly benefited religious organizations. Yet now that the faiths had organized themselves in a cohesive political bloc, under the leadership of a figure as prominent as Vess, no one dared to dismiss this group anymore. The overall culture and custom of suppressing religion in the public sphere as much as possible had already crumbled because of the changes. Numerous counselors boldly spoke of giving more space for churches to operate in human society without receiving the backlash they would have incurred in the past. While the guardians of order under the leadership of Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson did what they could to push back against the encroachment of religion, the second faction of the Red Collective had to actually put forth convincing arguments instead of relying on mindless knee-jerk reactions. The ardent secularists could no longer secure automatic victories, especially now that everyone gradually concluded that ordinary science and technology would not save red humanity from its worsening crisis. Soon enough, the session progressed to the point where Vess needed to open a discussion on another highly contentious subject. He rose from the seat vacated by the evolution witch and automatically commanded everyone's attention once again. Vess was starting to feel more and more comfortable in his new role. He might be lacking in experience, but he was rapidly learning the tricks of the trade. At this point, he had fully established his authority as the hierarch of the coalition of faiths and the deputy chief counselor of the ILC. Under these dual identities, no one present dared to take him lightly anymore. He had fully cemented himself as one of the heavyweights in the current council. We have spoken much about how to organize the Red Collective, how many bases and outposts we must throughout human-occupied space, and how many armies and fleets we must raise to protect our assets. What we have yet to discuss in detail is how we must pay for all of it. Many councilors have already submitted a large amount of proposals on this subject. Each of them are quite detailed and include realistic projections that should eventually lead to a healthy balance sheet in a few decades. However, they differ a lot in details, most notably who should bear the greatest burden. Vess continued to stare into the eyes of every councilor in the virtual meeting room. Everyone had their own ideas about this subject. Before we debate the most viable proposals in earnest, I think it is a good idea to look back on how the Red Association and the Red Fleet are able to fund themselves. As the hegemons of Red humanity, they are large and powerful enough to pay for most of their expensive activities, but they also rely heavily on taxation and resource tributes from the states under their supervision to fund even more extravagant activities. Ordinary citizens usually don't notice too much of this, as none of them pay any direct taxes to the Red Two. It is only the states and large organizations that must offer their tribute to their rulers and protectors. The burden was significant, but not high enough to provoke excessive resentment. Third-rate and second-rate states generally got off easy, but first-rate states had to share a bit more of their wealth in order to stay in the good graces of the Red Association and the Red Fleet. It basically amounted to an official protection racket at a grand scale. While most governments worked like this, the Red Two generally extracted hefty amounts of wealth and resources without really giving back enough compensation to the states and organizations. The Red Two mostly spent the collected tribute on their expensive research and toys. They also declined to give the states voting rights on how the Mechers and Fleeters should make use of their assets. In other words, the Red Two and their predecessor organizations from the old galaxy had become accustomed to taxation without representation. They continually absorbed the nutrients from the masses while giving only scraps in return. The Mechers and Fleeters managed to get away with this for a long time by virtue of their superior god Mechs and huge quantity of warships. After Vess briefly summarized how the R-Ray and the R-Ref paid all of their bills, he addressed what should be done for the Red Collective. We are not the Mechers and the Fleeters. The Red Collective may appear to become one of the R-Ray and R-Ref's brothers, but that does not mean it should blindly copy all of their flaws and bad habits. I think it is important to realize that the original mandate of the collective already compels us to form a different relationship with the people we are tasked to govern and protect. Yes, I know that the Red Two is doing a lot to protect human civilization as a whole by fighting so hard, but that is not an excuse to treat our constituents as cattle. His intentions already became obvious to numerous people, but Vess continued to elaborate in order to make his point clear to the others. Our future organization contains the word collective for a reason. It is a group that is spawned from the earnest desires of the masses. That means we have an obligation to serve the masses in return. This is why the subject of funding cannot be separated from the subject of power. Those who pay money to fund our collective should have the right to participate in our decision-making process. Before he could speak any further, the spokesperson of the Guardian of Faiths immediately chose to raise an objection. Professor Larkinson, the impartiality and fairness of the Red Collective will come under question if it becomes beholden to the groups that cover most of its expenses. In a society as unequal and extreme wealth disparity as ours, your stance will make it far too easy for our collective to devolve into an oligarchy. If the wealthiest contributors can take over a significant share of the voting rights by donating more money and resources than others, then it will be difficult for the Red Collective to hold on to the claim that it represents the common folk as well. You cannot possibly allow the deepest pockets to take over a superorganization that is not supposed to be beholden to special interests. Vess pressed his lips for a moment. Lieutenant Commander Jameson, You raise a good point, but you have not allowed me to complete my speech. I am well aware of the dangers of what you have stated. It is absolutely not my intention to deny a voice to ordinary folk. It is one of the entire reasons why grassroots support for the formation of the Red Collective is so strong. Yet we cannot fund our extensive operations by taxing so many poor people. It is for this reason that I propose that we apply a bicameral system to our legislative branch. I am most in favor of proposals that set up an upper council and a lower council, each of which is designed to give a voice to two different sets of constituents. That sent out a small shockwave throughout the interim leadership council. Splitting the official leadership council into two was a fairly radical proposal. Let me explain why it is the best way for us to go forward. Vess continued, as many councillors already started to make their own calculations and projections. The lower council is the simplest and most straightforward gathering of lawmakers. It should comprise a proportional mix of representatives from first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate states. We can discuss the weight of voting rights based on class, population size, and other factors. But we must ensure that the average folk must always feel they have one of their own in one of our highest decision-making platforms in order to believe the Red Collective is on their side. This was bound to produce an incredibly contentious discussion. The councillors from second-rate and third-rate states would push hard to allow population size to become the main variable that determined their share of voting rights. The councillors from first-rate states and organizations would definitely oppose this move and try to argue that wealth, development level, and societal contributions should weigh much more. Vess had his own ideas on this subject, but he felt it was best to keep himself out of this mudfight as much as possible. His focus, instead, centered on the other chamber. The upper council, meanwhile, should comprise of senators sent by the major financial contributors of the Red Collective. The senators should come from the largest states and organizations, but more importantly should also come from the sects under the supervision of the Red Collective. Think about it. Sects must subject themselves to heavy supervision and are also expected to fill up a significant part of the coffers of the RC. It is only fair to give them a voice in how the collective is run. While the existence of the lower council should not provoke too many objections, the story was different for the upper council. Letting the sects have a stronger say in the running of the Red Collective sounded like allowing inmates to gain a part of the management authority of their own prisons. This was a proposal that strongly favored the coalition of faiths, but would definitely draw heavy opposition from the guardians of orders. Vess had just ignited a crucial power struggle that would directly determine how much the coalition of faiths could gain control over the Red Collective. Chapter 63, O2 Upper Council Disputes. The governance of the Red Collective was an extremely sensitive issue. It essentially decided who got to run an organization that was bound to become extremely powerful in the future. Every councillor already possessed a good understanding on the governance of the Red too. The Red Fleet operated almost the same as the Common Fleet Alliance, which was a highly integrated military alliance. The CFA originally formed due to the gathering of lots of different war fleets that had grown upset at the tyranny of leaders gone mad during the Age of Conquest. Despite the clear threat posed by letting unaccountable leaders at the top make all of the decisions, the CFA, and subsequently the RF, never really got rid of this leadership structure. The fleeters still stuck to their military hierarchy and expected a high degree of compliance from subordinates to leaders. The Admiralty was in charge of all forms of central decision-making, and the most senior admirals pretty much ruled their own fleets as if they were semi-private fiefs. Though the fleeters still gave their admirals a dangerous amount of power, it worked because their leaders essentially kept each other in check. Though Vess found contrarians such as Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson extremely annoying, she actually played an essential role in the RF's ecosystem. It would have been much worse if the admirals agreed with each other and colluded with each other too much. because that would deprive the RF from an essential form of accountability. In short, the Red Admiralty might hold all of the power in the RF, but the individual admirals all had to compete against each other to secure more benefits and resources for their individual fleets. This ensured that no single admiral would be able to abuse his power without fear of reprisal. The Red Association was set up a bit differently. The MTA it descended from contrasted sharply from the militaristic CFA by giving voice to civilians, at least in theory. The Galactic Mech Council used to function as a unicameral parliament where the representatives of powerful states sat in the same chamber as god pilots and star designers, where they collectively submitted and voted on various bills every once in a while. Due to the crisis generated by the Great Severing, the Mechers stuck in the Red Ocean somehow managed to phase out the Galactic Mech Council and strip the few Galactic Mech Councilors of their office in record time. The Red Association quickly turned into a hybrid between a military junta and a technocracy. Basically, the god pilots and the star designers held ultimate power and authority over how the R-Ray should be run. Any member of the Mech community who was powerful and smart enough earned a seat at the highest table of the association. While these drastic changes certainly caused the R-Ray to run a lot smoother and more efficiently, which was very important in times of war, it also disenfranchised the masses. The elimination of Galactic Mech Councilors removed an admittedly flawed but noble attempt to connect the leadership of the Red Association with the population they reigned over. In the past, the MTA could at least claim with a straight face that it represented the needs of the common folk. Now, the R-Ray had cast off this illusion entirely, giving ordinary people no channel to effect change on human civilization at the highest level. This was one of the driving reasons why public support for the formation of the Red Collective turned out to be so high. People did not want to be ruled over by two distant and aloof groups that weren't accountable to them in the slightest. The Red Collective gave them all hope that they would not only regain the channel that they once lost, but gain a much greater say than they had ever enjoyed in the past. It was for this reason that the debate on the structure and allocation of voting rights in the lower council did not produce too much controversy. None of the councilors were stupid enough to stand in the way of overwhelming public sentiment. The demand for a chamber filled with representatives of all human states and population groups was so great that anyone who opposed this measure could easily be turned into a target to the masses. Of course, the formation of a lower council that largely answered to the space peasants still received a bit of pushback. There were councilors who favored greater centralization that wanted to reduce the power of the lower council. The more the Red Collective had to answer to the chaotic, ignorant, and divided masses, the less efficient it would become. Vess was well aware of this. In fact, he deliberately settled for this approach because of this reason. It was not in his best interest for the Red Collective to become too centralized, proactive, efficient, and well-run. The greater the internal mess, the less time and energy it had to spare on its duties. The debate on the lower council slowly wound down. The foremost councilors, such as Vess and Astrid Jameson, refrained from commenting, as they were all saving their powder for the much more important discussion that would take place right afterwards. In the end, Vess straightforwardly gave his stamp of approval on the tentative compromise solution decided by the councilors from the first-rate states and the so-called lesser states. The seats in the lower council would be apportioned to the states based on a mathematical formula that put different weights on GDP per capita, education level, population size, and other factors. All that mattered was that neither the first-raters nor the space peasants objected too strongly to the final result. "All right," Vess said after he dealt with the decision-making surrounding the lower council. "It is time for us to discuss the composition and distribution of voting rights of the upper council. The reason why this chamber exists is to give a voice to its major contributors. This includes the Red Association, the Red Fleet, the first-rate superstates, and other major organizations. It should also include all of the sects that are governed by the RC and pay their taxes to it. The latter is important. The collective should not become unaccountable by the very same groups it is supposed to supervise. The Guardians of Order respectfully disagrees with your opinion. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson predictably spoke up. Cultivation is a weapon. It is dangerous in the hands of anyone who wields sufficient power over it. Those that have become adept at it will gain advantages that are difficult and expensive to match by those who have not delved into cultivation. Giving their sects a seat in the upper council will cause these powerful cultivators to become even more unassailable than before. It will become harder to control and punish them when they wield both significant personal power and political power. If the sects become too powerful one day, they may eventually dominate the upper council, and by extension, the entire Red Collective. Do you not see how this could cause the RC to betray its mission to supervise the sects, and instead enable all of their selfish desires? Astrid most certainly voiced valid doubts and concerns at the proposal. To be fair, skewing more power towards the sects was exactly what Vess wanted. Not only would it empower the coalition of faiths, but it would also make the Red Collective less governable than before. Naturally, his opponents knew exactly what Vess tried to achieve and did their best to oppose his initiative. Vess did not want the obstinate Guardians of Order to have their way, so he needed to gain a broader base of support. The coalition of faiths was already fully on board, but there were other tentative factions that might take its side. The Terran Alliance believes it is highly appropriate to open the upper council to the parties that contribute a large part of its funding, personnel, and material requirements. The Terran councilor spoke. The Rubarthan Pact is also in favor of allowing the sects to occupy seats in the upper council. The Rubarthan councilor said, "It may be prudent to set a quota and only allow the larger and more substantial sects into the upper council. But other than that, we must let them participate in order to keep them compliant." It was not a surprise that the Terrans and the Rubarthans supported the initiative as well. The two pretty much formed their own factions in the Red Collective, but they also maintained a strong connection to the coalition of faiths. As far as the first-rate colonial superstates were concerned, sects were yet another way for them to exercise their power. Their populations were substantial, and a proportion of them were bound to become cultivators. The more levers of power the Terrans and the Rubarthans controlled, the more they were able to prevent their adversaries from becoming in charge again. Even if most of the leaders of the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact privately turned up their noses towards sects, they were not above taking advantage of the situation to change the status quo in human civilization. The League of Minor States is also in favor of allowing sects to assume seats in the upper council. The spokesperson of this faction said, "We have no other way to attain representation in the upper council unless we are involved in sects. We will not allow our voice to remain unheard in this important chamber." Just as its name suggested, the League of Minor States was the tentative faction that the second-rate states and especially third-rate states had formed to represent their collective will. It had only been formed very recently, so nothing about it was certain. It still remained questionable whether so many second-rate and third-rate states could stomach each other long enough to remain united. As far as Vess knew, the League was currently held up by the common desire to not get bullied by the bigger players. The faction did not possess a strong leader who put forward a bold vision and managed to win over most of the states, so it was anything but cohesive at the moment. While the factions representing various states clearly sided with the coalition of faiths, the Guardians of Order were not entirely alone either. The Red Fleet opposes the inclusion of sects in the upper council. A different counselor from the RF voiced, "Sects are sources of danger and instability. If they gain seats in the upper council, then they will seek to impede and undermine the RC's central mandate of controlling cultivators at every turn. Sects must always remain under the control of our collective. It is not as if cultivators are lacking representation. They should still retain their citizenship of various states, which are most assuredly represented by the lower council. Master Vero Goldstein of the survivalist faction also voiced a similar opinion. The Red Association also opposes the proposal to give sects the right to appoint senators to the upper council. I concur with the opinion of my fleeter colleague that the members of sects should already enjoy sufficient representation through their states. I will also add that sects should not be seen as groups of constituents who we must serve. Instead, they should be seen as paramilitary organizations that serve the needs of the Red Collective and Red humanity as a whole. They should be treated as the armies of cultivator attack dogs that are raised to fight our enemies and help us win the war. Attack dogs? Is that how you see our citizens whose only fault is to learn how to better themselves through meditation and learning how to harness the power of E-energy? The disdain and elitism espoused by your Red Association towards us space peasants should not belong in the Red Collective. We have taken part in the Interim Leadership Council with the hope that we can be different from the old elites. We will not allow the Red Two to turn our beautiful collective into their mirror image. Chapter 6303, Major and Minor Victories. The stances of all of the newly formed factions of the Red Collective became pretty clear. The Coalition of Faiths, the Terran faction, the Rubarthan faction, and the League of Minor States all voiced their strong support for allowing sects to occupy seats in the upper council. The Guardians of Order, the Mech faction and the Fleeter faction opposed the decision to allow sects to place their own senators in the upper council. The two groups were roughly evenly divided as a consequence. The proponents had a vast amount of population on their side. An overwhelming majority of states wanted to gain a greater voice in the upper council by working through their citizens that would comprise various sects. Whether the cultivators that would eventually become a part of these sects would retain their loyalty to their states was a very questionable assumption. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. The Terrans, Rubarthans, and many other states did not want to get excluded from power. They were willing to fight hard to obtain sufficient representation in both the upper and lower councils. The opponents, meanwhile, also formed a strong power bloc. Sure, they only represented the will of a small fraction of the population, but they also happened to possess the greatest military might. The Red Association and the Red Fleet only reluctantly embraced the rise of the Red Collective. The former two organizations were not stupid enough to stand in the way of history and stop the collective from becoming reality. What they instead sought to do was to use their power and influence to inhibit the Red Collective and the cultivators it depended upon as much as possible. The weaker the Red Collective, the less benefits the Red Two had to surrender to this new rival. The Guardians of Order that comprised a collection of powerful individuals and groups opposed to giving too many rights to cultivators could therefore count on very powerful backing to support its stance. It was not easy for the proponents to overrule the opponents for that reason. Vess knew that if the proponents could not come up with strong and convincing enough arguments, the end result would likely turn into another middling compromise solution. That was not a desirable way to conclude the discussion on this important subject. When Vess decided to support the initiative to split the council of the Red Collective in two, he had been aiming to dominate the upper council. He freely gave up any ambition to control the lower council, knowing that it was not his business to meddle in this chamber. Controlling the upper council was already good enough in his opinion. It should make him powerful enough to influence the policies of the Red Collective in his favor, but it should not make him powerful enough to become known as a dictator. After all, the upper council and the lower council both needed to be in alignment with each other in order to successfully pass a bill. One could not unilaterally decide the policies of the Red Collectives in order to prevent any single leader from becoming too tyrannical. Vess therefore made a deliberate step back so that he could hopefully take 2 steps forward. The most ideal outcome would be to win this argument and successfully let the coalition of faiths occupy much of the seats of the upper council. This would directly turn Vess into a major political leader, allowing him to become a true heavyweight in high-level galactic politics. However, in order for this to work, it became crucial for him to ensure that his faction would be able to exercise enough power in the upper council. This could only be done by letting sects appoint their own people as senators. Despite the current deadlock, Vess actually remained confident that he could get his way in the end. He tried his best not to smirk as he turned his gaze towards a familiar master Mech designer. "Master Goldstein, please tell us what the survivalist faction of the Red Association thinks on this matter. Do you truly think that sects should only be treated as disposable armies, or do you think they can become more if they are given the freedom and respect that they deserve?" Though Master Goldstein previously uttered a stance that matched the opinions of the Guardians of Order, he did so as a representative of the Red Association as a whole. Vess bet that the survivalist faction might not feel the same way. Cultivation is known to be a powerful force, and that was the case in a more restricted galaxy. Here in the Red Ocean, cultivation has the potential to train a large number of individuals in how to fight without relying on excessively costly products. The Red Tide Offensive has already overrun the first and second defensive bands. The third defensive band will not last and will collapse sooner or later. It is imperative to transform as many people into qualified soldiers as possible. If cultivators and their sects can contribute to the war effort on a large enough scale, then the survivalist faction is in favor of giving them a chance to prove their trustworthiness. Divide and conquer. Vess sought to undermine the opposition by breaking their illusion of unity. Not everyone from the Red Association and the Red Fleet agreed with the stances of the Guardians of Order. Vess just had to find these skeptics within the Red too, and slowly unravel the mistaken impression of unanimity to weaken the opposition to his proposal. Admiral Chelsea Mealy. "What is it you require, Professor Larkinson? Tell us whether the stance of the 2nd Main Fleet and the 7th Light Fleet of the Red Collective is in favor of opening the upper council to the sects." The Admiral most certainly understood Vess' ploy, but she implicitly cooperated with him anyway because their goals were somewhat aligned. The 2nd Main Fleet and the 7th Light Fleet are both cautiously open-minded of the benefits that cultivators can bring to Red humanity's defense. Admiral Mealy responded, "We are principally not opposed to giving sects greater rights as long as they are making major contributions. This includes sending combat-capable soldiers to the front lines, but can also come in the form of providing logistical support by producing specialty materials and products that cannot be supplied by mundane companies." That was not an unconditional vote of support, but it was pretty good that Admiral Mealy offered support at all. It was incredibly important for her to prove that the Red Fleet was not of one mind on this issue. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson clearly did not like what her fellow fleeters had said. The Red Fleet carries on the tradition of the Common Fleet Alliance of serving as a bastion against the weird and the unnatural. We would be betraying our fundamental principles if we allow sects to gain a measure of political power. What if this will pave the way to the rise of the next 5 Scrolls Compact? Is that such a bad outcome? Admiral Mealy retorted to the much younger and more junior fleeter. Traditions are important, but I do not agree they must be treated as sacred. Change is necessary, especially after the turn of a new age and a radical change of circumstances. The 5 Scrolls Compact used to be our collective enemy because it was an enemy of mankind. If the sects under the supervision of the Red Collective can grow powerful enough to rival the old Compact, then that is not necessarily detrimental as long as it is fighting against our external enemies. Even if the sects gain more control over the RC than anticipated, it cannot exercise free reign over human society. The Red Association and our Red Fleet are not beholden to the sects, and can always overpower the Red Collective if it turns into a cruel and corrupt organization. One of the factors that led to the secret rise of the Five Scrolls Compact was that it encountered no effective opposition within human society. Sure, their secrecy had a lot to do with it, but the lack of any strong human groups that could fight against them head-on was another factor why the Compact eventually dominated the human race behind the scenes. Such a travesty could never be repeated in the Age of Dawn. The Red Two, which succeeded the Big Two that dominated the Age of Mechs, had not lost their power and still maintained their hegemony over Red humanity. As long as that remained the case, it was impossible for the Red Collective and its large collection of crazy cultivators to have its way on every issue. This condition was enough to reassure many skeptics and undecided counselors that it was not that bad to bestow additional power to the sects. Sects are not armies that are necessarily willing to throw their troops to the front at the whims of leaders who bear no relation to them. Vess spoke again. Sects are cultivator organizations that are comprised of people who have their own desires and ambitions. It is important for us to give them the space and allowances to develop their powers. We can counter many fears about spawning the next edition of the Five Scrolls Compact by increasing their entanglements to our society and institutions. Trying to isolate, punish, and diminish them simply because they wield unnatural powers is counterproductive. It will only drive more cultivators to develop undesirable personalities, which will reflect onto their power expression in a negative manner. I believe that the best way to turn cultivators into a productive force of Red humanity is to emphasize participation instead of repression. That was a powerful argument and plea that tilted the discussion in his favor even further. Though it did not change the minds of any ardent opponents, it provided enough grounds for Master Goldstein and Admiral Mealy to maintain their supportive stances, at least when it came to their respective factions. As the discussion continued, it became clear that the rifts within the Red Association and the Red Fleet could not be mended. The Guardians of Order had a much weaker base of support when it was unable to gain the unanimous backing of the Red Two. Though the Guardians of Order could still count on the support of numerous individual counselors, this was not enough to form a strong base of opposition. When it seemed that the debate would end into a decisive victory for the proponents, Lieutenant Commander Astrid no longer tried to accomplish the impossible and instead settled for securing minor concessions. If you wish to give sex a place in the upper council, then you should at least limit the number of senators that come from this group. The youthful fleeter officer argued. We should not allow the sex to gain an absolute majority of the upper council due to quantity alone. The Red Collective should set a quota that only permits the top 20 sects to participate in the upper council. Top 20? That is not comprehensive enough. Too many groups will be left out if that is the case. We should offer enough room in the upper council to accommodate the senators from the top 100 sects. 100 senators that are completely beholden to the sects is far too much when the upper council is supposed to be made up of 150 senators in total. The proponents and opponents continued to fight over the quota for a while, before settling on letting the top 75 sects place their senators in the upper council. The Guardians of Order fought very hard to reduce that down to the top 50, but Vess had fought hard to deny his opponents this crucial victory. It was actually hard for him to secure this gain, as there were many groups that were willing to give sects a bit of political power, but not too much. It was only after Vess expended a significant amount of political capital and burned a lot of goodwill in the process that he managed to attain this crucial outcome. Vess couldn't help but smile at this time. Not only did this outcome ensure that his coalition of faiths would claim at least a few dozen seats in the upper council, but his Larkinson clan might be able to claim one for itself. This was outside his own seat, as the eventual leader of the upper council. Chapter 63:04, Vess the Manipulated. The third major session of the Interim Leadership Council began to reach its conclusion. The counselors held many discussions and formed a consensus on many different contentious subjects. Of course, with Vess effectively in charge of the session, He had done what he could to nudge and push the outcome in his favor. Nobody missed how he essentially abused his authority as deputy chief counselor for his own selfish interests. It was quite blatant to all of these highly experienced politicians and schemers. The key was that Vess never crossed the line. He knew his limits, and he only sparingly made a strong move to secure his more important objectives. What was also important was that Vess understood the need for give and take. He could not allow himself and his faction to win every single policy debate. No matter what Vess thought about the Guardians of Order, the faction possessed enough support and held legitimate concerns towards the danger posed by cultivators. They served as a necessary check and balance towards the unbridled ambitions of those who mastered the art of wielding the power of E-energy. Although the Guardians of Order had not been able to stop the rise of the Coalition of Faiths, the former at least managed to impose a few limits and prevent the Red Collective from potentially turning into the second coming of the Five Scrolls Compact. The specter of that dreaded cult continued to spook a lot of old-timers who became affected by the ravages of the dark days of the Age of Conquest. There were plenty of people who sought to prevent history from repeating and sought to obstruct as much as possible, not realizing that Red Humanity's context was completely different this time. Fortunately, there were enough level-headed people in every faction that ultimately agreed that more needed to be done in order to halt the Red Tide offensive. Any fears about enabling the return of the Five Scrolls Compact or similar degenerate organization became moot if all humans in the Red Ocean became extinct in a few years. It was due to this crisis that loomed over everyone's heads that the third council session ultimately got a lot of stuff done. The counselors preferred action over inaction and would rather try out flawed solutions that could potentially backfire than to do nothing and allow the structure of human civilization to collapse around themselves. He should not expect this amicable atmosphere to last for long. If Red Humanity successfully defended itself against the Red Tide offensive, then the urgency would drop, causing the different factions to become a lot more proactive about defending their own interests. Many counselors were high-tiered galactic citizens with proven accomplishments, so it did not surprise Vess all that much that they could be quite accommodating to each other when the need was great enough. He should not expect this amicable atmosphere to last for long. If Red Humanity successfully defended itself against the Red Tide offensive, then the urgency would drop, causing the different factions to become a lot more proactive about defending their own interests. That was a problem for later. Vess did not have the luxury to think too far ahead. His schedule was packed to the brim, and he was juggling too many different concerns at the same time. Trying to wrangle this session into a somewhat satisfying conclusion for the majority of counselors already took a toll on his mental balance. Though Vess continued to project an image of confidence and strength, in reality, he had grown more than tired of trying to keep up with all of the subtle and multi-layered political games played by the counselors. He was pretty sure that he had missed the subtext and double meanings of a lot of remarks. From this aspect, Vess was not suitable to serve as the deputy chief minister. Yet, strangely enough, the counselors did not disapprove of him for this reason. It was the opposite. They actually expressed occasional signs that they were more than willing to tolerate his continued leadership over the ILC. Vess knew why. Compared to these old foxes who often had a century or 2 centuries worth of politicking under their belt, the man currently sitting on the highest seat was a novice in comparison. It was a lot easier for them to get away with subtle maneuvers under the supervision of an amateur politician like Vess. They knew that as long as they did not commit any obvious violations, they could actually get away with a lot more schemes than if the meetings were presided by one of their own ilk. Once Vess figured this out, he felt kind of stupid. They probably equated his own little ploys and schemes to the drawings of a toddler. It was just too easy for them to manipulate his mood and judgment. Vess even started to suspect that some of the concessions he received during this session was not because he obtained powerful backing or made a persuasive case, but because they wanted to feed him with enough success to justify his current position. Though Vess felt rather insulted that he was being patronized by all of these elder statesmen, as if he was a child, he was mature enough to understand that this was not actually a bad deal from his perspective. At the very least, his power base was still very real, which meant that he could never be reduced to their puppet. As long as he became the permanent leader of the upper council, Vess remained confident that he could continue to abuse his position to his advantage on occasion. Since the wily councilors so badly wanted a political dummy as their chief, they had little choice but to indulge his periodic wishes. After all, if Vess ever became frustrated, or if he was deemed incompetent, he may actually vacate his seat at the head of the upper council and make way for a much more competent predator. Many of the councilors did not forget that the evolution, which presided over the previous 2 sessions of the Interim Leadership Council. That was pretty much one of the worst situations to operate in by all of the career politicians. They knew that they could never get away with any form of deception in front of a god pilot. The highly driven and inflexible nature of a god pilot also made it a lot harder for them to cede any ground. The evolution, which also built up a lot of infamy for disregarding the wants and desires of the people in her orbit. These reasons, and more, all encouraged the councilors to conspire to keep the evolution which as far away from the Red Collective as possible. As Vess formed all of these guesses and realizations, he wished he could have figured this out a lot sooner. Not that it would have prompted him to change his strategy all that much. He just felt like he had been acting like a clown without knowing it all of this time. There was a big difference between remaining completely clueless and gaining awareness that he was being plotted against. Vess actually wanted to leave this virtual meeting hall and get back to his design lab even harder. He didn't belong in this place. Vess felt a lot less excited about the evolution which is intention to foist him into a dominant leadership position in the Red Collective. He was simply not ready to hold so much responsibility. He tried his best not to let his doubts and anxiety spill over his current confident persona. No matter what, showing weakness was a very bad idea. Perhaps his current stream of thought was just a temporary affliction that would go away in time. Vess could think about his performance and what different people sought from him after the session had come to an end. He really wanted to get a hold of the evolution, which so that he could directly learn what she expected of him. It was frustrating for her to treat him like a chess piece, without giving him an explanation of her grand strategy. As the long and exhausting session finally came to an end, Vess stood up once more. Everyone directed their attention to the second youngest counselor in the virtual hall. In fact, he should have been the youngest out of them all by a huge margin, but the unexpected entry of Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson caused him to lose this particular bragging right. "Counselors," he said with a polite smile, "I am pleased that we have concluded another productive session. Our Interim Leadership Council has made a large amount of progress by determining how the Red Collective ought to be funded and how it should be governed. The implementation of a lower council that will finally grant the masses a voice at the highest level of our civilization, as well as the creation of an upper council that empowers the greatest contributors of our race's promising cultivation community, will give our collective the foundation and strength it needs to prosper for centuries to come. The day of the founding of the Red Collective draws closer." Vess continued his official-sounding speech. "Now that we have made enough decisions to form an initial framework of the Red Collective, I expect that our future members and contributions will intensify their preparation work. We must construct the headquarters and branch offices that will anchor the Red Collective in our society. We must recruit the huge amount of first-raters, second-raters, and third-raters needed to staff all of the offices and research institutions. We must also form contracts with many suppliers and agreements with the states that will host our offices to ensure we can exercise our mandates without suffering too many constraints." This was a huge amount of work. Even with the active support of the Red II and the first-rate colonial superstates, it was impossible to complete all of this work within half a year, let alone a decade. Many of the counselors felt proud of what they accomplished. They were among the few humans who had been chosen to become the architect of a powerful new institution of human civilization. Their contributions already shaped the history of their race and could potentially change the lives of an unending amount of descendants in the subsequent years and ages. Of course, all of this was dependent on the survival of Red humanity. The day of the founding of the Red Collective draws closer. Vess continued his official-sounding speech. Now that we have made enough decisions to form an initial framework of the Red Collective, I expect that our future members and contributions will intensify their preparation work. We must construct the headquarters and branch offices that will anchor the Red Collective in our society. We must recruit the huge amount of first-raters, second-raters, and third-raters needed to staff all of the offices and research institutions. We must also form contracts with many suppliers and agreements with the states that will host our offices to ensure we can exercise our mandates without suffering too many constraints. This was a huge amount of work. Even with the active support of the Red II and the first-rate colonial superstates, it was impossible to complete all of this work within half a year, let alone a decade. Fortunately, it shouldn't take much time to set up the skeleton of the Red Collective before the day it officially entered into operation. As long as the most essential structure of the superorganization came online first, the rest could be addressed in the following years and decades. According to the schedule, you should expect to attend at least 2 more major sessions before the Interim Leadership Council has completed its mission. Vess continued. After that, some of you will go on to join the lower council. Others will enter the upper council. No matter where you end up, I hope that we can all continue to contribute to the growth and prosperity of the Red Collective, as our race needs a strong guiding hand on how to harness the power of cultivation. The changes were happening far too quickly for Vess' liking. It should have taken at least a decade to properly debate and plan out the formation of an organization of this magnitude, but all they had was only a single year. Though Vess found it jarring to prepare for a future where the Red II would be joined by another peer, he also had reasons to welcome its formation. On the subject of kinship networks, now that we have decided to make use of it with the appropriate monitoring and restrictions, we do not have to wait until the Red Collective has entered into operation to make use of them already. With the aliens trying to tear apart the third defensive band, we need to acquire any advantage that we can get in the short term. The first kinship networks designed for the Terran Alliance, the Rubarthan Pact as well as the New Elites program have already been optimized and iterated upon for more than a year. They have been waiting for final approval for months, so now that there are no hurdles anymore, they can come online within a week. Be prepared for widespread changes, though I expect that their owners will only gradually let people into the kinship networks. Though the existence of kinship networks was not strictly a secret, this was the first time they would be deployed on a wide enough scale to attract the attention of all of Red humanity. Chapter 63:05, Calculated Outcome. You have performed admirably under the circumstances. Master Vero Goldstein told Vess after the council session came to an end. As usual, not every counselor left right away. They gathered together and began to exchange words with each other. They often created virtual privacy circles around them that prevented outsiders from hearing or seeing anything inside. Vess was in such a privacy circle right now. He wanted to hold a somewhat earnest talk with Master Goldstein of the survivalist faction. In fact, the person he really wanted to get a hold of was the Evolution Witch, but she was obviously not available. The second best person he could turn towards was Master Termanio Dervidian, but he had skipped this session for whatever reason. The transhumanist faction, instead, dispatched another Master Mech designer in his place that Vess had never met before. Vess judged that he had a higher chance of getting straight answers from a friend, even if he came from another R-Ray faction. "I did not come to you to hear you praise my performance," he said. "I am well aware that while I have performed at or above people's expectations in certain criteria, I have also blundered in other areas. I am far from matching the real politicians in the council. Delegation exists, Vess. You do not need to shoulder every burden. Now that you have formed your own faction, you can rely on the capabilities of the other members to compensate for your own shortcomings. There are risks and vulnerabilities to this approach, but you do not have the luxury to concern yourself about these potential problems. Make use of the experts that have long ensured the continued survival, stability, and prosperity of many of the faiths that you have subordinated." The bald master raised a good point. Vess would have done this eventually, but there was not enough time since the formation of the coalition of faith to accomplish anything significant. That should change soon enough. I have been meaning to figure out what exactly the evolution which wants from me by appointing me as the deputy chief counselor. My advisors and I have formed a lot of guesses about her goals and motivations, but I want to know whether you concur with our opinions and can grant us additional insights. Vess shared a very brief summary about his speculations. Master Goldstein looked amused more than anything. If the evolution which has formed a plan around you, but declined to give you instructions, then it is best to act according to your usual self. I do not dare to share too much of my own speculations for fear of contaminating you outside of her intentions. All I can say is that if you are doing well, it falls in line with her plan. If you are doing poorly, then that is also within her calculations. Either way, do not overthink the issue and simply act according to what you want as opposed to what you think the evolution which desires from you. It is actually quite good of you to make use of the opportunities presented to you and fight for your own interests. Though Vess did not receive the answer he wanted to hear, Master Goldstein succeeded in reassuring him. The survivalist was right. Vess should stop fretting so much and act according to his own inclinations. If divine Lucy Miyazaki wanted him to act differently, then she would have instructed him to do so. Since she declined to do so, she had no one to blame but herself if he diverged from her calculations. Thank you for clarifying this matter. Now that the Interim Leadership Council is halfway to completing its mission, do you think that the Red Collective will be able to hit the ground running when it is time to open our new organization up for business? Master Goldstein nodded. You can be assured of that, barring a premature collapse of our front lines. The necessity of the Red Collective has become too great for it to be stopped. The Red Two and the first-rate colonial superstates have already committed significant resources to build up the infrastructure of the RC, and they are also prepared to make additional short-term contributions if there are any shortfalls. The leading powers of Red humanity were nothing if not efficient. Vess possessed a rough understanding of how the major players intended to prop up the Red Collective. They were not doing it all for free, of course. Their contributions directly translated into capturing a greater share of the seats in the upper council. At least the RC was not at risk of becoming bankrupt anytime soon. That sounds good, because I think the collective will need to supervise the operations of many different kinship networks. 3 new ones should activate pretty soon now that they are finally permitted to deploy their new products. Is there anything I should pay attention to or be careful about when it comes to my kinship networks? Not per se, Vess. The delays in implementing them has given us all much more opportunities to study, test, and decipher their mechanisms. Even if we cannot exactly create them ourselves, we have become quite familiar with its quirks and rules. That does not necessarily mean it will function according to all of our projections, so live testing is still essential. According to what I know, all parties plan to implement a phased rollout. They will connect troops to kinship networks in batches and monitor them closely to determine whether everything is working properly. That made sense. Vess would have made the same choice if he was about to use a very exotic and incomprehensible solution that promised to improve combat performance by messing around with people's minds. If not for the obvious positive examples of the Larkinson network and the Hexer network, it would have been much harder for third parties to believe that kinship networks did not pose a huge threat to humans. Even so, the fear and paranoia towards them had never faded. That was why the kinship networks that Vess had designed and delivered to his clients were much more hobbled by monitoring stations, tight restrictions, security tripwires, and numerous hard shutdown methods. In fact, most of these measures were redundant, in Vess' opinion. All God pilots should be able to monitor kinship networks and potentially destroy them if they ever posed a threat against the people under their protection. If there is a phased rollout, then the impact of kinship networks will not be too big in the initial months, Vess remarked. Is it truly wise to limit their usage when we need to beat back the red tide offensive at all cost? That is arguable, Master Goldstein said. However, I can promise you that the phased rollout will increase in scale and scope fairly quickly after obtaining the initial results. By the time the Red Collective officially enters into operation, it should be ready to supervise the mass adoption of kinship networks, with all of the positive and negative consequences that will ensue. That did not sound like a coincidence. All of this sounded deliberate and planned by a shadowy group of planners and architects. Vess shrugged. There was nothing he could do about it. He had already submitted his works. It was up to his clients to decide what to do with his products. I look forward to seeing our troops fight as a more cohesive brotherhood by that time. If the front lines are still intact, then the mass adoption of kinship networks may be one of the events that will ignite our counterattack against the aliens. The responsibility for supervising my special work is not entirely clear at the moment, Master. I understand that the survivalist faction wants to hold most of it, but I also think that the Red Collective should not remain uninvolved given the heavy reliance on e-technology. One of your other inventions is also due to rollout around the same timing, Master Goldstein stated. If your work energizes our population as much as we anticipate, then you will earn much more credit for this contribution. This should be more than enough for you to defeat any leadership challenges and secure a leading position in the upper council, if you so desire. Carmine Mechs could indeed produce these results. Vess was bound to attract a huge amount of controversy for giving Norms the power to pilot Mechs with the use of an alternate interface, but he would also earn the appreciation of even more people. The responsibility for supervising my special work is not entirely clear at the moment, Master. I understand that the survivalist faction wants to hold most of it, but I also think that the Red Collective should not remain uninvolved given the heavy reliance on e-technology. Master Goldstein frowned as he thought over this issue. He spent a few seconds calling up bits of information before he uttered his reply. Your new upcoming products are still Mechs as far as all Mechers are concerned. It is not that we do not welcome the assistance of the RC, but there is no strong argument to involve additional parties at this time. Even so, the theory and application of my upcoming work may require the supervision and expertise of the professionals of the RC in order to obtain a complete enough grasp. We will determine the necessity of this once we reach this point. It is best to keep it simple if there is no need for additional complexity. Vess would just have to wait until his Carmine Mechs were almost ready to get published, before knowing for certain whether his new products only had to please the RA, or whether it had to satisfy the conditions of the RC as well. Of course, the latter was not a disaster. If Vess was able to maintain his current advantages within the Interim Leadership Council, then he stood to gain a lower power in the Red Collective. That should be more than enough for him to lean on the RC inspectors and manipulate them into writing more positive evaluation reports on kinship networks. As Vess continued to chat with Master Goldstein, he made use of this opportunity to ask another question that had been lingering in his mind for a while. Has there been any progress on popping the space-time bubble around Bridgehead 1? The RA Master's expression instantly turned grave at the mention of this heavy subject. I should not have to remind you that what I am about to tell you must not be divulged to others. The problem related to Bridgehead 1 is difficult to solve. Hasn't the space lock arrived to see whether he can unravel the space-time bubble? He has, the bald master responded. He has done his due diligence and studied whether he can safely undo the spatial isolation and time deceleration effects around the star system. I am not privy to his analysis of the alien-produced effects. What I do know is that the space lock did not linger any further in an attempt to utilize his god kingdom to steadily undo the space-time bubble, but instead turned around and ventured straight back to Rubarthan space in order to defend the front lines. That was bad news. It could either mean that the space lock had no solution at all, or figured out a costly method to free up Bridgehead 1 that required a lot of preparation. Regardless, the continued separation of Bridgehead 1 from the rest of human-occupied space was a calamity that made everything worse. The sooner it got freed, the better. I do not have the information to give you a definite answer, Vess, Goldstein. Speaking out of pure speculation, I believe you should not count out the polymath and the first flame just yet. They may be trapped inside the bubble, but that makes them more desperate to break out. The combination between the most comprehensive human researcher and the strongest god pilot of the Red Ocean should be capable of accomplishing great deeds. The assistance of a powerful god ship in the form of the recently transformed and upgraded Dominion of Man can also make a difference. The only issue is time. It takes time for them to prepare a solution. A year may go by while less than 4 days have passed inside Bridgehead 1. Time is their greatest enemy. Chapter 63, 06 New Career Option. Vess took a well-deserved break after coming back from the 3rd session of the Interim Leadership Council. Everything that happened during the eventful session, along with the insights he gained from Master Goldstein, put him in an introspective mood. He did not entirely neglect his family and his routine duties, but he was admittedly not fully present in the hours after he returned. Eventually, he let out a big sigh. A lot of plans have gone into motion, but I am not responsible for all of them. I should stop wasting my time on stuff out of my control and focus on the limited stuff where I can make a meaningful difference. That realization was enough for him to put a huge mental load off his chest and regain his mental composure. Once his mood lightened up, he was able to engage properly with the people around him again. During an evening reserved for family bonding, Vess, his immediate family and the cats all piled up on the couches and watched a cartoonish Terran action drama. Meow Tilda. Meow Tilda. It seemed only Lucky and Clixie enjoyed the cartoon. They lounged on the laps of Andrast and Marvane while allowing themselves to get petted by the children. The rest of the family listened carefully as Vess narrated how the 3rd major session of the Interim Leadership Council unfolded. Suffice to say, they all became impressed by how Vess managed to secure a foothold as a boss of his own right. "Does this mean you will be put in charge of the Red Collective?" Gloriana enthusiastically asked. "If that is the case, then make sure to reserve a senior position for myself. Do not put me in an office that requires me to contribute a large amount of work. As you know, I cannot spare too much time on other responsibilities, but I can still clear a small part of my schedule as long as my new position is prestigious enough." Like mother, like daughter. It was not enough for High Hex Priestess Constance Wadden to beg Vess for an easy way into the executive ranks of the Red Collective. At least, she was an experienced administrator and was working full-time on improving her qualifications. His wife did not nearly possess the same strengths. "I can arrange a minor duty for you easily enough, Gloriana, but anything more important requires proper resumes, interviews, exams, and so on. You will not be able to pass those tests on account of your lack of experience in administering large offices and so on. You will not be able to rely on your extensive knowledge on Mech designs to gain easy entry into the Red Collective. If you haven't forgotten already, The RC is the central organization on all things related to cultivation in human civilization. You are currently a lightweight in this area, so you can't occupy any important positions. You have to start from the bottom and work your way up over several decades. Gloriana scowled. I will not allow the RC to treat me as a common recruit. I am more than that. I am the wife of the deputy lead counselor. I have many masterwork certificates in my name. There ought to be a position that is well suited for my talents. Maybe there is, but you are not the only person angling for a cushy job within the RC. There are master Mech designers and centuries-old specialists who are working hard to get selected in the initial batch of workers who get to shape the initial culture and attitudes of the Red Collective. If you want to outcompete them, then you need to prove you can make more contributions than your competitors. For example, is it possible for you to generalize your God body method and decouple it from Mech's? Can you make it so that other handmade artifacts can transform into masterworks over time? That was a difficult question to answer. Gloriana had to fall silent for a minute in order to think about the viability of this suggestion. She continued to hug Aurelia, who was sitting by her side. It is not realistic to generalize my God body method, she eventually said. It is too tied into my design philosophy of creating the perfect vessel for Mech pilots. In theory, the perfect vessel does not necessarily have to be a Mech. It can very well be a sword, a ruler, a wrench, or any other object. In practice, I will likely have to advance to the rank of Master Mech Designer or even Star Designer in order to broaden the scope of my God body method. And even then, it will take many years of research to do so due to lack of broader knowledge and expertise. Will it help if I collaborate with you on this research? It will help, but it cannot remove the need for painstaking research entirely, Gloriana admitted. Forget it. Participation in the Red Collective matters much less for me than you. Leading the RC is practically your birthright given the identity of your mother. It should also be the birthright of Aurelia, hopefully. Gloriana leaned over and planted another kiss onto Aurelia's cheek, causing the girl to smile. Our eldest daughter is not close to ready to get herself involved in galactic affairs, Vess retorted. She should grow up and take over the Larkinson clan first. That will keep her busy for a long time. The plots and schemes that occur in the Red Collective are a lot more devious, ambitious, and dangerous. This is not a place for an inexperienced player. A moment of silence ensued as the other Larkinsons processed those words. Is the Red Collective that dangerous, Papa? Yes, Aurelia. It is a burgeoning center of power. The greater the power, the stronger the people who are trying to compete over it. A single misstep can cause me to lose all my power and provoke tons of enemies into action. The stakes are too high, and there are a lot of people who are willing to do anything to gain an advantage. Vess continued to relay his broad impressions of what it was like to engage in politics and scheming at this high level. He wanted to caution his daughter about entering this arena too soon. He was not sure whether his attempts to deter her from yearning to engage in politics at this level succeeded. The more he talked, the more her excitement grew. Oh, sure, her expression remained prim and proper, but her spirituality trilled with eagerness. He leaned over and patted his oldest daughter on the head. Don't entertain any unrealistic fantasies. It takes a huge amount of effort to become a senator in the upper council. You need to be a major contributor and earn a lot of people's recognition in order to become eligible. In more practical terms, you have to be a high-tier galactic citizen at the very least. The counselors don't want to waste their time on people who have very little accomplishments to their name and have not made enough earnest contributions to our civilization. That was generally true, but Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson managed to get onto the Interim Leadership Council by acting as her ancestor's substitute. The young fleeter may be brilliant compared to her peers, but there was no way she had made as many contributions as Vess back when he was her age. What is the most expedient method for me to become a senator of the Red Collective? Aurelia asked, as she clearly hadn't given up a chance to drive politics at the galactic level. Vess hesitated whether he should give her an answer at all, but then figured that she would probably conduct her own research. You can take two completely different directions. Once you graduate from a university, you can either go back to the Larkinson clan and learn the ropes of leading it by rotating between different departments. You can slowly familiarize yourself with every facet of the clan over a decade or two, before finally taking over from me as the matriarch of the Larkinson clan. Once you gain leadership over the Larkinsons, you need to make use of our clan to get stuff done and contribute to Red humanity as a whole. Once you have made enough accomplishments, you may become eligible to become a senator on behalf of the Larkinson clan. Boring, Andrest commented. This is what Aurelia plans to do anyway. The other route is to join the Red Collective right away, Vess said as he ignored his second daughter's remark. The suggestion I gave to Gloriana is still valid. You can join the RC as a fresh recruit and work your way up the ranks by proving your competence, showcasing your excellent learning ability, and defeating any office politics that might impede your promotion. This will be a long and grueling journey, but you will get exposed to many different people whose cultures and customers are completely different from that of humans. Aurelia's eyes already started to shine. She was seriously putting thought in this alternate career trajectory. Instead of spending her time among the Larkinsons she grew alongside with for her entire life, it sounded much more exciting for her to enter in a completely different setting and try to build a career among so many strangers. Aurelia appeared to take after her parents quite well. She probably inherited a touch of Vess and Gloriana's obsessive tendencies. How long will it take for Aurelia to rise to the executive level? Gloriana asked. A long time. Half a century maybe. It depends on her accomplishments. She needs to become more than just a good politician and administrator. She needs to be able to make significant contributions to the Red Collective as a cultivator. That can range from developing new cultivation methods, figuring out a brilliant new way to manipulate E-energy, or discovering how to tap into the full potential of a strange hyper-material. So Aurelia will need to resemble her paternal grandmother. Is that what you are saying? Gloriana seriously asked. After all, your infamous mother managed to attain a high position at a past organization that possesses a number of commonalities with the 5 Scrolls Compact. In fact, we should enlist the superior mother as Aurelia's tutor. I can think of no better teacher to turn our eldest daughter into a cunning and ruthless cultivator. No, absolutely not. I will not have Aurelia follow a trajectory that is anywhere close to that of my mother. The mere suggestion of turning Aurelia into a mirror of Cynthia Larkinson was deeply abhorrent to Vess. There was no way that Vess wanted to twist Aurelia into a cruel and heartless cultivator who was willing to violate nearly every rule in order to secure her way to the top. Forget what I said, Vess spoke. You belong to the Larkinson clan, Aurelia. You were born to take over as its matriarch. While I will not insist that you follow the goals and aspirations that we have set for you, our clan is truly the best possible home for you. The Larkinsons yearn for strong leadership, but I trust very few to take over as leader and not screw up as a consequence. Though Aurelia had not voiced a clear preference for sticking to the clan or joining the Red Collective right away, Vess hoped that she would see sense in time. She was still too young and playful to understand the significance of all of those dangerous bounties. I love you, Papa, his oldest girl affectionately called. No matter where I go, I don't want to work in a place where you aren't there. Once I grow up, I can relieve a lot of work for you. I don't want to work anywhere else. That earned her a kiss and a warm hug from Vess. Let's wait until you have grown up a lot more before you decide what you want to do with your life. That reminds me, your 10th birthday is coming up in the near future. Let's see how your genetic aptitude will end up at. You can decline to attend a Mech academy if you turn out to possess sufficient genetic aptitude, but it is still useful to know if you can interface with Mechs in the traditional way. Chapter 63, 07, Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3 Revision 2. the rollout of kinship networks happened on a fairly low-key basis. It was as if the Terrans, Rubarthans, Mechers, and Fleeters still could not put all of their faith in their testing and examinations. They continued to harbor excessive paranoia towards the potential of abuse and only sparingly connected eligible troops first. Hardly any mention of the Terran network, the Rubarthan network, and most notably the Human War Network could be found on the galactic net. Their existence was not exactly a secret to the people in the know, but they all upheld an implicit agreement not to publicize their new tools all that much. If it turned out that their fears were justified, then they could always remove any mention of their kinship networks and pretend that nothing had happened. Vess simply shrugged at this behavior and no longer paid too much attention to it. The big players did not really require his input after he had created the initial kinship networks. They all had their own secret cabals of cultivators in their employ, and while their methods and expertise were all over the place, they were able to tinker and modify their kinship networks according to their own needs. These cultivator scientists were already beginning to diverge their kinship networks from the initial templates developed by Vess. Their primary goal was to make the kinship networks their own by intertwining them with their e-technology, thereby making it harder for Vess or anyone who learned his craft to take advantage of any backdoors to infiltrate the networks without authorization. In fact, the new owners wanted to divorce Vess from their respective kinship networks so much that they booted him from their consultation meetings and kept him at a distance. This suited Vess fine, though he was worried that the not always professional cultivators employed by the big players might screw up and cause an accident due to improper handling. At least he wouldn't be culpable anymore. According to the planning, kinship networks would only blow up on a wide scale around the time the Red Collective went into operation. That was also around the time that Vess was ready to release his Carmine Mechs. The confluence of important events around this crucial time period caused Vess to feel rather tense and suspicious. He grew more and more certain that a hidden hand was manipulating variables in order to produce a special outcome less than half a year later. Vess happened to be a central figure in this vague scheme. He had several possible theories why a shadow player wanted to produce such a convergence. His best guess was that the evolution which, possibly in collusion with Cynthia Larkinson, sought to enact an important scheme where he played a critical link. Though Vess had a bad feeling about any dastardly scheme plotted by two powerful and ruthless women, the two women did not share any of their secrets to him. The evolution which was simply not accessible, while the Oblivion Empress was preparing for a major gambit in the Nyxian Gap. Since he couldn't do anything about it, Vess eventually managed to put these concerns out of his mind and returned his attention to his work. The added responsibilities of becoming a major leading figure in the Red Collective cut into his schedule, but Vess did his best to expand his administration and delegate a lot of bureaucratic obligations to his constantly expanding staff. In fact, Gavin Newman gradually took on more responsibilities until he was able to handle almost all routine affairs related to the Red Collective. The man's workload had increased enormously, but he could handle it with his powerful new augmentations. One common factor that Gloriana and Gavin shared in common was that their modern first-class augmentations both relied on a very rare and precious hyper-material known as a mentalist crystal to borrow additional mind energy from the environment. Vess had tasked his procurement department to get a hold of these wonderful crystals, but the demand for them was way too high. A lot of rich and powerful figures wanted to update their cranial implants with ones that got enhanced by mentalist crystals. "Forget about it," Gavin plainly told Vess. "There is no way to buy them on the open market. They don't even appear in any of the auctions as they can always be traded to high-end mighty figures for a fortune. Do you know who is the largest supplier of mentalist crystals?" "No. It is the Hunting Association. Mentalist crystals are only found in the brains of mutated beasts and calamity beasts that have focused on evolving their minds rather than their bodies. They are very rare because uncommonly smart beasts generally do not tend to survive in savage environments where raw strength is a much better guarantee for survival. I see, that makes sense. Vess looked enlightened. I guess that this is one of the other means the hunting association relies upon to establish a strong foothold in our society. No other umbrella organization has so many hunters under their sway. Our clan has established multiple branches on untamed planets and hunting preserves. What are the chances that they can hunt down a clever beast and harvest a mentalist crystal? Too low. As I have mentioned before, beasts that grow these crystals in their brains are exceedingly rare. They are also very difficult to find, as one of the go-to means for survival for these physically weak beasts is to hide in the deepest hole they can find. Only the Hunting Association possesses special tracking methods that can possibly uncover these precious beasts. Mentalist crystals have therefore become strategic materials that are traded for other strategic advantages, such as the right to open a hunting preserve in the territory of another group. Since the demand for these crystals are so high, you will need to offer concessive ones that are just as extravagant in order to get your hands on even a fraction of a crystal. In hindsight, the Strion ancient clan did Vess a much bigger favor than he realized at the time. The Strions, under the leadership of General Axeler Strion, freely offered to augment Gavin Newman with a heavily digitized augmentation suite that was laced with mentalist crystal fragments. This was a grand gesture of friendship and trust on the part of the Strions. While Vess deduced that this may be one of the ways that General Axeler sought to repay the original benefactor who helped him obtain his life-changing Ouroboros Mech, it was also an invitation to form a closer relationship with each other. Vess should reciprocate this heavy gift with one of his own in the future. He did not have time to do so at the moment, and the Strions were extremely busy with their own priorities, so it was fine if he delayed on this matter. One of the issues that could not be delayed was the completion of the first true ace mech of the Larkinson clan. This historic occasion also became notable because it represented the creation of the initial first-class mech of the Larkinson clan. This was not strictly a work of the Larkinsons alone. The absence of a master mech designer meant that the clan had little choice but to work closely with an external collaborator. For months, Gloriana had been remotely collaborating with Master Benedict Cortez to design and complete the very tedious and time-consuming affair of applying critical upgrades to the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. The powerful living machine may be just a light mech, but its technological complexity was so exceedingly high that it was a nightmare to disassemble and reconstruct with upgraded archimetal components. Master Benedict certainly looked a lot crankier than usual when the physical projections of Vess and Gloriana appeared in his private workshop aboard the cyclical engine. One of the good points about working together with Master Benedict was that he had already built up experience with working on a post-living ace mech in the form of the Mars. His workshop deep inside the factory ship of the Cross Clan had been upgraded with multiple top-of-the-line lab and workshop facilities to better service the Mars. These high tools also came handy when working on the Dark Zephyr, though Gloriana had to lend multiple specialized archimetal production machines to the Cross Clan in order to complete their latest upgrade project. As the ultimate beneficiary of this critically important project, St. Tusa was also present in the workshop. The ace pilot stood beside Master Benedict and looked up at his new and improved ace mech with a mix of undisguised awe and wonder. To be honest, the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III that I have been piloting in the last months is not a bad machine at all, Tusa said. Sure, the lack of ace mech-grade resonating materials makes me feel constrained, but I was more than happy with the technological performance of my quasi-first-class expert mech. The physical projections of Vess and Gloriana smirked at the same time. Oh, believe me, if you thought the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III was already powerful enough, you haven't seen anything yet, Vess boastfully said. The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III Revision 2 Banisher Edition is a completely different beast. The gap in absolute strength between them is as big as the difference between a mutated beast and a calamity beast. He was not exaggerating. The Banisher edition of the Dark Zephyr gained a number of crucial, game-changing upgrades. Any one of these improvements was already enough to give wings to Saint Tusa, but combining them all together resulted in an outcome that was far greater than the sum of its parts. Let's start with the most fundamental upgrade first, Vess said. In order to convert the base Dark Zephyr into the Banisher edition, we have ripped out the old parts that were based on perfidious steel and bisonat. This removes your ability to easily misdirect the true location of your expert Mech from long-ranged attackers, and also amplify the cutting power of your knives. I suppose you can still use your Saint Kingdom to reproduce these effects by relying much more on your willpower, but the efficiency will be so much lower that you won't be able to abuse these effects as well as before, even accounting for all of the other upgrades. The only way to strengthen these abilities is to grow your resonance strength and promote to a senior ace pilot. Saint Tusa nodded. When I settled on the Banisher edition out of all of the upgrade choices that you have presented to me, I knew what I was signing up for. At least I will get a powerful new weapon from this trade-off, right? Gloriana grinned. That is absolutely correct. Erlemin is a rare and difficult-to-produce ace Mech-grade resonating alloy that is impregnated with face water through the ingenious means of the resonance smith. Once you resonate with it, you can potentially banish anything to another dimension on a temporary basis. I am told that there is a lot of flexibility on how you can take advantage of the properties of this resonating alloy. It takes little practice to banish relatively small objects, but you need to expend much more effort and apply much finer control in order to partially banish larger objects. The effectiveness of the latter is also heavily dependent on your resonance strength, so do not expect to take out entire chunks of body mass from a greater phase lord at the start. I know, I am still at the starting point of my career as a saint. What is important to me is that Erlemin's effectiveness will continue to increase for a long time as I grow stronger. I do not want to replace it with anything else because it has reached a ceiling. The potential for Erlemin was huge and completely changed the combat approach of the Dark Zephyr Saint Tusa. Almost couldn't wait to unleash his improved machine's latest resonating ability against the enemies of red humanity. Chapter 63, 08 Big Leagues Mech. The addition of Erlemin turned the current version of the Dark Zephyr from a light skirmisher that was merely fast and difficult to target to a super machine that could completely disrupt the layout of entire enemy fleets. It was quite difficult for the Mech designers to say too much about the uses of Erlemin, as much of it remained theoretical at this time. Sure, they had access to limited footage and records on the use of Erlemin in another ace Mech, but that data was understandably filled with redactions. The Mech designers moved on to addressing another essential upgrade to the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. If we left the improvements at Erlemin, then you would have gained a quasi-first-class ace Mech, Vess said. What we did instead is to replace the old power reactor with a new one that is much stronger. Master Benedict has taken point on this matter as this falls within his specialization. I will let him explain the details. Master Benedict smoothly took over from Vess by projecting a wireframe model of the new power reactor. This is the Micule lightweight first-class power reactor customized for the current version of the Dark Zephyr, the older man said. We formed an agreement with Emiliana Energy to obtain this high-tech power reactor. It is not comprised of Architect, so it is comparatively fragile in relation to the rest of your Archimech. That said, it is well shielded and deeply buried within the torso of your ace Mech, so if the power reactor ever comes under threat, it is doubtful that your machine can survive. I have also slightly upgraded the energy transmission system of this Mech, though many of my methods do not apply to Archimechs. Saint Tusa silently noticed these details. It was quite important for him to never allow his battle partner's power reactor to come under harm under any circumstances. I am confident that I can protect the power reactor against most external attacks, but it is much more difficult for me to shield it against gravity attacks once my Saint Kingdom is depleted. We have thought about that attack vector already, Master Benedict said with a smile. We mentioned that the chamber holding the power reactor is shielded. What we mean by this is that it is not only surrounded by its own Azure energy shield, but also shielded with transphasic hyperalloys that are expressly designed to dampen multiple forms of energy field attacks. The alloys are not cheap, but it is a worthwhile expense for a machine as important as your Dark Zephyr. This meant that a powerful phase whale couldn't instantly make the Dark Zephyr powerless by generating a space with gravity that was several orders of magnitude stronger than standard gravity. So what can I do with a much stronger power reactor? St. Tusa asked. I know the gist of it, but how does that affect my machine in particular? Master Benedict smiled. There are many benefits, a number of which are much more pronounced on a light ace mech such as your Dark Zephyr. While your machine does not contain an integrated energy weapon that can channel much of the output of the Mech reactor, there are two other systems that can use all of the energy they can obtain. We have tuned up and updated the Azure Energy Shield generator to safely handle much higher loads. We have done the same for the special transphasic hyper flight system that your clan has already developed for this machine. That means that outside of the protection granted by your Saint Kingdom, your Dark Zephyr can withstand attacks much better. Vess elaborated. The unlocked and updated Azure Energy Shield generator relies on cutting-edge technologies and extremely precious exotics and hypers to match the performance of a much larger Azure Shield generator that you can typically find in a first-class subcapital ship. That sounded quite impressive. Tusa couldn't even begin to understand the advanced technological principles used to make that possible, and he did not bother to. It was the job of the Mech designers to comprehend all of the technical ingenuity they used in his machine. The survivability of your Dark Zephyr is much improved not just because of his stronger Azure Shield generator, but also because you can combine it with your living Mech's stronger flight system. Gloriana also pitched in and gestured to the rear of the tall and dormant Mech frame. The flight system can channel much greater power, though persistent heavy usage will eventually cause it to reach its heat limit, so do not accelerate at maximum if you can help it. Heat management is one of the greatest bottlenecks of your machine, even accounting for the strong cooling effect of your Saint Kingdom. However, as long as your Mech is well away from its heat limit, you should be able to fight head-on against greater phase whales without incurring significant damage. That sounded extremely impressive. It normally took senior ace pilots to fight against greater phase whales, and even then, only peak ace pilots had a decent chance of killing them on the battlefield. It was a bit difficult to form generalizations, as the properties and advantages of ace pilots and phase whales diverged enormously from each other. There was no guarantee that Gloriana's claim was accurate all of the time. Vess decided to interject. I think it is more accurate to say that the new power reactor and technological upgrades will help your Dark Zephyr survive an encounter against a formidable greater phase lord or phase whale. The combination of a strong energy shield and exceptionally high mobility makes it nearly impossible for attacks to hit your living Mech, and even if he does get hit, the energy shield will hardly notice the damage. You can comfortably rely on the technical performance of the Dark Zephyr to focus the power of your Saint Kingdom elsewhere. The happy ace pilot nodded in understanding. After what I heard, I do not miss perfidious steel as much as before. I think it is not that difficult for me to imitate the original perception distortion resonating ability, though. I have already been working with Trisk to figure out the details. That sounded interesting. It also sounded viable, especially if a design spirit worked together with Tusa to develop a solution. Vess was pleased that the Larkinson clan's first ace pilot continued to work hard to improve his strength. Becoming a saint was not the end goal. After the Mech designers highlighted a number of smaller, but still relatively important technological improvements from the original Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. They finally addressed one of the last drastic upgrades to the Ace Light Skirmisher. Now that you are standing in front of the Dark Zephyr, you must have noticed by now that his presence and aura has almost completely disappeared, Vess mentioned. This is because Master Benedict and a team of assistants from our design department have painstakingly taken out the components of your machine and impregnated them with Salu's gas. The expressions of both Master Benedict and Gloriana looked pained. You cannot believe how much time and effort we put into making this possible, Gloriana tiredly said. Much of the reason why we had to delay the completion of the Banisher edition of the Dark Zephyr was because we had to invent new production methods to make proper use of Salu's gas in an industrial setting. Your Dark Zephyr is the second living Mech that has integrated Salu's gas, and we are pleased with the results. So that means that the alloys of my Mech can slip through both technological and weirder detection methods. Sort of, Vess replied. Salu's gas has a very strong and comprehensive isolating effect, at least in a gaseous form. Impregnating the particles of this gas into the metal of your Archimech does not produce an effect that is as strong, but that does not mean that there is no difference. Many scanners and sensor systems will find it difficult to resolve your machine in most circumstances. They can still catch you if your machine begins venting greater heat, or if it is detected by the eyeballs of humans and aliens. But as long as you keep a fair distance, it is possible for you to sneak up to enemies, especially if they are not alert or distracted. The integration of Salu's gas does not turn your Dark Zephyr into a proper stealth Mech, Tusa, Gloriana warned. We have already mentioned this to you multiple times, but it bears repeating because you may otherwise overlook this fact. I will not forget. Vess smiled. This is new to us as well, so we do not have a comprehensive amount of data and understanding how Salu's gas works in this context. You will have to test drive the Dark Zephyr in his new coat and see how well others can detect the machine. Generally speaking, I do not think the Dark Zephyr can sneak onto any opponents, especially at rest conditions. It is much more useful to attempt an approach on a busy battlefield where there are energy beams flying around and so on. The dampening of your Dark Zephyr's emotions makes it easier to shake off pursuers and sneak up to enemy warships without tripping an alarm until it is almost too late. Venerable Tusa was having trouble understanding how well Salu's gas integration could help his Dark Zephyr hide in the background of a space battle. The lack of more precise descriptions left a lot of question marks in his mind. Oh well, that was what live testing was for. Tusa was confident he could know exactly when his Dark Zephyr had escaped the attention of enemies after a lot of training and exploration. Thanks. The ace pilot appreciated this extra addition. It must have been hard to stuff Salu's gas in every part. Another reason for the delay is because the manual processing steps needed to allow your ace Mech to leverage the advantages of Salu's gas were just too much. It would have been much better for all of us if we had access to bountiful quantities of Salu's gas before we designed and fabricated the initial Mark Roman III. Trying to do this after that junction demanded too much additional work, much of which had to be done manually. Gloriana groused. Their efforts were worth it. Ace Mechs tended to act like lighthouses in the dark. Their extraordinary power and much greater heat emissions tended to make it trivially easy for enemies to track their coordinates and movements. The Banisher edition of the Dark Zephyr might not have gained any active stealth systems, but the strong damping of emissions made it much easier for Saint Tusa to approach his enemies without needing to weather a storm of heavy firepower. Salu's gas also helps to improve the survivability of your Dark Zephyr more directly by making it much harder for targeting systems to detect him and lock onto his energy signature. Vess added. When you amplify this effect with your Saint Kingdom, you should even be able to shake off the locks of guided munitions and other automated targeting systems. Missiles won't be able to hit you at all. The only way a warhead can damage your machine is if the explosion radius is too large. Such missiles could already be classified as weapons of mass destruction. MHMM. Tusa frowned a bit. I am sure that my battle partner and I will have to confront much more powerful enemies than before. Now that my ace mech is ready, I can finally enter the real battlefield of the Red War. The big leagues were much different from the more controlled battles he previously took part in. The first raiders struck each other with such technological might that arms with the power of weapons of mass destruction were no longer as sparse as before. For all of the upgrades to the Dark Zephyr, Vess still feared that the machine might meet an unfortunate end for challenging an enemy that Saint Tusa was not ready to confront. Chapter 6309, Several Warfronts. Now that Saint Tusa had been brought up to speed on all the important upgrades and changes to his Dark Zephyr, it was time to discuss where he would get deployed next. Frankly speaking, I would like to transfer you to New Constantinople and keep you at Diandi base for at least a year, Vess said. I have taken a much more prominent role in leading Red humanity, and that has put a greater target on my head. However, the Blue Jay fleet is already doing a fine job of guarding me, so it is not necessary for you to come. I can also take care of myself decently enough in a pinch. It is a waste to keep you in a peaceful location all of the time. Vess probably didn't need that much protection as long as he stayed at a relatively safe location. Tusa nodded in agreement. I will need time to retrain myself with the Dark Zephyr. The performance boost is so large that I need to relearn how to fight with my battle partner. I also need to play around with Erleman and learn how to banish stuff. That is why I am thinking about loaning you and your Dark Zephyr out to a first-class power that truly needs all of the help it can get. There are numerous first-class war theaters that are being hard-pressed by the aliens. The entry of a first-class ace mech that is filled with cutting-edge and experimental technologies can make a huge difference and relieve a lot of burdens. This is where you can make the greatest contributions in the short term. Are you okay with fighting under another flag, at least on a temporary basis? This sounds similar to General Ark offering his services to the Colonial Federation of Davut. There are similarities, Vess agreed. The difference is we will send you, your ace mech and a trusted team of Larkinson mech technicians out, but not much more. The terms are also very relaxed as ace pilots such as yourself can always expect to receive good treatment. The deal I have in mind is a little bit more comprehensive than just letting you fight on the battlefield. What else do you want? Your Dark Zephyr is the first-class mech of the Larkinson clan to fight on a genuine first-class battlefield. There are many firsts to this, and we don't know enough about what we are doing. I want your ace mech to gather a lot of data and transmit them back to us so that we can observe and learn from what has happened. We intend to closely monitor the performance of your Dark Zephyr and pay specific attention to the effectiveness of new and experimental design applications such as the Ultimate Module, the Salu's gas integration, the Archimetal conversion, the Mikhail reactor, and more. Much of what we learn from your experiences on those battlefields will teach us how to design subsequent first-class mech that are better suited to fight under such chaotic circumstances. I see, you want to treat me like a pioneer of first-class battlefields. All of the third-hand accounts that you have access to can't compare to seeing how a true first-class living mech fares on this battlefield. Tusa summed up. I agree. I will play the pioneer for you. Observing the Dark Zephyr's performance will also help you tweak and upgrade his systems in the future. The native aliens are becoming smarter and deadlier. I feel it is only a matter of time before more weapons like St. Piercer show up in the hands of other phase lords. Do you know how well such a weapon can pierce the defenses of my ace mech? Neither Vess, Gloriana, and Master Benedict had any solid answers. Vess sighed. We know too little about that. However, given the performance of Patriarch Reginald Cross and the Mars, the St. Piercer should not pose too much of a threat to you. Hardly any phase lords can keep up with your insanely high mobility. Unless the native alien foolishly tries to treat a Saint Piercer-like weapon as a javelin and tosses it to you, there is no way you will allow it to get close to you unless that is what you want. However, its effectiveness against conventional defenses is also high. The Azure Energy Shield may actually be stronger at repelling the spear than your Saint Kingdom, but the weapon will still slice through with disturbing ease. The Azure Energy Shield generator installed inside the Mars is stronger and better powered than the one installed in your Dark Zephyr, Master Benedict revealed on his own initiative. Yet the Saint Piercer cut through regardless. I believe that it does so by relying on a deeper and less orthodox application of face water than normal. Unless we manage to study and reserve engineer a Saint Piercer and develop counters to this new weapon type, it is best not to rely on any form of hard defenses to save your ace match. The only somewhat effective impediment we have observed is excellent armor. However, the Mars was able to keep up with the tireless engine by relying on its layers of tough alloys. Your Dark Zephyr is considerably thinner and much less able to withstand solid attacks. It is better to make a tactical withdrawal or rely entirely on evasion to keep your machine safe and intact. The first Larkinson ace pilot had studied the footage of the botched operation many times. Tusa had mentally simulated the act of fighting against an enemy like the tireless engine wielding the Saint Piercer. Though Patriarch Reginald performed well enough in his duel against the Nuncer Phase Lord, Tusa actually felt he was much better able to deal with such an opponent. The Mars was not fast and elusive enough to outrun the tireless engine or evade all of his attacks when the latter had shrunk down to more reasonable proportions. It was ultimately still a quasi-first-class ace match. The maximum output of its power reactor heavily bottlenecked its maximum output. The reason why Tusa felt different about it was that he was confident his Dark Zephyr would never get struck with a melee weapon. As long as his mobility advantage became high enough, a duel no longer held any challenge anymore. A Phase Lord or Phase Whale usually relied on wide-area spatial attacks to handle swift but relatively fragile opponents. But the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III Revision 2 was anything but fragile. Even the normally lackluster attack power of a light mech no longer applied to the Dark Zephyr anymore. With the help of the Dark Wind module, Tusa had a killer weapon on his hands. The only downside was that employing an ultimate ability strained his willpower a lot, so he had to make his offensive attempts count. Still, when Tusa put himself and his new ace mech in the place of the Mars during the operation, he was very confident that he could easily assassinate a lesser Phase Lord like the tireless engine within minutes. Not even the Nuncer Phase Lord's powerful raiment and multi-layered energy defenses posed a hindrance against the Dark Zephyr. A single activation of the Leap of True Freedom was enough to completely bypass those energy barriers. Compared to beating the crap out of the tireless engine, Tusa was a lot less confident about breaking the Gerard fleet. The Mars was much more suitable for destroying lots of lesser enemies. Its Arceus system could massacre entire swarms of small craft, and the Mars also possessed the raw attack power to quickly overcome the defenses of many different warships. The greatest strength of the Mars was its staying power. Its energy consumption was high, but Master Benedict Cortez relied on his original energy bridge system, magma vein system, and many smaller energy-related improvements to massively increase the endurance of the Ace hybrid mech. The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III Revision 2 may have gained a much stronger power reactor, which also happened to make the light skirmisher last longer, but its ability to take on entire fleets was still worse. This was the limit of the Dark Zephyr's mech type. Banisher edition or not, the Ace mech had always been designed with the intention of targeting weak points and taking out high-value targets. Perhaps in time, Saint Tusa may be able to figure out how to vary his attack methods by leveraging the versatility of his Saint Kingdom, but it would always be a subpar solution compared to the means available to the Mars. It was not designed to inflict mass destruction. It had no weapon systems at all that were suited for this purpose. Its Dark Wind Passage ultimate ability was a trump card reserved for singularly powerful opponents, while its knives only allowed it to eliminate one enemy at a time. Perhaps in time, Saint Tusa may be able to figure out how to vary his attack methods by leveraging the versatility of his Saint Kingdom, but it would always be a subpar solution compared to the means available to the Mars. I want to fight in a war theater where phase lords are more prevalent, Saint Tusa decided. What are my options? Vess smiled. Our clan has reached out to numerous potential partners. Everyone is eager to receive the assistance of an ace light skirmisher, especially one that can completely bypass the annoying Azure energy shields and spatial barriers that make phase lords so difficult to kill. You will first need to decide which part of human-occupied space you want to fight in. The border regions of the Rubarthan Pact is the safest as it is guarded by 2 Rubarthan god pilots. The Red Ocean Union has the largest but also the least united warfront, so it is the place where you can best build up a reputation and attract a following. The Terran Alliance is doing the worst as the Light of Sol has to cover the entire warfront. The RF has reassigned numerous dreadnoughts to Terran space, but that is not a perfect solution. There were a lot of nuances to the different fronts, and the circumstances also differed from region to region. Saint Tusa did not spend too much time weighing his choices. Put me in the Terran Alliance. Are you sure? I am not the kind of person to reconsider after making my choice, Tusa said with an annoyed expression. Now tell me where I will go and fight. Whoa, we're not there yet, Tusa. Don't be in such a hurry. There are numerous Terran ancient clans that are receptive to your participation. I am trying to elicit an offer from them to assign one of their ace pilots to mentor you for a few months. I do not need any mentoring. Tusa frowned deeper. I am an ace pilot. I know what I am doing. Vess shook his head after he heard that. You are taking this too lightly. I am sure you can handle yourself in 95% of the situations, but what about the 5%? I don't want you to end up as the next venerable Iman Ingvar due to lack of preparation and a chronic underestimation of your enemies. You need another ace pilot to show you the ropes on how to fight alongside first-class forces against the much more powerful native alien fleets on the battlefields of the upper zones. You need to get used to the sheer variety of powerful high technologies available to both sides and not get caught off guard by them. You also need to learn about and integrate in the very exclusive community of first-class champions. Out of all of the groups of high-ranking Mech pilots, first-class ace pilots enjoyed an exceptionally distinguished status. This was because they were the most likely to spawn god pilots. Tusa grew a little less upset after thinking over this argument. Maybe, you have a point. I can tolerate a short mentorship. As long as it doesn't last too long, I can stomach it so long as I am eventually allowed to go loose and fight my own battles. That's fine. I just don't want you to arrive at the front lines of the Terran Alliance and immediately dive into a trap. Oh, come on. I am not that stupid, Vess. Chapter 63, 10 Terrans Under Siege. During the Red War, ace pilots quickly stood out as one of the most strategic assets of Red humanity. This was not too different from how they were treated in the previous age, but the Red War raised their importance up a notch. The native aliens had a lot of phase leaders under their sway. Sure, many of them were lesser phase lords who managed to luck out and not die when they transcended the limitations of their mortal bodies, but that still left a lot of aliens who gained the power to fight against Mechs barehanded. Many major alien races managed to spawn a lot of phase lords over a long time. Certainly, phase lords were not immortal, and some of them eventually died from old age, but there were still lots of them available that were in the prime of their transcendent lives. Many of those phase lords had begun to accompany the fleets assaulting human space. Not all of them participated in the thick of the fighting on a willing basis, but what could they do? The Red Cabal and the leadership of all of the aligned alien races collectively made the determination that it was better to go all out in the early stage of the war and eliminate the latent threat posed by red humanity straight away. This inevitably required a bloody sacrifice, and it was the Phase Lords at the bottom of the totem pole that needed to pay this heavy price. No matter how unwilling they were, the expectations of their race and the orders from above forced them out of their cushy temples and drove them all the way to the front lines, knowing that they could die for many reasons. Ace pilots and their absurdly strong ace mechs was the most common threat they faced. None of them were easy to deal with. Their high mobility, high defense, and mind-blowing variety of powers made each of them a nightmare to fight against. Even if their ace mechs could not match up against the Phase Lords in the field, they could still engage in endless harassment where they could still inflict enough damage to delay any offensive pushes. Fortunately, not all ace pilots possessed the raw talent required to land a killing blow against Phase Lords, especially the larger and more physically imposing ones. What truly frightened the Phase Lords in the field were the god mechs roaming across the front lines. Dreadful enemies such as the Light of Sol, the Evolution Witch, and the Destroyer of Worlds terrorized entire armadas as their mere entry in a star system foretold the doom of every single alien that happened to have the misfortune of being close to these human death gods. There was no way for lesser Phase Lords to resist against the might of the most powerful god pilots of red humanity. At least the dreadnoughts of the Red Fleet were a bit less imposing. Their power was still vast, but they were so much slower and less flexible that Phase Lords could easily get away from them if they split up right away. That was not possible with god mechs. These absurdly tiny specters of doom utilized their own god kingdoms to mask their approach, and only unleashed their unstoppable attacks when they got close enough to make any escape attempt futile. The Red Tide Offensive had already raged for over a month. During that time, god pilots alone accounted for a huge amount of death and destruction. No one had any precise figures at their disposal, but many Phase Lords heard that hundreds of their fellow gods had already been slain by the much more powerful human deities. Yet despite the bloody toll exacted by the human god pilots, the Red Cabal still conscripted more Phase Lords and pushed them to the front lines. Not just lesser Phase Lords, but even greater Phase Lords found themselves reduced to cannon fodder in this unimaginably cruel conflict. At least the greater Phase Lords received better treatment. They were necessary to stall and potentially kill the known senior ace pilots of red humanity. Even so, greater Phase Lords were no different from their lesser counterparts when it came to their chances to survive an encounter against a god pilot. So many native gods had fallen that Dayside had become an established fact in many alien societies. The sudden and shameful downfall of so many alien deities not only caused a lot of power blocks to lose their only form of support, but also permanently damaged the prestige of these high-end mighty figures among the masses. More and more Phase Lords were getting shoved straight into the human defensive lines in the hopes of collapsing them quickly. Many of them continued to get butchered by pigs, by the god pilots circulating throughout the front. Yet this pattern repeated itself many times. The reason for that was because the native alien community could afford the consumption. The Red Cabal practically embraced attrition warfare and readily used their immense numbers and stupendous resource accumulation to batter the outnumbered and resource-deprived humans in the stupidest way possible. Yet even if it was stupid to throw the lives of so many Phase Lords away, the measures were still producing a lot of results. Though the pace of alien conquests had dropped by a huge extent after quickly overrunning the first and second defensive bands, the third was still on its way of crumbling to pieces, only in slow motion this time. As long as the Red Cabal continually mobilized the Phase Lords of the major alien races and threw them onto the third defensive bands in controlled waves, there would eventually come a time when the humans could no longer maintain their front anymore. Already, more and more star systems under siege had crumbled under the relentless weight of costly alien advances. the god pilots roaming around to lift the sieges in the most violent way possible only strengthened the urgency of the native aliens. The sooner the Red Tide offensive succeeded in breaching all of the defensive lines, the sooner all of the phase lords and native alien soldiers could pull their necks out of the chopping blocks of those scarily powerful human death gods. One of the broad war fronts, where the fighting had become more intense, was the third defensive band within the sphere of the Terran Alliance. The reason for that was simple. Only a single god pilot presided over this section of human space. Sure, the CF dispatched additional dreadnoughts to Terran space in order to compensate for this obvious shortcoming, but that did not change the fact that the enemy troops and phase lords were most eager to fight on this war front. Whereas the phase lords assigned to other fronts all felt as if their long lives may come to an end the next day, the much more motivated phase lords assailing Terran space had become much more confident in their chances to overrun the human lines and survive in the process. Though the Light of Sol partially compensated for his solitary guardianship by being faster than any other god pilot, his speed was not enough to significantly relieve the crisis facing hundreds of star systems. Not only did he have to cover for the critical star systems in the upper zones, he also had to rotate through the middle and lower zones to prevent any of them from serving as the gap needed to collapse the third defensive band. The Terran soldiers and their allies put up a strong resistance as a response. They cursed the Rubarthans for being lucky enough that the Destroyer of Worlds sneaked into the Red Ocean just before the Great Severing, but they did not blame their own superstate for being short on god pilots. They just fought harder in order to compensate for their disadvantageous circumstances. As prideful, elitist, decadent, bound by tradition and all around unpleasant as Terrans could be, no one accused them of being weak. A united nation-state centered around old Earth existed for millennia and survived the passing of multiple ages in one form or another, because the Terrans were willing to fight to maintain their own heritage and identity. The rise of the Terran Empire was the heyday of their people. The rift caused by what eventually became known as the New Rubarth Empire may have caused the Terran Empire to collapse in the much more diminished Greater Terran United Confederation, but it had successfully survived an uprising that could have ended many other unwieldy star empires. The catastrophe of the end of the Age of Conquest and the abrupt rise of the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance as the new human rulers still did not lead to the end of the Terrans. Sure, the proud Terrans had been forced to give up a lot of rights and sovereignty, but somehow they managed to preserve the essence of their nation-state, their heritage and identity. Now that the Great Severing caused the Terrans to get stuck on the wrong side of the Greater Beyonder Gate, they still did not break after losing access to the ancestral home planet their state centered around. The proud Terrans remained unbowed and unbroken as they manned the third defensive line and exchanged blows against the unending tides of alien assault fleets. The native aliens were not unbeatable. They still had many flaws and weak points that the human Mech forces could exploit. However, the Terrans fought hard and made numerous sacrifices to defeat one tide of attackers, only for the next tide to deliver a fresh batch of alien assault fleets. Although the Red Cabal did not dare to send too many alien assets at once for fear that the Light of Sol would swoop in at light speed and tear them all to shreds. The illusion that the major alien races could keep on sending tide after tide of attackers still made it hard for the Terrans to maintain their steadfastness. The morale of the Terran defenders started to shake. It would be devastating if this continued. This was why the Terrans enacted a lot of measures to prop up morale and give the soldiers a reason to be optimistic. For example, the leaders drastically increased the rewards issued to the Terran line fighters. They also put down their pride just enough to permit themselves to issue requests for assistance. Most importantly, they put much more effort into publicizing the deeds of their greater heroes. That last part was the most important one. The Terrans already realized long ago that the only way to solve their problem on a permanent basis was to produce more god pilots among their heroes. This put a lot of renewed attention on the ace pilots of the Terran Alliance. In particular, the peak ace pilots all endured a huge amount of expectations from the masses, as everyone hoped that they would break through and join the side of the Light of Sol in driving away the native aliens wholesale. It was on this day that Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson met his mentor for the first time. The fresh ace pilot of the Larkinson clan read through the extensive briefing package that the clan prepared for him. It not only brought him up to speed with the current geopolitical difficulties of the Terran Alliance, but also provided the necessary context to understand the difficult position facing the ace pilots that shouldered everyone's expectations for a brighter and more prosperous future. One of them happened to be his mentor. Vess had come through and managed to negotiate a deal with one of the Terran ancient clans to show Saint Tusa the ropes. The Larkinson ace pilot in question just didn't expect that he would receive the tutelage of one of the god pilot candidates of the Terran Alliance. Tusa stared at the long and distinguished record of Saint Isaiah Simovich Dostovsky, otherwise known as the Messenger of Silence. Chapter 63, 11 Dostovsky Ancient Clan. When Vess presented Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson with the options to serve on different fronts, he expressed the intention of going where he was most needed. That essentially translated into the most intense, grueling and deadly battlefronts of the Red War. The young ace pilot sounded so confident and self-assured at the time that the current Tusa felt like smacking his previous self. Why did he have to seek a challenge so soon? What was wrong with acclimatizing to his impressively upgraded living Mech and building up a new combat system based on the use of Erleman in one of the many less intensive battlefields? The closer his courier vessel brought him to his new posting, the more Saint Tusa grew apprehensive about what he would be doing in the next few months. He reread the briefing package on the new Cartagena system. Located in the 3rd defense band of the Eureka's upper zone, New Cartagena was a binary star system centered around a yellow dwarf star and a red subdwarf star. The Terran Alliance designated it as one of the most important strategic locations of the 3rd defensive band due to a single reason. New Cartagena was extremely rich in high-value resources. There were 3 types of high-end resources in particular that made the binary star system essential to the large and hungry Terran war machine. New Cartagena Roman II was a hot terrestrial planet that orbited fairly closely to the binary stars. The complicated orbits of the 2 stars, along with other satellites, caused New Cartagena Roman II to become subjected to extreme swings in climate. There were days when it was scorching everyone, and there were other days where the heat levels were fairly tame. Nobody knew why, but New Cartagena Roman II happened to possess large deposits of a first-class exotic material known as Copenhagen copper. Copenhagen copper was also present in the Milky Way galaxy, but it was less prevalent over there. Humans had discovered long ago that cop was an inherently disruptive material just by existing. It scrambled up a lot of signals and other wireless transmissions. More importantly, it also disrupted a lot of spatial activity. This turned it into one of the key materials for the production of lots of first-class space suppressors, first-class interdiction field generators, and anti-teleportation countermeasures. There was never enough cop to go around. The demand for this exotic was considerable, and the Terran Alliance wanted to preserve their hold over New Cartagena Roman II long enough to destructively strip-mine the entire planet. The Terrans weren't entirely confident they could keep hold of the star system forever, so they decisively switched from more ecologically friendly mining methods to tearing out chunks of it and picking up any pieces of ore that contained cop. While the speed of mining had increased by a huge extent, the native alien attackers pressed New Cartagena Roman II even harder in an attempt to deprive the humans access to any further quantities of a high-grade exotic that countered every piece of face water technology. While New Cartagena Roman II had become the short-term priority in this strategic location, New Cartagena Roman 7F also couldn't be neglected. The oceanic moon was one of many satellites orbiting a large gas giant. It stood out from the other moons by possessing a lot of sustainable face water deposits. This moon alone accounted for a hefty chunk of face water production in the local region. Before the Terrans arrived to colonize this extremely precious moon, it was occupied by the Jureg race, an aquatic crustacean race that was known as the biggest fans of the phase whale race. The Juregs had long considered New Cartagena Roman 7F to be one of their paradises and a holy site of great religious significance. Suffice to say, the Juregs were pissed at the Terrans for taking away one of their most precious territorial possessions and fought hard in order to get it back. To the Juregs, the Battle of New Cartagena was not an obligation forced upon them by the Red Cabal. It was personal and holy. Led by their hardy and obstinate phase lords, the Juregs threw themselves onto the defensive lines of the Terrans in a fanatical effort to wrestle back control of New Cartagena Roman 7F and restore the underwater holy sites to their former glory. Faced with this onslaught of attacks from the aggressive major alien race, the Terrans responded in kind and stationed much of their crack troops to the strategic location. Chief among them was their champion, who was known as one of the deadliest peak ace pilots of Red humanity. And Tusa was just about to meet this living legend in person. His courier vessel first approached the large and astonishingly white capital ship orbiting New Cartagena Roman II. The third Rome was the flagship of the Brusilov fleet. She was a 6-kilometer-long fleet carrier that could easily reach the top 10 of a contest that pitted the most beautiful warships made by humans against each other. Not even the spirit of Bentheim could compare to the artistic marbled exterior that appeared to be covered with hand-carved sculptures. Tusa figured it must be really expensive and time-consuming for the Dostovsky ancient clan to repair her exterior if she ever sustained a lot of material damage. Yet with a peak ace pilot as powerful as the Messenger of Silence using the third Rome as his home base, the native aliens had yet to land a single scratch on her beautiful exterior. Before he met with the strongest defender of New Cartagena, he first got received by a dignitary from the Dostovsky ancient clan. Saint Tusa continued to look impressed as he entered a hall that was filled with tasteful but not overwhelming artworks. Classical paintings, unpainted sculptures, and the occasional plants made it seem as if he had entered a luxury ark ship rather than a military capital ship. The Dostovskys certainly loved to show off, just like any other group of Terrans. A female junior officer finally came close and stopped in front of Tusa. Lieutenant Daria Dmitrievna Dostovskaya, I am one of the assistants of the Messenger of Silence. I have been tasked to serve as your guide while you remain a guest aboard the third Rome. Please follow me to the bowels of our flagship. Our great champion is currently free to meet you in person. The relatively young ace pilot nodded and followed after the woman through the extensive hallways of the large vessel. So what is with your name, Lieutenant? Are you a member of the Dostovsky ancient clan, or do you come from one of its offshoots? The woman looked amused. I come from the main branch of the Dostovsky ancient clan. You foreigners always ask the same questions. We follow an old naming tradition that originated from an ancient nation-state that predated the Terran Empire. You only have to know that our ancient clan varies our last names based on sex. Our male descendants generally carry the name Dostovsky, while our female descendants carry the name Dostovskaya. I can transfer a number of books about our ancient traditions if you care for it, but they make for a dry read. Tusa raised his palm. No thanks. I am okay so long as I don't have to remember too many convoluted rules. The ace pilot did not hate studying, but he dislikes spending lots of time on relatively passive and boring activities. He had always been an active person and would rather spend his time on exercise or practice. Very well. In truth, aside from the other Terran lineages that still take pride in our pre-Age of Stars heritage, there are very few families left in red humanity that uphold the same traditions. It is a regrettable loss of culture for so many descendants to forget where their bloodlines originated from. So much has been lost throughout the ages, and not all of it was due to death and destruction. In our rush to seek out new territories and put down our roots on brand new planets, too many of us shed the names and traditions of our forefathers and instead create our own cheap customs as inferior substitutes. We are one of the few people that has resisted this habit, and we take pride in preserving one of the oldest continuous lineages of the human race. While Daria Dostoevskaya sounded very passionate when she boasted about her old and storied heritage, Saint Tusa couldn't bring himself to pretend he cared. He was not a Terran and cared little about ancient history. Most modern humans never really thought about what their ancestors did a few thousand years ago. It was just too distant from their current lives. Fortunately, Lieutenant Daria did not harp too much on the greatness of the old Dostoevsky ancient clan. She came back to her main responsibility and provided Tusa with the necessary instructions for him to interact with the messenger of silence. Our great saint is burdened with heavy responsibilities. The woman spoke in a more serious and subdued tone. The Juregs are highly motivated in their attempts to take back the new Cartagena system, and do not hesitate to send their shell-covered soldiers to this star system in droves in order to choke us to death. The Juregs do not hesitate to send their greater phase lords to this battlefield, only pulling them back sporadically when they have indications that the light of Sol is approaching in this direction. The timing of your arrival is relatively fortuitous. You have come just in time for this rare lull to happen. The native aliens weren't stupid. Even if they were prepared to sacrifice the lives of a lot of phase lords, they were not willing to let them die so cheaply against the god pilots. The Red Cabal and the colluding cosmopolitan movement had become increasingly better at tracking and predicting the movements of all of the god pilots. Even if the aliens were wrong about their predictions of where the god pilots would be going next, it was better to be safe than sorry. Does that mean that the messenger of silence has ample amount of time to fulfill his duties as a mentor? Tusa asked. He should. It depends on his mood. The messenger of silence is not known to be the most social of ace pilots. Despite the many glorious victories that he has delivered to our ancient clan since, he is still haunted by the battlefield loss that has defined him ever since. That matches what I have read, Tusa quietly responded. He is known to be more melodramatic than many of our other peers. He also doesn't speak anymore. The lieutenant solemnly nodded. That is correct. However, it is important to note that while he does not choose to speak, that is not the same as not choosing to communicate. He prefers to convey his intentions with his domain field. You may feel highly disconcerted when you meet and communicate with him the first time, but I can promise you that you shall quickly become accustomed to it. Perhaps in time, you may even appreciate the manner in which our great champion expresses his beautiful soul towards everyone. I see. Do you know why the messenger of silence chose to accept my clan's request to mentor me? He does not appear to be a person that likes hanging out with others. The lieutenant shook her head. It is not in my place to answer your question. Our champion has his own motives, I am sure. I can tell you that this is not an obligation imposed by our ancient clan or certain other authorities. He wants to mentor you, if only for a relatively brief period. I can assure you of that. You cannot imagine the amount of Mech pilots that would kill to be in your place. It is a great honor for you to be chosen by him. Do not dishonor him by taking this opportunity too lightly, and do your best to fight with greater courage and skill to demonstrate that you have benefited from his tutelage. I shall do my best not to dishonor his teachings, Tusa earnestly said. Chapter 63, 12 The Messenger of Silence. The closer to the center of the third Rome, the less busy the interior of the capital ship became. The artworks became grander and more imposing, but the amount of Dostovsky crew members that moved around steadily dropped. That was not all. The noise levels gradually appeared to dim as they moved closer. This was not a result of the messenger of silence's impressively strong Saint Kingdom. As powerful as he may be once he interfaced with his famous ace Mech, it was impossible for him to radiate his willpower too far from his body outside of the cockpit. The only way this could change was if he had stepped on the road to no return and completed at least some of the unions between man and machine. All of this meant that the gradual reduction in ambient and background noise was a deliberate effect produced by the operators of this large fleet carrier. Behavioral restrictions, combined with technological sound dampening, gradually reduced the maximum amount of noise that people can make. The various ship systems that always produced constant hums or other persistent background noise began to fade as well. If St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson was not aware of all of the reasons why these changes happened, then he would have feared that he may actually be losing his hearing. Lieutenant Daria Dostovskaya's whole demeanor changed as well. Her posture became more rigid. Her behavior became more professional. She spoke more softly than before. "We are close," she literally whispered to Tusa. "We have no further special instructions to give you. Despite his acquired reputation, our great champion is not intolerant to different personalities. As long as you treat him with sincerity, he shall reciprocate. If it turns out your personality does not fit well with him, we can end this exchange program early and send you back to the Larkinson clan in advance." "That will not be necessary, I hope," Tusa whispered back. The two stopped before a well-armored gate that was completely closed shut at the moment. A squad of honor guards equipped with extremely high-tech suits of combat armor examined Tusa from top to bottom before clearing him to proceed. Not that Tusa had any realistic hope of harming a much more powerful ace pilot, but the necessary precautions had to be taken. The ace pilot residing in the chamber beyond this gate was one of the best chances for the Terran Alliance to spawn another god pilot. Absolutely nothing could go wrong for the messenger of silence. All of his requests had to be met unless they were clearly unrealistic, such as disbanding the Red Association. Since the messenger of silence felt like mentoring a fresh ace pilot all of a sudden, then the Dostovskys were happy to oblige. The young lieutenant no longer accompanied Tusa any further. She made a series of standard military hand signals that Tusa could easily interpret. "Very well. I shall speak normally if the messenger of silence does not dislike my voice. It is A's relief to hear that I am not obliged to follow this particular custom. No offense, but things have become too quiet for my liking." The silence had become disconcerting to Tusa. Places like these shouldn't sound so still and frozen. It was as if everyone aboard the third Rome was already dead, but only persisted in their duties due to the commands of a higher authority. The heavy reinforced gates slowly slid open. The mechanisms had been smoothened to such a point that they did not produce a single noise. As St. Tusa slowly passed through, he entered what appeared to be a monument to the dead. To put it in a less charitable fashion, Tusa felt as if he had stepped right in the middle of a large graveyard. It was downright macabre for him to enter into such a place of remembrance and contemplation. Certainly, it was not unusual for large fleet carriers and other military vessels to dedicate shrines or memorials to pay tribute to the honored dead that once served on the ships. But to dedicate so much internal real estate to build a huge graveyard in one of the most well-protected sections of the ship was something else. Tusa cautiously navigated through the graveyard. The low grass, the perfectly maintained traditional gravestones, and the utter silence all caused him to become metaphorically pressed by the dead. His domain field, as weak as it was without the amplification of his dark zephyr, could barely sense that there were real bodies buried beneath every gravestone. Not all of the coffins were filled with actual corpses. This was not a surprise, as many soldiers tended to die after getting blown up by Mech-grade or more recently warship-grade weapon systems. Regardless of whether the coffins were filled or not, each gravestone carried a strong weight of guilt and sentiment. These associations did not come from the objects themselves. Tusa could clearly tell that the messenger of silence spent so much time mourning the names on the gravestones that his willpower permanently reshaped the individual monuments. Once Tusa approached a central clearing, he finally caught sight of his target. Saint Isaiah Simovich Dostovsky did exactly what Tusa expected from a person who hung out in a graveyard. The peak ace pilot wore a black formal outfit that one would wear to funerals. The man showed none of the demeanor of a man who was just 4 steps away from ascending to godhood. The messenger of silence looked incredibly vulnerable as he stood in front of one of the many graves. Despite his strange appearance, Tusa did not feel as if the other ace pilot was weak or a pushover. The older ace pilot's willpower was much stronger. Much stronger. It was like the difference between a small moon and an enormous gas giant. Tusa even had the illusion that all it took was a single spark to ignite the gas giant and spawn a brand new star. Yet it was always the last few steps that hindered God pilot candidates the most. The messenger of silence had yet to step on the road to no return, and he must have his reasons for doing so. Outside pressure increasingly compelled him to begin the irreversible Mech-body merger process, but the powerful saint appeared to be resisting this life-changing decision for the time being. Once Tusa stopped at a respectful distance from the ace pilot, he could already feel his weaker willpower rubbing against the much more intense willpower of his mentor. The initial contact was not pleasant. It was never pleasant. The two may have left the cockpits of their mechs, but that did not mean that their saint kingdoms liked getting encroached upon. However, the collision between saint kingdoms was also one of the best ways for two unfamiliar ace pilots to quickly familiarize themselves with each other. In the span of a few seconds, Tusa almost became overtaken by the overwhelmingly strong emotions of his mentor. The overarching sensations of loss, regret, and mourning practically generated illusions in Tusa's mind that put him back to the fateful battlefield, where the Terrans suffered a devastating loss against the Rubarthans in one of the many territorial scuffles that used to take place in the old galaxy. Though the Terrans and the Rubarthans generally did not consider the battle to be significant enough, it was completely different for the messenger of silence. That single loss completely broke his confident and arrogant demeanor and turned him into the dour and constantly mourning champion he was today. There was another facet about the messenger of silence that disconcerted Tusa a lot. The meeting between domain fields also caused Tusa to perceive that the messenger of silence was locked in his own illusions. The Terran ace pilot was haunted by the dead. From the perspective of the messenger of silence, all of the lost Terran souls from that devastating defeat had latched onto Saint Isaiah Dostovsky and never gave him any rest. No wonder the man had become so obsessed with silence. Tusa realized that his mentor had been chasing after an escape from all of the tortured screams and recriminations from the ghosts that haunted his psyche. Soon enough, the illusions that briefly overwhelmed Tusa faded a bit. He knew that the messenger of silence must have gained a similar impression of him as well. Both automatically grew a little more familiar in each other's presence. As the younger and much weaker ace pilot among the two, Tusa placed his hand on his chest and made a moderate bow. "It is an honor to meet you, messenger. I am Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. The Larkinson clan has loaned me out to the Dostovsky ancient clan for a duration of 3 months, with the option to extend my stay multiple times. I am to fight on behalf of your ancient clan, in exchange for receiving your guidance and tutelage on how to fight as a first-class ace pilot on dangerous battlefields." A few moments of silence passed. It was incredibly eerie for Tusa to hear absolutely nothing aside from his own voice and breathing. He felt as if he had violated the sanctity of this temple by having the temerity to actually speak. He was sure he received an allowance for it, so he did not hold these thoughts for long. The messenger of silence eventually communicated with Tusa. He used his domain field, along with a few subtle gestures of his arm, to convey a surprisingly rich and precise meaning. Tusa relaxed. The worst outcome did not come to pass. The messenger of silence did not develop an instant dislike for the Larkinson ace pilot and reaffirmed his commitment to act as a mentor. The younger ace pilot bowed lower to express his earnest respect and gratitude. "Please instruct me. I am new to first-class Mech combat and fighting alongside other first-class forces. There is far too much for me to learn. I have tried to work on my shortcomings by reading numerous books and watching a lot of recent battle footage, but that is anything but enough to prepare me for the challenges ahead." The messenger of silence nodded. Tusa looked surprised. "Thank you. I was not aware that my application to be mentored held so much significance to you. I did not know that you have been haunted by ghosts on a constant basis for such a long time that you have been working so hard to get rid of them. Are you sure that you will be able to free yourself from your ghosts if you successfully manage to advance?" This was a deeply personal issue to St. Dostovsky. Personally, Tusa suspected that these ghosts did not exist in any reality. They were purely products of the ace pilot's disordered imagination. If this was the case, then ascending to godhood might not allow the messenger of silence to free himself from this psychological burden. He would just continue to get haunted by ghosts strong enough to torment god pilots, and wasn't that a frightening thought? Tusa kept these guesses to himself, though he knew that a powerhouse of St. Dostovsky's caliber must have picked up on it anyway. "I am not quite sure what I am supposed to learn from you, to be honest. Our skill sets and specializations are too far apart from each other. If I have to choose what I want to learn the most from you, it is your skill and ability to completely isolate powerful adversaries. My new ace mech has granted me a similar ability of sorts. While it works on completely different principles, I hope that you can help me become more proficient in its use so that I can unleash my greater potential much sooner than normal. I would love to show you what I can do with my ace mech. I have heard much about your famous abilities. I think I should experience it myself at least once." Chapter 63, 13 The Sharpest Knife. St. Tusa did not receive much instruction from the messenger of silence on the first day of their meeting. The latter was understandably a man of few words, very few words, hardly any words. Though the messenger of silence did not prohibit himself from communicating in a non-verbal manner, he was not the sort of saint that preferred to chat for hours on end. His vow of silence had caused him to become a lot more economical about how much time he spent on socializing. Tusa sort of understood why St. Dostovsky no longer talked as much. He could feel it through the contact between their respective domain fields. The man was haunted. The messenger of silence never enjoyed any peace. Since the fateful battle where he and his fellow Terran Mech pilots suffered a grave defeat against the Rubarthans, his dead comrades continually haunted Psyche with each waking hour. Not even breaking through and becoming more powerful helped to relieve him from the ghosts that tortured him on an unending basis. The apparitions were already dead, yet were filled with so much resentment that they never knew how to tire. How could any man remain sane after receiving pleas, insults, and blame from all of these ghosts? A normal human would have already committed suicide from all of this mental baggage. Yet the messenger of silence persevered. For decades, he carried a mountain of burdens on his shoulders. He remained silent in the hopes that his lack of engagement would not rile up the ghosts as much. However, the ultimate reason why he managed to maintain a semblance of his sanity and retain his lust for life was because he constantly polished his willpower against his ghosts. It was brilliant, really. Just like how Vest deliberately infected Tusa with his face water-infused blood, the messenger of silence constantly tested his mental endurance against the deceased comrades who constantly blamed him for living while they suffered the ultimate punishment. In other words, the messenger of silence actually turned his own psychological debilitation from a crippling affliction into a permanent growth boost. He turned his own haunting into an advantage. Almost no one in his position would have been able to do this. Only a man of extraordinary willpower as well as the absolute determination to make it right again could endure this ceaseless torment. This was why the messenger of silence was able to progress so quickly after his complete turnaround. He was only 109 years old at this time, which made him a lot younger than the typical peak ace pilot. Even the famous General Axeler Strion was a few decades older. However, there was a price for everything. The messenger of silence benefited enormously from his haunting. He was constantly under an invisible siege, so his willpower never enjoyed any rest and constantly grew stronger at an accelerated rate. Yet now that Saint Dostovsky had reached the limit of what his resonance strength could reach at this stage, the good times had passed. There was no direct benefit to any further haunting anymore. His resonance strength had reached a bottleneck and could not grow a single laver further. His haunting had turned into a pure disadvantage again. As strong as his willpower had become, the lack of progress for a long time gradually made him feel discouraged. How long could the messenger of silence endure his haunting and the prolonged stagnation of his growth? Tusa feared that this period may be a lot shorter for his new mentor than for other peak ace pilots. The Larkinson ace pilot felt quite concerned about this situation. He found it distressing that an ace pilot who was much more powerful than him suffered so much agony that he may actually not be able to hold out as long anymore. The messenger of silence was living on borrowed time. Sooner or later, he would be forced to step on the road to no return, or get drowned by the ghosts that would finally be able to drag him into their abyss. As St. Tusa exited the enormous graveyard compartment, he nodded to Lieutenant Daria Dostovskaya, who gestured for him to follow. The two quietly made their way out of the center of the third roam. They did not speak because they were still in the zone where creating any noise was apparently a taboo. Once they reached a more normal section of the fleet carrier, Lieutenant Daria finally dared to speak again. "You know, I do, I guess. We would appreciate it if you keep your thoughts about our great champion to yourself. It is not a secret of what our saint is enduring, but we prefer for our people to have an impression of him at his best, not the opposite." "That is understandable. Don't worry. My lips are sealed. I am not a tattletale." "Good. Let me lead you to your stateroom, where you will be staying for the foreseeable time. I will also lead you to the hangar bay, where your ace Mech is being serviced by your accompanying Mech technicians. I will then proceed to teach you a number of laws, protocols, and cultural customs that apply to our Brusilov fleet. We tend to do things differently from many other Mech forces. You do not have to abide by all of them, but you must be aware of what we do in order to prevent any misunderstandings when you fight alongside our Mech units later. Only then will you be permitted to sortie into battle." "Understood. I am eager to take the field as soon as possible. Please instruct me and teach me more about how to get along with the messenger of silence while you are at it. I could use all of the help that I can get." The young lieutenant smiled at Tusa. "That is good to hear." A few days went by as Tusa acclimated to the Brusilov fleet. It took a bit of time for the guest pilot to learn all of the rules. The Terrans were highly traditional, and the Dostovskys took that to a greater extreme. He became familiar with their communication protocols, as well as their general tactics and strategies. He memorized their table of organization and learned about many of their cultural customs. While it was nice for Tusa to become enlightened to a different culture, not much of it was useful to him. He was an ace pilot. His place in the battle order was already higher than that of the grunts. Many of the rules no longer applied to him, because he fought a lot better if he was able to act freely. The real point of all of this instruction was to gain enough familiarity with how the Brusilov fleet operated so that he would not get in its way during combat. To be honest, our Dostovsky ancient clan does not prefer to wage war all of the time. Lieutenant Darrier remarked to Tusa at one time. Many of us actually prefer to engage in more productive pursuits. Did you know that our ancient clan is famed for our arts and sciences? One of the reasons why our heritage has persisted for so long is because we are much better creators and destroyers. The latter can help us survive in periods where only violence holds sway, but it is the former that has allowed us to continually build on the foundation erected by our ancestors. Tusa swept his gaze across the compartment and admired the artistic carvings and paintings. The third Rome truly exemplified the Dostovskys' pursuit of the arts. I kind of understand what you mean. It is nice. Your ancient clan is not bad at all. I would have loved to grow up in it, but I already have it pretty good in the Larkinson clan. Every family had its strong points. Tusa hadn't stayed here for long, but he already noticed a few less pleasant aspects about the Dostovskys. He refrained from mentioning any of them to his hosts. He did not come here to critique and deconstruct their way of life. So, when will I be able to receive real instruction from the messenger of silence? Patience, Saint Tusa. Our great champion prefers to demonstrate in the field. The Juregs may have temporarily pulled back their forces from the new Cartagena system, but they will be back soon. They always will, for they cannot afford to give up on new Cartagena Roman 7F. In the meantime, you can deploy your Dark Zephyr into space and further familiarize yourself with the power of a first-class ace mech. It is best if you have a good grasp of your machine's new level of performance when you sortie with the messenger of silence. So that was what Tusa did. He brought out the Banisher edition of the Dark Zephyr for testing and practice, and quickly grew familiar with his living mech's upgraded features. He also experimented with the Banish resonating ability he gained after resonating with Erleman. There was always an asteroid belt around that offered an endless amount of disposable practice targets. The mech designers were right about its usage. Tusa found it easy to banish relatively small objects. At his current resonance strength and proficiency level, he was not able to do anything too impressive. It was easy enough for him to banish an unresisting asteroid that was roughly the size of his ace mech. He had to put in a lot more effort to do the same to an asteroid that was several times larger. He was unable to banish an asteroid that was 10 times larger than his own machine. Tusa tried to employ his Banish resonating ability in a different way by only disappearing a portion of that asteroid. His initial attempts failed numerous times. He tried to make it work, but always encountered resistance that was hard to overcome. He executed the resonating ability in different ways until he finally lucked out and managed to take a large bite out of the asteroid. It works. The temporarily displaced chunk of space rock only disappeared for half a second before coming back again, but the damage was already done. The Dark Zephyr effectively split the larger asteroid without employing any of his knives. Tusa did not really care that the banishment duration was a lot shorter than normal, since he invested a lot of energy into severing a portion of the asteroid away. The fact was that Tusa and his battle partner confirmed for themselves that Erleman had become a much larger and sharper knife for them than their handheld weapons. "Oh yes, I am so going to enjoy this new resonating ability," the upbeat Dark Zephyr crowed. "Nobody will ever accuse me for possessing the worst arsenal anymore." The living mech always appreciated a stronger weapon. The Dark Wind module had solved the Dark Zephyr's most acute offensive shortcoming, but it was not exactly a weapon that he could employ willy-nilly. The consumption of the Banish resonating ability was a lot more flexible. It could be extremely costly if Tusa tried to push it to the limit, but he could make repeated use of it as long as he paced himself. Saint Tusa and the Dark Zephyr only scratched the surface of what they were capable of. The ace pilot clearly felt that he was being limited by his resonance strength and lack of control. There was not much he could do about the former, but he could actively work on the latter through continuous practice and experimentation. "Let's see how much we can improve the way we banish different things," Tusa said in an upbeat tone. We need to be faster, more precise, and use up less willpower in the process. I feel as if I'm a Mech cadet interfacing with a training Mech for the first time again." The Mech designers hadn't been lying when they warned him that Erleman came with an insanely high learning curve. Tusa was only able to scratch the surface of the immense potential of this newly developed resonating material. After another day of basic practice and familiarization, the guest pilot finally learned of an important development. The Juregs were back, and they were on their way to mount an offensive on New Cartagena Roman II. Finally, Chapter 63, 14 Whispering Willow. The Juregs had only temporarily vacated their greater phase lords and other strategic assets from the New Cartagena system. They stayed away just long enough to confirm that the Light of Sol was no longer heading in their direction anymore. The god pilot tried to be as unpredictable as possible in where he showed up, but he could not afford to spend so much time on traveling when he could be demolishing alien armadas left and right. It was a constant game of cat and mouse. There were times where the Light of Sol managed to beat the predictions of his opponents and managed to slay greater phase lords that were originally used to hold back human senior ace pilots. There were other times where the Light of Sol arrived in a star system where the aliens only left a token force behind. The Red Cabal managed to fool the god pilot by projection convincing illusions, causing the local humans to feed false intelligence to the god pilot. The aliens were getting better at exploiting the limitations of god pilots. As invincible as they were in direct combat, they were very poor at long-distance power projection. God pilots and god mechs were so specialized in dominating the battlefield at the tactical level that they were not as helpful at the strategic level. At least the Rubarthans had it better. 2 roaming god pilots made it a lot harder for the native aliens to form their plan around. The Terrans unfortunately only had a single god pilot to rely upon, but they were not able to provide the best help because their intelligence apparatus delivered less than perfect results. However, none of that was relevant in the New Cartagena system. The Juregs absolutely were not attempting to pull off a bluff. Their motivations to recapture the star system was a matter of faith. They wanted their precious ocean moon back so badly that they immediately moved to attack as soon as they returned. The mood in the Brusilov fleet changed. The professional soldiers suspended their R&R and switched to a more serious and focused mindset. None of the first-class multipurpose Mech pilots were afraid. They endured huge amounts of pressure during their Mech cadet days, so they could easily endure the pressure of preparing for a battle against a powerful alien armada. The quantity of small craft and warships on both sides was not as much as Tusa expected. In a battle of this magnitude and importance, the Brusilov fleet only fielded 10,000 first-class multipurpose mechs, with other Mech forces fielding an additional 20,000 first-class multipurpose mechs. They were all high-quality mechs, at least. Aside from that, the various Mech forces also deployed a temporary defensive ring around New Cartagena Roman II, as well as tens of thousands of weaker and more specialized first-class mechs that provided assistance in various ways. The fleeters also maintained a relatively small squadron of warships, but they were mostly assigned to defend critically important strategic assets and would not engage the aliens proactively. They had declined to employ their starfighter corps in this star system. The message was very clear. The Terrans needed to solve their own problems. If they were unable or unwilling to do so, then they had no right to rule over the Terran alliance. The Dostovsky ancient clan may be renowned for producing many brilliant artists and scientists every generation, but it had not neglected the need to form a strong military corps. While the Dostovskys did not field a Mech army as large and expansive as the much more militant Strian ancient clan, but keeping their main military force relatively small enabled them to invest a lot more in raising the quality of their troops. What are the specialties of your Dostovsky mechs? Saint Tusa asked as he entered the cockpit of his ace Mech and corresponded with his liaison. Your ancient clan is big on high technology, so your machines must be equipped with exotic tech than what I have read in the basic information packages. Well, you should already know that the Mech units of our Brusilov fleet excel at melee combat, Lieutenant Daria Dostovskaya said over a private communication channel. Our most premier unit is the Cossack Lancer Battalion. The first-class multipurpose Mechs are adequate at attacking from range, but they are most noted for their ability to charge at their targets with their precious Tier 6 destroyer lances. Serving in this elite battalion is a highly coveted dream to many Terrans. Tusa slightly widened his eyes. Tier 6 destroyer weapons were nothing to scoff at. While it was not as extravagant as the Tier 3 destroyer spear that Vess had reserved for Rosa Orphan, the advantage of the Cossack Lancers was that they had so many of them. He could not think of many Mech units that could resist the charge of 500 destroyer lances at the same time. We have many other notable elite Mech units, but they do not require any hand-holding from you, Lieutenant Daria continued. We only wish for you to keep an eye on our Cossack Lancers and save them from an ambush if possible. The destroyer lances are priceless and irreplaceable. We are fortunate that we have managed to salvage every lance lost by fallen Mech so far, but we cannot retrieve them if the Juregs have struck them too hard. Our great champion excels at ranged takedowns, but we fear the aliens may be luring him to a trap if they use the Cossack Lancers as bait. I understand. I am much more suited to venture into perilous areas and deal with problems on site. At worst, I can slip away just as easily, Tusa readily said. This was the difference in specializations. As powerful as Saint Isaiah Dostovsky may be, he much preferred to solve his problems from a comfortable distance. He was much like Venerable Davia Stark in this regard. Tusa, on the other hand, liked to be in the thick of action. He hardly experienced any fear or hesitation when he sent his Mech right at the enemy. Of course, the new ace pilot realized that he needed to restrain himself this time. He was still new to first-class combat and was not entirely familiar with all of the crazy stuff that the enemy threw at the human defenders. As his dark Zephyr launched from the third Rome and floated above most of the first-class Mech units that dispersed in different directions, Saint Tusa and the others were waiting for the arrival of the native aliens, as well as the entry of the strongest combatant in the field. He is coming. Though Saint Tusa was also an ace pilot, his entry into the field hardly elicited any attention from the surrounding Terrans. His dark Zephyr may be an impressive piece of hardware, but it was small and not designed to grab people's attention. In fact, impregnating the Mech frame with Salu's gas dampened much of his emissions and made the machine less noticeable than before. Tusa did not radiate his Saint Kingdom at full strength, but even if he did, it wouldn't have amounted to much compared to what the defenders of New Cartagena witnessed in every major battle. A part of Tusa still felt insulted and belittled for being dismissed, as if he was just a faceless grunt. Those hard feelings instantly disappeared from the moment the Whispering Willow entered into space. It was as if everything around the famous Ace Mech went still. The Ace Mech that had been upgraded to the point where it had become eligible to transform into a god Mech was coated in pale white and nothing else. The legendary machine did not need any further markings or embellishments to signify its extreme lethality. Its mere presence was like the onset of a cold winter onto a helpless and unprepared army of belligerents. Soldiers armed with rifles and bayonets could defeat mortal enemy troops. The sight of the white Ace Mech became a lot more intimidating when it was accompanied by the strongest Saint Kingdom that Tusa had ever witnessed. Tusa had fought alongside Saint Calisandra Bujay many times as an expert pilot, and more recently an ace pilot in the expeditionary fleet. The hero of the exiled Bujay family was much older and had much more time to polish her willpower to the point where she grew into a senior ace pilot. However, the difference between a senior ace pilot and a true peak ace pilot was still vast. The former could already be regarded as a mainstay among ace pilots, but the latter had already started to diverge from the trappings of this rank. Tusa had heard that every peak ace pilot could already be treated as a preparatory god pilot. In this moment, he realized that those descriptions were not exaggerations. Peak ace pilots may be bottlenecked by the hard ceiling of their resonance strength, but there were still other ways they could develop their powers. In the case of the famous Messenger of Silence, the ace pilot clearly put much of his energy into refining and improving his Saint Kingdom. Its range, energy density, and the strength of conviction behind it was so much better than anything Tusa had witnessed. All of these quantitative improvements led to a qualitative transformation. Although it was still far short from reaching the standards of a genuine god kingdom, Tusa could clearly feel as if the Messenger of Silence had near absolute control of whatever took place inside his powerful domain. The Saint Kingdom complemented and amplified the performance of the Whispering Willow in a way that almost turned the ace Mech into a divine creation. The Messenger of Silence's willpower had become so strong that he was already replacing numerous physical laws with his own ones. Physics simply worked differently around machine because the ace pilot did not permit another outcome. The sheer amount of confidence and self-assurance required to manipulate reality to such an extensive degree impressed Tusa a lot. His own attempts to impose his own willpower onto reality was like a pale imitation in comparison. He is indeed a man of few words. Saint Tusa understood his mentor's preferred teaching method. Just by showing himself off, the Messenger of Silence already taught Tusa numerous lessons about willpower expression, practice targets, end goals, and more. The Whispering Willow lifted its famous primary weapon. Simply named Stella, the intimidating high-tech Gauss rifle possessed a muzzle velocity that was so damn high that the Messenger of Silence was actually able to reliably hit his targets millions of kilometers away. It was not too unusual for ace mechs armed with laser rifles or other energy weapons to accomplish this feat, but it was a different story for kinetic weapons. The Dostovskys must have invested a huge amount of research and materials into developing this unique weapon. The greatest advantage to sniping with a kinetic weapon was that it enabled the wielder to make use of specially developed projectiles. The Dostovskys' best scientists had developed numerous high-end Gauss rounds that perfectly synergized with the Messenger of Silence's skills and abilities. This turned the peak ace pilot into one of the deadliest long-ranged combatants of the Terran Alliance. However, the native aliens were no slouches either. In order to constrain the firepower of the Messenger of Silence and prevent him from wreaking havoc, the Juregs deployed their own formidable champions. We have detected the approach of 2 greater phase lords and 15 lesser phase lords. Identifying, confirmed. The Jureg Armada is led by the Diffraction Lord and the Biopod Mother. These were the 2 Juregs that had been confronting the Messenger of Silence for a while now. Either of them were difficult to deal with, but when the 2 worked together, they not only managed to contain the Whispering Willow, but also caused the Mech troops to bleed. The peak ace pilot and the 2 greater phase lords confronted each other enough times to grow familiar with what they could do. None of them had managed to kill each other so far, but they did manage to kill or inflict heavy injuries on lesser champions. Saint Tusa gulped. A battle involving the 2 powerful Jureg phase lords would definitely serve as a trial by fire to the new ace pilot. Chapter 63, 15 Jureg Assault. While the Juregs clearly wanted to wrestle control over the new Cartagena system by wresting away control over the second planet, they did not advance at their best speed. Their warships and carrier vessels slowed down and maintained their distance for the time being. The alien carriers began to launch remarkably large strike craft that the fleeters had already classified as gunships. Different from the much more common interceptors and increasingly more prevalent bombers, gunships tended to be larger craft that already began to take on a few trappings of warships. Jureg gunships preferred to exchange blows with enemies, trusting that their superior transphasic defenses and punishing kinetic weapons would cause them to outlast any direct contest. Naturally, the Jureg race only deployed their best and most expensive gunships in the new Cartagena system. Every large strike craft performed just low below a typical first-class multipurpose Mech. What they lacked in mobility and versatility, they made up for these shortcomings with superior attack weight, superior penetration capabilities, and superior defenses. Tusa couldn't imagine how much face water and other high-end resources the Juregs invested into these craft to build so much of them. While they were not abundant enough to defeat the human first-class multipurpose Mech alone, they provided excellent cover to their warships. The Juregs enjoy a head start on modern small craft development as they have always fielded armed aquatic submersibles. Lieutenant Darius spoke over a communication channel. Their initial strike craft were hastily converted from their existing submersibles, but they have since designed and produced dedicated gunships designed for space combat. Despite their formidable performance, St. Tusa still believed his Dark Zephyr could defeat them in the field with little effort. Their lack of mobility alone made them easily abusable by his ace light skirmisher. However, he had no expectation of wiping them out by the hundreds. There were just too much of them, and they were just hardy enough that his Dark Zephyr would have to expend a notable amount of power to eliminate every transphasic gunship. Do not be concerned. Our ranged Mechs may experience challenges when trying to whittle their numbers from a distance, but our melee Mechs can get past their defenses much easier by relying on their space suppression modules. Red Humanity's heavy reliance on space suppressors to even the scale was the entire reason why the native aliens attacked New Cartagena Roman II. The destructive mining of the crumbling planet was partially complete. It was too difficult to quickly break the planet up and sort out all of the cop from the regular junk. The more time the defenders bought, the more cop and subsequently first-class space suppressors became available. It was worth making a stand in the orbit of this dying planet. The first phase is beginning soon, the lieutenant said. The probing phase may drag on as both sides seek to test each other with long-ranged attacks and skirmishes at the flanks. Neither side was willing to commit too much as of yet. They mostly took pot shots at each other with their most effective long-ranged energy weapons. Most of the shots ended up missing due to the extreme range and lack of precision of the armaments, but the few strikes that ended up hitting stuff revealed lots of small details that could be of use in the later rounds. Both sides already had a pretty good idea of the performance of each other's hardware, but the probing attacks continued as the native aliens wanted to make sure there were not too many new and unexpected surprises. The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III Revision Roman II even had to spin out of the way and dance in space, as numerous Jureg warships had received orders to land an attack on the Ace Mech. None of the attacks ever landed, but that already told the aliens quite a lot. Their warships suspended their fruitless endeavors and directed their attention elsewhere. The Juregs may have recognized the silhouette and appearance of your Dark Zephyr. It is best to assume they know what your old self was capable of. They will expect to face a fast and highly maneuverable light Mech that cannot pose a significant threat against greater phase lords. Then they are working on outdated information. My Dark Zephyr has gained a powerful trick up his sleeve. Tusa grinned. He wanted to prove the intelligent crustacean race wrong. The Terran light Mechs were still multipurpose, but their armaments were pretty mild compared to their bigger and heavier counterparts. They lacked the raw attack power to quickly eliminate a lot of gunships, but they did their jobs when they obtained more detailed scan data of the enemy fleet composition. The probing attacks began to fall off after half an hour of exploration. The most exciting part of this phase was when the Terran light Mechs tested the flanks of the Jureg armada. Tusa wanted to be a part of them, but that was no longer feasible anymore. His Dark Zephyr was too far removed from these standard Mechs to blend in with the crowd. The Terran light Mechs were still multipurpose, but their armaments were pretty mild compared to their bigger and heavier counterparts. They lacked the raw attack power to quickly eliminate a lot of gunships, but they did their jobs when they obtained more detailed scan data of the enemy fleet composition. The command net began to bloom with greater details. Old ships got readily recognized, while new hulls received other markings. All in all, it appeared the Juregs did not carry too many surprises to this battlefield today. Careful! The Juregs like to employ one of several different strategies at this stage. They may choose to halt at this distance and bombard our forces from long range in an attempt to lure out our melee mechs. They may also choose to rush forward and launch an astronomical amount of missiles that will detonate among our lines just before the Jureg transphasic gunships and warships assail us with their heavy kinetic guns at a distance that makes it harder for them to miss. Tusa grunted. What do you expect to happen? What is my role? Our think tank predicts that there is a 73% probability that the Juregs intend to commit to a costly assault and attempt to close the distance on us. They shall fire many missiles into space, but hold them back until they can crash into our ranks. The fighting will be hectic, and both sides will suffer extensive casualties. This sounded like a critical battle. The outcome of this fight may very well determine how long New Cartagena remained in the Terran Alliance's hands. Tusa certainly got what he asked for when he requested a posting at a location that experienced heavy fighting. He just wished he enjoyed a week or two of training time so that he could optimize his new fighting style with his upgraded living mech. Most of the tactics and maneuvering does not concern you too much, Lieutenant Darius reminded him. Our forces can handle the onslaught of warships and transphasic gunships. What they cannot respond to are the two greater phase lords. The Diffraction Lord is able to perform an ability similar to one of your old ones. He is able to manipulate space and diffract signals in a manner that makes him, along with any other friendly assets in the vicinity, appear in over a dozen places at once. Shouldn't the Messenger of Silence be able to find the actual Diffraction Lord and snipe his giant shell? It is not as simple as it sounds. The Diffraction Lord is not only able to mask his presence well, but also employs a subtle form of teleportation that allows him to swap places to his decoys, thereby turning false into reality. In previous battles, we have learned that the Diffraction Lord cannot take too many allies with him as he teleports away, and he cannot use it too often. That is good to know. What about the biopod mother? Her body is much larger and more massive. Her personal fighting capabilities are mediocre, but she makes up for it by being able to spawn and launch many of her biopods. These are many small organic missiles that seek to bury into unshielded starship hulls and large structures. Once the biopods reach their destination, they will unleash terrible biomonsters that can feed off any people they catch and spawn more copies of themselves. While a biopod is individually weak, the biopod mother is so enormous that she can spawn millions of them without paying a significant price. I see. So the Diffraction Lord is covering for the biopod mother, is that it? Tusa asked. Yes. The Juregs are already notable for developing a large reliance on missile weapons, but if the biopod mother launches her own organic projectiles, then our point defenses will be stretched past their limits. Although the spores are unable to penetrate through energy shields, they are extremely debilitating to unshielded and vulnerable ships and structures. We once had to completely scuttle dozens of subcapital ships and 20 defensive installations in order to eliminate all of the spores left by the biopod mother's children. Has the Messenger of Silence ever managed to get close to killing the two greater phase lords? He has come close enough, but only when he was lucky enough to lock onto their real bodies. It is always uncertain whether he is targeting the real greater phase lords and whether the Diffraction Lord has secretly teleported himself and the biopod mother away. His intuition is strong, but it cannot avail him in this confrontation. Have you tried to send scout mechs or probes in their vicinity to feed more accurate and detailed sensor data to the Whispering Willow? We did, but few of our mechs can return unscathed. The two greater phase lords are also threatening at closer distances. This is where you come on, Saint Tusa. Wait, are these the reasons why you accepted me as your guest? You want me to play scout for the messenger of silence? It is true, Saint, Daria confirmed. You are not obliged to accept, but our great champion believes you may succeed where others have failed. Despite your lack of resonance strength and experience, evasion is one of your greatest strengths, and your ace mech is much more modern and equipped with notable high technologies. Your Dark Zephyr is not only alive, but also an archimech as well as a masterwork mech. With all of these qualifications, the Messenger of Silence at least expects you to be able to withdraw safely if you find yourself outmatched and overwhelmed. Saint Tusa felt burdened by pressure. He had his misgivings about taking an Arc-style risk by diving headfirst into the two greater phase lords without sufficient preparation, but he understood the necessity of this assignment. The native aliens were playing for keeps, and new Cartagena Roman II may very well slip out of Terran hands if he did not make enough contributions in this battle. As Tusa tried to weigh his decision as rationally as possible, he felt the approach and change of aura from the Whispering Willow. The Messenger of Silence understood Tusa's concerns, but reassured him. The peak ace pilot would do his best to cover the Dark Zephyr from the rear. Somehow, the absolute confidence, along with the earnest trust and expectation conveyed by the mute ace pilot, reassured Tusa. He was not alone in this. With one of the most powerful ace pilots covering his back, Tusa gained a margin of error that vastly increased his chances of making it back alive and unharmed. Saint Tusa remembered that he was not strictly fighting for himself or the Larkinson clan anymore. He was also fighting for the good of red humanity as a whole. The greatest human heroes needed to step up and do more in order to help their race survive. If Tusa did not possess the courage and altruism to act in a similar fashion, then he had no right to regard himself as one of those great heroes. This was not conducive to his growth. Thank you, Saint Dostovsky. You have taught me another lesson. Saint Tusa slowly began to accelerate his Dark Zephyr forward in preparation for a risky assignment. Although his mission sounded dangerous, it was more than worth it in his opinion. The synergy between a marksman mech and a light skirmisher was high. Tusa believed he could accomplish even greater feats if he was able to team up with the Messenger of Silence. Chapter 63, 16 Aquipin Technology. The battle between the Terran defenders and the Jureg invaders was a precious moment for Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. He received the privilege of how some of the best forces on both sides waged war at their highest level. What struck Tusa first was that neither side sustained much damage at first. In the battles involving second-class forces, it was rather typical for warships, defensive installations, and in certain cases small craft to blow up or limp away with heavy battle damage. The existence of Azure energy shields and other forms of energy shielding mitigated this problem somewhat, but they were not excessively strong, especially for human mech forces that struggled to source more face water. This meant that it generally took less attacks to overcome energy barriers and inflict material damage. Battles taking place in the middle zones tended to be quite destructive. The weapons were fairly powerful, and both sides fielded a lot of assets. The constant pressure exerted by the alien invaders tested red humanity's strength in salvage, recovery, and reconstruction operations. Battles in the upper zones tended to progress significantly slower when neither side had managed to close in on each other. The weapons wielded by both sides were certainly much more powerful. The primary armaments of the premier Jureg warships were brutal. Many of their guns began to assail the defensive installations of the temporary defensive ring built around New Cartagena Roman II, as they were the most static and easy-to-hit targets. Yet it was exactly because of their stationary nature that the defensive ring possessed stronger and more formidable Azure energy shields. Tusa was amazed by the awesome damage inflicted by the enemy warships. The Juregs were no strangers to energy weapons, but they overwhelmingly preferred to make use of kinetic and missile armaments. The enemy vessels had yet to resort to their devastating missile armaments, but the alien equivalent to Gauss cannons were already doing a lot of damage. The primary guns on those Jureg warships were particularly impressive. The modern transphasic water hypergauss cannons shot large and powerful transphasic rounds that did more than impact the Azure energy shields protecting the human defensive installations. They actually managed to partially sink into the Azure energy shields before finally stopping. Repeated hits on the same Azure energy shield not only caused the barrier to weaken at an accelerated rate, but also allowed the enemy transphasic rounds to sink deeper and deeper into the shields. The effect was incredibly strange to see, as Tusa had never witnessed such an effect before. "I see," Lieutenant Daria Dostovskaya noted with a grim voice. "We have received 95% confirmation that the Juregs intend to fully commit their troops to this assault. Normally, they do not make use of their aquapan rounds due to their cost and scarcity. For the Juregs to bring them out this time shows they intend to break our defense of New Cartagena Roman II by the end of this day. The aliens are prepared to suffer significant losses in the process, but their gambit will pay off as long as they can take control of this planet and the surrounding orbit. The rich salvage they can harvest from this area will more than make up for their losses." That was another aspect that became a lot more important in first-class warfare. The tech and materials used by both sides in the upper zones were leagues more valuable than in the middle and lower zones. The proportion of face water used in the construction of all of the hardware was considerably higher on average. A first-class weapon and a second-class weapon could both possess transphasic properties, but this description alone did not make any distinction on how much face water had been used to augment the penetration power of both armaments. On average, both sides like to employ as much as 10 times more face water for a craft of the same size. One of the main reasons why face water was so scarce in the open market was because the big players spent too much of it on amplifying the combat power of their main forces. They had no choice. If the humans did not invest so much face water in their mechs, starships, and orbital defenses, their assets would crumble far too quickly, causing them to suffer too much attrition and ceding too many star systems to their foes. Yet no matter how much face water the humans pumped into their military assets, the aliens always managed to beat them on this front. What was worse was that the native aliens worked with face water for so long that they developed a myriad of unique proprietary technologies. Tusa had recently been briefed on one of the Jureg's signature technologies. Aquapan technology is the development of special kinetic rounds that integrate face water in a weird way that helps them get past transphasic energy shields much easier, correct? Yes, Saint. The Juregs have also recently updated their signature tech with hyper technology, so they are also capable of penetrating Azure energy shields with relative ease. The notable effectiveness of aquapan rounds is one of the other reasons why the Juregs have developed a love for kinetic armaments. Since this aquapan technology is so absurdly effective, why haven't we figured out the secret to making them? We could make good use of these aquapan rounds. Not necessarily, Lieutenant Daria disagreed. The Juregs have managed to protect the working principles of this technology as well as their special production method for many years. The Pulmers are especially greedy for this alien tech, yet they never succeeded in stealing it. Our human agents are also unable to achieve better results. The main reason for these results is that the Juregs place their most important research labs and production facilities deep underwater. Their aquatic detection methods are unparalleled, so they always catch infiltrators before they can reach their target destinations. That sounded interesting, but it was not too relevant to Tusa. All he needed to know was that the Juregs possessed hard-hitting kinetic rounds that could penetrate Azure energy shields with much greater ease. He was already witnessing this, as the various defensive platforms and orbital space fortresses started to incur real damage to their exteriors. The Aquapan rounds fired by the distant enemy warships sank all the way through the weakened Azure energy shields, not caring that the barriers were still active for the most part. This was game-changing technology that made every form of energy protection a lot less effective than before. Fortunately, the physical defenses of the artificial satellites under siege were also fairly impressive. High-grade alloys managed to hold together and dampen and disperse the transference of excessive kinetic energies. Only parts of the defensive installations crumbled to pieces with every hit. Directional boosters also came online and began to spin the cumbersome defensive stations. This allowed them to make their damaged sections untargetable while presenting their undamaged exteriors to the enemy guns. Even so, the defensive ring still started to take a toll from all of the kinetic bombardment. Aquapan rounds were difficult and expensive to produce, but the Juregs showed no hesitation when it came to expending their limited stock of their special ammunition. St. Tusa could feel the ebb and flow of the battle shifting as a response to this development. The Juregs became even more motivated than before. Not only were they fighting directly under the command of two of their most senior gods, but they were also crumbling the formidable enemy defensive ring with blessed ammunition. The Terran defenders, on the other hand, settled in for a bloodier and more gruesome fight than usual. They understood the significance of Aquapan rounds quite well and knew that the Juregs would not back off so easily this time. Nonetheless, the proud and professional Terran soldiers did not grow discouraged from this. They were accustomed to dealing with pressure since their academy days and fought many prior battles in the short but intensive Red War. The thought that hung in the back of everyone's minds was that heroes were usually born in battles like these. The stakes were high, the enemies were formidable, and the agency of standard Mech pilots was very small. Only by stepping up and breaking through would they gain the power to tilt the balance in their favor. There were circumstances where the presence of powerful expert pilots and ace pilots depressed this feeling of urgency, but Tusa did not observe this situation from the Terrans. As powerful as the messenger of silence may be, not even he could single-handedly fight off a powerful first-class Jureg armada, especially when it was led by two tricky greater phase lords. Our vanguard Mech units are beginning to clash against the first wave of Jureg gunships. A deathly dance ensued in the center and the flanks as thousands of first-class multipurpose Mechs and Jureg transphasic gunships began to dance and fight against each other. Both sides suffered much greater material losses as the craft did not hold back in their attempts to take each other down. The melee Mechs generally held an advantage when they got close and utilized their transphasic space suppressors to weaken the performance of the transphasic gunships. It did not help that the gunships were quite slow and less maneuverable, so they could not play any cat-and-mouse games with the human Mechs. What they did have were superior defenses and powerful armaments. Their guns struck at the Terran melee Mechs and pummeled their defenses in turn. The more powerful Azure energy shields protecting the Jureg gunships lost much of their face water amplification, but their base performance was still good enough to buy valuable seconds, enabling them to pummel more Mechs and keeping them occupied a little longer before they inevitably fell. While the Terran Mechs also possessed a large variety of integrated ranged weapons that enabled them to harass their enemies from a distance, the gunships carried larger and more powerful guns that gave them a distinct advantage in ranged combat. Their transphasic hyperkinetic guns might not be loaded with Aquapan rounds, but the penetrating ammunition still succeeded in rapidly weakening the energy defenses of the attacking Mechs. More and more first-class multipurpose Mechs and powerful transphasic gunships fell. Their wreckage formed an increasingly more expansive debris field that promised the winner of this battle the right to salvage materials worth trillions of MTA credits or more. "When do I get to move?" Tusa asked, as he grew increasingly more excited due to all of the fighting. My battle partner and I are itching to move forward and do something useful. We are not made to remain on standby all of this time. The guest pilot expected to be told that he needed to stay put and wait for the right moment, as if this was a grand game of chess. Instead, he received a more palatable instruction. You have permission to enter the battlefield in earnest, Saint. The messenger of silence hopes that you can circle around and approach the diffraction lord and the biopod mother as much as possible without attracting attention. The strange alloy used to construct your dark Zephyr is noticeably more difficult to detect and track than usual. If you adopt a stealth-air approach, you may just be able to sneak in. Our Mech forces will coordinate with your movements as best as possible by directing more firepower along your approximate route. This will generate more local interference that will make it harder to distinguish your Ace Mech's energy signature from all of the noise. That was quite an inventive, if somewhat risky, plan. Saint Tusa grinned. I like it, but I do not think I can get too close without eventually getting spotted. My Dark Zephyr is still an Ace Mech at the end of the day. It is impossible for the native aliens to completely overlook my machine. We have a solution for that. To be more precise, our great champion can increase your infiltration chances. You need to retract your Saint Kingdom and lower your resistance to his willpower first. Venerable Tusa already had an inkling of what would happen next. He tried his best to withdraw his Saint Kingdom and offer as little resistance as possible. It wouldn't have mattered too much, because he suddenly felt the messenger of silence's domain imposing itself onto his Ace Mech. Mirage. The Terran hero's willpower was so much stronger and more ominous that Tusa immediately felt as if he had entered into a zone of absolute silence and stillness. Then, the pressure had suddenly disappeared. What did not go away was the stillness effect. Tusa instinctively understood that the messenger of silence had somehow imbued a part of his power onto the Dark Zephyr, causing its emissions to become a lot more dampened than before. It was as if the Ace Light Skirmisher received a free cloaking effect. It was not perfect, especially when the Dark Zephyr started to put up more distance from the Whispering Willow, but the temporary beneficial effect stacked nicely with the effect produced by Salu's gas and other measures. Saint Tusa suddenly became a lot more confident about his ability to sneak up on the two greater phase lords. Chapter 63, 17 An Image with Feeling. The battle raged on as the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III Revision 2 quietly slipped away. The large and formidable Jureg warships were still pummeling the defensive ring with their primary armaments. Their excellent sieging capabilities and their willingness to empty out their reserves of aquapan rounds meant that the defensive works were crumbling far faster than usual. Defensive installations worth as much as second-class capital ships or more were crumbling in droves. Large orbital space fortresses started to launch evacuation pods and shuttles, as the highly trained station operators needed to be brought away before the large structures collapsed in their entirety. Expensive first-class multipurpose mechs started to fall at an increasing rate. The enemy gunships predominantly fired transphasic rounds that shred through the Azure energy shields of the first-class multipurpose mechs with much greater ease. On occasion, the gunships also launched their short-ranged but highly destructive transphasic missiles at a vulnerable prey, thereby preventing many damaged first-class multipurpose mechs from returning to the rear with their mech frames intact. Though the gunships only carried a limited complement of missiles, as long as they still had them, their lethality temporarily surpassed that of the powerful mechs they were fighting against. Of course, the Terrans were not letting the gunships shoot down their machines with impunity. A large proportion of first-class multipurpose mechs fearlessly weathered the storm and closed in on their targets, utilizing their superior mobility to quickly gang up on many gunships with at least 3 machines. The first-class multipurpose mechs relied heavily on their excellent space suppressors to weaken the gunship's defensive and offensive properties. thereby not only reducing the threat level of the heavy alien strike craft, but also soften up their defenses so that they could be taken down quicker. The asymmetrical matchup between mechs and gunships led to a lot of tragedies and feats of heroism. The Jureg gunship pilots fought and died without any fear or remorse, and the Terran pilots did not show any intention to back down unless instructed otherwise. As the cauldron of war and death continued to expand from the center of the battlefield, nobody seemed to pay any further attention to a new first-class ace light skirmisher that had recently joined the clan. This shouldn't have happened. Ace mechs were too obvious, especially since they were surrounded by their own saint kingdoms that were very easy to detect. Although Tusa managed to retract his saint kingdom, this was not a feat that he could pull off to perfection. Saints bore their hearts and will to the entire universe and openly declared their existence. It went against their nature to withdraw themselves to such an extent. Yet somehow, the messenger of silence managed to turn his dark Zephyr into the most unassuming mech on the battlefield. It was impossible. It was a contradiction. It was a paradox. How could an ace mech suddenly become no more interesting than a random piece of debris floating around in space? Saint Tusa knew why, because he was personally being subjected to the effect. The messenger of silence demonstrated several impressive feats at once. First, he separated a part of his willpower and imposed it onto the dark Zephyr, completely overcoming the resistance of Tusa's own willpower. The disparity in strength between them was so great that Saint Tusa couldn't even muster up the thought of resisting. Of course, it helped that he did not consider the messenger of silence to be hostile. It was still scary that the peak ace pilot managed to overcome the instinctual defenses of another ace pilot. Tusa could see how useful it is to master the method to imbue a part of his willpower and saint kingdom onto external objects. But this was an advanced subject that demanded much greater resonance strength, as well as the right application of technique. His eyes were already opened, though. He was confident he would be able to master a rudimentary form of this method sooner rather than later. Another feat that the messenger of silence demonstrated was the ability to rewrite reality to a much more extensive degree than directly applying willpower. For when the messenger of silence applied his mirage ability onto the dark Zephyr, Saint Tusa became directly exposed to the more powerful saint's willpower, and also his technique. Saint Dostovsky did not hide the mechanics of the technique behind his mirage ability. He deliberately exposed it to Tusa as a gift. Not that it would have hurt him all that much if his enemies knew how it worked. Only he was able to perform this particular technique. Knowing how it worked helped little because it could only be overcome by defeating his willpower, which was a tall order. There was not much that Tusa could understand or learn from the powerful saint's mirage ability. It relied on concepts that were entirely foreign to him. They could even be described as his antithesis. What Tusa found most valuable about getting a good feel for the mirage ability was the more general methods and applications demonstrated by the messenger of silence. The saint managed to strengthen and broaden his ability to form a field of silence by channeling it through a very strong, defined image. Tusa almost did not feel as if he was flying away from the orbit of New Cartagena at the moment. If he stopped paying attention with his normal senses and started to listen to his other senses, then he had the illusion that he was walking through the graveyard that he visited during his first meeting with the messenger of silence. A shout of absolute silence surrounded him as his passage did nothing to disturb the rest of the honored dead. The messenger of silence essentially framed his mirage ability as a solemn visit to a graveyard. He somehow managed to transform his repeated devotion to the dead and his earnest tending of the graves of his fallen Terran comrades into a strong image, one that, when infused with enough willpower, became strong enough to substitute real with false. It was as if Saint Dostovsky literally replaced the reality in and around the dark Zephyr with the reality depicted in his image. This was not an ability that normal ace pilots could replicate, especially when applied outside of their saint kingdoms. A technique of this magnitude already crossed into the territory of a god pilot. There was no way that Tusa could replicate the power and splendor of the Mirage ability. Even so, Tusa highly valued this silent lesson. He not only learned the direction where he should develop his own unique abilities, but also learned of the importance of building up strong images that could serve as excellent conduits of his willpower. He recalled Vess mentioning something about artistic conceptions in the past. This must be what he meant. Tusa wanted to experiment with it right away. He believed that if he worked together with his companion spirit Blackwing, he could obscure his dark Zephyr even further. He refrained from doing so, however. His living Mech was currently covered by the Messenger of Silence's strong Mirage ability. His willpower could not coexist in the same space as that of another saint. Reasserting his own saint kingdom meant displacing the current effect. That was not conducive to his goals. The Mirage ability was too useful, especially for an ace pilot like Saint Tusa, who enjoyed being subtle at times. When paired with the effects of Salu's gas, as well as limiting the energy consumption of his machine, the combination with the Mirage ability resulted in an ace Mech that both human and alien forces magically dismissed as a damaged piece of cannon fodder that strayed from his unit, or whatever. The native aliens could easily shoot down the errant Mech, but it posed very little threat on its own. They all had more higher priority targets to deal with, so none of them spared any attention to the very subtle ace Mech. What amazed Tusa even more was that even automated systems dismissed the threat posed by the Dark Zephyr. He would have thought that his ace Mech would have tripped a few hundred alarms and attracted the automated fire of numerous warship gun batteries by now. Yet the alien programming seemed to get fooled as well, which emphasized the techniques utilized by the Messenger of Silence even more. The peak ace pilot imposed a change in reality that reached the conceptual level. The changes weren't illusionary at all. Reality had truly changed, if only for as long as the powerful saint's willpower remained active. Time passed by. More and more humans and aliens got killed. The leading figures of both sides made no moves, though. Neither the Whispering Winter nor the pair of Greater Phase Lords took action in person. Part of that was to allow their general troops to do their jobs and consume their opponents as much as possible. Another part of it was that the side that moved the first in a high-level confrontation usually suffered a penalty. Unless the battle had reached a late phase, or unless one of the sides could not stave off defeat by itself, then that was the time for the big boys to get into play. This was why sending the Dark Zephyr ahead so early was such a brilliant move. If Saint Tusa and his battle partner could successfully approach the two Greater Phase Lords without getting detected, then that could enable him and the Messenger of Silence to gain the initiative by launching a surprise attack. Normally, making the first move was a bad idea, but this did not apply to successful surprise attacks. The emphasis was on surprise. As the Dark Zephyr slowly circled around and used the increasing interference as well as random pieces of floating debris as cover, the ace Mech actually managed to get close. It would only take another minute before the Dark Zephyr reached his target position. The only problem was that there was not a single target position per se. In order to guard against a sudden sniping attack from the Whispering Willow, the Diffraction Lord had already employed his signature ability to project multiple mirror images of himself and the Biopod Mother across a large line. There were enough kilometers separating every identical mirror image from each other that the Dark Zephyr had to get close to each individual one in order to allow his sensors to distinguish between truth or false. The Diffraction Lord's power over this illusionary ability was so good that he and his fellow Greater Phase Lord could be anywhere, even at the extreme end of the line of mirror images. What was worse was that he could also swap himself and the Biopod Mother to their illusionary counterparts without generating any obvious activity, thereby causing Tusa to declare a false positive. The best way to prevent that and give the messenger of silence a solid target to shoot with his Stella was to get close and activate the Dark Zephyr's new space suppressor to stop or delay any attempt to teleport away. The Larkinson expert pilot's expression went grave. That also meant exposing his Dark Zephyr, which would certainly draw the ire of two very angry and very close Greater Phase lords. Tusa smirked. Challenge accepted. Even though he was well aware that he was taking on an Arc-style challenge, there was a huge difference between himself and General Arc. He was an ace pilot, a fresh one, but a genuine ace pilot nonetheless. There was also another difference that gave Tusa greater confidence in his next move. The messenger of silence was a far better and more reliable form of backup than Patriarch Reginald Cross. St. Dostovsky wouldn't have sent the Dark Zephyr forward if he was unable to provide support at such a large distance. This situation was almost ideal for the peak ace pilot. The Whispering Willow remained safely in the rear and was not at risk. The Dark Zephyr not only acted as its forward scout, but also served as a lightning rod of attraction that was bound to distract the two Greater Phase lords. Chapter 63, 18 Tusa the Scout. St. Tusa understood his role well. It was not his job to land the killing blow this time. He was not expected to do any damage in the first place. His only job was to keep his ace Mech alive as best as possible while attracting the attention of the Diffraction Lord and the Biopod Mother. This was not a debut where he needed to play the main protagonist of the show. He was supposed to fulfill his role as a side character and create opportunities for the real hero to save the day. St. Tusa completely accepted his role. There was a time and place where he could play the hero of his own story, but that day was not today. He had fully accepted that he was the student while St. Dostovsky was the master. Soon enough, the master was about to showcase what he was truly capable of. The Mirage ability was just the tip of the iceberg. Tusa grew more and more excited at the prospect of witnessing the power of a peak ace pilot up close. He needed to do this right. He had become more and more careful about controlling the movements of his Dark Zephyr. He was banking hard on the Salu's gas treatment to dampen his machine's emissions as much as possible. The properties of Salu's gas were so comprehensive that they were even able to fool the intuition of expert pilots. Tusa hoped that it would also help to fool the senses of the two Greater Phase lords. Together with the Mirage effect, the ace pilot dared to get closer to the unsuspecting alien leaders. The Dark Zephyr lazily followed a trajectory that just so happened to bring the machine close enough to get a closer look at all of the mirror images of the two Greater Phase lords. Tusa paid close attention to the sensor systems of his machine. He was pretty sure that the Mirage ability could also help to discern true from false now that the Dark Zephyr had come so close to the main targets, but he would rather confirm the results himself. That became more problematic than he expected when he noted that the sensor systems produced the exact same readings of two adjacent mirror images. One of them could be real, or both of them could be false. Whatever the case, the modern and up-to-date passive sensor systems couldn't determine whether there was any difference. The only way to obtain more definite results was to get a lot closer or to turn on the active sensor systems. Neither of these two options were ideal. Getting too close was too egregious a disruption. Turning on active sensor systems would light up his machine and amplify outgoing emissions. Tusa suddenly paused. He had other ways to discern true from false. He silently communicated with his battle partner. He did not dare to whisper his request, as any noise might break the mirage. The Dark Zephyr understood his request and began to act accordingly. A living Mech, especially a third-order one, was partially a spiritual life form. The Dark Zephyr possessed extraordinary senses of his own and could detect other spirits. He was also able to detect other life forms, though his life detection ability was nowhere near as strong as that of the Evertshanger. Even so, the Dark Zephyr was no slouch, having absorbed the willpower baptism of a genuine ace pilot. That provided the living Mech with a qualitative boost that sharpened his senses just enough to make this plan viable. Through the man-machine connection, Tusa patiently borrowed his battle partner's senses and tried to perceive the presence of life. It should be quite easy to detect the lives of two greater phase lords. Their bodies were enormous, which meant they were filled with so much vitality that it was impossible to miss them at this distance. The problem was that every mirror image conveyed life. The mirror image was the product of warped perception, which meant that what people could observe was not necessarily false. It was not until the dark Zephyr swung by the 8 mirror images in a row that Tusa just knew he managed to find the real deal. His eyebrows rose with excitement as he detected a subtle difference that could not be perceived up close. From the senses of his dark Zephyr, there was a minute change in alignment in how he perceived the strong life energies of the two greater phase lords. It was like how a straight rod suddenly became crooked if the bottom half was submerged underwater, but the effect was a bit subtler than that. Tusa and his battle partner could have easily missed it if they were not paying so much attention to any fluctuations in the perception of life energies. Tusa did not need to spend any further time on confirmation. Now that his dark Zephyr had gathered a strong clue, his intuition filled in the rest. This was the right set. His ace Mech did not drift close to another mirror image. The machine had come close to their actual bodies. At this time, the pair of greater phase lords had yet to unfold their true bodies to their greatest sizes. This spoke of a lack of alertness that seemed encouraging. The aliens should not have noticed that one of the human ace Mech had quietly entered into their midst. Tusa's job was not yet done. One of the other reasons why the Jureg phase lords managed to stay unharmed so long, despite confronting the messenger of silence, was because the diffraction lord still had a trick up his sleeve. As soon as the greater phase lord recognized that his real body's position had become exposed, he would definitely displace himself to the coordinates of one of his mirror images. He would do the same for the biopod mother as well. The Larkinson ace pilot took a deep but silent breath. He needed to bring his dark Zephyr close and activate his space suppressor at full strength to inhibit the diffraction lord's evacuation. There was no way for him and his ace Mech to hide anymore. They would have to expose themselves fully to the strongest phase lords in the star system, ones that clashed against the messenger of silence multiple times and came away with light damage. Tusa would be lying if he claimed he was fearless. Yet, his heart sang louder, and his mood became more pumped. This was what he wanted to do the most. He wanted to approach a pair of formidable enemies and prove their complete inability to capture or harm him in any way. Tusa felt as if this would test his courage as well as his ideals. He wanted to prove that he could remain free even when his adversaries in the field tried their best to inhibit his movements. Ha, Tusa laughed as he broke the spell of silence around him with his willpower. Freedom is most precious when it is hard-fought. The mirage ability whisked away as if it never existed. The illusions of graveyards and paying respects to the gravestones faded away, causing the dark Zephyr to become a bit more noticeable than before. Chip. Salu's gas impregnation or not, the diffraction lord and the biopod monsters could not possibly miss the fact that one of the powerful human ace Mechs had come terrifyingly close to their current positions, all without tripping any alarms. Before the diffraction lord could even think of performing his handy mirror image swap technique, the blazingly fast dark Zephyr had already reached their midst and activated his space suppressor at full power. Blackwing, pump as much true resonance into it as you can. Chip. Tusa had already sent his companion spirit to the relatively small space suppression module. This helped to channel more willpower into the recently developed part, thereby further amplifying its performance beyond its ordinary limits. The effect was pretty good. Fresh ace pilot or not, Tusa and his dark Zephyr was just powerful enough to stall the diffraction lord's effort to teleport away. It had been close. If the dark Zephyr was not so damn fast, the greater phase lord would have already disappeared. "You dry mammal, what have you done?" Tusa did not listen to the translated speech of the angry Jureg phase lord at all. He was doing his best to keep his dark Zephyr close, while also evading the quick retaliation of both phase lords. The Diffraction Lord swung out dozens of concentrated spatial blades that were reinforced enough to endure the space suppression field. The biopod mother extended hundreds of needle-like nozzles from her body and fired small plasma bolts that saturated the immediate space around the greater phase lord. Tusa had to work extremely hard and push the Dark Zephyr's speed and maneuverability to their limits in order to evade every single attack. The spatial blades were relatively easy to evade, but the small plasma bolts were much harder to dodge since so many of them had fired in the Ace Mech's direction. The Dark Zephyr only managed to gain a small reprieve by putting the Diffraction Lord's bulky body in the way. This was not ideal, as the biopod mother was no longer as affected by the space suppression field anymore. The alien took advantage of that by distancing herself from the Dark Zephyr, while at the same time unfolding her true body. The Diffraction Lord was able to overcome the space suppression field to unfold his true body as well, but the rate of progress was slower. This left the latter in an awkward situation, as he needed to unfold his true body in order to unleash his full might. Just as the Diffraction Lord attempted to pull the Dark Zephyr into an illusionary cage that should keep the Ace Mech busy, the Greater Phase Lord suddenly felt as if his body had become frozen. There was no sound in space, but at this point, the Jureg Phase Lord felt as if sound had become completely forbidden inside and outside his body. A sense of deep paralysis began to affect the exterior of his half-unfolded body. The effect had trouble reaching into the vast center of the Phase Lord's form, but the current effect was already alarming enough. The Greater Phase Lord's thinking slowed. His body became less responsive. A sudden burst of pain originated from the front of his shell, but why did he feel this way? The Diffraction Lord belatedly realized that the Whispering Willow had already taken advantage of an opening and fired a shot from his Stella. Silence. The passage of the custom-developed Gauss round was completely silent and virtually undetectable. It projected a very strong resonance-empowered energy field that spread a sense of silence and paralysis that strangely brought peace. Yet that was exactly the opposite of what the Diffraction Lord needed. Under the messenger of silence's domineering influence, the Diffraction Lord suffered error after error. The passage of the enemy projectile was undetectable. The pain generated by the penetrating round did not register until it was too late. The enforced calmness and paralysis was making him far too complacent, despite getting struck by a life-threatening attack. For whatever reason, the Diffraction Lord suddenly had an illusion that he was back in his infant days, where he was at the mercy of any larger predator. He should have felt much more alarmed about this, but the aforementioned effects kept him pinned and complacent even as the round punched through the Phase Lord's hard shell and proceeded to penetrate through multiple precious face-water organs. The Greater Phase Lord wanted to scream his rage and suffering, but the unnatural silence enforced onto the alien leader prevented him from making himself heard. Eventually, the powerful round fired by the Whispering Willow managed to penetrate through an unknown number of vital face-water organs before colliding against the shell at the opposite side before halting. The damage was bad. The Diffraction Lord already looked as if he had become partially crippled. Even if the Greater Phase Lord still retained access to his abilities, they were not as strong as before. This was excellent news to the Messenger of Silence, as a weakened prey presented much more openings to his hungry Stella. The Whispering Willow minutely adjusted the aim of its formidable marksman rifle and proceeded to fire another scary projectile. Suffer. By the time the Diffraction Lord got struck by the second round, he suddenly went from paralysis and muted sensations to an overload of suffering. The screams are too much. Ghosts haunted the Greater Phase Lord's unprepared psyche. Chapter 63. 19 free flight. All of the waiting, preparation, and setup had given way to action. From the moment the Dark Zephyr detected and confirmed the coordinates of the actual Greater Phase Lords, the Ace Light Skirmisher, along with the much more powerful Ace Marksman Mech, stationed in the rear, exploded into action and managed to land the first true blow against the Diffraction Lord. Among the Jureg Phase Lords, the Diffraction Lord had long built up a reputation for being nearly impossible to injure. As his translated title suggested, he excelled at making himself appear elsewhere than his true location. Many enemies who attempted to attack him from a distance or tried to approach him for a brawl found themselves frustrated, as they never managed to touch the real Phase Lord. This was quite peculiar, as most Jureg Phase Lords tended to develop their bodies a bit more than their spatial abilities. Each of them tended to develop increasingly stronger, tougher, and more massive transphasic exoskeletons as they grew in size. This lent them a powerful organic defensive barrier that enabled them to endure more attacks than usual. However, the Diffraction Lord did not spend as much effort developing his physical gifts, opting to acquire a large amount of face water organs that strengthened and amplified his spatial manipulation abilities. Much of his face water organs also amplified and synergized with his primary specialization, which was crafting large-scale, remote illusions that affected both armies and powerful individuals alike. Combined with a small collection of strong spatial attack abilities, the Diffraction Lord clearly preferred to act like a wizard that liked to torment his opponents with illusions from a comfortable distance. This came with a big disadvantage. He was not comfortable with fighting at close range. His racial endowments might allow him to take a greater beating than normal, but the lack of practice and face water organs that further enhanced the combat prowess of his true body limited his options. He was not a good brawler, and this showed when the Diffraction Lord continually tried and failed to swat the circling Ace Light Skirmisher buzzing around his unfolding true body. That did not make Tusa complacent, though. He focused fully on evasion and made sure to put his Ace Mech out of line of sight from the threatening biopod mother at all times. Tusa had no thoughts about launching any attacks. He very much doubted that the Dark Zephyr's small knives, underdeveloped banish resonating ability, and a very risky ultimate ability could inflict a killing or crippling blow against the Diffraction Lord. At this time, the Greater Phase Lord had unfolded his true body to the fullest, turning him from a giant crustacean into a behemoth that was larger than most cities. When a creature had reached such a stupendous size, most Mech simply lost the ability to inflict any significant damage to such a monstrosity. The Dark Zephyr suffered from this problem right now. It was not the fault of the living Ace Mech. The Erleman integrated into his Mech frame was especially designed to cope with exaggeratingly large Phase Lords and Phase Whales one day. The problem was Tusa. His resonance strength was still too weak, and his lack of practice with Erleman left him unable to bite even a small chunk from the Diffraction Lord's transphasic shell. The story would have been different if Saint Tusa had become a senior ace pilot and had a lot more practice under his belt. But for now, his offensive contributions remained virtually zero. And he was fine with that this time. Ha ha ha, what is the use of flinging all of those spatial attacks when none of them can land on my machine? The Dark Zephyr did what he had always done best, and that was buzzing around like an annoying fly that could not be struck. Even though the Diffraction Lord already figured out that the Dark Zephyr did not pose a direct risk to his life, the resonance-empowered space suppression field generated by this annoying machine was not only weakening all of his spatial abilities, but also prevented him from teleporting away. The Greater Phase Lord could have powered through an emergency displacement if not for the fact that the Dark Zephyr stuck so close to his true body. Saint Tusa understood that the effectiveness of the space suppression module was highly dependent on range, so he courageously kept his machine close to a Greater Phase Lord that might very well inflict a crippling blow if he ever managed to land a heavy blow. Yet that did not happen because Tusa and his battle partner continually succeeded in evading the spatial blades, spatial storms, and other spatial attacks. The greatest hindrance that the Dark Zephyr encountered so far were the occasional area attacks and illusionary tricks. The Diffraction Lord tried to squeeze space apart, create tunnels that unexpectedly turned the Dark Zephyr in a different direction, and so on. He also created smaller but more focused illusions that occasionally tripped Saint Tusa up and caused him to almost crash into the body of the Greater Phase Lord a few times. Even that was not enough to stop Tusa from fulfilling his most important responsibility. His Saint Kingdom was working hard to resist all of these spatial effects. Blackwing was working harder than ever to amplify the output of the space suppressor as much as possible. Combined with the Dark Zephyr's much higher face water content, the Ace Mech was just able to crush or mitigate the effects of most of these harmful effects. The balance between risk and danger was so precarious that Saint Tusa felt more excited and alive than he had since his breakthrough. This was what a real ace pilot should do. His previous battles no longer impressed him in the slightest, as he was unable to unleash his true power as an ace pilot. Being able to pilot a much more powerful first-class Ace Mech also pumped him up, as he felt far more powerful and capable than just a few months prior. Tusa could practically feel his resonant strength growing by the second. The closer his Dark Zephyr managed to evade a nasty spatial blade, the more he felt as if he was proving his commitment to unrestricted freedom. As his Ace Mech continued to dance around the Diffraction Lord's flailing, the ace pilot already started to imitate his mentor by letting his imagination go wild. Saint Tusa was already applying the lessons he learned from his mentor. He visualized that he and his battle partner had turned into a flitty bird that playfully danced around a lumbering giant that continually tried and failed to swat the winged pest away. There was little hostile intent behind the bird's actions. The animal merely felt playful and delighted in the freedom of movement imparted by his wings, and only intended to fly around his enemies as opposed to landing any attacks. This purity of intent was important. Tusa instinctively felt he would fail if he tried to bite off more than he could chew. As Tusa began to feed this image with his willpower, he vaguely felt as if it became more substantial. He melded his willpower, his highly attuned combat intuition, his technical maneuvering skills, his faint feel for face water, Trisk's helpful glow, his sentiments about the freedom imparted by flight, and fused them all together in a more focused ability that precisely matched his conditions. It was remarkably easy for him to construct his first proper artistic conception. It was as if Tusa always had the ability to create it, yet somehow neglected it and postponed it far too many times. Even if he hadn't attempted to imitate his mentor's methodology, he probably would have created a similar ability eventually, but it would have been a lot slower and less precise. As Tusa delighted in the creation of a new ability that perfectly harmonized with his Saint Kingdom, his Dark Zephyr began to glow brighter, as if the Ace Mech had received a blessing. A name came unbidden in his mind and automatically escaped from his throat, as if it demanded to be announced. Free flight. The declaration solidified the new effects on the Dark Zephyr and caused him to become even more elusive and untouchable than before. By this time, the Diffraction Lord was not alone anymore. The biopod mother that initially chose to back off had launched her signature biopods from the open cavities of her malleable shell. These biological monstrosities acted like organic strike craft and tried to converge upon the Dark Zephyr like a swarm. The biopods were not too strong, but they still posed a threat to the Dark Zephyr, especially if they were able to gang up on the Ace Mech. Many biopods also integrated various ranged cannons that fired a mixture of laser beams, bone projectiles, and fleshy spores that tried to gnaw at anything they struck. With thousands of biopods spreading out to envelop the Dark Zephyr, it became much harder for the Ace Mech to evade the multitude of attacks. Yet now that Saint Tusa applied his newly developed free flight ability, His dark Zephyr almost always managed to maneuver in the exact right position to evade the most attacks and incur the least amount of damage. Tusa did not even have to think over every single move anymore like he did before. Instead of using his evolved mind and the dark Zephyr's formidable first-class processors to calculate trajectories and evasion routes, he simply put his faith into the image of the free-flying bird that he created for himself. This image was no longer a figment of his imagination anymore. It had turned into an artistic conception, or whatever it was called, and gained definition and power on its own as a consequence. Though the messenger of silence's artistic conceptions were so powerful and substantial that they could already substitute a significant chunk of reality, Saint Tusa's first attempt was only enough to subtly affect the reality at the center of his saint kingdom. This was a portion of space that was entirely occupied by his ace Mech and little else. Yet that was enough for Tusa's purposes. The junior ace pilot did not seek to impose his willpower on enemies such as the Diffraction Lord. He only sought to improve himself and his battle partner, and the results he managed to attain exceeded his imagination. Ha 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 ha, you can't touch me anymore. As Tusa delighted in his freedom, he constantly grew more familiar with his free flight ability. Not only did it automate and optimize the Dark Zephyr's evasion capabilities very close to their maximum theoretical limitations, it also overcame them during a few rare occasions. Though it only happened sparingly when the Diffraction Lord or the Biopod Mother was just about to strike the Dark Zephyr with a more substantial attack or debilitation, his ace Mech seemingly phased through the harm as if he was elsewhere. Tusa's eyes glowed brighter when he noticed these occurrences. It reminded him a lot of his leap of true freedom ability, but this time the phasing effect was subtler, shorter, and much less consuming. While it was a waste for the Dark Zephyr to phase through weak attacks, it could be a lifesaver if the Dark Zephyr was about to get struck by a more threatening blow. Of course, Tusa was not sure about how often and how reliable he could produce this phasing effect. He did not think he could pull it off continuously, as that would contradict the image of a free and worryless bird in flight. As the ace pilot continued to keep his Dark Zephyr free from harm, while continuing to refine his newly developed ability, his mentor had taken full advantage of all of the openings and managed to land numerous powerful and debilitating shots at the Diffraction Lord. By now, his hard shell got punctured numerous times, as their incredibly thickness failed to block the rounds launched from afar. Chapter 63, 20 Debilitating Attacks. Saint Tusa, Billingsley Larkinson, felt he was in his element. His new free flight ability allowed him to truly exploit the potential of his powerful new ace Mech. The Dark Zephyr exulted in the seemingly effortless way he danced around in space and evaded a lot of attacks with a sense of playfulness. The ace Mech had yet to launch a single proper attack against the greater phase lords, but uncharacteristically, Tusa did not mind that he was doing little else but fly around. The joy of flying free in enemy territory was a pleasure that was indescribable to Tusa. He loved moving fast, and he loved frustrating his enemies by evading their attacks. Free flight combined these desires, and more and encapsulated them into an image that directed the application of his willpower in a much more comprehensive way. Free flight was all Tusa needed because he only had one job now. That was to keep applying the Dark Zephyr's powerful space suppression field on the Diffraction Lord. The job became a lot easier when Tusa could delegate much of this task to Blackwing. His companion spirit was able to dedicate much of his concentration on resonating with the space suppression module, allowing Tusa himself to immerse himself with the wonderful sensations produced by the act of flying free. Saint Tusa did not have to do more, because he could completely count on his mentor to deal all of the damage on their behalf. He learned another lesson from this battle. Just because he advanced to the rank of ace pilot did not mean that teamwork had become invalid. He previously fought alongside Saint Marissa Lewandowski and Saint Calasandra Boujay back when he was serving in the Expeditionary Fleet. While their teamwork was relatively decent, there was not that much synergy between combining two powerful light skirmishers with a spearman Mech. This was entirely different. Pairing up the Dark Zephyr with one of the most potent ace marksman Mechs produced such a fantastic synergy that Tusa wondered why the Messenger of Silence hadn't paired up with a saint who specialized in light Mechs before. Perhaps Saint Dostovsky did so in the past, but the ace pilots he partnered up with did not do as good of a job. Saint Tusa did not consider himself strong compared to his peers. He mainly managed to perform better than typical fresh ace pilots due to being paired with an excellent Mech. The advantages of an ace pilot that specialized in evasion, Salu's gas integration, and more produced a wonderful combination of advantages that just so happened to make him perfect for this job. Saint Tusa and his Dark Zephyr happened to be exactly what the Brusilov fleet needed to counter the Diffraction Lord's confounding abilities. This made Tusa feel more fulfilled than ever. He had heard many stories about the combat prowess of Greater Phase Lords and experienced it firsthand to a degree. Even if he excelled at evasion, Saint Tusa was still cognizant that getting attacked by two different Greater Phase Lords was an exceedingly dangerous proposition. There was only so much that his fantastic ace Mech could do to bail him out of a sticky situation. There were two reasons why Tusa did not act on his mentor's warning to withdraw if the risks had become too great. First, neither the Diffraction Lord nor the Biopod Mother were good duelists. Their powers and inclinations both turned them into battlefield manipulators that preferred to leave most of the fighting to their minions while they hovered comfortably in the rear. Even if they possessed a few notable self-defense capabilities, it was clear that they rarely had to resort to brawling at closer ranges during their long lifespans. Second, and more importantly, the Diffraction Lord had suffered a significant injury from the start and continued to receive more injuries over time. The first attack was the most critical one, as it had caught the Diffraction Lord off guard. He had neglected to put up all of his defenses and got struck by an extremely penetrating round that not only partially paralyzed him, but also damaged numerous important face-water organs. Before the Diffraction Lord could even begin to respond to this provocation, he had already lost at least 20% of his combat effectiveness. Silence was Saint Dostovsky's signature ability. Tusa was close enough to the victim to get a good impression of the formidable image that his mentor used to anchor and strengthen this powerful attack. The artistic conception behind the ability that earned the Messenger of Silence his title was surprisingly tame. When Saint Dostovsky imparted his silence onto his enemies, he channeled his strong and sincere yearning for relief from the ghosts that tormented him for years on end. The man was so deeply afflicted by the ghosts that only he could see and hear that the only way he could shut them all out was to channel his willpower in a way that could silence his mental torment. Suffice to say, the peak ace pilot had a lot of practice in silencing his ghosts, which allowed him to apply the same conditions to others. The silencing effect was supposed to be a mercy, but when applied to enemies like the Diffraction Lord, he found that much of his body and many of his face-water organs became partially or completely paralyzed. This lowered his combat effectiveness even further. He was much less able to focus on swatting down the annoying ace-light skirmisher that was circling around his true body, as the Messenger of Silence regularly fired silence rounds that not only inflicted further harm, but also extended the paralysis effect. Still, it was not that easy to paralyze a Greater Phase Lord. The Diffraction Lord might have suffered damage, but most of his body remained in good condition. When the powerful Jurgen god actively took more control of his body and tried to repair or limit the damage, he was able to push back the effects of the silence round by relying on the raw strength of his amazing face-water-empowered physique. The Messenger of Silence had to fire repeated silence rounds into his target in order to prevent the Diffraction Lord from regaining most of his strength. With every extraordinary Gauss round that pierced through the Jurgen Phase Lord's shell and inflicted damage to the flesh and organs, the Diffraction Lord had to do his work all over again. What did not help was that, on the occasions that the Diffraction Lord managed to erase the effects of the silence ability on himself, St. Dostovsky might alternate his attacks by firing a suffer round instead. This was the complete opposite of his silence round. There was no mercy in this empowered attack. The peak ace pilot infused all of his suffering, pain, and torment into the custom-developed Gauss round before launching it from the muzzle of his Stella. Supported by an artistic conception that brought all of the ghosts that tortured the messenger of silence for many years, the suffer round had a much worse effect on the greater phase lord's psyche. The willpower of an enormous phase lord was not as fragile as that of an ordinary Jureg, but much of that strength was derived from his awesome physique and his advanced age. In terms of grit and courage, the Diffraction Lord could not even come close to any human ace pilot. This effectively meant that the Diffraction Lord's willpower was mainly strong due to quantitative, instead of qualitative reasons. Compared to a peak ace pilot that overcame many life-threatening challenges, while also needing to fend off the ghosts that tormented him day and night, the Diffraction Lord's tolerance towards mental attacks was far too weak. It was only because his body and his mind was so vast that the greater phase lord did not despair to the point of trying to commit suicide. Even so, the constant suffering produced by the messenger of silence's most sadistic attack constantly distracted the greater phase lord and made it harder for him to maintain his focus. The Diffraction Lord therefore became trapped in a loop of paralysis, suffering, and distraction. The messenger of silence did not waste the opportunities created by Saint Tusa and fired his Stella as fast as he was able. Unfortunately, his firing rate was not that high. He was only able to make every shot count by infusing them with as much of his true resonance as possible. That was already enough to crumble the Diffraction Lord's defenses and damage more of his precious face-water organs. Time was on the side of the human defenders. The longer this went on, more face-water-infused blood spilled out of the Jurgen phase lord's injured body. As the Diffraction Lord continued to grow weaker, the biopod mother finally chose to intervene. The female phase lord did not close in and utilize her superior physique to absorb the blows meant for her male counterpart. It appeared the two Jureg phase lords were not close enough for the biopod mother to attract the ire of the messenger of silence. Instead, she decided to change the instructions of the tens of thousands of Mech-sized biopods that she had flung into the surrounding space. The biopods no longer launched lots of ineffectual ranged attacks at the Dark Zephyr. The machine was too damn fast and maneuverable for most of the attacks to land. Even if they struck the Ace Mech, the Saint Kingdom had sapped much of the power of the attacks, while the Azure Energy Shield depleted the rest. The Juregs needed to inflict more substantial damage, and the biopod mother decided to do so by driving her organic minions forward and induce them to self-destruct in close proximity to their target. Dozens of powerful explosions erupted in space as the biopods that got close enough to the Dark Zephyr triggered their bombs, which were all amplified by face water imparted by their progenitor. It was quite costly, in terms of organic tissue and face water, to induce these biopods to explode. The biopod mother could afford it, though. Not only was her PPS working hard to make up for the loss of face water, but her biology was much better attuned to convert other forms of mass into organic materials. More and more flesh grew to replace the portions that had been transformed and launched from her shell. This meant that even more hostile biopods proliferated in every direction, with most of them charging straight towards the Dark Zephyr before blowing themselves up in a short blaze of glory. The self-destruction of so many biopods threw St. Tusa off his rhythm. He found himself forced to evade swarms of self-destructing organic transphasic missiles. Whenever they detonated at a fairly close proximity, Tusa's willpower and other resources were getting consumed at a rapid rate. His Saint Kingdom was not only working overtime to dampen so many incoming attacks, But the Azure energy shield that kept his machine pristine was also starting to grow strained. The Dark Zephyr's defenses were getting tested like nothing else before. Each biopod exploded with the force of a first-class transphasic missile. While the Ace Light Skirmisher was able to evade or outrun the vast majority of them, there was no way to truly avoid getting struck by the blasts if the Ace Light Skirmisher wanted to stick close to the Diffraction Lord. Even the ability to occasionally escape the blast damage failed in this instance, as the biopod mother cleverly relied on a large quantity of smaller self-destructive attacks, as opposed to a single big bang. "I need help here, Mentor," Saint Tusa asked without any shame. "If these biopods continue to wear me down like this, my Ace Mech won't be able to stay for long. My Saint Kingdom is too weak to more effectively suppress the power of all of the explosions." The messenger of silence's response came not too soon. "Winter." A fragmentation round silently slipped close and exploded into many different fragments before it had struck anything solid. As soon as the fragments spread out, hundreds of biopods either died instantly or got injured and subsequently froze into popsicles. Chapter 63, 21 Space Maze. As soon as the winter round arrived and exploded in the midst of lots of biopods, the fragments spreading out from every direction seemed to bring the onset of winter on this part of the battlefield. It made no sense for space to experience winter, as it was purely a terrestrial phenomenon. The biopods also shouldn't be so susceptible to freezing, considering that their organic constructions were highly resistant towards extreme temperature fluctuations. Yet when coming into contact with the cold and merciless arrival of St. Distovsky's winter, the biopods could not resist the freezing effect that sapped all temperature from their organic masses. Every single biopod affected by the winter fragmentation round had frozen solid. There was no way they could shake off the chill, as they had already died from the lack of warmth. This was one of the weaknesses of the biopods. They may have come from fairly powerful greater phase lords, but the mental strength of these individual life forms were far too weak to put up a meaningful resistance. The relatively weak physiques of all of these biopods also made them a lot more vulnerable to the physical freezing effect than the nearby greater phase lords. Their relatively resilient face water-infused bodies allowed them to resist the effect a little better, but the difference in power was so great that the biopods could not escape the fate of getting frozen as long as they were within range. Saint Tusa started to feel a little chillier himself, as he was able to perceive the artistic conception that backed up this particular ability. The messenger of silence formed this ability from the old and storied heritage of his ancient clan. The Distovsky name went back far in human history. In a time where humans were still locked on a single planet, they waged war in all kinds of climates. The distant ancestors of St. Distovsky came from a cold and bitter country that had endured many wars. In a number of those wars, the outcome was decided not through strength of arms or clever strategies. As a descendant of the line of citizens that lived through those harrowing wars, the ace pilot worked hard to turn the power of winter into a part of his arsenal. Instead, the deciding factors that allowed the country to survive and win was subjecting its enemies to the relentless force of winter. Entire armies froze to death. The relentless freeze that chilled the lands and sapped all warmth from the environment was an enemy that could never be defeated, only endured. This was the winter envisioned and empowered by the messenger of silence. As a descendant of the line of citizens that lived through those harrowing wars, the ace pilot worked hard to turn the power of winter into a part of his arsenal. He went on a tour that allowed him to visit many different planets with prominent Arctic environments. The powerful ace pilot willingly left his warm and cozy cockpit behind and ventured forth into the snow-covered landscape with nothing but warm clothing and essential survival gear. All of those months of trekking through tundras, climbing mountains taller than capital ships with ancient tools devoid of higher technologies, and filling up his stomach by relying on nothing but the exobests hunted through his own efforts. Saint Dostovsky managed to experience the raw force of winter on over a dozen different planets. The saint did not endure all of these different winters because he was a glutton for punishment. He merely believed it was the only way he could get close to replicating the processes of developing his other signature abilities. He was right. Reading about winter and studying it from the comfort of his climate-controlled cockpit was not comparable to experiencing the freezing chill, the raging blizzards, and the moments of utter stillness during a windless day in person. The fruits of his labor became evident when he fired multiple winter fragmentation rounds that proved to be remarkably effective at clearing out swaths of biopods. "My children." The biopod mother responded with fury to see so many of her biopods getting frozen to death without being able to complete their mission. Personally, St. Tusa found it strange that the biopod mother cared so much about the lives of her children when she herself sent them all on a suicide mission. Whatever the case, the deaths of so many biopods provided much-needed breathing space for the Dark Zephyr. The Ace Light skirmisher managed to slip out of the immediate envelopment of all of the organic threats and gave his defenses a much-needed break. However, the Messenger of Silence had also directed attention away from the Diffraction Lord, giving the Greater Phase Lord just enough time to recover more of his strength. As his enormous physique worked overtime to regenerate his battle damage and knit back his disabled facewater organs, the angry Jureg Phase Lord forcibly activated his strongest and most developed spatial ability and began to bend the fabric of space in such a confusing wrinkle that it was no longer easy to travel in a straight line anymore. Disappear in a maze of twisted space. Even vision became distorted, as nothing was straight anymore. The Dark Zephyr immediately found himself losing control over his own trajectory, as his Saint Kingdom was not powerful enough to unravel all of the bending and warping of the surrounding space. The Diffraction Lord acted a lot more clever than before. Instead of trying and failing to attack or debilitate the Dark Zephyr directly, the Jureg Phase Lord instead opted to manipulate the surrounding space. While the section of space closest to the Dark Zephyr managed to resist this effect with the help of the Saint Kingdom, much of the immediate space beyond this protective sphere had become inevitably tangled. Prevention was much easier than reversing. Saint Tusa found that his willpower was simply not up to the level where he could unravel one of the trump cards of the Diffraction Lord. The Larkinson ace pilot quickly grew frustrated when his ace Mech constantly went off course and looped back to the place where he began. His Saint Kingdom was steadily unraveling the folds and bends in space, but the pace was too slow. By the time his ace Mech got free, the Diffraction Lord would be long gone. Fortunately, his backup and mentor in the rear solved his problem once again. Silence. A single resonance-empowered Gauss round cut straight through the invisible space maze and tore a straight line that led straight out of this trap. The Messenger of Silence even repositioned his Whispering Willow in such a way that his shot went on to hit the Diffraction Lord just as he was on the verge of teleporting away. "No, you filthy shell-less heretic." The Dark Zephyr quickly flew out of the safe route created by the Messenger of Silence and quickly closed in on the Diffraction Lord before he could make a getaway. Now that he was being subjected to the full brunt of the Dark Zephyr's space suppressor, the Diffraction Lord became dismayed again. Although his enormous bulk ensured that he was not at risk of dying soon, the constant disruptions and debilitations were taking a toll on the old Greater Phase Lord. Saint Tusa, a boosted transmission cut through the powerful noise and interference. "Lieutenant, the battle has shifted. The Greater Phase Lords have called for backup. 5 Lesser Phase Lords had managed to disengage from the front and are making their way back to eliminate you. Each Phase Lord is either a brawler or possesses powers that can limit your maneuverability. You cannot afford to fight against both the Greater Phase Lords as well as a kill team that is especially composed to eliminate the threat posed by your Dark Zephyr. You need to withdraw right away." What, now? The Diffraction Lord is injured and has eaten through much of his reserves. We can finish him off as long as the Messenger of Silence, and I continue to harry him for 10 more minutes. You have already done enough. Look beyond and observe the state of the battlefield. Our great champion has managed to inflict repeated blows against the Diffraction Lord, while the 2 greater phase lords hardly managed to make you sweat. Do you understand how that affects morale on both sides? Saint Tusa had a tendency to lose a lot of situational awareness when he was in the moment. Now that he began to study the local plot, he noticed that the alien transphasic gunships were perishing at a higher rate than before. The Jureg pilots all saw their senior gods getting beat up by the foul human mechs. Even if the damage of every hit was not too strong, the superstitious crustacean aliens all believed that their gods were getting pummeled and humiliated by their human counterparts. How could the Jureg soldiers possibly maintain the same degree of confidence than before? The Diffraction Lord was not just their chief god, he was also their best supporter and leader. If such a powerful figure repeatedly got struck without having the ability to retaliate, then that had an enormous negative effect on the morale of any allies and subordinates. The humans noticed this shift as well, and instantly pounced on this opportunity to push back the native aliens and completely break their will to take over New Cartagena Roman II. The native alien fleet began to buckle under the pressure exerted by the Messenger of Silence. To their credit, the elite Jureg soldiers did not break and flee as if their lives depended on it. Instead, the aquatic alien soldiers made their way out in an orderly and well-planned fashion. The Juregs were not just pulling back their lesser phase lords. The aliens knew that once they took away more phase lords, the remaining ones would have a much harder time defeating the remainder. Since the Juregs in charge did not wish to see their compatriots get outnumbered and defeated in detail, they already demonstrated the intention to abort their all-out assault and withdraw in an orderly manner. It was an expensive and unwieldy method of withdrawal, but it was actually the right choice to make if the Juregs wanted to limit the damage as much as possible. The battle is already over, Tusa realized. The greater phase lords lost their nerves first, which showed that they could still experience fear. Coward, Tusa accused. The greater phase lord did not concentrate on those words at all. He did not have any obligation to be brave and fearless like the Mech pilots. He felt no shame for ordering an orderly but total withdrawal before his life hung by a thread. The Messenger of Silence kept pumping more silence and suffer rounds into the body of the Diffraction Lord. But the greater phase whale simply hunkered down and waited for reinforcements to arrive. The greater phase lord suffered greater and greater damage as a consequence, but none of the rounds managed to inflict more damage than that. The chances that the peak ace pilot could kill the Diffraction Lord with a single shot had dropped to almost zero. Saint Tusa knew what this meant. There was little point for him to stick around for much longer when there were a bunch of enemies heading in his ace Mech's direction. He and the Dark Zephyr took one last look at the distressed greater phase lords and silently chose to disengage and pull back to friendly lines. The timely retreat of the ace light skirmisher finally freed the Diffraction Lord from the annoying space suppressor. The enemy lines were pulling back in every place. The greater phase lords had lost their nerves, but not their sanity. They continued to micromanage and tweak the games so that they could become more attractive. With that thought in mind, the vengeful Terran defenders did not go too far in blasting apart their retreating Jureg foes. The umpteenth battle of New Cartagena Roman II came to an end. Though Tusa felt upset about not being able to do more to kill off the Diffraction Lord entirely, Lieutenant Daria disagreed. This is a marathon, not a sprint. We have waged many battles in this star system where both sides restrain themselves enough to pull back the testers. Killing the Diffraction Lord outright is a fantasy with your skills. It is already a win, in my opinion, if we can drive away the Jureg Armada and force them to spend more years repairing their assets. We have bought at least a week of time. allowing us to secure all of the resources on New Cartagena Roman II and call in further reinforcements to prepare for the resumption of attacks. Delaying the Juregs had been the main goal all along. St. Tusa felt gratified for contributing to an outcome that benefited so many different people. It could not surpass the rush he felt whenever he won a duel against a formidable enemy, but beggars shouldn't complain. Chapter 63, 22 God Kingdom Building Theory. After the latest battle of Cartagena Roman II came to a conclusion, the Terran soldiers reacted with restrained jubilation. They were quite happy with the results of this battle. Though they failed to attain a more significant victory, they were already happy that they managed to beat off a determined alien assault. The fighting also ended at a fairly early stage, thereby sparing them from a lot of grueling fighting. The only Terrans that reacted with slight dissatisfaction were the battle maniacs among the Mech pilots who sought to push themselves beyond their limits when the urgency was greater. After the Dark Zephyr spent a few hours shadowing the organized withdrawal of the Jureg Armada in order to make sure the aliens were not trying to pull off a secret ruse, the Ace Light Skirmisher leisurely flew back to the orbit of New Cartagena Roman II. As the Ace Light Skirmisher made his way back to the flagship of the Brusilov fleet, Tusa received plenty of praises from the soldiers still in the field. The pilots of the powerful first-class multipurpose Mechs that cost so much money that Tusa could not imagine it a few years ago all expressed their heartfelt gratitude and admiration. Tusa felt both, gratified and bewildered. As an ace pilot, he could clearly feel that these Terrans were sincere in their messages. This went beyond politics or national pride. On this day, they had fought side by side as defenders of red humanity, and they managed to inflict a defeat that the Juregs would be feeling for quite a while. Everyone knew that St. Tusa and his Dark Zephyr played the decisive role in delivering victory this time. The new Ace Light Skirmisher cooperated so well with the Whispering Willow that the latter was able to make much more telling blows than in past battles. Though Tusa did not entirely feel that he deserved so much praise for essentially imitating a very annoying mosquito tormenting a random person, he somehow felt much more fulfilled than he did in his previous battles during the Red War. Tusa was not exactly a man who was good with words. He was unable to completely figure out why he felt a lot better about himself. Perhaps it was just the simple fact that he had piloted a powerful first-class ace Mech in battle for the very first time. The difference in performance between the current and previous iteration of the Dark Zephyr was very obvious. Madame Gloriana and Master Benedict Cortez have done good work, Tusa said, as he felt sincerely grateful to the two Mech designers who successfully converted the Dark Zephyr into a powerful first-class ace Mech. It will be hard for them to top this work. The Dark Zephyr was already so brilliantly powerful that Tusa could not imagine how the Mech designers could make his living Mech any more powerful. Of course, he knew that he was most definitely wrong about this. Technology became better all of the time. It was only a matter of time before Vess or another brilliant Mech designer introduced a radical new tech that rewrote the rules and set an entirely new standard in the Mech community. After the Dark Zephyr entered a more private hangar bay and set down right next to the Whispering Willow, St. Tusa shut down his machine and exited the cockpit. He grew a little disappointed that his mentor was not around, but it was unreasonable to expect such a powerful and important figure to wait in the hangar bay for several hours. Fortunately, Tusa met with a familiar face. "You have done well, St. Tusa." Lieutenant Daria Dostovskaya greeted him with respect. "Please follow me to the changing room where you can freshen yourself up and wear a dress uniform. We have organized a victory banquet that will start shortly after you arrive." Tusa raised his eyebrow. It was not unusual for the Larkinsons to organize banquets and parties to celebrate particularly notable victories, but he did not exactly feel that driving away the Juregs from New Cartagena Roman II merited such an occasion. The Dostovskys thought differently, though. "Fine. Will the messenger of silence be around?" He shall, but he will be seated far away from the rest of the officers invited to the main banquet hall. He can be rather intense. He does not want to spoil the mood of others, but still wishes to convey his satisfaction, so he is seated at a privileged table. You shall join him as well. I see. Tusa had a feeling that this banquet would be much different from the more cozy and relaxed ones organized by the Larkinsons, and he was exactly right. The banquet hall was far more grand and artistic than the other compartments of an already artistic capital ship. From carved marble statues of past heroes and rulers to preserved banners of old military units, the banquet hall celebrated the glory attained by the Dostovsky ancient clan in the past and present. The wooden tables themselves looked older than many colonies in the old galaxy. They had been exquisitely cared for, but faint imperfections and marks of age revealed the immense amount of years they had been used in this capacity. It all seemed impressive to Tusa, especially once the young junior officers entered from the side and started to deliver exquisite dishes by hand. While most of the officers and champions sat on the main floor, the messenger of silence and Saint Tusa sat on a raised balcony that was positioned on the far side of the hall. This caused the space to resemble an opera house of sorts. Saint Tusa was not accustomed to attending formal events. He was born and raised as a slightly notable third-class Mech pilot. He may have climbed quickly in the years since, but that left him with very little time on learning how he should behave and comfort himself in a Terran victory banquet. Fortunately, the Terrans did not pay attention to how out of place he was. Saints had risen above petty human standards. Would anyone dare to criticize a powerful champion with a bright future ahead of him? They might become god pilots one day. Aside from the completely silent champion of the Brusilov fleet, the only other person that kept Tusa company was his familiar liaison. She did most of the talking. Do not mischaracterize the outcome of this battle, Saint Tusa. We have won a major victory today. Killing one of the greater phase lords would have made our gains much greater, but it was never our primary goal. The Juregs advanced upon New Cartagena Roman II to capture the planet and prevent us from mining any more Copenhagen copper. Tusa furrowed his brows. So that is what it is all about. You just want to delay the aliens long enough to mine every scrap of cop left. By repelling their determined assault and forcing them to withdraw in haste due to a remarkably fast collapse in morale, we have managed to bleed the Juregs to the extent that they cannot recover and mount another assault for at least 2 weeks. That buys us precious time, where we can mine that much more ore containing cop. Perhaps we may even hollow out this planet entirely before the Juregs have returned, which means we can abandon whatever is left of this broken globe and concentrate our defenses at New Cartagena Roman 7F. From that perspective, the outcome of the battle was indeed heavily in the favor of the Terran defenders. Although Tusa could understand the logic behind this rationale, he still felt dissatisfied in his bones. He shook his head in regret. We really could have inflicted a more permanent blow on the aliens if I fought a little better. The Juregs did not know about me and my ace Mech, so we were able to catch them by surprise. This was probably our best shot at assassinating the Diffraction Lord and inflicting a permanent blow on enemy morale. Now that both Greater Phase Lords managed to limp back with their lives intact, they will learn their lessons and gather as much intelligence they have on me to guard against my future stealth approaches. The Jureg leaders will not be as complacent as before. The messenger of silence decided to respond through his Saint Kingdom. Saint Tusa sighed. Maybe you are right. I am being too ambitious by gunning for the life of a greater phase whale when I am still a fresh ace pilot. I just wish that I was strong enough to keep my Mech unscathed against the attacks of the Diffraction Lord and the Biopod Mother. Evasion is my specialty, but I found myself unable to deal with all of their moves. You had to bail me out several times. This gave the Diffraction Lord enough of a break to recover from all of the damage. I guess so. A long campaign consists of more than a single battle. There will be other opportunities next time. I just have to become stronger and develop my skill sets further. Speaking of that, I am grateful to you for teaching me how ace pilots are able to develop such strong techniques. I found it much easier to channel my strength in an image that expresses one of my strong ideals. How many of these images have you created for yourself? That few. I would have expected for a peak ace pilot like yourself to amass a sizable arsenal. I see. So it is quality that matters, not quantity. The relevance and how much you care about stuff is more important than thoughtlessly creating a lot of abilities that ultimately lead to dead ends because you can't grow them any further. Tusa widened his eyes as his mentor wordlessly conveyed a more critical lesson. The theory claims that ace pilots could make a head start to developing their god kingdoms by selectively creating strong artistic conceptions that were related to each other. I did not know that. Thank you for telling me that. Perhaps there are other ways to cross the great divide, but doing it like this sounds more reliable than the alternatives. The messenger of silence just espoused a possible theory on how ace pilots could one day successfully cross the road of no return and advance to the coveted rank of god pilot. The theory claims that ace pilots could make a head start to developing their god kingdoms by selectively creating strong artistic conceptions that were related to each other. To a veteran Terran ace pilot like St. Dostovsky, a god kingdom should be much more complex and multifaceted than a saint kingdom. The former should begin to resemble a kingdom in a more literal sense. It had to consist of several territories comprising multiple different artistic conceptions that were not only relevant to the pilot, but also carried strong emotional attachments. If successful enough, a peak ace pilot that attempted to transcend to godhood would find that it was much faster and easier to transition their domain fields into fully fledged god kingdoms. This was why the theory shared by the messenger of silence was called the god kingdom building theory. By completing their homework in advance, these peak ace pilots did not have to rely on the Mech body merger process to forcefully fill up all of the gaps and hastily convert their weaker domain fields into much more powerful god kingdoms. The assumption here was that the extra energy and effort that ace pilot had to expend on making up for this shortcoming was a critical reason why so many of them ultimately fell short. How common is this theory? Has it been proven to be true? Tusa grew disappointed. There was not enough data to prove that it had any significant effect on the success rate. The biggest problem was that the sample size was too low. Not all god pilots managed to emerge while following this theory. The ace pilot that tried to follow the recommendations of the god kingdom building theory still died on an overwhelming basis. The ones that somehow succeeded could have easily survived for many other reasons besides this single factor. That did not stop Tusa from embracing it, though. He had no way of knowing whether it was correct, but he was convinced by its logic. The fact that an ace pilot as powerful and admirable as the messenger of silence made use of it himself was also a convincing reason to give it a try. Chapter 63, 23 Confidence over Theory. The God Kingdom building theory first circulated among ace pilots at around the 250th year of the age of Mechs. It claimed that ace pilots aspiring to tread upon the road of no return could slightly increase the success rate of their ascension processes by doing additional preparation work. One of them was to bridge the gap between their saint kingdoms and their possible god kingdoms as much as possible. It was the difference between doing one's homework over many days as opposed to trying to rush it to completion on the night before the submission deadline. In their desire to produce more god pilots, a bunch of star designers from the Mech Trade Association conducted an extensive study on the differences between peak ace pilots and relatively junior god pilots. By comparing the two groups and contrasting their properties against each other, the star designers were able to discover a lot of interesting data that they had not noticed before. The many differences between saint kingdoms and god kingdoms stood out the most. The domain field was one of the defining characteristics of high-ranking Mech pilots. Any improvement in this aspect could potentially result in drastic improvements down the line. The God Kingdom building theory was a typical product from a group of star designers. It presented a clean and logical theory about how ace pilots needed to develop their saint kingdoms. It was a pity that not enough successful breakthroughs occurred to deliver conclusive proof that the theory had a positive effect on the success rate. Although the messenger of silence decided to follow the theory, he did so with open eyes. St. Dostovsky essentially warned Tusa that it didn't actually matter if the theory was right or wrong. Ace pilots no longer abided by logic anymore. The root of their strength centered around their willpower. The development of this attribute was more important than everything else. If following a theory that they thought made sense and felt good about caused their resonance strength to grow faster and smoother than before, then they were clearly doing something good. The implication here was that it didn't really matter what crazy theories ace pilots decided to pursue. As long as they thought it worked, then that was enough to make it worthwhile. When it came to high-ranking Mech pilots, the placebo effect was often stronger than the actual effects. Belief always trumped logic and the laws of physics. There are multiple theories like this that claim to increase our chances of breaking through to God pilot, St. Tusa asked. What are they, if I may ask? The messenger of silence briefly mentioned a few through his saint kingdom. There was the deification theory that claimed that peak ace pilots could transcend to godhood much easier if they had a large body of worshippers that already regarded them as literal gods in human form. There was the worthy god theory that claimed that peak ace pilots must challenge a godlike entity in a serious fight and either win or survive long enough to prove that they possessed the courage and worth of a god pilot. That was not all. Ace pilots already circulated wackier and more dangerous theories among themselves. The messenger of silence only decided to share them to St. Tusa to warn him against the madness espoused by gurus who claimed without merit that they knew better. One such crazy idea was a full-blown conspiracy theory called the secret resource theory. It claimed that the kingdom of Mech, and by extension the Red Kingdom, secretly manipulated the success rate of breakthroughs of individual pilots. The theory's main claim was that it took a very precious and unique resource to produce a successful god pilot. This unique resource could only be found among ace pilots, but the problem was that even ace pilots could only accumulate 1 to 3% of the total amount needed to guarantee a successful ascension. There was almost no way they could successfully break through with such a huge disparity. The success rate was far too low. So how could this fundamental resource scarcity problem be solved? The answer was that the kingdom of Mech secretly robbed unwitting ace pilots of this unique resource and redistributed it to a small selection of approved saints. Once these saints unknowingly gained all of the required resources needed to break through, they were able to transcend to godhood much easier than others. Their success rate might not have reached 100%, but it should have at least risen to 70% or higher. Suffice to say, the MTA and every star designer vehemently denied that there was any truth to the conspiratorial secret resource theory. Nobody had ever managed to provide convincing proof of the existence and relevance of this unique resource. St. Tusa shook his head as he thought about this nefarious idea. I don't think the MTA and R-Ray are as bad as this conspiracy theory claims. They have always been good to ace pilots like ourselves. St. Dostovsky did not comment on that remark and instead proceeded to share one more dubious theory. Particularly desperate peak ace pilots that had waited too long to attempt their breakthroughs tended to sink their chances of surviving the road to no return. Once they reached this state, there was almost no way they could dig themselves out of their holes. However, a dangerous theory had spread that claimed that there was still hope in the midst of their despair. The so-called Highlander theory was a controversial and dangerous idea. Its central claim was that a peak ace pilot had a high chance of successfully breaking through if they dueled another peer to death. The two must engage in a fair ritualistic competition and fight each other with the intent to kill. Outside interference was absolutely not allowed, as that would taint the sanctity of the duel. As long as the winner beheads the loser, the former would proceed to absorb the energies of the latter, which combined with the fulfillment gained from overcoming a powerful opponent would force an instant breakthrough on the spot. "Why is it called the Highlander theory?" Tusa puzzlingly asked. The messenger of silence wordlessly shrugged. Whatever the case, Tusa personally thought this theory sounded absolutely crazy. Perhaps it was because of the way that his mentor had presented it to him, but the Larkinson ace pilot really could not imagine any saint believing that they had to kill each other in order to break through. Did ace pilots actually believe so much in this Highlander theory that they dueled each other to the death? Did it work? I see. No matter the theory, a successful breakthrough could never be attributed to any single cause or reason. There were so many variables at play that it was impossible to isolate one deciding factor as the decisive reason for a success case. This was why the messenger of silence cautioned Tusa not to overcomplicate this matter. It was best just to pick any theory he liked as long as it was harmless enough. No matter whether it worked or not, at least he was being proactive enough. Action was always better than inaction when it came to high-ranking Mech pilots. His mentor encapsulated this thought with a succinct phrase: confidence over theory. Ace pilots were not master Mech designers. They did not need to study a lot of textbooks, calculate their solutions to a failure rate of 0.00034%, or construct highly convoluted theories that explained their powers. All they needed was confidence in themselves. Their willpower was rooted in their confidence. The more they believed in themselves, the stronger they became. No god pilot ever emerged from ace pilots that still doubted themselves to the point where they needed to use nebulous theories as crutches. The messenger of silence outlined his approach based on the god kingdom building theory a bit further. Saint Tusa nodded in full agreement with his mentor. Ultimately, he needed to use the blueprint of the god kingdom building theory as one of the many tools to pave his way to his ultimate destination. Time passed by. The two ace pilots began to partake in a few exotic and expensive dishes made predominantly from processed seafood harvested from the oceans of New Cartagena Roman 7F. The messenger of silence outlined his approach based on the god kingdom building theory a bit further. The overall goal was to construct the prototype of his possible future god kingdom by forming and filling up several different territories that comprised a single cohesive system. It was not necessary to build artistic conceptions that were literally framed as capital cities, agricultural provinces, industrial regions, commercial zones, and etc. An ace pilot just had to create a harmonious collection of images that could form the core of a god pilot's most fundamental power base. Saint Dostovsky's central image was his overwhelming desire for silence and serenity. This was his base. He built all of his other artistic conceptions on top of his fundamental need for stillness. When Tusa learned a bit more about how his mentor visualized his expanding saint kingdom, the Larkinson ace pilot tried to imagine how he should build his own underdeveloped domain. It started with a base which corresponded to his greatest desire or ambition. His newly developed free flight ability already occupied this role. All of his other abilities as an ace pilot had to be tethered to his fundamental desire to fly free in order to build up a sensible prototype of his possible god kingdom. The story was a bit more complicated for him, though. He was different from his mentor because he also possessed a companion spirit. Blackwing's domain was centered around the concept of shadow rather than the concept of freedom. This presented Tusa with an extra set of options that he could use to expand his range of solutions and gain additional specializations that he could not attain through his normal domain. To use the analogy of the god kingdom building theory, Blackwing's domain could essentially be treated as a distant colony that could provide additional help and resources from an exotic location. Of course, this also meant that Saint Tusa had to do a lot more work in order to gain the most out of Blackwing's domain. He needed to spend additional time figuring out new abilities, and strong images that he could relate to that were based on the shadow element. As the banquet gradually transitioned into the drink liberal amounts of alcohol phase, both the Messenger of Silence and Tusa began to drink a traditional warm drink, consisting of honey mixed with spices and jam of all ingredients. St. Dostovsky had no more lessons to convey to the guest pilot for today. He had already fulfilled his responsibilities by imparting a lot of useful lessons and tips. At this point, Tusa needed to apply the lessons he learned and start with building up his own system. It did not necessarily have to be based on the God Kingdom building theory. Anything was fine so long as he derived additional confidence from his solution. The defeat we inflicted on the Juregs has stalled their plans to conquer this star system, Lieutenant Darrier remarked. That will create a lull in this campaign where you have at least 2 weeks to practice your piloting skills, experiment with your powers, and develop new abilities. This should be enough time for you to substantially improve your performance in the next major battle. Tusa responded with a strained smile. That is true. I am certain that I will do better next time. I am still too new to my newly upgraded ace Mech. What I am concerned about is that our enemies will also be making use of all of this time to prepare for another bout against my Dark Zephyr. They won't be caught by surprise anymore. They know who I am and what I can do. I will try my best to create more openings for my mentor, but it will be much harder to do so next time. Then, you will just have to improve faster than our Jureg adversaries. Chapter 63, 24 How to Win the Ultimate Race. Now that the Juregs had been beaten back to the outskirts of the new Cartagena system, St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson enjoyed enough free time to figure out his combat system and build up a proper foundation for himself. He had already broken through months ago, but it seemed that he had been wasting much of his time while he waited for his Dark Zephyr to get upgraded. When Tusa looked back on all of the time he spent fighting alongside the expeditionary fleet, he painfully recognized that he had not been doing his best to speed up his progress and work towards his next breakthrough. He still retained a bit of the mentality of an expert pilot and did not think big enough to act like a proper saint. Just because he remained stuck with an expert Mech for a time was not a valid excuse for his lack of progress. There were more ways he could grow stronger than to obsess over his resonance strength. As far as Tusa was concerned, his mentorship with the Messenger of Silence was definitely worth whatever price that the Larkinson clan had paid to the Dostovsky ancient clan. Saint Calasandra Bouget and Patriarch Reginald Cross were both powerful ace pilots in their own right, but they were clearly strong-headed individuals who committed to their own unique trajectories towards greatness. They were not necessarily following the wrong methods, but what worked for them did not necessarily work for others. In comparison, the Messenger of Silence was a lot more reasonable despite his infamous mental affliction. The Terran Peak ace pilot did not reject outside input and possessed a sober perspective on all of the theories that people came up with to describe all of the extraordinary phenomena surrounding high-ranking Mech pilots. St. Dostovsky also gave Tusa the freedom to figure out stuff by himself and choose his own way forward. The former did not judge the latter for preferring one solution over another. Every ace pilot was different. Not a single god pilot emerged from saints that tried to copy others. This encouraged Tusa and increased his motivation towards his latest endeavors. In the 2 weeks of relative calm and peace that ensued after the Jureg forces pulled back to lick their wounds, Tusa had been setting up the framework of his future god kingdom. This was more difficult than he thought, because he needed to extrapolate his current state and develop a reasonable impression of what he would be like once he became a god pilot. Tusa had to let his imagination go wild and convince himself that it was plausible for him to be able to fly his entire god Mech through one end to another end of a planet without crashing against anything. It was difficult for him to build up a complete vision of himself as a god pilot because he would definitely have mastered more abilities by that time. Technology would also progress by a lot, so his god Mech should definitely be equipped with more game-changing tech. Nonetheless, it was not too important for him to build up a complete and detailed image of his desired end state. It was enough to figure out a reasonable direction that called to his heart. After he followed this methodology, Tusa made an important conclusion about himself. My main strength lies in mobility. Movement is everything to me. If I lose the ability to maneuver, I might as well be dead. Sure, it would be nice if my Dark Zephyr also comes with powerful guns, sharp weapons, and impenetrate defenses, but I would never want to obtain them at the cost of compromising my mobility. It was impossible for the Dark Zephyr to maintain a high degree of combat effectiveness if his offensive and defensive capabilities were way below standards, but it did not matter to Tusa if they were not that impressive. So long as the Dark Zephyr's attack and defensive capabilities remained serviceable, Saint Tusa remained confident that he could rely on his superior mobility to defeat any opponent. In that context, he could have done a lot better in his first bout against the Greater Phase Lords if he could make his Dark Zephyr move faster and evade more threats. This was also the source of one of his new problems. As much as he liked how easy it became to evade attacks after he activated his free flight ability, the Biopod Mother had already managed to develop an effective counter. Tusa even managed to gain the cooperation of the Brusilov fleet to test his assumption. Thousands of small, disposable drones proceeded to chase after the Dark Zephyr in an effort to explode and inflict at least some damage to the Ace light skirmisher. It was pretty easy for the Dark Zephyr to evade the explosive drones if there were no limits on his movement. The living Mech was faster than pretty much any Mech or machine, so it should never lose in a straightforward race against anything other than fired projectiles. The problem arose when the Dark Zephyr needed to stay within a limited area of space, which was exactly what imperiled the Ace light skirmisher during the last fight. If the enemy figured out that the Dark Zephyr had to linger in a limited space in order to apply a space suppression field onto a target, then it was possible to deploy lots of explosive drones and completely surround the place before converging towards the Ace Mech. As long as the quantity of explosive devices was great enough, there was no way for the Dark Zephyr to escape the torrent of blasts. There was no easy way to resolve this problem for Tusa and his battle partner. The Dark Zephyr's limited arsenal was unable to blow them all up. His Saint Kingdom was not strong enough to freeze or weaken the explosive drones either. His defenses were also not good enough to be able to withstand all of these explosions for a long time. Abandoning the requirement to stay in one place was a viable but highly undesirable way to solve this problem, because Tusa envisioned more scenarios in the future where his Dark Zephyr needed to maintain his position. Tusa tried hard to see how he could continue to evade massed attacks under the condition of limited freedom of movement. He failed. No answer came to mind. He couldn't help but feel that this was an impossible problem to solve. In the end, he approached the Messenger of Silence and asked for advice. The Terran Peak Ace pilot was not surprised by Tusa's inability to come up with a good solution. St. Dostovsky reassured the guest pilot that this was a completely normal problem among ace pilots. None of them were perfect, and it was rare for them to have all of the answers. A solution would come to them, in time, as long as the necessity was great enough. A combination of frequent experimentation and subjecting himself to the pressure of combat would eventually cause Tusa to gain an epiphany that would culminate in the creation of a powerful new ability that just so happened to solve his greatest shortcoming at the time. The only problem was that it not only took time, but also luck in order to yield a satisfying result. Tusa would also have to make sure he could cope with his enemies and survive without possessing the full toolset he desired. His mentor did not mince his meaning about this struggle. "I get it," Saint Tusa diligently nodded. "No one can teach me how I should fight. Every ace pilot needs to build their own combat system that makes sense to them. Since there is no detailed blueprint, I will have to figure out a lot of stuff through trial and error. The Messenger of Silence could not teach Tusa the specific abilities he needed to master, but the saint from the Dostovsky ancient clan could still offer feedback as well as more general guidance on how to make progress. Under the older ace pilot's tutelage, Saint Tusa not only performed specific experiments in the field, but also rewatched all of the archival footage of every battle he fought in the past. It was a good thing that the Larkinson clan pretty much stored all of the footage and logs of all of the battles it had fought, since Vess founded it back in the Bright Republic. Tusa felt rather strange as he sat in the cockpit of his Dark Zephyr and watched how his younger and much less skilled version of himself piloted much weaker light skirmishers, such as the Blazing Zephyr and the Piranha Prime. "Damn, these battles bring back a lot of memories," he said. "You were much slower and clumsier during these battles. It is amazing to see how far you have grown." The Dark Zephyr also watched the footage. "I just wish I was born back then so that I could accompany you much sooner." Though there were many times where Tusa outright felt embarrassed about how he handled himself a decade or 2 decades ago, watching the footage of his fights was quite an illuminating experience. His memories of how he fought those battles did not match up to the actual reality of what had happened. Comparing his old self to his current self created a strong contrast that made it very obvious what he improved upon the most as well as the least. Though Tusa ultimately failed to gain the epiphany he sought to spontaneously create another powerful ability, he gained a lot of clarity about himself. He knew where he started, how he progressed, and how he needed to improve in the future in order to fulfill his ambition. The journey from a human to a god was a lengthy odyssey. The final hurdle at the very end was an incredibly difficult final exam that brutally tested all of the ace pilot's hard work and convictions. As an ace pilot who had progressed to the point where he could essentially go no further unless he applied for this final exam, the Messenger of Silence gave Tusa a solemn warning about wasting his potential as an ace pilot. Tusa earnestly nodded as he took the lesson to heart. "I understand. Ace pilots can't afford to rest on their laurels and feel satisfied with how far they have come. It takes so much more to become a god pilot that I cannot afford to slack off when I have only reached the midpoint of my evolution. I need to triple or quadruple the work I put in to advance to this point, and make sure I hit my next bottleneck from a position of strength as opposed to a position of weakness." The dreaded final bottleneck deterred many once confident ace pilots from breaking through right away. They all felt that they would die without any hope of a turnaround if they carelessly took a single step forward. That was the point where many peak ace pilots frantically began to do a lot of remedial work in order to make up for the opportunities they ignored in the past. This was one of the most valuable lessons that the Messenger of Silence imparted to Saint Tusa. The guest pilot ultimately learned that it was better to start training and improving himself at full throttle right from the beginning rather than push it off for later. By the time his resonance strength reached 1545 lavers, his confidence had probably reached its highest point. If he broke through shortly after reaching this hard limit, then he would initiate the Mech body merger process with great confidence and momentum. However, if his foundation was not strong enough to give him a good basis of confidence that he would survive the irreversible metamorphosis, then the subsequent years of delay spent on making up for his inadequacies would cause his momentum to fade, thereby making his eventual breakthrough attempt much more precarious than it should. Of course, the Messenger of Silence was cautious enough to warn Tusa that not everyone ascribed to this theory. There were also others who believed that every peak ace pilot needed to temper themselves for at least a century in order to strengthen their qualifications to the point they maximized their theoretical success rates. Saint Tusa did not have the patience to wait that long. He loathed the very idea of remaining stuck as a peak ace pilot for an extended period of time. He did not want to become the next mace of retaliation, and become known as a civilization-wide disappointment and a negative example to all of his peers. He had his own pride. Speed also defined his willpower. Tusa was willing to concede other competitions, but he absolutely refused to lose any contest where he needed to be the fastest. I am not slow. He felt it would be a massive personal failure on his part if he was not the first Larkinson to break through as a god pilot. He had already won the race to become the first ace pilot of the Larkinson clan. He would damn well make sure he won the race after that as well, or else he wouldn't be Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. Chapter 63, 25 Helpful Feedback. HMPH, interesting, very interesting. As Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson continued to learn from the Messenger of Silence while serving alongside the Dostovsky clan, he regularly reported back to his clan. Sometimes, Gloriana answered his calls. Other times, Ves managed to free enough time in his schedule to have a good talk with the first and most experienced ace pilot of the Larkinson clan. They not only went over some of the lessons that Tusa learned, but also studied the battle logs of the Dark Zephyr in order to explore how the Ace Light Skirmisher could be improved in a future update. I appreciate it that you are willing to share the wisdom espoused by the Messenger of Silence, Ves told Tusa over the comm. It is certainly interesting to hear all of the theories that people have come up with to explain how ace pilots should develop. I don't know enough about this kind of stuff to tell you which ones are plausible or not. You should use your own judgment for that. As a Mech designer, I am more interested in how your gradual evolution and development should be paired with matching upgrades to your Dark Zephyr. What are your thoughts on the subject? The Larkinson ace pilot looked thoughtful. I don't feel particularly short on anything when it comes to my battle partner. I am still getting used to the huge amount of power that I have gained after piloting the Mark Roman II version for a long time. The jump in performance is just too big. If I am being really honest, I would have liked to obtain a more effective area-clearing weapon, and also have a more effective way to harm or impair a powerful phase lord. But these are old and familiar shortcomings. This is the inherent limitation to sticking to a light skirmisher archetype, Tusa. If you are willing to forego the purity of this template and agree to mount integrated energy weapons or install missile launchers onto the shoulders, I give your machine more effective area denial weapons that are excellent at clearing large amounts of cannon fodder. Does this sound like an interesting solution to you, or do you want your machine to remain classic? I think it is better for me to work with the strengths and limitations of my current configuration of my Mech, Tusa reluctantly said. Light skirmishers can't do a lot of stuff, but maybe that is for the better. Mobility is everything to me. If too much of the Mech is dedicated to other priorities such as launching stronger attacks, it will make my Mech slower somehow. I know just enough about Mech design to figure that out. I think it is better if I can maintain my speed and maneuverability advantages as much as possible. I can still cope with a weaker arsenal, especially with the knowledge that there are other Larkinson ace pilots that can compensate for my shortcomings. You had a great time working together with a marksman Mech specialist, eh? Ves knowingly smiled. I can't describe how luxurious it feels to not have to worry about my inadequate attack capabilities. I can completely devote myself to doing what I do best, which is being really fast and making myself impossible to hit. The Messenger of Silence has assisted me and complimented me in battle in a way that I have never experienced from anyone else in the Larkinson clan. Venerable Davia Stark could definitely learn a lot of lessons from this saint. The circumstances are entirely different, Tusa. You can't make a fair comparison between the two. The Messenger of Silence clearly prioritized his cooperation with you and took special care of you. His primary objectives are also very clear, which is targeting the greater phase lords that are leading the alien fleets in your war zone. In contrast, Davia Stark is much weaker, and she needs to cover the backs of every friendly high-ranking Mech as well as do her part to keep our overall strategic direction intact. Tusa sighed. You're right, I get it. I think my experiences with the Terrans show that it is really important to have a powerful ranged attacker in our Mech forces. Now that I have confronted these greater phase lords, I have learned that it has become all the more important to have a way to effectively threaten their lives. If we don't have what it takes to bring them down quickly enough, they will just wade into our lines and collapse our forces by relying on brute force. If you ever want to raise a first-class Mech force and play in the big leagues, you cannot afford to lack this capability. We need to have a powerful saint that can deter these giant bastards. Both Larkinsons had one ace pilot in mind. Of the 3 ace pilots to emerge from the Larkinson clan up to this point, St. Isabel Coton was by far the most destructive and offensive of them all. The purple sun that she managed to conjure during her dramatic breakthrough event proved to be powerful enough to overcome the insane resilience and regeneration of the Emperor tree and turn its entire core into ash and cinders. Vess looked regretful. We can't count on St. Isabel yet. She is still stuck in the brain and spine jar phase. According to the regular reports that I have received, her recovery process is on schedule, which is both good and bad news. The good news is that our biotech researchers don't anticipate too many complications that could risk her life. The bad news is that it will take a minimum of 4 years or so to develop a fireproof, bioengineered post-human body that can fully merge with her surviving organs. This took too much time. With the Red Tide offensive hammering at Red Humanity's defensive lines, the Larkinsons needed Isabel's awesome firepower sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, even if Vess decided to switch up his strategy and rush St. Isabel's restoration, it would still take several years for her to recover from all of the trauma of burning up her own body and familiarizing herself with a newly regenerated physique. Since that was the case, the Larkinsons might as well take their time and go for quality. The 2 Larkinsons began to shift their attention towards another name, one that had become a lot more prominent than before. Can Kaysella do it? Tusa questioned. Possibly, not entirely. Our study of the Saint Commander's improved commandeering ability and newly gained enfeefment ability shows that she can massively amplify the firepower of a large Mech force, while also elevating the firepower of dozens of Mechs to the standard of a low-tier expert Mech. Combined, this can definitely multiply the effective firepower of our Mech force to a formidable degree, but the maximum degree of empowerment still remains limited. The temporarily endowed knights and barons, as we call them, can only gain so much true resonance assistance. Their current level of firepower can definitely threaten lesser phase lords, but I am not so sure that remains the same towards greater phase lords. Greater phase lords, just like senior ace pilots, had reached a threshold of power that allowed them to become virtually impervious against massed small arms fire. When their tough face-water-empowered true bodies reached the size of Metropoli or even small moons, then the sheer quantity of attacks of the Mechs under the command of the Saint Commander simply came across as shooting lots of needles. Sure, these needles had enough power to wear down the greater phase lord's spatial barrier and induce pain when struck his physical body, but there was no way these tiny attacks could seriously damage a well-protected face-water organ or have any chance of inflicting a crippling injury. Command specialists seemed to be incredibly powerful, but they always had trouble with confronting powerful enemies at the same level or higher. A powerful enough champion could ignore any army arrayed against him and rampage with impunity. The Diffraction Lord and the Biopod Mother both seemed excellently suited to counter a Mech army led by Saint Commander Kaysella. The Diffraction Lord would be able to weave a lot of false images and misdirect a lot of incoming firepower. The Biopod Mother could produce a seemingly endless tide of disposable biomonsters that could force the Mech army into a grueling contest of attrition. The Biopod Mother was so massive that she could definitely spawn a lot more biopods than the amount of Mechs that any typical Mech force could muster. A well-rounded first-class Mech force. No, a Mech corps geared towards fighting the most powerful alien fleets had to be led by multiple different ace pilots. There were many viable ace Mech compositions, but at least one of them had to possess the attack power to inflict real harm onto a greater phase lord. Whether that ace Mech was primarily melee or ranged-focused did not matter too much. The machine had to be able to kill an opponent that possessed body proportions that ranged in the hundreds of kilometers. Vess and Tusa eventually went back to discussing the Dark Zephyr. There was little point in talking about subjects outside of their immediate control. I still need to unlock the remaining potential of the current version of the Dark Zephyr before I have a better idea on what should be improved. Saint Tusa told his cousin, I have barely scratched the surface of what it is capable of. For example, I have begun to experiment with Erleman and tried to banish many different objects. I am not satisfied with the scale of stuff I can banish. I need to keep practicing and increase my resonance strength to the point where I can whisk away entire chunks from alien warships. How much time will you need until you can properly weaponize your banish ability against enemy warships? I don't know, Tusa shrugged. I have been trying to create a so-called artistic conception based on this resonating ability that should hopefully speed up my progress. But it is hard to create an image that I am invested in when this is completely new to me. I need to put in a lot more time and practice before I am ready to combine this resonating ability with my domain field. The God Kingdom building theory gave Saint Tusa a clear enough direction and methodology to develop his set of abilities. However, the formulaic approach also demanded a lot of trial and error. There was no substitute for hard work. Take your time, Tusa. Erleman and its effects are new to us as well. We need to gather all of the data related to it and crunch the numbers in order to better attune your Dark Zephyr to its unique properties. I am glad to hear that we don't have to perform an urgent upgrade or correction at this time. Our design department doesn't have the time to revisit the design of the latest iteration of your ace Mech at the moment. How are the other high-end projects coming along? Saint Tusa eagerly asked. Saint Commander Kaisela Ingvar won't be joining you on the battlefield soon. The Minerva Mark Roman II project has almost reached the halfway point and still requires a lot more work. The good news is that the Amaranto Mark Roman III project and the Riot Mark Roman III project are much closer to completion. Gloriana and her collaborators have managed to solve many of the difficult problems that stalled them for a while. Once they overcome the most challenging hurdles, they can essentially do the rest of the work on autopilot. It just takes time to flesh out the designs of the two high-tier expert mechs. Whether Venerable Davia Stark and Venerable Rosa Orphan will be able to break through shortly after receiving their powerful new machines is another question, though. So far, neither my grandfather nor my uncle have managed to obtain any luck. That caused Tusa to frown. Once I have completed my tour with the Dostovsky clan, I'll come back and instruct them in person. I have learned so much more about what makes an ace pilot. Maybe I can set them on the right path. Let's hope so. If they can't break through even after that, then maybe they are never meant to transcend their limitations any further. Chapter 63, 26 Good and Bad Progress. Much had changed in the months since Vess first presided over a session of the Interim Leadership Council. He revealed his ambitions to become a major player of human civilization and managed to cobble together a coalition of faiths. The Red Two, the Terrans and the Rubarthans had cautiously begun to roll out their newly authorized kinship networks. So far, the feedback had been universally positive. No one who connected to the new networks had regrets about it. In fact, the early adopters had become the most ardent supporters of accelerating the rollout of the kinship networks. It was a pity that the powers that be still stuck to their caution and insisted on a months-long observation period to see whether the people connected to kinship networks would slowly go crazy or become brainwashed over time. Fortunately, the paranoia of all of those big shots eventually had to make way for necessity. The Red Tide offensive may have slowed down a lot, but it was still grinding away at Red Humanity's lines despite all of the exterminations committed by the patrolling god pilots and dreadnoughts. In the months since the start of the Red Tide Offensive, the 3rd Defensive Band eventually succumbed through sheer attrition. No matter how many mechs, starfighters, and warships that Red humanity could muster, the native aliens always managed to bring more. Even if the human defenders managed to put up a valiant fight and attain a hard-fought victory in the field, it did not seem to matter too much on a strategic level. In order for humans to gain the upper hand in the Red Tide Offensive, they had to keep winning their battles or at least force their enemies into draws. They could not afford to fail too many times because they lost ground each time they did so. Mounting an attack to retake lost territory was much costlier than defending. This was why each defeat, though rare, set them all back on an incremental basis. In contrast, the native aliens had it much easier. Sure, their winning rates were terrible. They were often unable to overcome the superior grit and tech employed by the defending humans. Yet it was fine. Regardless of the outcome of a battle, each fight exhausted the humans a little more. Their mech pilots and support personnel got killed. Their mechs got damaged on a large scale. Their logistics became overstrained in an effort to replenish all of the machines that got destroyed. The supplies they relied upon to fight at their best eventually became exhausted. Since reinforcements were very limited, all of these fights gradually depleted the combat effectiveness of the defending troops. The attacking aliens only really had to succeed once in order to make all of their prior sacrifices worth it. Their reserves were so much greater than their human adversaries that they could keep banging their heads against a wall until it finally crumbled due to all of the repeated knocks. The Red War was profoundly asymmetrical. Red humanity still retained their quality advantage, but the native aliens ruthlessly exploited their quantity advantage to the fullest. The Red Cabal and their alien collaborators did not hesitate to throw away the lives of trillions of hapless alien cannon, fodder just to get rid of the extragalactic invaders as quickly as possible. The orbits of many planets had turned into huge junk belts. So much debris of fallen warships and face fighters floated lifelessly in space that the human salvagers simply lacked the numbers to pick up all of the valuable wrecks and break them down into usable materials. While the bounty of materials recycled from all of those broken mechs did much to relieve Red humanity's resource shortages, its factories were working at full capacity and could not produce war material any faster. 2 major bottlenecks constrained Red humanity's war-making potential to an increasing degree. The first was strained logistics. It took a lot of cargo ships to haul stuff around. Human shipyards were pumping out new hulls as fast as they could manage, but the expansion in transportation capacity simply couldn't keep up with the constantly rising demand. The second was the lack of trained soldiers. Red humanity still had a large population of civilians, but only a fraction of them were potentates that possessed the aptitude to pilot mechs. Of all potentates, only a minority of them had taken the life of a professional mech pilot. The remaining potentates ultimately did not enter the cockpit due to a variety of reasons. Perhaps they lacked the courage and guts to enter the battlefield and stare death in the eyes. Perhaps their genetic aptitudes measured below the threshold that would open up promising mech piloting careers. Perhaps they were bad or motivated students that failed to graduate from the mech academies. Whatever the case, a lot of states and organizations had become increasingly more desperate to mobilize these initially unqualified potentates. With martial law in effect, these potentates that had previously been living well among the civilians got ripped from their homes and put into high-intensity boot camps. No matter how awful they were at piloting mechs, at least they could still control a mech when it mattered. Many mech manufacturing complexes had begun to fabricate a large amount of cheap but easy-to-pilot frontline mechs in order to put these pilots to good use. Whether the attempt to convert all of these additional potentates into useful soldiers succeeded or not, it was worth a try to increase the amount of mechs on the battlefield. Still, it took a lot of time to complete these training programs. Red humanity needed a faster solution to ensure enough troops held the line. The Red Fleet's Starfighter Corps had become increasingly more prominent for this reason. The Fleeters invested a lot of effort into supporting its rise. They not only did whatever they could to partner up with many states to construct massive factories that churned out one strike craft after another, but also started to glamorize the life of a heroic starfighter pilot. Vess found it rather funny to see the Fleeters attempting to imitate the Mechers by turning well-performing starfighter pilots into heroes. Their public relations and marketing departments must be working hard to find notable individual starfighter pilots that performed way above average and turn them into war heroes. Though Red humanity was still too enormous with Mechs to take starfighters seriously, the persistent efforts of the Fleeters slowly started to take root. The general public was gradually beginning to appreciate the soldiers who fought in the same battlefields as Mechs and alien face fighters, with nothing but flimsy craft that possessed none of the advantages of the others. When so many people volunteered or got conscripted to serve in the Starfighter Corps, it was inevitable that a few outliers would emerge that performed brilliantly and displayed excellent talent. These were probably the sorts of prodigies and geniuses that would have broken through to a higher rank if they could. Unfortunately, starfighter pilots did not possess the capacity to do so. Vess figured that it was theoretically possible to plagiarize the development trajectory of a Mech pilot and change stuff around so that it accommodated Mechs instead. But it wouldn't nearly as well without the support of a pinnacle work like the Red Kingdom. Without this powerful but invisible automated construct, there was no way for starfighter pilots to be able to break through on mass and collective work towards attaining godhood. This was why Vess started to hear talk about what the Fleeters intended to do in order to solve this problem. Vess personally guessed that the Fleeters were thinking about erecting their own version of the Red Kingdom, but the truth was a lot more pragmatic and controversial. What? Are the Fleeters crazy? I am being serious, Vess, Jovi Armalin said. I have heard from reliable sources that the admirals of the RF have started secret talks with the leaders of the RA about opening the Red Kingdom to starfighters and starfighter pilots. Vess looked absolutely gobsmacked at this news. The mere notion of expanding the responsibilities of the Mech community's precious Red Kingdom to encompass starfighters and everything related to it sounded like heresy to the highest degree. There was no way for him to interpret this move as anything other than a betrayal of everything a Mech designer stood for. Vess struggled to believe that star designers were willing to entertain this notion. Even Jovi struggled to hold in his own reluctance towards this potential development. Is it even possible to expand the Red Kingdom to encompass starfighters and starfighter pilots? Jovi shrugged. It is possible in theory. Whether it will work in practice is another matter. The star designers who administer the Red Kingdom will have to make extensive renovations in order to accommodate this potential development. The Red Kingdom may even become split in half because of this. I do not think that anyone really knows how to make this happen. There is legitimate fear that experimenting too much with the Red Kingdom will cause its existing services to the Mech community to degrade, thereby inflicting untold damage to all of our Mechs and Mech pilots. Damn, they better not mess up our greatest dependents. There is no immediate cause for concern, Vess. The talks have remained just that. Talks. No progress has been made, which shows that the speakers on our side are holding fast. If not for the urgency of the Red War, we wouldn't be entertaining the Fleeters in the first place. The polymath's prolonged absence is clearly felt at this time. What does the polymath have to do with this subject? Her knowledge base is vast. If there is anyone among Red humanity that can come up with a viable plan to alter the Red Kingdom to accommodate starfighters, it is the polymath, Jovi answered. Since she still remains out of contact inside the persistent space-time bubble surrounding Bridgehead 1, we cannot count on her services, which makes everyone much less confident about successfully altering the Red Kingdom. Oh, that kind of makes sense. It is rather weird that so many people put a lot of faith in the polymath. There are plenty of other star designers in the red ocean. Yes, but many of them are too specialized and do not particularly possess any brilliant insights in subjects that fall well outside of their areas of expertise. They are also not as fast to learn and master the necessary knowledge to perform the changes as intended. Vess found it kind of funny that the polymath's involuntary separation from the rest of the Red Ocean actually hindered the fleeters from tacking starfighters onto the Red Kingdom. I take it that there is another big reason why the R-Ray is stalling on this issue. Jovi smirked. Yes, that reason is you, or rather the comprehensive swarm project that you are leading. It is already nearing its highly anticipated completion, which means that it will most definitely become relevant soon. It appears we have succeeded in maintaining the secrecy of Carmine Mechs, despite the progressively greater number of people that are involved in our ambitious project. The Red Admiralty truly has no clue that their hopeful starfighter corps may become Red humanity's discarded toy overnight. With the support of the survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction, Vess had managed to make extensive progress in designing all of the versions of Mech that encompassed the Swarm project. Prototype testing had already begun despite the fact that Vess and his collaborators had yet to complete the design of several features, such as modular weapon systems. Nonetheless, the early tests of the Carmine system, based on organic ultra-large enhanced cockpits, consistently produced good and reliable results. No significant accidents occurred that could call into question whether the Carmine system applied in this unusual manner posed a serious short to medium-term health risk. No Mecher dared to assume that the Carmine system was safe to use over the long term, but most people weren't able to cast their visions that far anymore. The point was that the Swarm project showed such promise at this point that the introduction of Carmine Mechs to the masses would definitely outshine all of the effort the fleeters put into promoting their starfighters. We Red humans are still Mech fanatics at heart, Vess remarked. The age of Mechs has not ended long enough for people to stop their unreasonably strong obsession towards Mechs. As long as we dangle the promise of piloting Mechs without the need to possess the right genetic aptitude in front of their faces, starfighters will probably become yesterday's news. Hence why certain leaders of ours are continuing to stall the talks to prevent starfighters from gaining the support of the Red Kingdom. They all hold the same beliefs as you, Vess. Your Carmine Mechs will soon change our civilization forever. Chapter 63, 27 almost done. Vess did not like the notion of expanding the Mech community's precious Red Kingdom to the Starfighter Corps. He did not even know whether it was even possible, but if the big shots of the Red Association went through with this crazy plan, then that would change the meaning of Mechs forever. Vess did not necessarily hate starfighters. He did not look down on the brave pilots who had no choice to pilot these strike craft in battle due to their inadequate genetic aptitudes. The inclusion of more and more starfighters on the battlefield massively reduced the burden on Mechs and helped them survive longer. Yet, despite all of the contributions made by starfighters and their brave pilots, Vess still did not want them to be regarded as equals to their Mech counterparts. Perhaps it did not sound fair, but Vess was ultimately a Mech designer. It was in his job description to play favorites. He could not possibly remain impartial and still remain in this business. The message that Jovi tried to convey was very clear. The Swarm project had to be introduced to the public according to schedule. The longer the project was delayed, the closer the Red Admiralty came to getting its wish. In fact, even after the introduction of Carmine Mechs, an argument could still be made to allow the Red Kingdom to extend its immense influence to starfighters. The Carmine system technically only gave Carmine pilots a single shot at living their dream. If the Carmine Mech pilots survived a battle but somehow lost their Mechs, and more importantly their ultra-large cockpits, then they were soul-bound to never pilot another Mech for the rest of their lives. This was a devastating setback that could end the promising careers of many Carmine Mech pilots in the years to come. All of their accumulated piloting skills and combat experience would largely go to waste as they were forced to retire from the field and apply themselves in other areas. While veteran Carmine Mech pilots would certainly be able to contribute to society outside of the battlefield in plenty of ways, it just wasn't the same. There were lots of people who were already working as Mech instructors, military advisors, staff officers, and etc. What Red Humanity was short of were soldiers and warriors who had what it took to confront alien warships head-on with the intent to win. In that sense, the Starfighter Corps could still play a useful role, if a much diminished one. It was the option of last resort for combat-capable personnel. The requirements to pilot a starfighter was almost nothing compared to piloting a classical Mech or a Carmine Mech. Their relative simplicity should allow most Mech pilots to quickly figure out how to make decent use of starfighters. There should not be a problem with introducing the finished versions of all of the Mechs of the Swarm project at the planned date, correct? Jovi pressed Vess. A delay of any sort will disrupt far too many plans. Much hinges on the successful unveiling of your Carmine Mechs at the right place and the right time. We have already prepared a grand venue and sent out the invitations. Even if most people are still unaware of what we are about to unleash onto our society, they should already have enough clues to guess that this is a product unveiling that they should not miss. I don't foresee any problems, Vess replied. I mean, we already solved the most difficult technical problems. Your association also handled the logistical challenges involved with mass-producing cybernetic Mechs on an unprecedented scale. I don't see any reason why we would have to postpone the introduction. Everything is already set in stone. We're just doing a lot of testing, optimization, and tweaking work at this point. The work was a little more complicated than that. The Swarm project encompassed 6 Mech designs in total, with half of them Carmine Mechs of different classes. The use of first class, second class, and third class tech caused the designs to diverge a lot from each other, which made it a lot harder to keep the general piloting experience as homogeneous and universal as possible. On certain days, the need to keep up with several different versions of the same Mech concept almost drove Vess crazy. He was looking forward to concluding this exhaustive project and work on more reasonable Mech design projects going forward. The urgency to design and publish a set of Carmine Mechs would disappear as soon as the Swarm project finally made its well-deserved debut. Jovi still looked a bit suspicious towards Vess. You occasionally have a habit of gaining epiphanies, which causes you to revise your original plan and delay your projects in order to accommodate your latest ideas. This may be acceptable at other times, but the Swarm project does not require any further innovation. The Carmine system itself is already the crown jewel as far as we are concerned. If you truly want to iterate on the Mechs of the Swarm project further, then you can wait until we have published the current version before working on a future update. Hey, relax. I get it. I am aware of the dangers of feature creep. I am still pretty sure that I have exhausted most of my creative ideas at this time. Vess had much to be proud of, even if his input on the designs were less than usual. The subordinate models that should attract all of the attention offered relatively economic solutions for every state. The materials used to make the machines were deliberately chosen to be as common and widely available as possible. The tech was also kept either simple or easy to fabricate in order to reduce the chance of complications and delays. Although these design priorities dragged down the combat performance of the subordinate Mechs of the Swarm project, it shouldn't matter too much. Every subordinate Mech was shaped like a wasp with modular hardpoints for each limb. Vess envisioned the rise of another thriving market, centered around the servicing and upgrades of these revolutionary Carmine Mech models. Others could easily make use of expensive materials and fancy tech to produce modular upgrades and modifications that surpassed the very mediocre performance of the base models. Vess pretty much banked on this phenomenon to spare him the trouble of designing additional carmine mechs to fulfill the needs of customers who did not exactly find what they sought. Of course, Vess had not given up on designing carmine mechs. It was the opposite. He had many ideas he wanted to explore later on, but each of them had to be substantially different from the works he designed in the past. The new carmine mechs had to fulfill roles that the machines of the Swarm project could never fulfill unless they went through excessive upgrades. He could think about that later. For now, his main priority was to wrap up the Swarm project. Once he got rid of this huge burden, he could finally breathe easier and make up for lost time by investing more work in the ongoing high-ranking mech design projects. After Vess and Jovi finally moved past the critical subject of the Swarm project, they discussed a few other matters. How is the war effort going so far? It is doing better, Jovi reluctantly replied. Ever since the 3rd Defensive Band eventually succumbed from all of the persistent assaults, it appears that the Red Cabal can no longer ignore the complaints of the alien masses. Not even the most devout believers in the descendants of the Elder Gods are willing to throw themselves into the meat grinder to such an enormous extent with very little results in return. Even the aliens can figure out that the price-to-performance ratio of their bloody attacks is far below the standard. Ever since the aliens have begun to siege the 4th defensive wall, the news doesn't broadcast as much fallen star systems per week as they did before. Have the aliens run out of steam already? Oh no, they still have abundant reserves at their disposal. The native aliens are not yet close to depleting their enormous stock of military assets and the personnel needed to crew all of them. The reason why they have lowered their operational tempo is because their soldiers are not accustomed to waging war with such intensity. Cannon fodder does not want to be treated as cannon fodder. By recklessly throwing face fighters and warships at prepared human defenses, many native aliens end up dying without earning any honor or glory. The sheer callousness in which their gods drive their worshippers to their doom has begun to upset the rank and file. The Red Cabal has little choice but to adjust their strategies in order to topple the remaining 2 defensive bands. That actually sounded plausible. The native aliens may be different from humans in many ways, but they still possessed the fundamental drive for life, reproduction, and satisfying their greed. So what is their current strategy? Vess asked. The native aliens have ceased to send their warships at our fortified planets in waves in the hopes that our defenses will eventually break. Instead, they have chosen to gather many different fleets in adjacent star systems. By splitting up the fleet elements and placing them in many different locations, they are preventing our god pilots and dreadnoughts from mopping them all up at once. It takes valuable time for our best protectors to hop from star system to star system, so they are getting eliminated at a much lower rate than before. The only time they converge together is when they receive orders to launch a single all-out assault on a human-occupied star system. That was indeed a clever way to cope with the reality of god pilots and dreadnoughts roaming across the front lines, slaughtering every alien present in a star system. As much native alien assets as these great protectors had already managed to eliminate, there was always more. By switching their strategies, the attacking aliens indeed managed to decrease their loss rate and have enough forces left over to pull off daring attacks. The 4th defensive band shouldn't fall in the near future, then, Vess concluded. The native aliens still have a quantity advantage, but our side has scientists and stuff, so we should theoretically be growing stronger just due to the time difference alone. Humans did not fight and die in vain. The Mech pilots and other soldiers bought valuable time for Red humanity to further fortify the front lines. The 4th defensive band had gained real significance. The 5th defensive band had become much stronger and better protected against exotic effects. No matter what clever tricks the native aliens tried to employ, they had little choice but to rely on brute force in order to overcome their various shortcomings. How is the mood among the defenders? Vess asked. Morale is mixed. It depends on who we serve and other variables. Most of the pilots are veterans now, and they may become elites if they survived their ordeals longer. Total defeats are fairly rare. Most battles end up with one side limping back to safe harbor, thereby allowing them to fight another day. That becomes much less possible if the aliens decide to strike all at once with overwhelming numbers. Red humans did not easily back off from their missions. Many Mech pilots wanted to preserve the integrity of his machine, nothing more. How probable do you think morale will sink? Not likely, Jovi responded. I have great expectations for you. Your Carmine system and everything that comes with it will produce such a massive shock in the Mech community that your presentation will jolt it back to life. The Mech community as we know it will change forever, as we welcome many new Carmine Mech pilots. The entry of so many relatively fresh and green newcomers will do much to ease people's tensions and remind them what they are fighting to preserve. Chapter 63, 28 Missing Key Material. So how are our high-end projects coming along? Gloriana looked up and directed an annoyed glance towards her approaching husband. You have eyes. You can see for yourself. I do not need to explain everything about a project that you were supposed to help with. If you cannot keep up at this point, you may as well keep yourself out entirely. Vess entered her lab without any forewarning, thereby disrupting the scheduled time period that she intended to devote to an intensive solitary design session. The projection of the incredibly intricate, half-completed design of the Minerva Mark Roman II unfolded before her gaze. The upgrade project for the Minerva was much more expansive than what she had done for the Dark Zephyr. In the case of the first Larkinson Ace Mech, the Dark Zephyr first got upgraded from his Mark Roman II version to the Mark Roman III version. Tusa broke through immediately after piloting this edition for the first time, which prompted the need to design the Mark Roman III Revision 2 in order to accommodate his strength as an ace pilot. The Minerva skipped this intermediary step. She went straight from a quasi-first-class low-to-mid-tier expert Mech to a true first-class ace Mech. Combined with all of the other drastic game-changing upgrades, such as Architect and a brand-new Ultimate module, the divide between the Minerva Mark I and the Minerva Mark Roman II was incredibly vast. It was not disingenuous to say that the Mark Roman II could very well be regarded as an entirely new Mech that just happened to imitate some of the vestiges of the previous version. All of this extra work should have demanded a lot more time and effort in order to complete this ambitious project. However, the reality was that the extra workload was quite modest. Sure, the Minerva Mark Roman II project most definitely presented numerous new challenges that demanded a lot of time in order to resolve, but there were also many familiar elements that Vess and Gloriana already tackled in their last projects. Just as Vess envisioned, the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III and the Mark Roman III Revision 2 served as trailblazers for an entirely new generation of Larkinson high-end Mechs. Gloriana had already solved the massive issues with trying to learn enough Architect to successfully adapt it to her Mech designs. Though she personally believed that she needed to master Architect to a much greater extent before trying to transform it into her own Glorianatech, her current progress was already sufficient enough to serve as an excellent technical base for the high-ranking Mechs of the Larkinson clan. This saved a lot of time, as the recycling of old solutions from the Dark Zephyr enabled Gloriana to fast-forward a lot of design steps that previously should have taken days, weeks, or months to complete. The Minerva Mark Roman II project was therefore progressing at a comfortable rate. There was no chance to complete it in the next month, but it should probably be done within half a year, especially once Vess was able to devote more time to project. I see there is something missing in the design. Vess frowned as he studied the half-completed design a bit more. He noticed a distinct gap in the design that Gloriana deliberately left empty for whatever reason. The hyper-technology applied to this design is unusual. You have minimized the use of hyper material. Aside from the inclusion of water hypers to increase the performance of the Azure Shield generator and other established combinations, you have declined to impart a heavy attribute slant on this design. Finally, you noticed. Can you deduce what kind of attribute or hyper material I want to add to the Minerva? What powerful new hyper material complements a command specialist the best? That put Vess to thought. Unlike pure combat mechs, such as the Dark Zephyr, and so on, the Minerva was never designed to fight in person all of the time. Her original incarnation could still look like a decent rifleman mech, but her mech frame also accommodated a lot of command and control modules that took the place of more combat-relevant parts. The Minerva Mark Roman II took this shift a step further by devoting even more internal capacity to squeezing in as many powerful first-class command and control systems as possible. This ensured that the first-class ace command mech would be able to penetrate through lots of interference, remain in contact with millions of machines, and process a huge amount of data without blowing up the computing systems. The addition of extremely powerful processors was extremely important to a command mech, as it would grant Saint Commander Kaysella the ability to shunt a lot of data-intensive tasks to her mech, as opposed to her transcendent, but ultimately limited brain. Kaysella Ingvar was already doing pretty fine with the Minerva Mark I Revision 2. The hastily and modestly upgraded expert mech was not able to channel the new ace commander's splendor, but the living mech still did an adequate job of serving as a stopgap solution in the past half-year. Vess eagerly looked forward to granting the Saint Commander a powerful ace command mech that would enable her to truly unleash her power, but a lot of work still had to be done before he could make this vision come true. You are missing a high-end application of hyper-technology that is meant to amplify the performance of the command and control modules. Vess eventually figured out the situation after studying the incomplete design. You are not seeking to enhance the firepower or other direct combat-related parameters of the Minerva Mark Roman II. There is an obvious contrast between this design and what you did with the Amaranto Mark Roman III project. What is interesting is the specific approach you have chosen for this design. His wife looked rather amused by this time. Oh, what is my master plan, Vess? You have discarded the use of regular medium to high-grade hyper materials. This allows you to increase the proportion of high-grade exotics used in the construction of C and C modules, thereby increasing their performance in one way, but taking it away in another sense. All of this will only produce a net positive change on total performance if you compensate for this design choice by adding in a very powerful hyper material at the conspicuous gap in the center. In fact, you deliberately designed this entire section around this key hyper material. The only question now is what hyper material you have chosen as the centerpiece. It has to be more powerful than usual, and it also has to be related to all of this activity. Red humanity managed to discover and invent a lot of new hyper materials as of late. Most of them were fairly moderate in power, but the development of exciting new hyper alloys opened a range of new options for eager mech designers. Vess did not think in this direction, though. The vast majority of new hyper alloys were overwhelmingly slanted towards amplifying the direct combat power of mechs. They functioned as force multipliers for weapon systems, armor systems, flight systems, and so on. Few research institutions were interested in developing new solutions that did not possess a direct combat application. His mind therefore settled on a powerful mind-attributed hyper material that still remained extremely rare, but also highly coveted in human society. It was a very luxurious material that Vess was already familiar with, because both his wife and personal assistant relied on it every day to perform way past the human norm. Mentalist crystal. Vess uttered his increasingly more certain guess. You want to augmented all of the C and C systems with one of the few and by far the most powerful mind-attributed hyper materials that red humanity has discovered. Gloriana finally grinned. Exactly. Kaesella's greatest weapon is not her marksmanship, which is good but not the best, nor her sword dueling skills, which are actually quite mediocre compared to her peers. Her greatest weapon is her comprehensive command ability. This not only encompasses her mortal leadership abilities, but also her ability to empower other mechs with her command field. I have looked hard to find a hyper-material that can complement and amplify the performance of both areas instead of just one. I have trialed many different alternatives that are more readily available, but none of them are able to satisfy my demands. It was only when I was able to borrow a sample loaned to me by the Mech supremacist faction that I discovered that a mentalist crystal is the solution to all of my problems. She changed the projection to show a version of the Minerva Mark Roman II, with a whole mentalist crystal slotted in its place of pride. I have experimented with both a whole crystal and a fragment of one. The latter is considerably more common and easier to acquire, but it is not powerful enough to choose over other hyper-materials. Only a single, whole mentalist crystal that remains pristine after harvesting it from the brain of a dead, mutated beast can fulfill all of the criteria that I have set. From the limited testing that I have conducted with the cooperation of the Saint Commander, I have modeled the approximate increase in performance in a large range of parameters. Here are my estimates. She flicked her finger, activating a projection of research report that was filled with graphs and data tables. Vess skimmed through the report. He quickly comprehended his wife's experimental design and applauded her for coming up with a scheme that enabled her to gather a lot of data under very limited circumstances. Though the accuracy and validity of the data was not too high, the numbers could still be used to paint a broad sketch. Alright now, that sketch looked incredibly powerful and ambitious. Vess quickly skipped over how a mentalist crystal could boost the performance of the processors, and so on, and moved straight over to the more extraordinary characteristics of the Minerva. Wait, are these estimates for real? Do you really think you can amplify the range of Kaesella's command field by 20% with the help of a mentalist crystal? Yes. This was a massive improvement. As far as Vess knew, Kaesella's command field was shaped like a three-dimensional sphere, which meant that increasing the radius by a single meter required exponentially greater effort and energy. If Kaesella's command field was smaller, then the use of a mentalist crystal could potentially double or triple its range instead. A boost of 20% at this point was already a massive gain, as that enabled Kaesella to keep track of everything in every direction a lot easier than before. The Saint Commander and her Minerva wouldn't be forced to expose themselves to the enemy as much as they could affect the entire battlefield while remaining safely in the rear. Saint Commander Kaesella would also be able to detect and respond to flanking enemy units that sought to take her by surprise. What about the estimated performance boost to her commandeering and enfeefment abilities? The estimates I made in relation to these topics are less certain than the others. Nonetheless, I predict that a mentalist crystal will produce a quantitative performance increase to Kaesella's iconic abilities. Vess looked a little disappointed. He hoped that using a more powerful mind-attributed hyper-material would enable Kaesella to empower a select group of mechs into counts as opposed to barons. That was a significant power boost, as it meant the difference between the combat power of low-tier expert mechs and the combat power of mid-tier expert mechs. Vess scrolled down to the table that contained the relevant estimates. His wife predicted that the much more likely effect of a mentalist crystal was to enable Commander Kaesella to spread significant concentrations of her true resonance to a greater quantity of lucky mechs. For example, if Kaesella was able to enfeef 35 mechs with the Minerva Mark I Revision 2, then she should be able to enfof 40 or 45 mechs with the Minerva Mark Roman 2. It was not impossible for this figure to rise even further if the design contained additional synergies. This was the difference that a good ace mech could make to Commander Kaesella. Chapter 63, 28 Missing Key Material. So how are our high-end projects coming along? Gloriana looked up and directed an annoyed glance towards her approaching husband. You have eyes. You can see for yourself. I do not need to explain everything about a project that you were supposed to help with. If you cannot keep up at this point, you may as well keep yourself out entirely. Vess entered her lab without any forewarning, thereby disrupting the scheduled time period that she intended to devote to an intensive solitary design session. The projection of the incredibly intricate, half-completed design of the Minerva Mark Roman II unfolded before her gaze. The upgrade project for the Minerva was much more expansive than what she had done for the Dark Zephyr. In the case of the first Larkinson Ace Mech, the Dark Zephyr first got upgraded from his Mark Roman II version to the Mark Roman III version. Tusa broke through immediately after piloting this edition for the first time, which prompted the need to design the Mark Roman III Revision 2 in order to accommodate his strength as an ace pilot. The Minerva skipped this intermediary step. She went straight from a quasi-first-class low-to-mid-tier expert mech to a true first-class ace mech. Combined with all of the other drastic game-changing upgrades, such as Architect and a brand-new Ultimate module, the divide between the Minerva Mark I and the Minerva Mark Roman II was incredibly vast. It was not disingenuous to say that the Mark Roman II could very well be regarded as an entirely new mech that just happened to imitate some of the vestiges of the previous version. All of this extra work should have demanded a lot more time and effort in order to complete this ambitious project. However, the reality was that the extra workload was quite modest. Sure, the Minerva Mark Roman II project most definitely presented numerous new challenges that demanded a lot of time in order to resolve, but there were also many familiar elements that Vess and Gloriana already tackled in their last projects. Just as Vess envisioned, the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III and the Mark Roman III Revision 2 served as trailblazers for an entirely new generation of Larkinson high-end mechs. Gloriana had already solved the massive issues with trying to learn enough Architect to successfully adapt it to her mech designs. Though she personally believed that she needed to master Architect to a much greater extent before trying to transform it into her own Glorianatech, her current progress was already sufficient enough to serve as an excellent technical base for the high-ranking mechs of the Larkinson clan. This saved a lot of time, as the recycling of old solutions from the Dark Zephyr enabled Gloriana to fast-forward a lot of design steps that previously should have taken days, weeks, or months to complete. The Minerva Mark Roman II project was therefore progressing at a comfortable rate. There was no chance to complete it in the next month, but it should probably be done within half a year, especially once Vess was able to devote more time to project. I see there is something missing in the design. Vess frowned as he studied the half-completed design a bit more. He noticed a distinct gap in the design that Gloriana deliberately left empty for whatever reason. The hyper-technology applied to this design is unusual. You have minimized the use of hyper material. Aside from the inclusion of water hypers to increase the performance of the Azure Shield generator and other established combinations, you have declined to impart a heavy attribute slant on this design. Finally, you noticed. Can you deduce what kind of attribute or hyper material I want to add to the Minerva? What powerful new hyper material complements a command specialist the best? That put Vess to thought. Unlike pure combat mechs, such as the Dark Zephyr, and so on, the Minerva was never designed to fight in person all of the time. Her original incarnation could still look like a decent rifleman mech, but her mech frame also accommodated a lot of command and control modules that took the place of more combat-relevant parts. The Minerva Mark Roman II took this shift a step further by devoting even more internal capacity to squeezing in as many powerful first-class command and control systems as possible. This ensured that the first-class ace command mech would be able to penetrate through lots of interference, remain in contact with millions of machines, and process a huge amount of data without blowing up the computing systems. The addition of extremely powerful processors was extremely important to a command mech, as it would grant Saint Commander Kaysella the ability to shunt a lot of data-intensive tasks to her mech, as opposed to her transcendent, but ultimately limited brain. Kaysella Ingvar was already doing pretty fine with the Minerva Mark I Revision 2. The hastily and modestly upgraded expert mech was not able to channel the new Ace Commander's splendor, but the living mech still did an adequate job of serving as a stopgap solution in the past half-year. Vess eagerly looked forward to granting the Saint Commander a powerful Ace command mech that would enable her to truly unleash her power, but a lot of work still had to be done before he could make this vision come true. You are missing a high-end application of hyper-technology that is meant to amplify the performance of the command and control modules. Vess eventually figured out the situation after studying the incomplete design. You are not seeking to enhance the firepower or other direct combat-related parameters of the Minerva Mark Roman II. There is an obvious contrast between this design and what you did with the Amaranto Mark Roman III project. What is interesting is the specific approach you have chosen for this design. His wife looked rather amused by this time. Oh, what is my master plan, Vess? You have discarded the use of regular medium to high-grade hyper materials. This allows you to increase the proportion of high-grade exotics used in the construction of C and C modules, thereby increasing their performance in one way, but taking it away in another sense. All of this will only produce a net positive change on total performance if you compensate for this design choice by adding in a very powerful hyper material at the conspicuous gap in the center. In fact, you deliberately designed this entire section around this key hyper material. The only question now is what hyper material you have chosen as the centerpiece. It has to be more powerful than usual, and it also has to be related to all of this activity. Red Humanity managed to discover and invent a lot of new hyper materials as of late. Most of them were fairly moderate in power, but the development of exciting new hyper alloys opened a range of new options for eager mech designers. Vess did not think in this direction, though. The vast majority of new hyper alloys were overwhelmingly slanted towards amplifying the direct combat power of mechs. They functioned as force multipliers for weapon systems, armor systems, flight systems, and so on. Few research institutions were interested in developing new solutions that did not possess a direct combat application. His mind therefore settled on a powerful mind-attributed hyper material that still remained extremely rare, but also highly coveted in human society. It was a very luxurious material that Vess was already familiar with, because both his wife and personal assistant relied on it every day to perform way past the human norm. Mentalist crystal. Vess uttered his increasingly more certain guess. You want to augmented all of the C and C systems with one of the few and by far the most powerful mind-attributed hyper materials that Red Humanity has discovered. Gloriana finally grinned. Exactly. Kaysella's greatest weapon is not her marksmanship, which is good but not the best, nor her sword dueling skills, which are actually quite mediocre compared to her peers. Her greatest weapon is her comprehensive command ability. This not only encompasses her mortal leadership abilities, but also her ability to empower other mechs with her command field. I have looked hard to find a hyper material that can complement and amplify the performance of both areas instead of just one. I have trialed many different alternatives that are more readily available, but none of them are able to satisfy my demands. It was only when I was able to borrow a sample loaned to me by the Mech supremacist faction that I discovered that a mentalist crystal is the solution to all of my problems. She changed the projection to show a version of the Minerva Mark Roman II with a whole mentalist crystal slotted in its place of pride. I have experimented with both a whole crystal and a fragment of one. The latter is considerably more common and easier to acquire, but it is not powerful enough to choose over other hyper materials. Only a single, whole mentalist crystal that remains pristine after harvesting it from the brain of a dead mutated beast can fulfill all of the criteria that I have set. From the limited testing that I have conducted with the cooperation of the Saint Commander, I have modeled the approximate increase in performance in a large range of parameters. Here are my estimates. She flicked her finger, activating a projection of research report that was filled with graphs and data tables. Vess skimmed through the report. He quickly comprehended his wife's experimental design and applauded her for coming up with a scheme that enabled her to gather a lot of data under very limited circumstances. Though the accuracy and validity of the data was not too high, the numbers could still be used to paint a broad sketch. Right now, that sketch looked incredibly powerful and ambitious. Vess quickly skipped over how a mentalist crystal could boost the performance of the processors, and so on, and moved straight over to the more extraordinary characteristics of the Minerva. Wait, are these estimates for real? Do you really think you can amplify the range of Kasella's command field by 20% with the help of a mentalist crystal? Yes. This was a massive improvement. As far as Vess knew, Kasella's command field was shaped like a three-dimensional sphere, which meant that increasing the radius by a single meter required exponentially greater effort and energy. If Kasella's command field was smaller, then the use of a mentalist crystal could potentially double or triple its range instead. A boost of 20% at this point was already a massive gain, as that enabled Kasella to keep track of everything in every direction a lot easier than before. The Saint Commander and her Minerva wouldn't be forced to expose themselves to the enemy as much as they could affect the entire battlefield while remaining safely in the rear. Saint Commander Kasella would also be able to detect and respond to flanking enemy units that sought to take her by surprise. What about the estimated performance boost to her commandeering and enfeefment abilities? The estimates I made in relation to these topics are less certain than the others. Nonetheless, I predict that a mentalist crystal will produce a quantitative performance increase to Kasella's iconic abilities. Vess looked a little disappointed. He hoped that using a more powerful mind-attributed hyper material would enable Kasella to empower a select group of mechs into counts as opposed to barons. That was a significant power boost, as it meant the difference between the combat power of low-tier expert mechs and the combat power of mid-tier expert mechs. Vess scrolled down to the table that contained the relevant estimates. His wife predicted that the much more likely effect of a mentalist crystal was to enable Commander Kasella to spread significant concentrations of her true resonance to a greater quantity of lucky mechs. For example, if Kasella was able to enfeef 35 mechs with the Minerva mark, I revision 2, then she should be able to enfof 40 or 45 mechs with the Minerva mark Roman 2. It was not impossible for this figure to rise even further if the design contained additional synergies. This was the difference that a good ace mech could make to Commander Kasella. Chapter 63, 28 Missing Key Material. So how are our high-end projects coming along? Gloriana looked up and directed an annoyed glance towards her approaching husband. You have eyes. You can see for yourself. I do not need to explain everything about a project that you were supposed to help with. If you cannot keep up at this point, you may as well keep yourself out entirely. Vess entered her lab without any forewarning, thereby disrupting the scheduled time period that she intended to devote to an intensive solitary design session. The projection of the incredibly intricate, half-completed design of the Minerva mark Roman 2 unfolded before her gaze. The upgrade project for the Minerva was much more expansive than what she had done for the Dark Zephyr. In the case of the first Larkinson Ace Mech, the Dark Zephyr first got upgraded from his Mark Roman 2 version to the Mark Roman 3 version. Tusa broke through immediately after piloting this edition for the first time, which prompted the need to design the Mark Roman 3 Revision 2 in order to accommodate his strength as an ace pilot. The Minerva skipped this intermediary step. She went straight from a quasi-first-class low-to-mid-tier expert mech to a true first-class ace mech. Combined with all of the other drastic game-changing upgrades, such as Architect and a brand new Ultimate module, the divide between the Minerva Mark I and the Minerva Mark Roman II was incredibly vast. It was not disingenuous to say that the Mark Roman II could very well be regarded as an entirely new Mech that just happened to imitate some of the vestiges of the previous version. All of this extra work should have demanded a lot more time and effort in order to complete this ambitious project. However, the reality was that the extra workload was quite modest. Sure, the Minerva Mark Roman II project most definitely presented numerous new challenges that demanded a lot of time in order to resolve, but there were also many familiar elements that Vess and Gloriana already tackled in their last projects. Just as Vess envisioned, the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III and the Mark Roman III Revision II served as trailblazers for an entirely new generation of Larkinson high-end mechs. Gloriana had already solved the massive issues with trying to learn enough Architect to successfully adapt it to her mech designs. Though she personally believed that she needed to master Architect to a much greater extent before trying to transform it into her own Glorianatech, her current progress was already sufficient enough to serve as an excellent technical base for the high-ranking mechs of the Larkinson clan. This saved a lot of time, as the recycling of old solutions from the Dark Zephyr enabled Gloriana to fast-forward a lot of design steps that previously should have taken days, weeks, or months to complete. The Minerva Mark Roman II project was therefore progressing at a comfortable rate. There was no chance to complete it in the next month, but it should probably be done within half a year, especially once Vess was able to devote more time to project. I see there is something missing in the design. Vess frowned as he studied the half-completed design a bit more. He noticed a distinct gap in the design that Gloriana deliberately left empty for whatever reason. The hyper-technology applied to this design is unusual. You have minimized the use of hyper material. Aside from the inclusion of water hypers to increase the performance of the Azure Shield generator and other established combinations, you have declined to impart a heavy attribute slant on this design. Finally, you noticed. Can you deduce what kind of attribute or hyper material I want to add to the Minerva? What powerful new hyper material complements a command specialist the best? That put Vess to thought. Unlike pure combat mechs, such as the Dark Zephyr, and so on, the Minerva was never designed to fight in person all of the time. Her original incarnation could still look like a decent rifleman mech, but her mech frame also accommodated a lot of command and control modules that took the place of more combat-relevant parts. The Minerva Mark Roman II took this shift a step further by devoting even more internal capacity to squeezing in as many powerful first-class command and control systems as possible. This ensured that the first-class Ace command mech would be able to penetrate through lots of interference, remain in contact with millions of machines, and process a huge amount of data without blowing up the computing systems. The addition of extremely powerful processors was extremely important to a command mech, as it would grant Saint Commander Kaysella the ability to shunt a lot of data-intensive tasks to her mech, as opposed to her transcendent, but ultimately limited brain. Kaysella Ingvar was already doing pretty fine with the Minerva Mark I Revision II. The hastily and modestly upgraded expert mech was not able to channel the new Ace Commander's splendor, but the living mech still did an adequate job of serving as a stopgap solution in the past half-year. Vess eagerly looked forward to granting the Saint Commander a powerful Ace command mech that would enable her to truly unleash her power, but a lot of work still had to be done before he could make this vision come true. You are missing a high-end application of hyper-technology that is meant to amplify the performance of the command and control modules. Vess eventually figured out the situation after studying the incomplete design. You are not seeking to enhance the firepower or other direct combat-related parameters of the Minerva Mark Roman II. There is an obvious contrast between this design and what you did with the Amaranto Mark Roman III project. What is interesting is the specific approach you have chosen for this design. His wife looked rather amused by this time. Oh, what is my master plan, Vess? You have discarded the use of regular medium to high-grade hyper materials. This allows you to increase the proportion of high-grade exotics used in the construction of C and C modules, thereby increasing their performance in one way, but taking it away in another sense. All of this will only produce a net positive change on total performance if you compensate for this design choice by adding in a very powerful hyper material at the conspicuous gap in the center. In fact, you deliberately designed this entire section around this key hyper material. The only question now is what hyper material you have chosen as the centerpiece. It has to be more powerful than usual, and it also has to be related to all of this activity. Red humanity managed to discover and invent a lot of new hyper materials as of late. Most of them were fairly moderate in power, but the development of exciting new hyper alloys opened a range of new options for eager Mech designers. Vess did not think in this direction, though. The vast majority of new hyper alloys were overwhelmingly slanted towards amplifying the direct combat power of Mechs. They functioned as force multipliers for weapon systems, armor systems, flight systems, and so on. Few research institutions were interested in developing new solutions that did not possess a direct combat application. His mind therefore settled on a powerful mind-attributed hyper-material that still remained extremely rare, but also highly coveted in human society. It was a very luxurious material that Vess was already familiar with, because both his wife and personal assistant relied on it every day to perform way past the human norm. Mentalist crystal. Vess uttered his increasingly more certain guess. You want to augment all of the C and C systems with one of the few and by far the most powerful mind-attributed hyper-materials that red humanity has discovered. Gloriana finally grinned. Exactly. Kaesella's greatest weapon is not her marksmanship, which is good but not the best, nor her sword-dueling skills, which are actually quite mediocre compared to her peers. Her greatest weapon is her comprehensive command ability. This not only encompasses her mortal leadership abilities, but also her ability to empower other Mechs with her command field. I have looked hard to find a hyper-material that can complement and amplify the performance of both areas instead of just one. I have trialed many different alternatives that are more readily available, but none of them are able to satisfy my demands. It was only when I was able to borrow a sample loaned to me by the Mech supremacist faction that I discovered that a mentalist crystal is the solution to all of my problems. She changed the projection to show a version of the Minerva Mark Roman II, with a whole mentalist crystal slotted in its place of pride. I have experimented with both a whole crystal and a fragment of one. The latter is considerably more common and easier to acquire, but it is not powerful enough to choose over other hyper materials. Only a single, whole mentalist crystal that remains pristine after harvesting it from the brain of a dead, mutated beast can fulfill all of the criteria that I have set. From the limited testing that I have conducted with the cooperation of the Saint Commander, I have modeled the approximate increase in performance in a large range of parameters. Here are my estimates. She flicked her finger, activating a projection of research report that was filled with graphs and data tables. Vess skimmed through the report. He quickly comprehended his wife's experimental design and applauded her for coming up with a scheme that enabled her to gather a lot of data under very limited circumstances. Though the accuracy and validity of the data was not too high, the numbers could still be used to paint a broad sketch. Alright now, that sketch looked incredibly powerful and ambitious. Vess quickly skipped over how a mentalist crystal could boost the performance of the processors, and so on, and moved straight over to the more extraordinary characteristics of the Minerva. Wait, are these estimates for real? Do you really think you can amplify the range of Kaesella's command field by 20% with the help of a mentalist crystal? Yes. This was a massive improvement. As far as Vess knew, Kasella's command field was shaped like a three-dimensional sphere, which meant that increasing the radius by a single meter required exponentially greater effort and energy. If Kasella's command field was smaller, then the use of a mentalist crystal could potentially double or triple its range instead. A boost of 20% at this point was already a massive gain, as that enabled Kasella to keep track of everything in every direction a lot easier than before. The Saint Commander and her Minerva wouldn't be forced to expose themselves to the enemy as much as they could affect the entire battlefield while remaining safely in the rear. Saint Commander Kasella would also be able to detect and respond to flanking enemy units that sought to take her by surprise. What about the estimated performance boost to her commandeering and enfeefment abilities? The estimates I made in relation to these topics are less certain than the others. Nonetheless, I predict that a mentalist crystal will produce a quantitative performance increase to Kasella's iconic abilities. Vess looked a little disappointed. He hoped that using a more powerful mind-attributed hyper material would enable Kasella to empower a select group of mechs into counts as opposed to barons. That was a significant power boost, as it meant the difference between the combat power of low-tier expert mechs and the combat power of mid-tier expert mechs. Vess scrolled down to the table that contained the relevant estimates. His wife predicted that the much more likely effect of a mentalist crystal was to enable Commander Kasella to spread significant concentrations of her true resonance to a greater quantity of lucky mechs. For example, if Kasella was able to enfeef 35 mechs with the Minerva mark, I revision 2, then she should be able to enfof 40 or 45 mechs with the Minerva mark Roman 2. It was not impossible for this figure to rise even further if the design contained additional synergies. This was the difference that a good ace mech could make to Commander Kasella. Chapter 63, 29 Mentalist Crystal Monopoly. The benefits of integrating a mentalist crystal into the Minerva was far greater than integrating it into any other high-ranking mech. While Vess believed that putting a mentalist crystal in the Dark Zephyr would make Saint Tusa sharper and more responsive, it may even help him utilize the Banish resonating ability more effectively, as the precise manipulation of Erleman forced Tusa to be precise and detailed in his power application. However, the benefits were too marginal compared to using other hyper materials. The Dark Zephyr was a fast-moving mech that Saint Tusa piloted more with his highly developed instincts and intuition as opposed to his mind. The Minerva mark Roman 2 was different. Under ideal circumstances, the upcoming ace command mech shouldn't even fight her adversaries directly, let alone move from her commanding position from the rear. Vess envisioned her to become the Larkinson clan's ultimate manipulator of the battlefield. The living mech needed to function as a conductor of many other mech units, channeling lots of true resonance to her subordinates so that they may act as her weapon systems. All of this did not require the Minerva to acquire a deadlier rifle, a tougher armor system, or a faster flight system. While Vess and Gloriana made sure to strengthen these aspects anyway, in order to guard against emergencies where the Saint Commander had no other choice, these wouldn't be situations where she fought at her best. The strength of an ace command mech lay in inspiring and leading a large number of troops to accomplish victories that were otherwise unattainable. Kasella Ingvar possessed the potential to lead any mech army and defeat enemy forces that were easily 5 times or even 10 times stronger on paper. While all of that sounded impressive, it was much harder for her to realize this potential in practice. Her Minerva served as both an enabler and a limiter to her power. Depending on how her ace command mech was designed and built, the living mech would strengthen some of her capabilities while weakening her other aspects. The goal that Vess and Gloriana had set for the Minerva Mark Roman 2 project was to strengthen Kasella's ace mech's command capabilities as much as possible. They purposely decided to sacrifice the mech's direct combat capabilities if they had to choose between the two. They were willing to go quite far in trading one for the other, up to the point where the diminishing returns became too strong to make it worthwhile anymore. In any case, Gloriana had chosen to design the Minerva Mark Roman II in a way that would probably make her into one of the best junior ace command mechs to exist, but only if she was able to draw mind energy from a whole mentalist crystal. Vess crossed his arms as he thought about this situation. He figured out that his wife already prepared this presentation for him for the purpose of begging him for the key material that could elevate the Minerva Mark Roman II to a whole new level. Gloriana. I do not like that tone, Vess. Oh, come on. You should have a good understanding how difficult it is to obtain a mentalist crystal. Many people have tried to set up their own business around harvesting and selling them for exorbitant prices, but none of them have the ability to hunt down clever mutated beasts that have developed abnormally high intelligences as the trackers of the Hunting Association. They are the only ones who derive their power and knowledge directly from the huntsmen, thereby allowing them to find the needles in a haystack on a consistent basis. So, since the side branches of our clan have failed to harvest a single mentalist crystal, then let us leave that to the professionals. Let us approach the Hunting Association and pay whatever we need to secure a crystal. It's not as simple as you think, Vess exasperatingly said. As long as the HA maintains its highly coveted monopoly on mentalist crystals, it will take huge concessions for us to trade one for yourself. In fact, I don't exactly have a good relation with the HA at the moment, so I can't just approach them and propose a deal with the hunters. You are not doing us any favors by requesting a whole crystal instead of a bunch of fragments. Can't you just design the Minerva without this material? I can already guess you designed an alternative version that uses regular hyper materials. Gloriana shot up to her feet. Do not give me your excuses, Vess. I refuse to settle for less when there is a much superior option available. The Minerva Mark Roman II augmented with a mentalist crystal is much closer to a perfect vessel for Caecella than any other variation that I can design. I can accept it if we do not have the status and wealth to acquire a whole mentalist crystal, but this is not the case. You are more than a mech designer these days. I have read the news and heard the rumors. You command far more than the Larkinson clan these days. As the hierarch of the Coalition of Faiths and the future leader of the High Council of the Red Collective, obtaining a mentalist crystal should be a trivial task to your high and mighty self. Even if you cannot request one from the Hunting Association due to strained relations or such, you can still approach other friendly organizations for their crystals. Impossible, Vess sputtered. Mentalist crystals are used up almost as soon as they are delivered to their intended recipients. No one keeps them lying around. Do you know how many statesmen, master mech designers, and other high-end mighty figures are waiting to upgrade their cranial implants with ones empowered by this highly coveted hyper-material? I have even heard of cases where they were stolen in transit in shocking heists. By the way, how the hell did you manage to get a mentalist crystal on loan anyway? A master mech designer from the mech supremacist faction acquired one from the Hunting Association. The crystal was already in transit. The escort fleet merely took a short detour in order to let me use it for a battery of experiments. I believe it has now been integrated into a brand new implant suite, similar to my own augmentations. I see. You were really lucky that you managed to obtain this opportunity. As this example shows, other parties simply don't hold onto their mentalist crystals. If they place them into their vaults, then a group of expert heisters will find a way to break in and steal the crystals under everyone's noses. These damn crystals are more valuable than face water these days. They have become one of the most coveted strategic materials in our civilization. In fact, I hear that even the aliens are eager to obtain them for their own purposes. His wife did not seem moved by his counterarguments. She raised her eyebrows as she continued to stare at him as if he owed her 15 top-of-the-line handbags. You have often complained how your status is rising faster than your ability to protect yourself. This is your chance to rectify this problem to a large extent. We all need the Saint Commander at her best. If she is paired with a Minerva Mark Roman II that is enhanced with a Mentalist crystal, there will not be many enemies that can directly threaten us anymore. I thought you would have done everything to increase your protection now that you are on the cusp of becoming the highest leaders of the Red Collective. Look, I would really like a Mentalist crystal of our own, but the price is too high. I can't get one from other parties because they always use them up too quickly. Even if they can get one that has remained intact and unused, then we will have to pay an even higher price than if we requested one from the Hunting Association directly. If that is an issue, then why are you so opposed to negotiating with the hunters? It's complicated, Vess sighed. The Hunting Association has become too powerful to bow its head to the Red Collective, but it is not powerful enough to become a rival. It has occupied a very favorable position in high-level politics. It can afford to remain aloof, because no one wants to spoil their relations with this powerful organization. That sounds interesting, but what is the issue? The problem is that it is not in the best interest of the collective to let the hunters stray too far from its orbit, as they are technically cultivators. It is best for the RC if the HA accepts our jurisdiction, but there has been a months-long standoff on this issue. Many people simply do not want to piss off the hunters, or else they will lose their only channel of Mentalist crystals. It would be extremely embarrassing for me if I have to beg the HA for a Mentalist crystal. If I do this, I will weaken the bargaining position of my own superorganization. He needed to think beyond his own perspective, and the perspective of the Larkinson clan these days. Now that he had entered the game of high politics, he needed to be a lot more mindful of the repercussions of all of his decisions. His wife finally accepted the gravity of this troublesome situation. She furrowed her brows as she thought about how she could still attain her goal. Will you be able to ask for a Mentalist crystal once your Red Collective has solved its ongoing impasse with the Hunting Association? Yes, but do you understand how difficult that is? There is only one real chance of reconciling the two organizations before the start of the highly anticipated founding ceremony of the Red Collective. I will be traveling to the Yernstall Star Node very soon to preside over this event and open the doors of its brand new headquarters. Since so many movers and shakers of human civilization will be attending this historic event as well, I plan to take care of a lot of other important business as well. One of them includes participating in a last-ditch effort to convince the Hunting Association to accept the jurisdiction of the Red Collective. This was a really dubious attempt, but it was the last chance the Red Collective had left to bring what could arguably be described as the most powerful human sect at this time to heal. You are taking care of much more business while you are staying in Yernstall, correct? That's an understatement, Vess chuckled. I hear that there is a good chance that the evolution which will be present to provide security for the founding ceremony and handle a few matters related to her future role in the Red Collective. I have been asking her office for months for a personal meeting with the God Pilot, and I think I will finally get my chance at Yernstall. I have a couple of important matters to discuss with her. I believe she may have her own reasons to seek me out and talk about important matters. Vess intended to take care of a lot of important matters in the Yernstall Central Star Node. A great convergence was on the horizon. The culmination of many different plans was about to occur at the same place and time. There was no way this was a coincidence. Everything was interconnected, somehow. What else will you be doing in Yernstall, Vess? Well, I will be paying a personal visit to Starfarer Bay. I have already toured it by remote, but that is different from being physically present. I want to make sure one of our shipyards is working hard to churn out first-class subcapital ships for our latest fleet, according to the specifications that I have set. That shouldn't be all. You have been preparing for a more important and significant event. Do not deny it. I can tell from the way you return from your secretive design sessions aboard the Tarask. Are you finally ready to introduce your Carmine Mechs to the dwarf galaxy? Vess assumed a grave expression. I am. It's a bit rushed, but it is not as if I have any choice. This is going to change everything. You and the kids will need to be prepared for a huge reaction towards my upcoming work. You will notice vastly greater security covering you all while I am gone." I see. This was going to happen sooner or later. No one can remain calm when the greater masses finally gain an opportunity to pilot Mechs. This is a true paradigm shift. Chapter 63, 30 Security Risks. Jernstall had become a focus of Red humanity. During these trying times, where the Red Tide Offensive managed to topple 3 defensive bands, people had very few good developments to look forward to. The news from the front lines remained bleak, as the native aliens continued to leverage their superior numbers and resources to fulfill their goal of eradicating all humans in their dwarf galaxy. The founding ceremony of the Red Collective was meant to revive people's hopes and give them an extra source of optimism. The Red Collective was not just a regulatory organization. It was also meant to become a dominant power, one that was meant to organize up-and-coming cultivators and shape them into effective combatants that could contribute to the Red War in their own unique ways. The founding ceremony was therefore way more than a symbolic occasion. The Red Collective and its many supporters had prepared numerous initiatives meant to give the new superorganization a lot of momentum. From expanding kinship networks to a greater share of the population, to setting up RC-sponsored academies to educate the next generation of cultivators for its own purposes, the founding ceremony would give people plenty of reasons to rejoice. The introduction of Carmine Mechs to the public could be considered as one of those events, though the Red Association insisted on claiming jurisdiction over this new category of Mechs. It didn't matter. As long as Carmine Mechs dispelled some of the darkness that had overtaken Red humanity, it would still provide a beneficial change. Vess did not want his civilization to collapse, after all. He would let the Mechers have their toys. There was still plenty of other stuff for Vess to look forward to in his capacity as a major leader of the Red Collective. In the previous sessions he presided over, the counselors managed to fully flesh out the hierarchy and organizational structure. The upper council and the lower council decided the overall policies and direction of the RC, but they did not run the superorganization directly. That was the job of the executors, the heads of all of the departments of the Red Collective. They were the day-to-day leaders that were responsible for executing the policies accepted by the two councils. Vess readily admitted that he had played a sizable role in empowering the executors. As a Mech designer, he was far too busy to take charge of every single issue related to the RC. If people wanted him to become the leader of the upper council so much, then they should at least allow him to do so on a part-time basis. He would never be willing to sacrifice his main occupation for other job opportunities. So long as the right executors got selected and put into their high offices, they would make sure that the Red Collective would run smoothly and according to the will of the councils. This should massively reduce Vess' obligations and allow him to spend more time on his own priorities. While empowering the executors would inevitably weaken the power of the counselors to an extent, Vess still believed it was a worthwhile trade-off. He was more than willing to sacrifice a bit of power to free up a massive portion of his schedule. He didn't even care if this would weaken his overall prestige and leadership position in the Red Collective. He was already fine with wielding a moderate amount of power and influence. Accepting any more would vastly increase his work obligations and keep him mired with irrelevant duties. Vess even managed to set up the councils so that people did not even have to attend the sessions in person at the Red Collective's new headquarters. They could continue to attend the meetings by remote, provided that they could guarantee reasonably stable and secure communication channels. Vess even argued that this was the superior option to forcing the counselors to move to Jernstall on a permanent basis. The Red Collective is supposed to be different from the Red Association and the Red Fleet, Vess argued during a past session. Our collective should maintain much closer ties to the grassroots that form its fundamental base of support. How better to ensure we remain connected to the masses if our counselors continue to live among them? Jernstall is definitely a great place if it has become known as the sapphire of the Red Ocean. But in my eyes, it is just a giant ivory tower. We cannot afford to repeat the mistakes of the Mechers and the Fleeters. He almost couldn't believe this argument actually worked. A lot of counselors bought this excuse and agreed that there shouldn't be any problems with continuing to hold important council sessions in a purely virtual setting. They could even broadcast the virtual council sessions to show the Red Collective's commitment to transparency. A lot of important decisions made by the RA and the RREF happened behind closed doors. They had no interest in showing transparency, not necessarily because they were shy or arrogant, but because they probably discussed a lot of topics on confidential matters. The RC would probably do that as well, but Vess at least wanted to broadcast the sessions where the counselors talked about more mundane affairs just to make a statement. Long story short, as long as Vess successfully set everything up, he could look forward to sitting back and let the RC run itself for the most part. Vess only had to attend and preside over the sessions of the upper council every so often in order to set a new strategic direction or modify the current ones. However, there was no way for him to avoid the first gathering of important figures. He needed to be present in Jernstall to show up, claim responsibility, and earn much of the credit for bringing an endeavor as massive as the Red Collective to life. Before Vess moved to the Jernstall Central Star node, he still had to take care of a lot of preparations. The journey from New Constantinople to Jernstall will not take long, but do not underestimate the risks, Jovi Armalin told Vess. We are confident we have managed to prevent or stifle any potential leaks relating to our Carmine Mechs, but we cannot guarantee that others have learned about what we are busy with. Those whose interests are on track of getting harmed due to the abrupt rise of Carmine Mechs will have many reasons to spoil this launch. That caused Vess to look concerned. Are you saying that enemies may try to attack our Blue Jay fleet in transit so they can assassinate me in the hopes of strangling Carmine Mechs in the cradle? It is a plausible scenario, Jovi said with a concerned expression. Our intelligence agencies have not detected any signs of a serious assassination attempt against you. But if such a plot is truly in the works, then the journey from New Constantinople to Jernstall is by far the best window of opportunity to take away your life. Our fleet will not be easy to defeat after we have received temporary reinforcements, but it is still easier to attack it in the middle of nowhere than to launch an attack in New Constantinople or Jernstall. It was very difficult for any secret force to arrive on New Constantinople Roman 8 in large numbers. The DeVos ancient clan did a good job at controlling the inflow of traffic to the busy planet, and always tried to limit the Mechs and other destructive hardware that people wanted to bring to the surface. Approaching Diandi Base, where Vess spent most of his time, was also a difficult prospect. It was located in a rural part of the planet where any hostile approach easily stood out from the terrain. The Mechers had set up robust defenses and detection systems that were effective enough to sniff out infiltrators. A lot of sneaky bastards got caught due to underestimating how many checks and layers the Mechers employed to prevent anyone from posing a threat to Vess and his family. Vess suddenly had a feeling that he needed to consult Ilvain for any early warnings about a possible assassination attempt. There were many reasons for people to claim his head. There were cosmopolitans who still wanted to reap the bounty offered by the Red Cabal. There were paranoid bastards among the Red too that feared that Vess was working towards reviving the 5 Scrolls Compact in the New Frontier. There were supporters of the Starfighter Corps and members of the existing Mech community whose interests would be fundamentally threatened by the rise of Carmine Mechs. There were also members of the Red too and numerous other organizations that really did not want to see the rise of the Red Collective. Any one of these groups or more could have designs on Vess' life. It was already bad enough if they worked by themselves to launch a credible assassination attempt. It would be much worse if they somehow discovered each other and collectively prepared an ambush. In any case, Vess needed to stay on his toes during the entire strip to the central star node. Only after he arrived in Jernstall would he be able to relax and remain secure. Sure, Jernstall was an incredibly busy place that attracted a lot of Mechers, Fleeters, Terrans, and Rubarthans, but that also merited a very strict security regime. Even if a nefarious party managed to overcome the strict prevention methods and come close to harming Vess, he could still count on St. Tusa and his Dark Zephyr to squash most challengers. Vess was allowed to bring along the ace pilot of the Larkinson clan as his main security detail. His high position, importance, and known enemies practically mandated this arrangement. Even if St. Tusa and his powerful Dark Zephyr were not up to the task of repelling the enemy assassins, then the evolution which would definitely intervene to avoid everything spiraling out of control. Vess truly assumed that none of his enemies would be able to lay a single hand on him so long as he remained under the protection of a god pilot. He would become vulnerable once more after his Blue Jay fleet transported him back to New Constantinople Roman 8, but by then, it was too late to many of his enemies. I really hope those reinforcements are something, because I have a feeling we will need their protection. Will we gain the protection of additional ace mechs? None. You can only bring your own to Jernstall. Our ace pilots are already spread thin, as you know. Maintaining the 4th defensive band is still a critical endeavor. Vess looked disappointed. There was another Larkinson ace pilot in the form of St. Commander Kaisela Ingvar, but he doubted whether it was worthwhile to bring her along. Her Minerva Mark, I Revision B, was still a quasi-first-class expert mech, and lacked the raw power and sophistication to keep up with first-class battles. /Ugh. Vess rubbed his face with his palm. I have nothing against your Blue Jay fleet. I would rather like it if my own organization can take care of security. I will see if I cannot scrounge a coalition fleet together by borrowing from the escort forces of all of those friendly faiths. This could wait for later. Vess continued to listen to Jovi explain his itinerary. Whatever you do, make sure you clean up and present yourself at your best before the critical moment. You need to make a professional sales pitch to achieve the greatest possible impact. Once you have ignited a new war, you may be permitted to retreat and remain out of sight. What if the native aliens actually dare to attack the Jernstall Central Star node? Then you should do whatever you can to help our forces vanquish against these powerful foes. Vess, reinforcements are always present. You only need to buy enough time for them to come and step in. I suggest you invest in a better and stronger shield generator. I'm a phase lord. I do not necessarily need such a gadget anymore. I would rather outfit myself with a fitting raiment. You can do that as well. Chapter 63, 31 Useless Ilvain. As the date of the founding ceremony of the Red Collective crept closer, the highly anticipated event started to pull in everyone remotely involved in it. Vess could not live through one day without spending his time on planning or making decisions related to his upcoming business trip to the Jernstall Central Star node. The Sapphire of the Red Ocean had always served as the most prominent star system in the new frontier. It was only overshadowed by Bridgehead 1, but after the latter got trapped in a space-time bubble, Jernstall had no choice but to step up and serve as the new capital system of Red humanity. Jernstall had become busier than ever. It had already turned into a thriving commercial center due to the fact that it was one of the few neutral locations where Terrans and Rubarthans could tolerate each other's presence. Now it was shaping up to become a true multicultural center of human civilization. Every major player tried to establish at least a branch office in this extremely congested, but also expensive star system. What was important to Vess was that, while all of the advanced infrastructure of the Jernstall Central Star node had been entirely built up by the Red Association and the Red Fleet, the Red Collective was permitted to have a share of ownership of the star system as well. The details were still being negotiated behind the scenes, and Vess did not expect for the RC to get a lot of stuff for free, but it was already enough to gain a solid foothold. Perhaps the RC would be able to expand its influence in Jernstall and other central star nodes in time. It may very well be the case that the collective decided that, as a latecomer, it was not the best idea to imitate the development trajectories of its much older rivals. Perhaps it was better to rely on other parties to set up branches in other locations. The price of real estate in many star systems had shot through the roof since the outbreak of the Red War. The new hats that Vess had taken on as of late forced him to expand his staff and create new departments devoted to assisting him in keeping track of all of the political machinations of the Coalition of Faiths and the Red Collective. As Vess tried to juggle a lot of responsibilities at the same time, he became more concerned about the fleet that would escort him to Jernstall and back again. The Blue Jay fleet was not bad, and the additional reinforcements that came in the form of carriers hosting much-needed first-class multipurpose mechs were all nice, but the lack of high-ranking mechs and mech pilots bothered him a lot. He did not have a solid feeling that trouble was on the horizon, but the circumstances lined up far too well. Too many people had good reasons to get rid of him, so the probability that one of them would strike at the time where he was the most isolated and vulnerable was much greater than usual. His concerns grew so much that he even put down his reluctance towards Ilvain and secretly prayed to the design spirit for an oracle. He felt so ashamed about it that he tried to keep it a secret from everyone. He did not want others to judge him for requesting answers from a prophet of all sources. Unfortunately, Vess did not receive the answers he sought. "What do you mean a storm is coming?" he asked the hand-carved figurine of Ilvain. "That hardly tells me anything. Is there anything you can actually predict about my life and safety starting from my departure from New Constantinople?" "Ugh, I get it. I know that there are way too many powerful people involved. It would be unreasonable to ask you to extrapolate the movements and actions of lots of master mech designers, star designers, and the evolution which to boot. I am not asking you to make predictions of my time in the Jernstall Central Star Node. I just want to know whether my trip will remain uneventful or not. Will I get attacked? I don't see how this storm can grow large enough to encompass my journey as well, but oh well. I guess it is better to assume the worst and prepare accordingly. If nothing else, it will give me greater peace of mind. It is getting really annoying that you aren't able to provide me with more precise predictions. The higher I rise up the ranks, the more I get into contact with powerful people. If the remaining defensive bands don't collapse, then more god pilots and star designers will emerge. Our clan has already welcomed 3 ace pilots. If their presence alone drastically increases the cost of predicting anything related to the Larkinson clan, then how can you possibly keep up and serve your purpose as an early warning radar? What do you mean it is my fault? I am not responsible for your failings. Is it my fault because I didn't have a 4th child with Gloriana within half a year? Vess had already forgotten about that warning. I don't see how that can make such a huge difference. My wife and I do not have time to rear another child. We are already too busy and swamped with work to care for another child. As much as I want to raise another son, I cannot justify this diversion if it takes too much time out of my work. Besides, your request never sat well with me. I am not going to rear another child of mine, only for you to swoop in and reincarnate in his body or something. That was probably the real reason why he instantly shot down this insanely inappropriate request. Vess could recognize the usefulness of portents of the future, but he strongly rejected the notion that everything was deterministic. There was no way he believed Ilvain's claim that the future would become much worse if Vess did not have a 4th child within a certain time frame. Although the deadline for that had already passed, Vess did not feel scared or nervous about it at all. In his opinion, the future was an infinite set of probabilities. This was an interpretation that Jovi Armalin also based his design philosophy upon. A lot of timelines may be similar due to the greater possibilities of certain events coming to pass. but nothing should ever be 100% locked into place. Even if there was a kernel of truth in Ylvain's warning, Vess believed he would be able to manage in the future anyway, because it was ultimately shaped by people living in the moment. Putting too much stock in vague and unproven oracles would drive anyone mad, as they did their best to inadvertently fulfill their own prophecies. This was why he also took the visions of the future depicted by the Zeal with a grain of salt. Certain images that did not sit well with him. The one where he pressed his gun against the temple of what he presumed to be his grown-up son was a potential future that Vess most definitely did not want to turn into a reality. If his fourth son was the one that had apparently committed a sin so terrible that it pushed Vess to commit filicide in the future, then it may be for the best that this timeline had been averted entirely by not letting this child be born in the first place. Seeing that he couldn't gain anything useful out of Ylvain, Vess ended the spiritual call and stowed away the figurine. "I'll have to prepare for the future the old-fashioned way, then," Vess sighed. He did so by spending more time on checking the security arrangements. He paid close attention to the assets of the temporarily expended Blue Jay fleet. The Blue Jay fleet had always been slanted towards warships, so Vess welcomed the arrival of lots of Mechs. While there were pros and cons to both Mechs and warships, Vess liked the former more because he understood them a lot better. Although the Mechs employed by the Mechers definitely did not conform to his own style, there was nothing wrong with the machines. They were all excellent and could definitely put up a good fight against an enormous variety of threats. The lack of high-ranking Mechs and Mech pilots did not even bother Vess all that much, because the hardware was just so powerful. Even if the Blue Jay fleet confronted an enemy that proved to be too much to handle, the point of this escort fleet was never to stay put and fight to the bitter end. Many warships included in the Blue Jay fleet possessed better mobility and advanced interdiction braking capabilities. They were excellent at running through blockades and speeding away as fast as possible. So long as Vess could quickly be brought away from any ambush, then the attempt on his life had already failed. Of course, he also recalled St. Tusa in order to obtain additional insurance during his business trip. The Ace Light Skirmisher had been going on a tour in the past half-year or so. He stuck with the Dostovsky ancient clan for a few months and learned a heap of valuable lessons from the Messenger of Silence. He briefly returned to the expeditionary fleet after that and imparted many of those lessons to the other Larkinson high-ranking Mech pilots. After that, Tusa bounced between several different star systems under siege throughout the Red Ocean Union. He traveled to any location that was under heavy attack and where the defenders desperately required assistance. By traveling to different star systems aboard a fast, if cramped, mobile carrier loaned by the Red Association, Tusa and his increasingly more recognizable Dark Zephyr played the role of a troubleshooter. The Larkinson ace pilot was like a roaming god pilot, but much worse. Even so, the arrival of a single junior ace pilot paired with an excellent ace mech may be enough to prevent the imminent collapse of a star system. St. Tusa certainly was not hurting for war merits, especially given that he was fighting in the most heavily contested upper zones. The first Larkinson ace pilot was on such a roll that Vess felt reluctant to interrupt this honeymoon phase. However, Vess really could not imagine entering a snake pit like Jernstall without enjoying the protection and lie detection capabilities of an ace pilot. Suffice to say, St. Tusa was not in a particularly good mood after he and his ace mech arrived in New Constantinople. As a transport vessel delivered the ace pilot and his battle partner to Diandi base, both Vess and Gloriana stood at the edge of the landing zone to welcome the return of the most powerful pilot of the Larkinson clan. "How magnificent," Gloriana sighed as she admired the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III Revision 2. "I have studied this mech many times by remote, but this is the first time I can observe this edition of the Dark Zephyr in person. Our masterwork has truly found a balance between subtlety and heroism." The Dark Zephyr conveyed a heroic feel due to his masculine lines. his flighty glow, and the instinctive sense that this machine had been tempered in war. The Ace Light Skirmisher also possessed an understated demeanor due to his predominantly black coating and the vastly dampened energy emissions. "Well," Vess said, "our creation has certainly experienced a hefty amount of growth. Perhaps there is more we can do to upgrade the Dark Zephyr than we initially thought. Let's bring this over to our private workshop so that we can examine the Mech frame in detail." He could not count on any other Ace Mechs during the trip to Jernstall and back. As much as he wanted to bring along the Minerva Mark I Revision 2, she was still a quasi-first-class expert Mech. It would be too much to request St. Commander Casella services when her machine was plainly not ready to wage combat at a higher level. Vess did not want to risk her life and the life of her battle partner. The Dark Zephyr was the only Ace Mech that Vess could rely upon to have his best interests at heart, so that made the Larkinson Mech designer all the more determined to improve this machine in the short term. Vess already had a good target in mind. He spotted a very interesting change to the Ace Mech's Ascension runes. Chapter 63, 32 Pushing Hard. Vess and Gloriana specifically cleared their schedule in the following few days so that they could devote enough time on the Dark Zephyr. As the first Ace Mech of the Larkinson clan, the machine held great significance to the Miracle couple. The Dark Zephyr received a lot of experimental design applications. Neither Vess nor Gloriana had been entirely certain that their solutions would work out as anticipated. Now that a bit of time had passed since the birth of the current version of the Ace Mech, the two seniors expected to gather a lot of useful data from the lightly used machine. The first-class Ace Light Skirmisher had gone through multiple major battles. The Dark Zephyr had fought against both lesser and greater phase lords, destroyed a multitude of alien capital ships, and eliminated thousands of alien face fighters. The Dark Zephyr did all of that while getting targeted by lots of enemies. Though his Salu's gas integration made it a lot harder for enemy systems to target the elusive machine, the machine still incurred plenty of hits in a time when the third defensive band increasingly crumbled apart. Fortunately, the Dark Zephyr managed to resist most of the damage by relying on a combination of a Saint Kingdom, an Azure energy shield, and a physical frame that was strengthened by Architect. None of the damage managed to inflict any critical damage onto the Ace Light Skirmisher. The Dark Zephyr owed much to St. Tus's skills, as well as the pilot's strong determination to keep his machine as untouchable as possible. Though it would have been an interesting challenge for Vess and Gloriana to examine and learn about how the Dark Zephyr performed in a much more degraded condition, neither of them could stand the thought of their precious creation incurring so much damage. The pair of Mech designers had begun to activate their diagnostic tools and scanning tools. They quickly found out that the Dark Zephyr's Mech frame resisted most of the attempts to scan his interior. All of the Salu's gas particles integrated into the Mech frame is turning this step into a nightmare, Gloriana complained. Our only effective means of deep scanning the interior of the Dark Zephyr is to disassemble his Mech frame. That will add so much more work to our schedule. We will have to skip sleep in order to remain on schedule. Then let us do that, Vess said. Examining this Mech is important. We can't plan out any quick improvements if we do not possess a full overview of the current state of our pride and joy. That was how they ended up partially disassembling the Dark Zephyr. Naturally, there was no need to break the Ace Mech down into his individual components entirely. That took too much time and may actually kill the living Mech. They just peeled off a lot of exterior plating and archimetal components so that they could get a good enough glimpse of the internals. It was important for the pair to observe every corner of the Ace Light Skirmisher, because Master Benedict Cortez was the last Mech designer to work on the machine. As much as the two Larkinson Mech designers trusted their older and much more experienced friend and business partner, it was always a good idea to verify the work done by another party. So far, neither Vess nor Gloriana saw any need to conduct a very awkward conversation with Master Benedict. The Cross clan's lead designer had upheld his word and did not take advantage of his access to the Larkinson clan's most powerful machine to slip in any suspicious devices. Although there were aspects about Master Benedict's fabrication methods that did not sit well with either Vess or Gloriana, the older man had tried his best to respect the original intention of the Dark Zephyr. His work was fairly clean and very tight for the most part. Gloriana finally shut off the projected screens from a workstation. "I have seen enough. Master Benedict has indeed done a good job at upgrading the Dark Zephyr to the current edition. St. Tusa has pushed certain parts to their limits too often. While I may have designed the Archimech to be able to withstand this abuse, his tendencies to stress the components of his machine on such a frequent basis has already resulted in the accelerated degradation of a number of sensitive archimetal parts. Do they require an early replacement? Not necessarily. It is helpful, but the benefit is too marginal. The Dark Zephyr can still withstand at least a year or two of hard usage before he requires deep servicing. At that point, the Mech should be close to suffering from breakdowns, but the Larkinsons never intended for that to happen. It was actually better to service and repair the powerful Mech a bit sooner in order to reduce a lot of risks. Prevention was always better than curing after the fact. Though the Dark Zephyr was no longer in his best physical condition, most of his archimetal parts held up well enough that Vess and Gloriana simply didn't think it was worth their time to replace them so early. They instead brought out their tools and quickly made a pass on them. They only solved the most glaring problems that could be fixed in a short amount of time. All of these hasty repairs should restore a bit of the combat power that the Ace Light Skirmisher had lost after participating in so many chaotic battles. More importantly, the fixes also extended the time it took before the Dark Zephyr would suffer any unexpected failures due to overstressing the machine. Vess and Gloriana did not completely try to restore the Ace Light Skirmisher to his original condition. As senior Mech designers, they were more than capable of analyzing potential problems and coming up with minor solutions on the spot. They slightly tweaked and adjusted the design in order to accommodate St. Tusa's highly active piloting style to a better degree than before. There was only so much about St. Tusa's piloting approach that the Mech designers could predict in advance. The fact that Tusa loved to push his Ace Mech further beyond the machine's already impressive upper limits threw off their initial estimates. By the time the pair of Mech designers put the entire Dark Zephyr back together again, the subtle machine radiated a sense of contentment. "I feel good. In human terms, IT is as if I just received a massage." "I am glad to hear you are doing better, buddy," St. Tusa said shortly after he entered the private workshop. "The two Mech designers tell me that you have been pushing me too hard in recent months." "HM, is that the case? I thought I maintained a good balance between performance and preservation." Vess shook his head as he approached his cousin. "The senses that you rely upon are not precise enough. That, or they are not calibrated correctly, which is not unusual given that you jumped from piloting a classical Mech to an Archimech. Even we don't quite understand everything that makes Archimech special and different. This is why periodic checkups like these are so important to your Ace Mech. The Dark Zephyr is our first Ace Mech as well as an Archimech. We have no idea how either of them will perform in the medium or long term, so we are making this up as we go. In this instance, we merely underestimated how much stress you induce on the Mech frame." "I never noticed this," the Dark Zephyr remarked. "Why did I not feel that I was slowly falling apart?" "I don't know. Maybe the decay was too gradual, or maybe you instinctively perceive it as a normal occurrence that does not require your conscious attention. It is much like how many people's bodies begin to degrade as they suffer the onset of the aging process. It is only when something breaks or falters in a painful and obvious way that people truly realize how much their conditions have worsened. Checkups are meant to catch these processes before they produce any potentially fatal accidents." "I see. I will try to pay more attention to this if only to stop myself from ever failing my battle partner. While Vess and the living Mech talked, St. Tusa grew uneasy about this situation. He understood the logic of easing up the pressure, but he really could not bring himself to hold back at all. The very notion sounded antithetical to his very being. "Are you telling me I should not push my Mech as hard anymore?" St. Tusa frowned, while his saint kingdom radiated an unsettling aura. "I do not like to act under too many restrictions. I prefer to fly free and fight however I want. If I have to start holding back in order to prevent my own machine from falling apart, then I don't know if I can keep this up for long." "Oh, it's not that. We are not ordering you to hold back or anything. We have already learned a number of lessons from examining and fixing your machine. The Dark Zephyr should be able to tolerate the specific stresses you induce on the Mech frame a bit better than before. Even if your penchant for extreme movements will still wear out the Mech frame, it is fine as long as you remember to come back and allow us to service your machine. It has to be one of us, though, so make sure you can get back to either me or my wife quickly if an accident ever befalls your machine." The ace pilot eased up. His Saint Kingdom grew less tense, which caused Vess to relax. It was always hard to deal with an angry ace pilot. "Understood. I won't hold back. It is not in my nature, and our enemies are too many for me to act with any restraint. The harder I push my machine, the more native aliens I can defeat. I can save more lives and help preserve the 4th defensive band better as long as I am doing my best. In fact, I might push my ace Mech even harder now that I know how fast the archimetal parts are wearing down." That earned a scowl from Gloriana, but she understood Tusa well enough that any complaints on her end would fall on deaf ears. It sounded as if Tusa's tour across the defensive lines shifted his mentality and approach towards the Red War. He assumed much greater responsibility towards defending Red humanity as a whole. Whether this was for the better remained to be seen. Vess only really cared that Tusa had become a lot stronger and wiser due to tempering himself in numerous different star systems in the upper zones. His exposure to true first-class combat also acclimated him to the big leagues. Vess still wanted to interview Tusa to gain first-hand accounts and insights on how battles were fought between first-class forces and their alien equivalents. "It is actually not a bad idea for you to deliberately push your Dark Zephyr to his limits and beyond," Gloriana remarked after she adjusted her thinking on this matter. "Now that I think about it, many of the observations we made and the solutions we have devised earlier can also help us improve our other high-ranking Mech design projects. The Amaranto Mark Roman III project, the Riot Mark Roman III project, and the Minerva Mark Roman II project will all see minor improvements based on the trailblazing that you have done, Tusa. If you continue to stress test your machine, we can perfect our subsequent high-ranking Archimechs even further." That was a good argument. Tusa certainly took this as a license to continue to press the limits of his powerful machine. "I will certainly make sure to give you more data. I guess this is the price of being the first to become an ace pilot. At least you get to enjoy all of the coolest toys before all of the others." "That's true." Chapter 63, 33 Well-Traveled. While St. Tusa stayed over at Diandi Base, he spent a bit of time with Vess and his family. They had dinner together. After that, Tusa spent hours regaling tales about all of the battles he fought in and all of the impressive allies and enemies he encountered during his rovings. "Is the messenger of silence truly that powerful?" Andrest asked as her eyes practically turned into stars. Tusa smiled as he tousled the girl's red hair. "He is. I have fought alongside numerous other peak ace pilots. Out of all of them, none of them have impressed me more than Saint Isaiah of the Dostovsky ancient clan." "What makes him different from the others?" "Much. His diligence is on another level. Most peak ace pilots tend to be first-raters who enjoy excellent backgrounds, and the messenger of silence is no exception to that rule. What is different is that his mental issues have caused him no end of discomfort. I really do not want to wish you or anyone the same fate as his." Saint Isaiah can only truly ever gain a reprieve from all of the haunting when he pilots his whispering willow and actively channels his saint kingdom. Even that won't work forever, as his ghosts will one day grow powerful enough to pierce through his domain of silence. If he wants to retain any semblance of his sanity and willpower, then he needs to break through sooner or later. He cannot afford to remain stuck in front of his bottleneck for long. Oh, the girl's expression grew a little more sympathetic. That sounds awful. If the messenger of silence is in pain all of the time, then he deserves to become a god pilot if he has managed to endure all of that. Is unending pain the best way for anyone to advance all the way to a god pilot? Saint Tusa entertained all of the children and granted them a valuable perspective on high-level Mech combat. His stories and his opinions painted a brutal picture, where Mechs and warships worth more than the GDP of third-rate or even second-rate states crumbled apart due to the relentless onslaught of alien attacks. Which powerful ace pilot is the most fun to be around? Andrast asked next. You already told me who is the strongest, but I don't think the messenger of silence knows how to have fun anymore. Don't think about it, Tusa sternly told Andrast. The messenger of silence is the exception rather than the rule. There are many more veterans who came back broken from a losing battlefield. Far too many of them failed to pick themselves up and regain their courage to fight. What makes Saint Dostovsky different from all of the others was that he managed to endure his emotional distress far better than practically any other Mech pilot. While I am not saying that you are weaker or less able to endure all of this pain, the messenger of silence told me himself that he would never want to wish this treatment onto his worst enemies. If you want to become as powerful as him one day, you should work hard and do everything properly. Shortcuts are more trouble than they are worth. Oh. Saint Tusa entertained all of the children and granted them a valuable perspective on high-level Mech combat. His stories and his opinions painted a brutal picture, where Mechs and warships worth more than the GDP of third-rate or even second-rate states crumbled apart due to the relentless onslaught of alien attacks. Which powerful ace pilot is the most fun to be around? Andrast asked next. You already told me who is the strongest, but I don't think the messenger of silence knows how to have fun anymore. The Larkinson ace pilot thought for a moment. I know what you mean. There are numerous ace pilots that are fun, I suppose. Let me tell you, the one that is known as the gamer is as eccentric as the rumors say. He's not the most respectful to others, but it is understandable given his condition. I like his optimism, though. He is definitely the most positive of all of the peak ace pilots I have met. His confidence is probably greater than his peers. I don't know if he will be able to bridge the ultimate gap, but I have a good feeling about him. If not, then at least he has made sure that a lot of people will never forget about him. He will live on in our memories as the ace pilot who constantly strives for self-improvement. He sounds cool. Which ace pilot is the prettiest? The true diva, Tusa replied. Every ace pilot is handsome or beautiful. They can afford it given how wealthy and powerful they have become. Not that they need any additional treatments, as they are all designer babies like you. They were born beautiful. Aurelia looked intrigued. If that is the case, shouldn't all female ace pilots be as beautiful as each other? You would think that, but beauty encompasses more than your skin or what you are wearing. It is your personality, your charisma, your ability to connect with others, and your willingness to lift others up with your presence that also forms a part of your inner beauty. The true diva shines above the rest in this regard, Tusa wistfully said with a reminiscing smile. Aurelia and Andrast both adopted admiring looks. It is so cool that you got to meet and fight alongside all of those powerful heroes. Each of them has a chance of becoming a god pilot. How awesome would it be to be acquaintances with a future god? Tusa chuckled at that. It is in your nature to look up and admire them all, but don't look down on yourself. Each of you are amazing as well, especially at your age. I was still running around throwing mud balls at my cousins and stuff when I was a boy. As inspiring as it is to bask in the presence of all of these ace pilots, If you want to become one of them one day, then you need to believe in yourself first and foremost. If I acted like you two and turned myself into their fans, I would have already lost the confidence and belief in myself that I need to bring me up to their level. If you yearn for greatness, you cannot admire anyone else's greatness aside from your own. Remember that, girls. Once Tusa was done with entertaining and giving life lessons to the kids, he finally met up with Vess in his office. Now that the two had entered a more private setting, they could speak more candidly with each other, though with the obvious caveat that the Red Association was likely eavesdropping on their conversation. "You've picked up a lot during your travels," Vess spoke first. "Yes, I opened my horizons to what was taking place outside of the Larkinson clan. So much is happening that I never paid attention to until now. It makes me feel smaller in a way. The new frontier is much bigger than I always thought, and there are lots of Mech pilots that are smarter, wiser, and more powerful than me. It is humbling for me to visit different battlefields and consistently get upstaged by those who can bend reality much better than myself. I hope that you two will be counted among their number." "You can be sure of it," Tusa confidently grinned. "I know I am weaker than most of them, but that is because they have a head start, that is all. When it comes to advancing to God Pilot, being the fastest doesn't mean they have the highest chance of breaking through. I think I can win a race against most of them as long as I make good use of my time. That is one of the most important lessons I have learned. God pilots are never the sort of people who are happy with following an ordinary schedule or pacing themselves. They are people of action. So long as I fight more than others, I will definitely be able to catch up to the older generation." "That is interesting to hear. I am glad that you remain confident and optimistic despite all of the hard fighting that you have witnessed. We need to do more in order to keep up the fight against the aliens, and my upcoming trip to the Yernstall Central Star node plays an important role in that. I have to get there and attend the founding ceremony in person." "I know. You already enjoy a lot of protection from the Blue Jay fleet, but that is the problem. All of our enemies are familiar with it and will plan accordingly. Granted, the Mechers have dispatched additional reinforcements to serve as backups, but that doesn't change the fact that our numbers and combat power is not truly top tier. That is where you come on. I need your power to provide additional protection." "I can do that. I won't necessarily like it, but I understand the need for it since you've become a real big shot these days. I've been hearing more talk about you when I was on my tour," Tusa said with a bemused expression. "People are looking forward to the next big thing that you will unveil to us all. It's kind of funny to hear them develop expectations that you will introduce another crazy invention as if you are working on a fixed schedule. Are they wrong?" Vess paused for a moment before he shook his head. "No, they are not. I am indeed planning to reveal a very big thing in Yernstall that is bound to shake the fabric of our entire society. That is why I need your protection. If any word of it has spread to the wrong ears, a lot of angry people will try to intercept our fleet and target my life. I need you at your best in order to foil these plots." "You are asking much from me, Vess. I am not unwilling to act as your guard dog, but I am not good at defending vulnerable people like you. I much prefer to be on the attack." Vess wished that venerable Janzi managed to break through, but it appeared that she was taking her sweet time as well. "Just do the best you can. We don't exactly have much choice, really." St. Tusa's expression turned a little painful. "About that, offensive is not my strong suit either. The Blue Jay fleet can take care of the majority of enemies that might come your way, but I doubt those Mechs and warships are equipped to fight against the more powerful phase lords. I can't do much either, because my Dark Zephyr's attack power is still not that good. I am working on weaponizing my Banish resonating ability, but I think it will take years to gain serious proficiency in using this power." "That matches my predictions. Weaponizing your Banish resonating ability is important, but not in the short term. The mission comes first. One of them may be to launch such powerful attacks that the enemy phase lords or other formidable opponents cannot defend against." This is why I am offering you a short-term solution that can negate this disadvantage, at a price. What are you suggesting? If you tell me that the Dark Zephyr should wear a bandolier of grenades again, I will go crazy. Nothing as boring as that. I want you to consider the idea of temporarily arming your Dark Zephyr with a very powerful weapon that has been collecting dust in one of our vaults for a long time. Vess activated a projection that displayed the most powerful Mech weapon that the Larkinson clan currently had in its possession. Tusa recognized it immediately. That's the Tier 3 Destroyer Mech spear that you bought with Venerable Rosa Orphan in mind. Yes, I am not giving this powerful weapon to you. I am loaning it to you for the purpose of giving your Dark Zephyr the immense lethality he needs to carve bodies of all enemy phase lords into pieces. You are not working in tandem with other ace pilots this time. You are on your own, which means you need to possess the necessary firepower to duel against enemy powerhouses and win. This Mech spear shall give you the power to secure these victories. The offer came as a complete surprise to Saint Tusa. He immediately looked troubled as he contemplated this difficult proposal. Chapter 63, 34 Weapon Restrictions. The mention of the Tier 3 Destroyer spear that Vess once acquired during the grand auction organized by Estaban Leeds caused Saint Tusa to raise his eyebrow. Did we not explore the possibility of letting me wield this powerful spear before? I already took a good look at it. I distinctly remember that I told you that I am not confident in wielding it at all. The Destroyer weapon is not alive, but it is already nasty and vicious on its own. It may be possible for my Dark Zephyr to hold the spear without suffering an instant backlash in the process, but that is all we can manage. This is not a weapon meant to be wielded for those who are less than confident in their willpower and spearmanship. It didn't make sense to raise this old proposal again. Still, Vess must have his reasons for bringing it up again. When I first explored the possibility of pairing you with the Destroyer spear, you had broken through not too long ago, Vess told Tusa. More importantly, your Dark Zephyr was still in his Mark Roman III incarnation, which substantially limited your power expression. The circumstances are different this time. Not that much time has passed. So, you have been very productive during this period. First, you are piloting a much more powerful first-class ace Mech now, and have done so for several months. Your resonance strength has grown by at least 50 lavers, reaching a total of 163 lavers last I have checked. You have begun to master your Saint Kingdom, and even developed a powerful ability based on your domain. Your mentality has matured after you have toured through the front lines and received many words of wisdom from your seniors. You have confronted numerous lesser and greater phase lords and made a good showing of yourself, thereby gaining greater confidence in your fighting ability. You have also gained a strong sense of responsibility towards our precarious race and civilization. When Vess listed all of the changes, Saint Tusa could not bring himself to deny these observations. He personally agreed with all of them. He had truly changed a lot since the time he just broke through to Ace Pilot or when he had just received his upgraded Ace Mech. Well, I do feel that I have become much stronger compared to before, Tusa conceded. That doesn't mean that I am qualified to wield this polearm. Those Terrans must have been cooking something suicidal for them to come up with such a ridiculously dangerous weapons system. It is not unusual to hear stories about expert pilots and even ace pilots overestimating themselves and causing half of their precious mechs to disintegrate because they failed to tame their own destroyer weapons. And you think you will join their ranks if you try to make use of the Tier 3 Destroyer Spear. Saint Tusa adopted a more serious demeanor. I have learned a lot more about how the Terrans treat their destroyer weapons. There is an entire subculture around their usage. Only the most elite Terran Mech pilots are eligible to make use of destroyer weapons. They specifically train to carry and wield them. Possessing good weapon skills is just the start. What matters just as much is the respect and attitude towards them. The Terran wielders are all trained to respect and fear their destroyer weapons in equal measure. They treat it as riding a dragon. To become a dragon rider is to gain immense power, but if they are not able to tame and subdue their steeds, they can easily get devoured in turn. The higher the tier, the stronger and crueler the dragon. Does that help to clarify why it is so dangerous to wield such weapons? That was a helpful explanation. I never knew that the Terrans would make such a big deal out of them, but I suppose it makes sense for them to turn everything about destroyer weapons ceremonial. If these weapons are so extraordinarily dangerous to wield, does Venerable Rosa Orphan stand any chance of taming our destroyer spear? Oh, she has been working towards this challenge since she first received news about its acquisition. Tusa briefly grinned. She is not as impulsive and thoughtless as she seems. She has done her research and understands that her riot cannot just pick up the spear and wield it as easily as any other regular mech weapon. She has been doing her best to train herself in various ways to wield the weapon. Orphan has even begun to practice the silly rituals that the Terrans used to give them more confidence in their ability to tame their unruly destroyer weapons. I can't guarantee that she will meet all of the requirements once she breaks through and receives a proper ace match, but her chances should be greater than mine. Her spearmanship easily surpasses my own, even though my rank is higher than hers. The love, passion, devotion, and dedication she has invested in her spear-wielding skills will help a lot to tame this spear. If you gave me a pair of knives, I would have said the same. It would have been great if the grand auction presented just a single destroyer knife, but Vess had no control over what the Terrans decided to put on the list. He understood that the only reason why the Tier 3 destroyer spear became available for bidding in the first place was to give him a favor and convince him to view the Terrans in a better light. There was no way the Terrans were willing to trade or auction other high-tier destroyer weapons. They had become finite resources with virtually no hope of replenishing, due to the Great Severing cutting off access to the only producers of destroyer particles. Vess sighed. What you said is all valid, but that does not necessarily invalidate my own proposal. We are not working under perfect conditions. The Riot Mark Roman III project cannot be finished before the start of my business trip. Venerable Rosa Orphan is unlikely to break through in the short term, and even if she does, she will still be stuck with a quasi-first-class high-tier expert, Mech as opposed to a true powerhouse like the Dark Zephyr. We can only work with the limitations of the present. And what are those limitations? Let's list out all of the facts, Tusa. First, I have a strong suspicion that the reinforced Blue Jay fleet will get ambushed by a well-prepared force during the trip to Jernstall or back. I am willing to bet that I am right on this. If I am wrong, then no harm is done, but if my guess is true, then we will be in the fight for our lives. And before you ask, it is not acceptable to cancel or postpone this trip. There is too much at stake. I have also requested all of the reinforcements that the Red Association can dispatch. The additional forces we have received is helpful, but ultimately limited due to the shortage of combat forces in the front lines. Tusa frowned. That is right. The many R-Ray Mech pilots don't like it when they are put on babysitting duty. Second, our presumed enemies must have done a good job at gathering intelligence and are confident that they can defeat the Mechs and warships that they know of. This includes your Dark Zephyr, which has been fighting in public many times in the past few months. There is no way our potential ambushers will go through with their nefarious plan if they are not already confident that their troops can overwhelm our defenses. That makes sense. Third, our strongest Mech weapon is known to our enemies, but it has remained in storage for such a long time that they probably don't think we will bring it out, especially since they are aware of the same challenges surrounding its use as you. They will apply the same logic that you have used and predict that you are too weak, scared and unfamiliar with Mech spears to dare make use of it in combat. Hey, I am not scared of the destroyer spear. I am merely treating it with the respect it deserves. Fourth, your Dark Zephyr is famed for lacking in offensive power. Unless you can draw out most of the potential of your Banish resonating ability, You desperately need a stopgap solution that can temporarily make up for your machine's offensive deficiency. Am I wrong about this, Tusa? Not necessarily. I just hate it that you don't have a better alternative available. Fifth, I do not intend to let you keep the Tier 3 Destroyer Spear. I only need you to make use of it for the duration of my business trip, so there is no need to make a big deal out of this. It is not necessary for you to be able to wield it as skillfully as Venerable Orphan. You don't even have to make use of it all of the time. Treat it as a specialized tool that you only intend to bring out in the situations where your regular offensive Soltuians can't help you complete your mission. You just need to keep its destructive potential contained and to point the sharp end in your enemy. The weapon is so powerful that it doesn't need anything fancy to overload transphasic energy shields and cut through solid armor like butter. Framing the usage of the Destroyer Spear in this way helped to make the proposal more reasonable to Saint Tusa. He truly did not look forward to wielding the excessively powerful weapon every time he deployed his Dark Zephyr into the field. If he only limited the usage of this powerful Terran polearm in situations where he had no other choice, then that would make this option a lot more palatable. I get it, Saint Tusa softly said. You would rather bring the Tier 3 Destroyer weapon along in order to present me with an option of last resort. It would be bad if we end up in a crisis as dire as you feared without such a potent Mech weapon within reach if we truly need its destructive power. I am hoping that the strong necessity and desperation for its awesome properties will help you fortify your control over the Destroyer Spear, Vess said. If we ever get cornered by a greater phase lord, or whatever, I think you would rather take the gamble and wield a destroyer that is not designed to be wielded by your Dark Zephyr than to confront this powerful enemy with nothing but your Ace Mech's knives. Dark Wind Module and Erlemin at your disposal. It was not necessarily the case that Saint Tusa lacked the means to defeat greater phase lords one day. The problem was that it would take too much time and a lot of progress to reach that point. There were good reasons why the Mech community assumed that greater phase lords could only be defeated by senior ace pilots. Saint Tusa and the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3 Revision 2 were definitely more powerful than other combinations that were just starting out. But the reality was that they needed to undergo at least a decade, if not 2 decades of growth and development, before they could put up a respectable fight against the likes of the Diffraction Lord in single combat. Vess relaxed now that he had managed to convince Tusa to give the Tier 3 Destroyer weapon a try. Despite all of the risks and dangers associated with such a powerful device, the destructive power of such a spear was definitely worth all of the hassle. Vess was pretty sure that practically no powerful enemy that had designs on his life would be able to cope with the insanely strong offensive capabilities of this destroyer weapon. The only way an enemy could reasonably resist this particular weapon was to deploy an Ace Mech that was clad with destroyer-resistant armor plating originally developed by the Rubarthans. Not just any destroyer-resistant materials would do. Only the rare and extremely high-quality variations could offer effective resistance against a Tier 3 destroyer weapon. As far as Vess knew, the only machines that were clad with this kind of hardware were other first-class ace mechs. There was no way such a human ace pilot would be treacherous and dishonorable enough to target the life of one of Red humanity's greatest contributors. Even if such an unlikely scenario came true, destroyer-resistant plating was not a truly effective counter. It just forced the wielder of a destroyer weapon to put in greater effort to inflict the same amount of damage. Chapter 63, 35 Meddling Witch. Saint Tusa may have reluctantly agreed to wield the Tier 3 Destroyer Spear in combat as a last resort, but that did not mean that he and his battle partner could start to practice with it right away. The ace pilot needed to undergo a lot of training and preparation. He could never match the preparations made by elite Terran's Mech pilots, but he could at least make a start in order to increase his chances of successfully taming the weapon in the short term. Wielding a Tier 3 destroyer weapon was an intimidating prospect, even to a normally confident ace pilot like Tusa. The time he spent fighting alongside other Terran Mech forces had given him a much greater appreciation for these special weapons and their dedicated wielders. The discipline and fanaticism of the Terran wielders reminded Tusa of the Sword Maidens and the Heaven Sworders in the Larkinson clan. They had all dedicated their lives to mastering their chosen weapons and weapon styles. The difference was that the Terrans who earned the right to wield destroyer weapons were a lot more specialized. Saint Tusa was very different from these kinds of soldiers and warriors. He was not necessarily lazy or undisciplined, but his mentality and attitude towards weapon mastery was a lot different. It was not necessary for him to completely overhaul his attitude, and so on in order to effectively wield the Tier 3 destroyer spear. However, he did have to make an earnest attempt to adapt to the burden of wielding this powerful destroyer weapon if he did not want to get disintegrated by it in turn. This was not an easy task for Tusa. Most Terran wielders tended to start with wielding a low-tier destroyer weapon and steadily work their way up if they successfully managed to break through. Doing this step by step massively reduced the risks, as the wielders never came in touch with weapons that were way too prone to exploding in their faces. When Vess learned about Tusa's initial difficulties, he quickly arranged a solution by relying on his connections. "Tusa, I have good news for you. There is no need for you to do a lot of studying, meditating, or whatever. I found a much more effective way for you to get used to wielding destroyer weapons." "Oh, what did you manage to arrange?" The DeVos ancient clan has stationed an elite Mech unit in New Constantinople that is armed with a mix of Tier 7 and Tier 6 destroyer weapons. The Devosans even have an expert Mech that is armed with a Tier 5 destroyer sword. They are willing to loan you these arms and let you get used to harnessing destroyer particles at a much lower intensity. The only problem is that you can only make use of these weapons while you are still in New Constantinople. Once we depart, you will have to relinquish the destroyer weapons to the Devosans. Saint Tusa's eyes lit up when he heard about this offer. This will definitely help. There is only so much I can do without actually touching and wielding a destroyer weapon myself. There is a big jump between a Tier 5 and a Tier 3 destroyer weapon, but that is better than starting from nothing. The ace pilot did not waste any time after he learned about this development. He entered the cockpit of the Dark Zephyr and flew straight towards a nearby military base owned by the DeVos ancient clan, so that he could begin to practice with wielding the weaker destroyer weapons right away. With that taken care of, Vess sought to look for additional ways to strengthen his protection during the upcoming trip to Jernstall. Unfortunately, few if any of his allies had any forces to spare. Well, they could technically loan out more troops to him, but that would result in weakening their own defenses, thereby making themselves more vulnerable to targeted attacks and such. They all needed to guard against their own enemies. Vess could not ask his friends to prioritize his needs over their own, unless he gave them a strong enough incentive to change their minds. In the end, he only managed to gain relatively small concessions from multiple different parties. The Red Fleet agreed to place 4 frigates under the command of Captain Zonrad Rizet. The frigates possessed very limited armaments, but they were fast and excellent at scouting adjacent star systems. They could also potentially be used to evacuate Vess if the worst-case scenario occurred. The DeVos ancient clan agreed to send 3 combat carriers, each containing 20 first-class multipurpose mechs for a total of 60 machines. The Strion ancient clan was located further away and could only divert 1 combat carrier containing the standard amount of 20 first-class multipurpose mechs. The Gaia Coven was able to call up and transfer 1 combat carrier with 20 first-class multipurpose mechs on short notice as well. The Pantheon of Modern Gods also transferred a single combat carrier with 20 first-class multipurpose mechs. The difference with this particular troop of first-class mechs was that all of the machines happened to be significantly lighter and faster than usual. They all hailed from the Temple of Light that was devoted to the worship of the Light of Sol, hence why all of the machines emphasized mobility. The first-class multipurpose mechs fielded by the other groups all had their own quirks. Vess could study their individual properties at a later time. For now, Vess quickly exhausted a large amount of social capital just to obtain this help. He appreciated the assistance a lot, though he found it regretful that certain other parties declined to render him any assistance. Vess was pretty sure that most of them had the forces to spare. They just did not want to give him any favors or secretly wish that he suffered a mishap. It was times like these that Vess truly learned who he could count upon when he was in trouble. Do not blame them too much. Professor Vector Loban told Vess a few days before the highly anticipated departure date. Ever since the Third Defensive Band collapsed, the Red Association and the Red Fleet pushed all of these parties to send out as many of their remaining combat-ready forces to the front. They had to hollow out their planetary defense units, their elite bodyguards, and their reserves in order to reinforce the Fourth Defensive Band, so that we could finally force the native aliens to slow down their operational tempo. The forces they have left in the hinterland of human space are already inadequate. That was all true. The Red War had affected human space in increasingly more intrusive and obvious ways. Vess was isolated from most of these changes, as he spent most of his time in Diandi base nowadays, but he was not entirely unaware of what was happening outside. I still feel a bit upset about this. Vess frowned. I mean, can't you really spare 1 or 2 ace pilots? I may be technically a Tier 3 galactic citizen, but with the stuff I have been involved with lately, surely I have earned a promotion several times over. It is inexcusable to deny me the right to promote to a Tier 2 galactic citizen. For what it is worth, I agree with you, Vess. The problem is that the block that forcibly prevents any of us from doing so is still in effect. So long as the evolution witch's directive is still in place, your galactic citizenship may not rise any higher than Tier 3 unless you have successfully realized your design philosophy. Damn it, that woman is putting me in a lot of unnecessary danger because of her demand. Doesn't she realize how much our future hinges on my continued safety and survival? If anything happens to me, you can say goodbye to Carmine Mechs and a lot of other cool stuff. Removing me from the board will be just as devastating to Red humanity as losing access to the polymath. Perhaps Vess was exaggerating a bit, but he still stood by his point. His current level of importance far exceeded the standards of Tier 3 galactic citizens. He knew about plenty of other people at the same tier, and they were practically nobodies in comparison to Vess. Unfortunately, nobody possessed the courage to confront the evolution witch and tell her to remove her block on Vess. As a transhumanist, I believe I can deduce a part of her motivations why she has continued to maintain this block, despite the fact that you are under greater threat than ever before. Vess crossed his arms. Let me guess. She wants to encourage me to waste as little time as a senior mech designer as possible and do my best to break the polymath's record by advancing to the rank of master mech designer as quickly as possible. That is certainly one reason. Another reason is that she believes that the true potential of any human can only be drawn out through intense self-preservation. Just as the evolution which worked hard to stay at least one step ahead of her demise, resulting from her congenital deficiencies, she may hold the belief that you will only do your very best if you are under serious threat and strongly desire to gain more strength to remedy this problem. Vess let out an exasperated sigh. I am not unfamiliar with that reasoning. I partially founded the Larkinson clan based on this ideology. There is a limit to everything, though. This approach may work well for a mech pilot, but I'm a mech designer. I am a non-combatant. Acute threats should never be used to motivate a mech designer to work harder. I agree with you, Vector said. My life is on the line as well, as all of the designers of the Swarm project are obliged to attend the product reveal as well. I cannot say that the evolution which is strictly wrong on this matter. You have a history of ending up in trouble, only for you to rise above the occasion. This has occurred often enough that it has become an established pattern rather than a chain of coincidences. I thought I already left that kind of life behind me. My value to society is no longer in question anymore. This is the reason why you Mechers insisted on relocating me to a safer star system like New Constantinople. Why contradict that by imperiling me? It doesn't make any sense. It makes sense when you understand that the Red Association is divided. The Red War has failed to unite us all. At most, the pressure of an overwhelming common enemy has brought us closer to each other, but that is still far from forming a central command. The survivalists have always insisted on raising your galactic citizenship, but the Evolution Witch and subsequently the transhumanists under her sway are all convinced that you must prove yourself in the crucible of war to transcend your mortal limitations. Vess felt sick to his stomach. Again, you're talking as if I am a gung-ho, trigger-happy Mech pilot. I am not. I am a serene and erudite Mech designer just like you. We don't belong on the battlefield. Some people characterize you as a Mech pilot in the body of a Mech designer. Your eventful history and record certainly strengthens this impression. Besides, you are a phase lord as well. You are not strictly a non-combatant anymore. If nothing else, the pressure of conflict may cause your face water concentration to grow. I don't think it works that way, Vess grumbled. He was starting to grow tired of the Evolution Witch and her radical ideology. Her insistence on meddling with his life was not only infuriating, but downright life-threatening. Vess couldn't wait to raise one of his Larkinson champions into a god pilot. Only when he had the backing of a god pilot of his own would he finally be able to throw off the yoke of the Evolution Witch's tender mercies. Chapter 63, 36 Planned Showdown. A day before the date of the departure, Vess felt as if he had done his utmost to prepare for a conflict. There was only so much Vess, and the Larkinson clan could do to reinforce the Blue Jay fleet any further. This situation perfectly illustrated the flaws of possessing way more soft power than hard power. When there was a severe mismatch between the two, the gap could result in dangerous situations where his enemies may band together to remove him from the political board in a violent fashion. What galled him a lot was that the people who had a vested interest in his continued survival all treated this potential crisis as a test and an opportunity. They all believed that getting attacked while the Blue Jay fleet was under transit would prompt Vess to gain inspiration that could lead to another wonder. He might also be forced to pull out a secret weapon that he had kept hidden for situations just like these. It was not that they dismissed the very real possibility that Vess might die or get heavily injured in the process, but they paid too much attention to success and neglected the possibility of failure. Though Vess was guilty of the same behavior in the past, he believed he wised up now that he became a father and grew older. All of those high-end mighty leaders should have developed even more cautious and calculating attitudes, yet they all ended up agreeing to a huge all-or-nothing bet. You are not wrong to assume that there are people who see this as an opportunity. Jovi Armelin told Vess during the process of selecting and securing the Mechs of the Swarm project that they wanted to showcase at Jernstall. Any potential ambush on our expanded fleet will require a large commitment of first-class forces. If the enemy composition does not entirely consist of native alien assets, then you can expect the presence of human traders. The probability is great that we can identify and trace their origins as long as we can glimpse them in the field. We can subsequently trace the connections and uncover hidden networks of people who have been working against the common interests of our race and civilization. Such as the Cosmopolitans. Precisely, Jovi grinned. The Cosmopolitan movement has an even greater reason to target you than attempting to claim the bounty posted by the Red Cabal. You see, the Cosmopolitans are being imperiled by one of your recent innovations that has just begun to roll out on a larger scale. What could that be? Out of all of his recent releases, Vess only believed one of them had met the criteria. Are you telling me that my kinship networks are effective at rooting cosmopolitans that have been hiding in plain sight in our society. That appears to be the case, Jovi affirmed. We do not have proof that kinship networks can identify all members of the cosmopolitan movement, but in the past half-year, the new kinship networks managed to detect hundreds of potential members or sympathizers of the cosmopolitans. That alone cannot be used as proof that they are traitors, but it at least gives us a lead. When we captured the potential cosmopolitans and proceeded to conduct more expansive examinations of their lives, we found corroborating proof that confirmed their treasonous affiliations. It is regrettable that those caught were placed fairly low on the cosmopolitan totem pole, and each of their contact persons have disappeared. We believe that their cells deliberately offered them up to the kinship network to test the effectiveness as well as the possible limitations of your kinship networks. Well, being able to catch so many confirmed cosmopolitans when all of your other solutions have failed to sniff them must have certainly spooked them badly. Badly enough to raise the priority of your assassination. Vess, the cosmopolitan movement has put you at the top of their list. Entire cells are suspending their existing plots and schemes just to prepare for an attempt on your life. If the cosmopolitans fail to eliminate you, they believe with good reason that your kinship networks will deny them any opportunity to operate in the highest levels of power. Vess should have thought about this sooner. One of the original reasons why he created the Larkinson network in the first place was because he was paranoid about letting traitors into his clan. The effectiveness of this creation more than vindicated his decision. Now that he was beginning to share the same benefits to other organizations, his invention directly threatened the continued infiltration of the cosmopolitan movement in the most important organs of human civilization. If all of the human traitors lurking within the halls of the Red Two and the first-rate colonial superstates got exposed or driven out, then there would be much less room for them in human-occupied space. That would massively impair their ability to steal human technologies, influence human policies, and impede the efforts of their ideological adversaries. In short, the continued existence of the cosmopolitan movement as Red humanity's secret major power came under existential threat due to Vess' work. That did not necessarily mean that the logical solution would be to eliminate the inventor. Killing me won't destroy any existing networks. It doesn't work that way, Vess said with a helpless expression. They will continue to exist and operate as if nothing is wrong. It will make it easier to eradicate the threat posed by your kinship networks if you are unable to intervene any further, Jovi retorted. Not only will you not be able to create any new networks, but you will not be available to repair the existing ones when the cosmopolitans inevitably attempt to sabotage them. The Terran network, the Rubarthan network, the Human War network, and possibly other ones will come under heavy attack right after your elimination. The cosmopolitans have no other choice. Shouldn't this be a reason for you guys to deploy even more protection than the paltry amount of reinforcements that you have sent? Jovi smiled at Vess. We did mobilize additional assets to contain the threat posed by your enemies. You just have not seen them yet. Take a look at this map. The survivalist activated a projection that showed the star map between New Constantinople and the Jernstall Central Star Node. A line appeared which showed the most direct route between the two important star systems. The New Constantinople-Jernstall route is a busy trade channel. Many cargo vessels circulate between the two star systems, so this route is highly monitored. The unoccupied star systems located further away are not as closely monitored. These are all potential hiding places where a hidden enemy fleet may be lurking in an attempt to ambush our Blue Jay fleet. Now, we are not going to travel along this direct route. Our plan is to randomly divert our course and take unplanned detours in order to make it harder to intercept us. Any enemy fleet must be stationed in star systems that can give them good access to other locations that we may possibly pass through. Our association has dispatched warships to many of these strategically located star systems. dozens of star systems lit up, showing a sample of star systems that the Mechers paid extra attention to in order to detect the passage of any hostile fleets. What if you guys manage to find a hostile fleet? Then we dispatch our nearest fast response fleets to intercept the threat and finish it off as best as possible. Additional star systems lit up. These were more fortified locations where the Red Associations stationed numerous potent warships and carriers filled with highly effective first-class multipurpose mechs. Multiple nearby fortress systems could dispatch a part of their own forces to join forces and defeat the enemies that dared to skulk about in human-occupied space. Vess looked a lot more intrigued after learning about this. This is a much more elaborate setup than I thought. In fact, it looks increasingly clear to me that you don't want to reinforce my fleet too much, or else that will deter my enemies from making any move. The real purpose behind all of these stupid decisions is to force the cosmopolitans and other enemies to expose themselves. They want to initiate a showdown with the parasites that have been festering in human society for a long time. In other words, the big shots actually intended to use Vess as bait. So long as the cosmopolitans exposed plenty of traces, their entire cells might get wrapped up during a future crackdown. Jovi at least chose to be honest. I personally do not agree with this attitude, but there are leaders who think otherwise. The fact of the matter is that the cosmopolitans can still abandon their posts and flee before they are obliged to connect their minds to a kinship network. That will never give us the satisfaction we need. We want to catch them in a single surprise sweep, but that requires us to wait for them to make the first move. This plan sounded more and more sketchy to Vess. While it seemed logical enough to actually work, he doubted that it was a simple matter of getting it done. Vess rubbed his hairless chin in thought. All of the additional monitoring around the route will significantly limit the amount of assets our enemies can bring to bear. They are not necessarily meant to catch and destroy any unauthorized intruders. Their primary purpose is to increase the difficulty of sneaking an excessively large force past all of their patrols. Our enemies have a better chance of successfully intercepting our Blue Jay fleet with a leaner and faster ambush force. It especially makes it difficult for the native aliens to sneak hundreds of warships past our front lines and move them deep into human-occupied space without escaping detection. This was good news, because it meant that his enemies wouldn't be able to bring a humongous force of mechs, face fighters and warships that vastly outnumbered the Blue Jay fleet. However, a slimmer force that successfully bypassed all of that monitoring would definitely be competent in other ways. I am happy that you are beginning to understand the deep game that has started around your life, Vess. This is your crucible that people behind the scenes have meticulously prepared for you. Multiple ambitious plans may come into fruition, while many others will have to be erased due to changing circumstances. Your performance during your business trip can directly change the course of history. Vess already carried a lot of responsibilities. He did not need to add one more. Ugh, why can't these damn cosmopolitans leave me alone? It is your fault, Vess. You chose to embrace this difficult life. You are the only person who can create a kinship network. You understand its strengths and flaws the best out of all of us. If you had been gracious enough to relinquish your monopoly on the creation of kinship networks and taught others how to produce similar works, then you will no longer become a critical priority target to be eliminated according to the cosmopolitans. Once the secret has spread far and wide, the cosmopolitans have already lost. They cannot kill everyone that has learned the secret to creating kinship networks, nor can they waste so many resources to bring refugees back on track. They can only start by taking you and all of your works on this matter down. If Jovi thought he could persuade Vess to relinquish his monopoly on kinship networks, then the R-Ray Sr. was sorely mistaken. I am not going to change my mind on holding onto my monopoly, Vess decisively stated. I don't have much leverage to convince groups like your survivalist faction to help keep me alive. If the price for this decision is to force the cosmopolitans into a showdown against our Blue Jay fleet, then so be it. I feel a lot better about it now that you have shown me all of the precautions made by the association. Chapter 63, 37, Chaos Armor and Divernus Alloy. Before Vess was ready to leave Diandi Base and embark on his business trip, he wanted to make sure he remained up to date on the progress of the most important Mech design projects of the Larkinson clan. He met up with Gloriana in the design lab and checked the progress on completing the designs of 3 high-ranking Mechs. The Riot Mark Roman III project is the closest Mech to completion. Gloriana told her husband in her professional voice as she tapped the projection of the design. The major hindrance is that the design's unusual combination of materials result in effects that are impossible to simulate. The simulation programs can't make heads or tails out of the sheer quantity of chaos factor that we have infused in the high-tier expert Mech. On the one hand, this is tentative proof that the experimental armor system that I have designed in collaboration with Jovi Armelin is already capable of obfuscating analysis and prediction. On the other hand, we have been forced to conduct much more prototype testing with scale models in order to gather usable empirical data. Vess liked the Riot Mark Roman III project a lot. Though he hadn't been able to put in as much of himself as before, it was fine since it was an upgrade to an existing living Mech. The most interesting aspect by far was that his wife and his survivalist liaison actually succeeded in developing a crazy combination of unstable exotics and hypers that appeared to be stable, at least as far as they could tell. It was precisely due to the unusually high energy activity and quantum shenanigans that caused the Riot Mark Roman III design to be so incompatible with simulation programs. Sure, it gave Gloriana a lot of grief, but that meant that it would confound their enemies even more once they tried to wrap their minds around this illogical machine. "This is a Mech that literally defies prediction," she said in a slightly more appreciative tone. "No matter whether our enemies attempt to deduce the Riot Mark Roman III performance through electronic systems or more mystical means, they will all fail without a doubt. Anyone who thinks their methods are good enough to know for certain how the Riot Mark Roman III will behave or perform are fools who are blinded by their overconfidence. Jovi has done extremely good work in that aspect, as expected of an R-Ray Mech designer." Vess smiled after hearing that. "I hate prophecies. I also hate being calculated against. There's definitely a lot of both going around in my upcoming business trip. It would have been great if I had the Riot Mark Roman III by my side in order to ruin all of the predictions that people are making of me." "When will this Mech be done?" "We need to conduct further testing in order to make sure that the new chaos armor that we have developed for the Riot Mark Roman III does not inadvertently cause the machine to collapse in on himself. We will wait until your return from Jernstall before we begin the upgrade process," Gloriana said. "All right, that's great. I don't want to miss this opportunity to get my hands on this interesting machine. What about our other expert Mech design project?" "The Amaranto Mark Roman III project has proven to be an interesting puzzle for me," Gloriana said. "Much of the development was initially stalled due to my search for a key hyper material that can help me realize the concept of an all-hyper material Archimech frame. I told you before that none of the light-attributed hyper materials satisfied all of my demands. The hypers that are able to grant the strongest offensive boost to the Amaranto are too brittle and fragile to serve as the main armor and structural support of a high-tier expert Mech. Just because the Amaranto is meant to function as a marksman Mech does not mean we should turn her into a literal glass cannon. There is a limit to how far we can pursue this extreme. It is for this reason that I decided to compromise on your initial vision and opted to use a combination of 2 different hyper materials. You got your wish and found an excuse to apply solarium back into the Amaranto," Vess half accused. "It is not an excuse. It is a logical and appropriate design choice based on the variables that I have to work with. Look, solarium is too good to pass up. It is the most effective defensive light-attributed hyper that Red humanity has discovered. Its toughness can increase to up to 300% when exposed to strong light. As long as we apply solarium to both the exterior and the structural internal components of the Amaranto Mark Roman III design, her physical toughness will become deceptively high. Not only that, but her ability to resist energy attacks will reach an absurd level, making her perfect for countering enemy snipers armed with energy weapons. I suppose it helps a lot that the Amaranto Mark Roman III can produce the strong light needed to power up all of that solarium. Yes, now that the use of solarium has largely negated the demand for a physically tough and damage-resistant hyper materials, I could choose from multiple high-grade hypers that can turn the Amaranto into a long-ranged menace. I experimented with different samples to see how they synergized with solarium and ultimately decided to settle on a hyper material called Diverna's alloy. A projection appeared that summarized the basic properties of this artificial alloy. Diverna's alloy is rare and just as expensive as solarium, but it is worth it as other parties have already begun to integrate this hyper into their own ace mechs. Its main effect is to amplify all forms of electromagnetic radiation, with a particularly strong emphasis on visible light and infrared. It lights up when active like no other light-attributed hyperalloy. According to my experiments, it has good compatibility with luminar crystal technology and is highly effective at amplifying the power of laser beams and light beam-based attacks. What I find interesting is that other groups do not value it as much because they have little use for amplifying visible light. The only weakness other than its cost is that the alloy is relatively fragile and brittle, which means that the Amaranto cannot do without solarium. Precisely. This is why the Amaranto Mark Roman III design has so much of it. Despite the use of so much solarium, there is still plenty of capacity devoted to archimetal components that are largely comprised of Diverna's alloy. I have blended the two hypers in such a way to leverage the defensive properties of solarium as much as possible with the lowest possible footprint. I do not think that I can reduce the use of this hyper material any further without introducing a critical weak point. I see. The design of the almost complete Amaranto Mark Roman III certainly reflected Gloriana's attempts to establish a balance between defense and offense. While Vess disliked the fact that her work deviated from his original concept of extreme offense, he did not blame her for doing so. Dreams often had to bow down to reality. He really could not excuse a mech design that tried to convert the Amaranto into an all-Diverna's alloy archimech. The resulting expert mech may barely be able to get by when fighting on a second-class battlefield, but she would become woefully vulnerable if she ever attempted to fight on a first-class battlefield. The insanely strong power boost that the Dark Zephyr received upon upgrading to a first-class ace mech was a powerful indicator that first-class forces really did not mess around. The power of all of the attacks they threw at each other was a lot stronger. Even if Davia Stark managed to advance to the rank of ace pilot, her leap in strength would not strengthen the defenses of her Amaranto all that much. Vess recognized that once the Amaranto Mark Roman III began to take down high-value targets on a battlefield while glowing like a lighthouse in the dark, she would inevitably attract a huge amount of attention from the enemy. Many adversaries would definitely seek to take down the potent marksman mech that was able to cripple enemy warships and inflict severe damage onto lesser phase lords with just a handful of shots. No matter whether the enemy sought to remove the Amaranto off the board up close or from afar, possessing the means to withstand all of these attacks would certainly come in handy. Davia Stark would gain a great buffer that she could use to persist in her attacks without fear of losing her machine. That may ultimately translate into better offensive performance than to make the Amaranto into a much more threatening, but also more fragile machine. I don't understand enough of Architect to judge whether this archimech design has truly made optimal use of solarium and Diverna's alloy, he said. I will defer to your judgment on this matter. So if your design works correctly, the use of Diverna's alloy will cause the Amaranto to light up and amplify all of her energy attacks. That will also cause Solarium to work and become up to 3 times tougher and more damage-resistant. Yes, the Amaranto Mark Roman III will be able to ramp herself up and perform at her peak right from the start. The early phases of a battle is where she will truly shine, I believe. However, as befitting her role as a marksman Mech, the Amaranto fares less well in drawn-out engagements. She needs to make every shot count, because each time she fires the upgraded versions of the Instrument of Vengeance or the Instrument of Doom, she will produce heat like nothing else. I have failed to secure the high-performance heatsinks that I desire for this project. The Terrans and so on are highly protective of them, as they are the key technologies that differentiate their own machines from that of smaller groups like ours. In other words, the high-performance heatsinks were deemed strategic goods that could not be bought on the open market, only traded in shady backroom deals. Vess already knew what his wife wanted by mentioning this problem. I will try and find a willing partner to trade superior heatsinks with us when I arrive at the Yernstall Central Star node, Vess said. I might not have the time, and I might not be able to conclude a successful trade. Don't expect any miracles, as I have way higher priorities to deal with when I am there. I don't think it is a major loss if we work with mediocre heatsinks for a time. If Davia Stark is able to advance to Ace Pilot, then she can use her Saint Kingdom to vent the Amaranto's heat faster. She should also exercise good trigger discipline and make sure to get the most out of each individual shot. We are not relying on the Amaranto Mark Roman III to eliminate lots of cannon fodder. That is what the Minerva Mark Roman II is for once we have completed her upgrade. Vess did not mind this fault. The Amaranto Mark Roman III was meant to become the Larkinson clan's preferred solution when dealing against powerful individual enemy assets such as a flagship or a phase lord. Eliminating these targets alone was usually enough to cripple and demoralize the rest of a hostile alien fleet. Once the Amaranto Mark Roman III proved that she possessed the capacity to assassinate any high-value target at extreme ranges, her presence alone would serve as a powerful deterrent against potential ambushes, like the one that the Blue Jay fleet would most certainly encounter during the upcoming trip. Vess lamented once more that the Riot and the Amaranto would not be in a fit enough state to accompany him to Yernstall. Their pilots still needed to break through, and even if the latest upgrade projects were complete, that still did not solve the problem that they were still quasi-first-class Mechs. Oh well, Vess could at least count on St. Tusa and the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III Revision II to watch his back. This machine alone evoked a lot of pride and confidence. Chapter 63, 38 Capital of Trade and Commerce. The Amaranto Mark Roman III and the Riot Mark Roman III both had the potential to shine on the battlefield in their own ways. It just took a little more time and effort to get to that point. The two machines also wouldn't be able to reach their full potential unless their Mech pilots successfully broke through and subsequently got upgraded into true ace Mechs. Vess liked to imagine that venerable Davia Stark and venerable Rosa Orphan were on the cusp of breaking through. The best-case scenario was that the two powerful women only needed to obtain more powerful expert Mechs in order to complete this crucial step. However, Vess did not dare to lean too much on this assumption. He thought the same about his uncle and his grandfather, and they were still languishing as ace pilot candidates despite months of heavy fighting. The Red Tide Offensive already caused a multitude of Larkinsons and many other brave soldiers to break through and transform their lives, but it did not happen to the people that held greater meaning to Vess. The lack of progress from the likes of Venerable Joshua Larkinson and Venerable Benjamin Larkinson continuously disappointed Vess, but he knew that he could not really force this issue. Breakthroughs were intensely personal and dependent on a lot of factors outside of anyone's direct control. The Transcendence Glow and other tools might be able to give them a boost, but that did not invalidate the need to get their own baggage in order. Vess thought back on the 3 ace pilots that managed to break through so far. Nothing regarding the advancements of St. Tusa, St. Isabel, and St. Casella could be treated as standard and routine. In the first 2 cases, the pilots became exposed to acute lethal peril. In the latter case, the pilots suffered a devastating loss that was arguably worse than death. Now that he thought about it, he could also do a lot for the 3 high-end Mech design projects by going on his business trip. Vess could shop around for helpful goodies at the popular Central Star node that could add a lot of value to the respective high-ranking Mechs. Although the trio ultimately proved their qualifications as saints by successfully rising above their trauma, that did not change the fact that Vess could not replicate their circumstances to force the breakthroughs of other high-tier expert pilots. It was not only ethically wrong, but also not a reliable long-term solution for the Larkinson clan. Vess really wished he had access to the Red Association's extensive libraries on pilot breakthroughs. The Mechers surely managed to build up a lot more data and theory about this subject. If Vess could peruse those archives, he could identify the variables that he overlooked and improve his theoretical framework. That might be enough for him to develop a more reliable pipeline for inducing breakthroughs. Maybe he might have a chance once he arrived at Jernstall. Now that he thought about it, he could also do a lot for the 3 high-end Mech design projects by going on his business trip. Vess could shop around for helpful goodies at the popular Central Star node that could add a lot of value to the respective high-ranking Mechs. Perhaps it was better that the 3 upgrade projects were still unfinished. Vess was about to embark on a journey to the sapphire of the Red Ocean. While Bridgehead 1 was the first star system that humans settled after they managed to infiltrate the Red Ocean, Jernstall had managed to surpass it in terms of trade and commerce even before the latest turn of events. The reason for that was because the latter Central Star node was located in a more central galactic location. Jernstall happened to sit at a favorable midpoint between the expansive territories of the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. This caused it to attract an increasing number of traders who did not really care about whether they were doing business with their frenemies. At least most Terrans and Rubarthans had the decency to conduct their trades through middlemen, such as the enterprising Yoraltavik clan. Whatever the case, the removal of Bridgehead 1 from the board had accelerated the economic development of Jernstall and turned it into the most prosperous star system in human-occupied space. That meant that Vess could practically find anything he wanted at this Central Star node. If Vess wanted to get his hands on strategic goods such as mentalist crystals, high-performance heat sinks, restricted high-grade exotics and hypers, intact face-water organs, and more, Jernstall was the place to go if he wanted to obtain such a large variety. Of course, not everything was fine and dandy in this busy Central Star node. The prices of everything had shot through the roof. It was extremely expensive for people to live there, as a mountain of fees and taxes made every transaction vastly more expensive than it should. If not for the protection of the Red 2, the presence of both Terrans and Rubarthans, the favorable location, and the strong networking effect, Jernstall wouldn't have been able to become Red humanity's foremost capital of trade and commerce. Vess eagerly discussed the potential to pick up more potent upgrades for the works in progress with his wife. I can procure far more useful goods than a bunch of high-performance heat sinks. Just think about it. I managed to secure the Tier 3 destroyer Spear through a grand auction. I bet I can obtain a weapon or component that is just as extravagantly powerful if I work hard enough. We'll probably have to make heavy concessions, but I can make a lot of promises due to my growing political power. Vess would rather owe heavy favors and go even further into debt than he already was in order to empower his champions even further. The planned showdown between his Blue Jay fleet and his most ardent enemies had reminded him of the importance of investing in his Mech forces. If he hadn't been so complacent about his security as of late, he wouldn't have to feel so nervous about provoking this inevitable confrontation. Although it was too late to compensate for this mistake, Vess could at least make up for lost time and remedy this issue so that he would be in a better position next time. His wife looked receptive. If you are willing to procure more strategic goods for us, then pay attention to the items in my wish list. I have great use for them, so try to obtain them if possible. She transmitted a very long shopping list to Vess. He quickly skimmed through the list with his cranial implant and promptly shoved the file to the back of his memory banks, where he stored all of his other junk data. I will keep a lookout on some of these items. Good. Do remember to buy gifts and toys for our children as well. We have pampered them with so many Terran goods that it would be good if we expose them to Rubarthan equivalents as well. That's a good idea. As evening rolled in, Vess and Gloriana finally retired from the design lab and returned to their home, where they spent one last family moment together. Meow Tilda. Lucky luxuriated on Andrast's lap like usual. Meow Tilda. Clixie meanwhile purred as Aurelia gently brushed her fur with a comb. Why can we not come with you, Yernstall, Papa? Andrast asked. We can still keep up with our schooling by remote. There are children of other important Terran leaders that can apply for dispensation for this. They can make up for their absence in gym classes and other practical classes when they return to school. Both Vess and Gloriana exchanged glances. It's not about school, Vess gently answered her excitable daughter. I know that all of you want to go on a holiday and go sightseeing at the Sapphire of the Red Ocean, but it is too dangerous for you to go there. Yernstall has become a focal point of a lot of dangerous machinations. A large number of powerful people are converging on the star system, and who knows how they will get along with each other. Besides, I have very good indications that our journey to Yernstall will likely encounter an ambush. I cannot in good conscience let you come along in one of the toughest battles that I have to win. Ottawa. My answer is final, Andrast. It doesn't matter how much you whine or how cute you look. If you want to enter a battlefield, then first wait until you have grown up and completed your military training. All three children looked unhappy. They all wanted to take part in the excitement and visit the unofficial capital of human civilization in the Red Ocean for themselves. However, there were good reasons why Vess characterized this visit as a business trip as opposed to a vacation. Fun and leisure should never be the first priority if he visited another location for business and official purposes. Vess felt a bit worried about the safety of his wife and children that he would be leaving behind in New Constantinople. This was why he also decided to leave behind the rudimentary beginnings of a first-class Mech force behind. The initial first-class Mech pilots hired by the Premier Branch were not too reliable, but that was what the Larkinson network was for. Vess did not dare to hire too many as it would become too difficult to assimilate them into the Larkinson culture. It was already difficult to convert the new hires into proper Larkinsons due to the lack of existing members at Diandi Base. Vess just hoped that he did not misjudge them too much and that they would do the jobs that he hired them to do. The pilots could hardly be called elites, or else Vess would never have been able to hire this batch. He was banking a lot more on the protection provided by the Mechers anyway. It was ultimately the Red Association that determined how well his immediate family remained safe from external threats. A less charitable interpretation of this situation was that the Mechers implicitly held his wife an hostage. Vess knew that he could never make any decisions that seriously damaged the interests of the Mechers, or at least the factions that he was currently associating with. Perhaps people like Jovi and Vector never harbored any ill will towards him, but it was way too naive for him to disregard this underlying dynamic. This was why his clan needed to pick up steam in building up a true first-class Mech force. It would have been nice to have another ace pilot around at the very least. If he was willing to resist the temptation to bring that second ace pilot along his journey, he could leave the powerful Saint behind in Diandi Base and give him a lot of peace of mind. Oh well. Vess continued to chat with his children about what he intended to accomplish in Yernstall. He did not share everything he had in mind, but what little he shared already made them excited. You can have a shipyard build any ship you want, even ones like the Spirit of Bentheim that has a cat head as her prow. Not quite, haha. Vess chuckled as he tousled his young son's hair. Starfarer Berth is only a relatively small first-class shipyard. It is capable of constructing a top-of-the-line R-ray combat carriers every 3 months or so as long as all of the conditions are met. I am relying on it to produce the beginnings of the subcapital ship of our first-class Mech force. However, this can only be done if all of the financing, technological licenses, permissions, specialized manpower, and most importantly supply of resources are in order. All of these factors and more make it very difficult to run a successful and profitable first-class shipyard in a location as expensive as Jernstall. This is why I have to visit Starfarer Berth in person and make sure that it will be able to play its part in my plan. Will you mount cat heads on the front sides of all of the subcapital ships? I will see what I can do. I am not opposed to this as long as it doesn't compromise the structural integrity of those vessels. Chapter 63, 39 Contributors at Risk. On the date of the departure, Vess bid goodbye to his wife and children before he reluctantly left them in order to go on a life-changing business trip. According to his schedule, the magnitude of the events that he intended to participate in was just as massive and impactful as the events that took place on his last travels. The good news was that these major events were a lot more foreseeable this time. Vess did not expect to encounter too many surprises along his journey. The bad news was that the cosmopolitans hated Vess so much that they were probably more than willing to expose their cells and burn a lot of assets just to claim his life. Vess had done what he could to bolster the Blue Jay fleet. Shortly after he teleported to the Tarask, he called up a projection that showed a majestic view of the core fleet surrounded by additional warships and combat carriers loaned out by various different groups. There was a clear and obvious difference in quality and capabilities between the hulls of the Red II and the vessels owned by other groups. The former boasted superior tech and materials. The most prominent technological edge was support link technology. The warships and carriers of the Red II were able to withstand a lot more damage and coordinate their actions a lot more effectively due to benefiting from the signature technologies developed by the webmistress. Vess found it rather stupid that the Mechers and Fleeters still refused to share this tech with the other major powers. Shield link technology was especially a game-changer in many battles. Oh well, the Mechers and Fleeters must have their reasons. Perhaps this may be the only way to keep this restricted tech out of the hands of the cosmopolitans and subsequently the native aliens. As the Blue Jay fleet slowly began to distance itself from the orbit of New Constantinople Roman 8 and make its way over to the nearest Lagrange point, Vess began to settle in the familiar heavy cruiser. He met with 2 of the collaborators of the Swarm project, both of whom had taken up residence in adjacent staterooms. Lady Romanda DeVos, Lord Richard Brownstone, so both of you have decided to accompany me on this dangerous journey. The Terran and the Rubarthan senior Mech designers both looked nodded. When the 2 first arrived at New Constantinople in order to collaborate on the Swarm project, they understandably did not manage to get along. Yet months of continuous collaboration had caused them to become more accustomed to each other's presence. They found that they had far more in common as Mech designers. The rivalry between Terrans and Rubarthans still prevented them from becoming too close to each other, but they at least managed to find a balance where they could get along without starting any conflicts. Right now, the scion of the DeVos ancient clan and the descendant of a prince of the Rubarthan imperial household had far greater concerns on their mind than a spat between their first-rate colonial superstates. Our contributions to the Swarm project may not be as great or pivotal as yours, but I will not deny that we have done our part to realize the first Carmine Mechs that will soon become available to the masses, the older Terran woman said with a measured voice. It is unconscionable for me to be absent at the historic product reveal event. I fear that my adversaries will seek to marginalize my contributions to the development of the 6 Mech designs. If I want to make the DeVos ancient clan and the Terran Alliance proud, I must meet my obligation to travel to Jernstall and stand by your side as you amaze the public with your works. My motivations are similar to hers. It is not acceptable for me to give in to my cowardice and miss the best opportunity for me to remind everyone that the Rubarthan Pact has contributed to this revolutionary project. Lord Richard Brownstone said, "We are well aware of the perils of this journey. We have explored alternatives, but my advisors have warned me that if I choose to travel to Jernstall on a different fleet, it will fall victim to a raid. It has become increasingly more known that I have been collaborating with you on a secret project of great importance. There are parties that are willing to go far in order to interrogate me and learn all of the secrets about the Swarm project that are in my possession. It is actually safer if I travel on the same fleet as you. It is only after we have formally presented our products to the Mech market that the danger will pass." "I see. That was very unfortunate of the pair. Vess did not want to endanger their lives to this extent. He had unintentionally pulled them into a political vortex of his own making. He could easily accept that it was his fault that he stumbled upon a minefield due to the actions that he had undertaken. But it did not sit well for him to drag 2 innocent Mech designers into this crisis. It would have been better if the 2 just decided to stay and sit tight in Diandi Base, but their obligations to their respective superstates prevented them from taking the cowardly option. They were more than just Mech designers. They were scions of prominent family organizations, and that meant that they had to answer the call of duty. Vess responded with a genuine look of respect. "I appreciate your support and your willingness to brave this risk with me. You may come to regret this decision when the enemy has breached the defenses of the Tarask, but this is what it is like to be a soldier. Both of you are doing your superstates proud. I do not want to miss the moment where I can finally vindicate my lifelong pursuit for ultra-large enhanced cockpits on the grandest possible occasion." Lady Romanda said, "This is an essential process for me to realize my design philosophy. I cannot become a master unless the market at large finally understands and accepts the utility of my work." Although the subordinate Mechs of the Swarm project were only mounted with organic versions of her characteristic ultra-large cockpits, the basic concepts still remained the same. Lady Romanda had taken a lot of ownership over the Carmine Mech designs and practically considered them to be her babies. There was no way she wanted to miss out on the grand reveal. As for Lord Richard Brownstone, his personal motivations were not as profound. "My contributions are admittedly not as unique and indispensable as that of my Terran colleague here. Still, I have to be present in Jernstall as well in order to prove to my doubters and critics that I am more than a leech of the Brownstone Principality. I have spent my entire life so far spending far more money and resources than I can earn back through my work. I have never truly made my grandfather proud for this reason. Publicizing my contributions to the Swarm project will definitely show to everyone that I can finally justify all of the investment put into my education and work." This was not a particularly unique desire. Many scions of wealthy and powerful families struggled to reproduce just a fraction of the glory of their greatest ancestors. It was hard for them to rise above mediocrity and truly make their mark in society. "I don't think you will be short on credit." Vess smiled encouragingly at Lord Richard. "The modular kinetic armaments that you have designed for the subordinate Mechs are fantastic. They are not necessarily the most powerful, but the sheer versatility in calibers and projectile choices allows them to be useful to both cheapskates and high-end clients." He initially did not have the best opinion on kinetic ranged weaponry, but Lord Richard managed to develop prototypes that thoroughly impressed the design team. Specialized ammunition that was laced with volatile exotics and hypers could produce a myriad of useful effects. St. Tusa's tales of what the messenger of silence was capable of with his unique stela also increased Vess' appreciation of kinetic weapons. The journey to Jernstall won't take too long, but don't get complacent, Vess told the pair of seniors. We may receive challenges during the product reveal. Our Carmine Mechs must be fully prepared to confront any possible threat. The greatest emphasis should be put on the first-class subordinate Mech. This will probably be the machine that the major powers will pay the greatest attention to. It presents the opportunity for many powerful figures to pilot a real Mech and fight side by side with professional Mech pilots in the greatest battles of our era. Think about the great figures that will finally be able to realize their long-cherished dreams. The three briefly smiled at the thought before the Terran Mech designer mentioned an interesting possibility. I think that the influence of Carmine Mech will extend far beyond what you can imagine, Vess. The attraction of a Carmine Mech is great to many people, but I think the most enthusiastic group by far will be Mech designers such as ourselves. Lord Brownstone immediately nodded in agreement. It is no secret that many Mech designers were originally children who remained unreconciled, that they do not have the right genetic aptitude to pilot Mechs. We cling to Mech so much that we were willing to study hard to learn how to make them. Now that we are capable of designing and fabricating these powerful machines, we can much better appreciate the act of piloting Mechs, especially if they are derived from our own designs. Vess never really put as much thought on this angle than he should have. Now that I think about it, Mech designers are probably the most suited to pilot Carmine Mechs than anyone else. Not only do their vast technical expertise complement their control over their own machines, but their non-combatant status means that the greatest shortcoming of Carmine Mechs doesn't affect them as much. They can purely pilot their own Carmine Mechs for testing and for recreation. If they are high-ranking Mech designers, then there is no need for them to risk their lives and fight in the trenches alongside professional Mech pilots. What about the low-ranking Mech designers? Lady Romanda DeVos critically asked. They are more expendable, I suppose, Vess frankly admitted. I think this is a great opportunity for novices and apprentices to learn what Mechs are truly about by volunteering for frontline service. Perhaps it is best to make it an obligation. Only Mech designers who have experienced true Mech warfare firsthand have received the tempering they need to take their work a lot more seriously than those who never stepped foot on the battlefield. There are far too many of them around, in my opinion. They spend all day designing machines of war without truly comprehending anything. Lady Romanda DeVos and Lord Richard Brownstone technically fell under this category, but that would soon become different if this journey became as dangerous as everyone thought. We should think about the repercussions of letting Mech designers pilot their own personal Carmine Mechs on a lifelong basis. The consequences are much larger than you think. Lord Brownstone, SAS equals ID. Our work may even trigger the rise of a new class of hybrid Mech pilots and Mech designers. An entirely new breed of warriors will rise up that solely learn Mech design to constantly improve and perfect their personal Carmine Mechs. That sounded rather dubious to Vess. He was a big believer in specialization. He found it difficult to imagine that anyone could master both Mech piloting and Mech design at the same time. It took a huge amount of work and effort for anyone to excel in one profession. There was no way they could shine in both occupations at once. Vess refused to believe that anyone was talented and capable enough to do the impossible. Chapter 63, 40 Destroyer Practice. Are you sure you are ready for this, Tusa? I am. I have trained for this. I would have liked to spend more time on getting used to wielding destroyer weapons, but we are already underway. Battle can theoretically break out at any moment. I want to be certain that my Mech can grab the Tier 3 destroyer spear and not get disintegrated right away. By the way, calling this weapon this way is getting tiresome. Have you thought about giving it a name of its own? A destroyer weapon of this caliber certainly deserves one. I think the Terrans who previously owned it must have already given it a name. They probably removed the name etched into the shaft after they put it up for auction. The Dark Zephyr stood before a long container that was made out of destroyer-resistant alloy. Vess manually transmitted an encrypted code that caused the container to unlock and slowly open up, revealing the powerful treasure contained within. The nameless Tier 3 destroyer spear did not beckon the Ace Light skirmisher at all. Instead, its deadly spirit began to flare destruction energies, as if taking offense at the Saint Kingdom that had enveloped the weapon. How is it going so far, Tusa? Not too good. The reaction from the spear is much stronger than the Tier 5 destroyer sword I borrowed from the Devasans. There is a sea of difference between the two weapons. The concentration of destroyer particles in this Tier 3 weapon is so much higher that I can't even imagine what the Terrans have done to make it. I feel as if this weapon shouldn't even exist. Oh, why would you say that, Tusa? Well, from what little I can perceive through my Saint Kingdom, I kind of get the impression that the Speartip is like a shuttle that is rated for 10 passengers, but is suddenly forced to contain 50 passengers. There isn't enough space inside to fit all of the extra passengers, so they have to squeeze in so tightly that they have to be compacted into compressed meat cubes or something. Well, that is certainly a disturbing image that you have painted. Thanks for that, cousin. It's even worse than that. Somehow, those meat cubes don't stay in place, but have instead begun to merge or react with each other in a way that is making all of them stronger and more active than before. They are constantly bouncing energies off each other, egging each other on until they evolve into more dangerous versions of themselves. Oh, and they are still packed tightly against each other, making it very easy to set them off and explode. The challenge of wielding a weapon of this power is to make sure that whatever destructive forces they unleash must be pointed towards the enemy rather than oneself. That sort of matched the descriptions that Vess had heard and read. Destroyer weapons of his caliber were no longer as safe and controllable as their less powerful variants. Their great might came at even greater cost, thereby ensuring that no mortal machine could ever wield them safely. It was only the existence of high-ranking Mech pilots and their extraordinary willpower that made these weapons viable. If expert pilots, ace pilots, and god pilots did not exist, then there was no reason to go through all of the trouble and expense of making high-tier destroyer weapons. Are you ready to proceed? Give me another moment. I need to get a better feel for this spear. It is much more intimidating to handle this weapon in reality, you know. All of the reading and preparation I have done doesn't compare to the real thing. You have truly managed to obtain a weapon that exists in a league of its own. I can't imagine that the Terrans are willing to let it go so easily. Well, my friendship and gratitude are good enough reasons, I suppose, Vess boasted. After I complete my business trip, they will become even more grateful that they spent the effort to earn so much goodwill from me. Besides, a Tier 3 destroyer weapon is not even the best of what they have in their possession. There are also Tier 2 and even Tier 1 destroyer weapons, though I am not sure if there are any of the latter present in the Red Ocean. Tusa had a clear answer to that. I am pretty sure that the Light of Sol has a destroyer sword or knife at his disposal. There is no reason for him to not have one. He never showed it off in public because he is probably treating it as a trump card. Once his enemies grow powerful enough, I think he will be able to amaze everyone by how well he can carve up even the strongest enemies with his blade. If a Tier 3 destroyer spear like the one we have is already this scary, think of how much worse a Tier 1 weapon would be. I really can't imagine how many compressed meat cubes have been packed inside such a tiny weapon. After a few more moments, Saint Tusa eventually psyched himself up to try out the intimidating weapon. The secure cargo hold of the Tarrasque, where they were conducting this dangerous trial, went into lockdown. Not only was there a total communications blackout, but multiple transphasic energy shields came online in order to contain any accidental outbursts of destructive energies. Vess remained in the same compartment despite being aware of the risks. He wanted to witness the Dark Zephyr grappling with the destroyer spear with all of his senses in order to gain a better understanding of destroyer tech. Imro. Blinky was already prepared to make detailed observations with his spiritual senses. He was easily able to observe the destroyer particles contained within the spirit, even though they were not purely spiritual in nature. Vess actually had no idea what destroyer particles were supposed to be. So far, he ascertained that they were neither purely physical or material. Instead, they appeared to be particles that fell under a third and much less familiar category. This category of matter possessed properties of both material and spiritual substances, but blended them in a unique way that Vess was not familiar with. He did not even have a clue how they could be produced outside of god pilots using their god kingdoms to essentially will them into existence. In any case, the Dark Zephyr was on the cusp of wielding this spear. The proportions were clearly off. The Ace Light Skirmisher was a little too small and too thin to wield a spear of this size and thickness. It was still possible for the machine to grip it, but the mismatch in proportions would prevent the Dark Zephyr from handling it as well as a smaller weapon. Lifting the spear, Vess intoned as he inputted a command on his workstation. A gravitic field wrapped around the shaft and steadily began to lift the large and imposing black weapon. The gravitic field did not extend to the spear tip, because doing so would cause the destroyer particles to lash out in violence for whatever reason. Once the spear rose to a comfortable height, it remained in place, tempting the Dark Zephyr to wield the weapon. "This is it, Tusa. You can still back out for whatever reason if you think you need more time." "No, I am not backing out of this. I can master this weapon." The Dark Zephyr lifted his arms and brought his hands close to the shaft. Just before metal touched metal, the spear tip already began to produce greater activity, as if the destroyer particles packed inside detected an unwelcome intrusion into their domain. At the same time, the Dark Zephyr decisively gripped the shaft, thereby enabling the Ace Light Skirmisher to hold the weapon that was powerful enough to carve through Azure energy shields and transphasic hyperalloys alike. "Your power is under my control." With a valiant roar, Tusa strengthened his Saint Kingdom and concentrated it onto the powerful weapon, causing its destroyer particles to dampen for a moment. At the same time, the Dark Zephyr decisively gripped the shaft, thereby enabling the Ace Light Skirmisher to hold the weapon that was powerful enough to carve through Azure energy shields and transphasic hyperalloys alike. Vess watched with bated breath at the spectacle. He could already see the Dark Zephyr maintaining a firm and forceful grip on the spear that was slightly oversized in its slender arms. The Ace Light Skirmisher began to perform several slow polearm techniques. The machine deliberately maintained a slow pace, thereby making it easier for Tusa to concentrate on controlling and suppressing the destroyer particles that so badly wanted to lash out and unleash indiscriminate destruction in every direction. Vess took a look at the various graphs and data readings on his workstation. He did not fully understand what all of the numbers meant, but he could sense that Tusa managed to contain the destroyer spear for the time being. The question was whether Saint Tusa and the Dark Zephyr could keep up this performance. While Tusa was able to keep the weapon stable when he was hardly doing anything, his control began to slip as the Dark Zephyr performed mock attacks at a faster pace. The faster and more dynamic the movements, the less Tusa was able to channel his willpower into suppressing the destroyer particles, thereby giving them more room to wreak havoc. Already, Vess could see the ominous spirit release small but incredibly lethal gouts of destructive energies. "Tusa, I can do it," the ace pilot insisted. "Give me more space. I need to test my limits and see how far I can go. A Tier 3 destroyer weapon is rated for junior ace mechs and ace pilots. I refuse to let this weapon get the better of me. The destroyer particles are strong, but I will not yield." The contest between Tusa's willpower and the destroyer spear became more and more intense. The spear tip showed increasingly more signs of escaping the ace pilot's cage. Saint Tusa no longer resorted to brute force when trying to keep the spear under his control. He actively tweaked his Saint Kingdom and began to channel Ir according to an image of his own creation. Imro. Blinky used his strong senses to figure out the changing emotions that fueled Tusa's exertions. Tusa decided to leverage his freedom domain to liberate himself from the restrictions of the arms he wielded. He was not a Terran who was trained since he was young to wield these potent weapons, and he did not pretend to be one either. His crash course in destroyer weapons only familiarized him enough with these potent weapons to conclude that he needed to handle them in his own way. His solution was to avoid or temper the hostility of the Tier 3 destroyer spear by pretending as if it was his birthright to wield any weapon, no matter the dangers or conditions. Vess narrowed his eyes. Though Tusa certainly constructed an interesting theme for himself, the image he created was too simple and rudimentary for the job he was trying to fulfill. The Tier 3 destroyer spear evidently did not think too much of Tusa's willpower and image, and began to lash out at an increasing rate. Pulses of destructive energies shot out of the spear tip at a higher frequency and greater amplitude. It was as if the destroyer particles took offense at Tusa's apparent disrespect and cheating behavior and decided to teach him a lesson. Vess and Blinky suddenly detected an alarming spike in power. "Watch out, Tusa." Though Saint Tusa put all of his focus into harnessing the destroyer spear, he nonetheless managed to react quickly when it appeared the spear was about to explode. The spear tip produced a violent expulsion of destructive energies. Tendrils of pure destruction lashed out in over 9 different directions, 2 of which happened to shoot backwards that would have impaled the Dark Zephyr. Fortunately, Tusa and his ace Mech were fast enough to back off and cause the destruction lances to miss. Multiple transphasic energy shields flared to life as they tried to contain the destruction energies before ultimately failing, causing the remainder of the outburst to disintegrate the hull plating and burn through almost a meter of solid alloy before expending all of its momentary destructive potential. Silence fell in the secure chamber as Vess and the others beheld the aftermath. "I think you need to work more on your control." "Yeah, I think I have an idea on what I did wrong. I will do better next time. I promise." Chapter 63, 41 Respect Your Weapons. Admiral Gory Tenson of the Blue Jay Fleet was not happy with the accident caused by the Dark Zephyr's first attempt to wield the Tier 3 destroyer spear. The damage could have been much worse, as the highly potent destroyer spear possessed the capacity to produce a much greater and more concentrated outburst of destructive energies. Such an incident could have caused the spear to transmit a beam of concentrated destruction energies that could have easily punched through multiple transphasic energy shields and pierce through dozens of meters of strong ship-grade alloys. That would have been enough to pierce through the bulkheads of the cargo bay and penetrate adjacent compartments, some of which held important functional systems or valuable supplies. Fortunately, none of that occurred. The outburst remained fairly tame and only nearly inflicted grievous damage on the Dark Zephyr. The damage to the bulkheads and underlying electrical parts was not light, but it was not that important. The spacers assigned to the heavy cruiser came in shortly afterwards and began to conduct repairs to restore the broken components and fill up all of the gaps in the bulkheads. As far as Vess was concerned, his cousin's ego suffered the greatest blow from the recalcitrant weapon. The ace pilot had shut down his ace Mech and left the cockpit shortly afterwards so that he could cool his head in an empty ready room. St. Tusa's head hung low as he sat on his bench without changing out of his custom piloting suit. The morose air produced by his diminished domain field made it clear that his mood was anything but good. Meow. Lucky decided to keep Tusa company. The gem cat acted like his cute self and repeatedly nudged the pilot's side in order to beg for pets. Sadly, Tusa was not in the right headspace to appreciate Lucky's companionship. Meow. Vess sighed before he approached and lifted Lucky in his arms. "You are taking this way too hard, Tusa. You are not like the Terran ace pilots who have been wielding destroyer weapons of escalating tiers step by step. You only had a short time to train yourself in their use. It is unreasonable to expect you to be able to harness a Tier 3 destroyer spear with so little preparation. It is actually quite impressive that you managed to hold it for a short time without actually harming yourself in the process. That was because my machine and I were fast enough to push away from the spear before it produced a backlash, Tusa said in a bitter voice. That wasn't supposed to happen. I was supposed to be able to maintain a grip on it at all times. It was easy enough for me to do so when my Mech did nothing but hold it still. It was when I started to swing it around that my control started to slip. The more the spear is moved, the more the destroyer particles become agitated. That is how I lost control over it. They became too active and violent for me to keep them in line. Vess sighed and sat down on the bench next to the ace pilot. He idly petted Lucky's back as he thought on how he should address this problematic situation. I put you up to this task with the awareness that it would not be easy for you to control the spear. The outcome that happened today is not outside of the bounds of expectation. I know that ace pilots like yourself make a living off defying such stuff, but you can't win every game. Wielding destroyer weapons is so far outside of your expertise that failure is not a big deal. His discouraged cousin let out a deep breath. I know. I am not stupid, you know. I know that I am not supposed to be ready to handle the spear yet, but I don't like it when others think that I am weak and unable to do something. I see it as a personal test to wield this weapon effectively enough that I can use it in battle. Obviously, I did not pass my test. Tusa, ambition is good, but that does not mean you can fulfill your goals right away. Mastering a destroyer weapon of this tier takes a lot more dedication than this. If you want to do better, then moping around like this is definitely not the way to go. Time is of the essence, so you need to get your head back together and get back to focusing on more productive thoughts. His cousin obviously agreed with that sentiment. The ace pilot consciously tried to shove away his disappointment in himself and reset his mentality as best as possible. Okay. Let's figure out how I can do better next time. You took a good look at my performance, right? Do you have anything to say that you think is helpful? I do. Let me describe what I have learned from the perspective of a Mech designer and a cultivation scientist, Vess said as he deliberately shifted to a professional tone. From what I have ascertained, destroyer particles are neither purely material nor spiritual in nature. They are a different classification of matter that exhibits traits of both. Perhaps they are the product of fusing physical matter and E-energy, or perhaps they originate from the start of the universe. Whatever the case, their unusual classification has several important implications. And those are... Vess smiled. Destroyer particles might not be made of pure E-energy, but they have enough in common for me to believe that they behave the same when influenced by conscious thoughts and emotions. They are spiritually active and reactive. The direction of your thoughts and emotions definitely influences their behavior. While the destroyer particles are inherently volatile and prone to lash out at anything, I think that there is a more elegant way to harness the power of the spear. That caught Tusa's interest. He had tried it his way before, but that obviously yielded less than desirable results. That put him in a mood where he was more open to outside advice than usual. What is this elegant solution that you are proposing? Earlier, I stated that destroyer particles possess at least some of the traits of E-energy. That immediately leads me to wonder whether destroyer particles are either alive or part of a living entity. I keenly observed the spear and its volatile particles in order to pick up clues that could help me determine the answer. And what did you find out, Vess? I don't think the destroyer particles themselves are alive, at least not in a traditional sense, Vess stated. Take it from an expert in this field. The individual particles are lifeless. However, that does not necessarily mean that the collection of destroyer particles stuffed inside the spear tip is lifeless as well. Tusa struggled to comprehend what the Mech designer just said. I don't get it. You first tell me that it is not alive, but then you claim the opposite. You are not interpreting my words correctly. You at least took basic biology lessons once upon a time, right? The body of a typical human is made out of a huge number of individual organic cells. These cells are all alive and can sort of sustain themselves on their own. However, the cells are made out of molecules and atoms. These particles are definitely not alive, as they do not meet the criteria of such. It is only when they are mashed together in specific ways that life emerges. I think that exposure to E-energy radiation has fueled this tendency. You shouldn't blindly follow the advice of Terrans. Their experiences are mostly derived from wielding destroyer weapons that have not been fed by E-energy radiation for several years. That changes things, you know. E-energy is a force of change and growth. Nothing can remain static under its influence. The ace pilot finally comprehended what Vess was getting at. Are you truly claiming that the destroyer spear is alive just because it concentrates a large amount of destroyer particles? Yes, Vess decisively answered. I am stretching the definition of alive here. It is not as intelligent, responsive, and insightful as a third-order living Mech. Don't expect to be able to converse with it like your dark Zephyr. As far as I can tell, the living element is very weak, perhaps comparable to a first-order living Mech or maybe a suborder weaker. To be honest, I don't think anyone else is able to notice this nuance aside from God pilots. The revelation surprised the Larkinson ace pilot. Despite how much time he spent with his own living Mech, he never once treated the destroyer spear as a living object. He automatically assumed that it was just a lifeless weapon, just like any other product made by others. Now that his perspective on the destroyer spear changed, Tusa began to frown as he understood a little better why he did not deserve to wield the weapon in battle. That partially explains what happened, Saint Tusa said. I really screwed up, didn't I? My approach towards the destroyer spear should have worked if it was an unthinking and unfeeling object. If it was actually alive, then I must have disrespected it a lot by assuming an arrogant stance. I tried to force it to acknowledge me by ignoring all of the expectations and requirements that it has set onto its wielders. Maybe a sincere Terran ace pilot who has learned how to respect destroyer weapons for his entire career will be able to wield it without any danger. I think so as well, Vess agreed. Respect is the key. Even though this Tier 3 destroyer spear is not alive in the same way as a living Mech, it is best if you pretend otherwise. Don't try to dominate, try to cooperate instead. Befriend it, seduce it, make it like you. It will take more effort, but it is probably worth it. In fact, I don't think you should use your primary domain in your new approach. Tusa caught on quickly. Are you telling me to rely on Blackwing instead? Why not? I mean, you already botched your introduction with the destroyer spear by trying to impose your freedom on it. Letting Blackwing take the lead and use his shadow domain to ingratiate himself to the spear may yield better results. The shadow element falls under negative energy. The same goes for the destruction element. Take advantage of that to build a bridge between Blackwing and the spear. Do you think it will actually work? It sounds as if you are underestimating the intelligence of a very powerful weapon. No, I don't think so. I'm the expert on life here, remember? I am very certain that the powerful weapon is not too alive. That means that you should not be able to distinguish Blackwing from yourself. So long as you present Blackwing as a separate existence from yourself, everything should be fine. Such a deception would never work on a typical human, but it may be different for the Tier 3 destroyer spear. In fact, Vess did not have total guarantee that it would work. There was another possibility that he declined to share with Saint Tusa. Vess came up with an alternative theory about the behavior of destroyer particles. It may be that his previous theory was right, and that the Tier 3 destroyer spear acted much like an organic cell that exhibited the basic traits of life. However, there were also higher orders of life, usually exhibited by large multi-celled organisms. One of the theories that Vess entertained in his mind was that destroyer particles actually came from a much greater whole. This alternate explanation had many implications. One of them was that every destroyer weapon might be connected to a much more powerful living being, one that not only served as the original source of destruction particles, but was still able to exert at least a small amount of control over them, no matter the distance. Though Vess had no solid proof that could back up this spurious theory, it might explain why people other than Terrans and authorized people were able to crack the secrets to destroyer particles and produce their own destroyer weapons. If his guess happened to be right, then it became even more important for Tusa to treat the Tier 3 destroyer weapon with respect instead of the opposite. Chapter 63, 42 Closing Window of Opportunity. After Vess concluded his pep talk to Saint Tusa, his thoughts continued to linger on destroyer technology. What he witnessed from Tusa's first attempt to wield the Tier 3 destroyer spear granted him plenty of interesting insights. Life could come from the most unexpected of places, including a weapon that sought to annihilate everything if it was unleashed. Vess suspected more and more that there was at least one rudimentary intelligence driving its behavior. It may be feral, slow, or overly simplistic, but it was definitely an object that at least somewhat resembled an artifact of sorts. From that perspective, the Terrans who trained hard to be able to wield these destructive weapons may actually function as artifact cultivators. Mech pilots were already artifact cultivators by definition, but those that also sought to master their destroyer weapons had to put even more effort into this aspect. They had to study these arms, drill with them, and apply them in the most effective manner during battle. Vess saw more and more parallels between destroyer weapon wielders and the sword fanatics in his clan. Each of them treated their weapons as more than combat tools. They respected their arms so much that they may as well be living partners. If this equivalence held true, then the same approach used by the sword maidens and the heaven sworders towards their weapons could also be used to harness the power of destroyer weapons. At least that was what Vess theorized. It remained to be seen whether it could be done in practice. Vess just wondered how many days Tusa had left before the Blue Jay fleet stumbled upon an enemy force. Have the scouts found anything suspicious, Jovi? The reality trickster crossed his arms. Our association has detected many abnormalities of concern. Supplies have gone missing. Numerous warships and mechs have been detected in the region that were previously marked as lost or destroyed. Thousands of personnel from our association and elsewhere no longer appeared at work. They have apparently taken a sudden leave of absence at the same time. That last part sounded incredibly suspicious. I hope you guys have conducted thorough investigations on each of those fellows that randomly quit their jobs and disappeared. Vess growled. Oh, you don't know the half of it. Our intelligence services have swarmed over their records and contacts. However, the news that we have received does not paint an optimistic picture. The disappeared personnel have not left behind any clues that could help us root out other cosmopolitans hiding in our society. The terrorists are far too experienced and professional to present such vulnerabilities. The missing individuals were always waiting to be activated for any reason. They were deliberately kept away from any of the cells of the cosmopolitan movement for that reason. Ugh, then we can't expose and drive out the cosmopolitans unless we actually deploy kinship networks throughout our entire society. It seems that way, Jovi responded. It is currently not politically feasible to make it mandatory for every human to connect to a kinship network, but after learning more about how well the cosmopolitans are able to infiltrate our upper ranks, it has become increasingly more attractive to mandate our leadership, as well as the personnel working for our most important research institutions, to subject themselves to this additional form of supervision. Back during the Age of Mechs, the cosmopolitan movement had always been an afterthought for us. Not so in the Age of Dawn. The cosmopolitans are partially responsible for triggering the Great Severing, and they have leaked so much human high technology to the native aliens that they are indirectly responsible for the deaths of far too many red humans. We truly cannot tolerate their continued infiltration in our highest halls any further. The big shots were finally beginning to recognize the enormous threat posed by these human traders, but perhaps they had done so a bit too late. The cosmopolitans helped the native aliens so much that the Red War had already swung heavily in their favor. Red humanity was on the back foot. It would take a huge amount of effort to regain the advantage and launch a counterattack. So what we currently know is that the cosmopolitans are definitely up to no good, right? Vess went back to the previous topic. The clues that you have found indicate that they will definitely participate in the fighting themselves. We should expect hostile mechs and warships, correct? Jovi nodded. Maybe starfighters as well. We do not have information on what the cosmopolitans that have infiltrated the Red Fleet have done. Great, and this does not preclude the possibility of aliens joining the party as well. The cosmopolitans are the only human group that get along well with them, so it makes sense for them to team up and combine the strengths of both human and alien methods. Jovi nodded. That appears to be increasingly more likely. We project that the cosmopolitans do not have the strength needed to challenge our expanded fleet by themselves. They have to resort to outside help. They will seek a means to smuggle a sizable alien force all the way to their chosen ambush site. It will be difficult for them to do so given how extensively we are monitoring the surroundings, but the cosmopolitans and the native aliens can probably overcome our monitoring networks if they combine their respective means. There was no certainty whether that would happen, but Vess felt it was safer to assume the worst. Do you have any indications how soon we will meet their ambush? Their window of opportunity is closing. It was already relatively small to begin with, as all of the ships of our fleet are equipped with superdrives. A journey that used to take weeks can now be completed in days. Your enemies must act with haste in order to intercept us before we arrive in Jernstall. Their only other opportunity to strike at your life is when we depart from the central star node. But by then, your adversaries have acted too late to prevent you from damaging their interests. In other words, the cosmopolitans and the native aliens must definitely act sooner rather than later. Vess grew more unsettled as he became intimidated by the surprises that the cosmopolitans and the native aliens had in store. The two were quite powerful and would never resort to average means in order to take away his life. However, Vess had already committed himself to this path, so there was no use entertaining any second thoughts. He could spend much better by preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Vess decided to bring up a topic that had frequently occupied his mind as of late. What do you know about destroyer weapons, Jovi? Is this about the spear that has created several holes in the bulkheads earlier? Yes, I have been trying to figure out how they work and such. I have a lot of ideas, but very little solid facts. I was hoping that you can share more of the latter. That caused the R-Ray senior to furrow his brow. Destroyer weapons do not fall under my expertise. What I know is not much. It is no secret that our association has coveted the power of destroyer weapons for a long time. Our attempts at replicating them have persistently failed. I am quite certain that we do not have a secret research team working under a star designer that has secretly uncovered the secret to making them. Destroyer particles are far too difficult to work with. They are highly volatile and continually seek to destroy everything, including any containers. They can do more than destroy matter. They can also erase energy and other intangible phenomena. These particles possess so many confounding properties that we have not been able to decipher the essence of their existence. Do you think that destroyer particles or destroyer weapons are alive? Not necessarily. Have you come to a different conclusion? I have. My sensitivity towards life is very strong. I can definitely sense traces of life from that Tier 3 destroyer spear. That caused Jovi to look intrigued. That is valuable input. Perhaps a number of our Mech designers have suspected this already, but your testimony will help us embrace this apparent truth. What does it actually mean for the destroyer weapon to be alive? Well, just treat it like one of my early living Mechs. There are many implications, but most are rather subtle. I haven't really verified this theory yet. It only remains speculation on my part. What would it take for you to confirm your new pet theory about destroyer weapons? Are you waiting for Saint Tusa to gain control over his weapon with the help of your advice? That would certainly provide support to my theory, but it is not conclusive enough. I am actually thinking about wielding the spear myself. Are you serious, Vess? You are talking about a Tier 3 destroyer spear here. This is a weapon that is so dangerous that only ace pilots and stronger can wield it without receiving harm in return. Their strong willpower is essential to keeping the destroyer weapons under their control. You may have the raw physicality to wield a spear of this size, but you do not possess the corresponding willpower. Vess smirked back at Jovi. If a few of my theories about the nature and mechanisms of destroyer weapons and destroyer particles are correct, then it may not be necessary for me to possess willpower as strong as that of an ace pilot in order to safely wield the spear. Are you seriously thinking about participating in the next fight in person by fighting as a phase lord armed with the Tier 3 destroyer spear? Vess laughed. Ha ha ha, that's a funny idea. I am not that eager to test out my theories. I know my limitations. I am not a soldier. I don't know how to fight, and especially not with a spear. It is best to leave the Tier 3 destroyer weapon to a professional soldier who knows what to do with it. I hope that Tusa will be able to have better luck on his second attempt at wielding the powerful spear. And what if the results remain the same? I will think about wielding it for myself if it comes to that, Vess seriously said. I have a few ideas on how I can wield it safely. Untested ideas, though. The issue is that my weapon handling skills are abysmal. Sure, I know how to stab a spear forward, but there is no way I can use this spear as well as a specialist, such as Venerable Rosa Orphan. We can give you a crash course, Jovi offered. There has to be at least one soldier in our fleet that specializes in spearmanship. Even if there are no true specialists, any first-class Mech pilot has built up at least a basic level of proficiency in wielding spears. They are expected to be able to fight adequately with all of the basic melee and ranged weapon types that are common in Mech combat. Vess usually rejected the notion that he should spend his time on weapons training. He usually considered it a waste of time because he could leave the fighting to professional soldiers. Instead of trying to branch out to become something he was not, he was better off devoting his time to designing mechs. This was different, though. Vess was not sure whether the protection of a single ace pilot was enough to handle all of the major threats approaching in his direction. If he had no choice but to enter the field in person, then it would be better if he knew how to handle a polearm. Even if his plan with the Tier 3 destroyer spear did not work out, he could always wield a regular transphasic hyper spear that the Mechers had in stock. He could even choose to whip out his ocean collar and wield it in a similar fashion. I accept your offer, Vess said, which actually caught Jovi by surprise. I can use a bit of weapons training. I fear I may actually need it very soon. Well, let us all hope that you are mistaken. Chapter 63, 43 Too Old to Fight. Vess and many other people serving in the expanded Blue Jay fleet grew increasingly more nervous. The spacers and Mech pilots all knew what they had in store. Their superiors did not dare to keep them in the dark about the extremely high possibility of encountering an ambush along the way. Though the scouts sent ahead of the Blue Jay fleet had not yet discovered the passage of any fleet of obviously hostile enemies, it was only a matter of time before an incident would occur. All of the warships raised their alert level to yellow, or whatever local equivalent they used. This forced the crew members to maintain a higher state of combat readiness than normal and constantly be on the lookout for enemies lurking in the vicinity. The Mechs residing inside their combat carriers all began to load up on ammunition, fully charged energy cells, and other essential supplies, all to ensure they could instantly deploy into the field in their peak conditions. Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson did not rest either. He continued to improve his ability to wield the Tier 3 destroyer spear and harness its potent might. Ever since Vess gave him a suggestion on how he should change his approach, Saint Tusa no longer neglected the destroyer weapon's feelings and tried to treat it as a genuine partner. Together with using Blackwing's shadow element as a bridge, Tusa's revised approach yielded immediate results. The dark Zephyr began to sway back and forth in the cramped cargo hold. A hint of shadow and destruction wafted off the Mech frame, causing it to appear more ominous and mysterious than normal. The transphasic energy shields that were meant to mitigate the damage, in case of accidents, only had to act to protect the Terrask from internal damage a few times. This was a massive improvement compared to the prior situation. Although Saint Tusa was not able to fully tame the hungry and irritable Destroyer Spear, he at least managed to find the right track that gave him hope of fully mastering the weapon one day. Unfortunately, it would take a lot longer for him to reach this point. The enemies of Vess were unlikely to give Tusa the time he needed to wield the spear without any risk of self-injury. In the meantime, Vess engaged in his own form of weapon training. Unlike his powerful cousin, he began to wield a very basic practice spear that possessed a number of surprising properties. The spear tip was rather hefty, but as soon as it stabbed into an object, it would turn into a putty-like substance. The entire spear was made out of smart metal. This allowed it to morph into the exact right configuration that was suitable for the wielder. Its edge remained sharp when it needed to, but instantly became dull and flimsy if there was no hostile intent driving the weapon. This made it the perfect practice weapon, if somewhat an extravagant one due to the cost of such a product. SNC Vess signed up for a very brief crash course on spearmanship. The dour-faced Mech pilot that served as his instructor only really taught him how to stab in several different ways. You are too old to become a qualified soldier. The gruff Mech pilot obviously did not think much about a Mech designer's attempts to gain proficiency in a spear. Your physicality is fantastic, but it is purely because you are a phase lord, not due to any focused training and conditioning. Raw strength is not enough to outfight an opponent who knows what he is doing. Your complete lack of muscle memory and serious combat training is making you slow to react and execute your techniques. You hesitate too often as you are trapped by your own excessive thinking. Vess frowned. Though he went into this crash course with the knowledge that he could never equal a true professional warrior, he couldn't help but entertain illusions. He was a descendant of the Larkinson family. His grandfather, father, and uncle were talented Mech pilots. The blood of soldiers had long characterized his entire lineage. Surely he possessed at least some talent in this area, right? Is there a way to speed up my progress? No, aside from being born as a designer baby that is specialized in combat, there is no substitute for hard work. Not even the best implants can turn you into a natural warrior. This is why Mech cadets begin to train in swordsmanship and spearmanship in their first year. It literally takes years of persistent drilling to turn all of these conscious moves into subconscious actions. That is the level that every trained soldier has reached, at minimum. It is also a level that you can never hope to attain, either tomorrow or in a decade. You are not young anymore. Even if you had the talent and aptitude to become a master in the spear arts, your brain development has developed towards strengthening your intellectual pursuits. It would have been better if you practiced fencing or any kind of physical sports throughout your youth, but that is not the case. The fact of the matter is that you are a nerd. Obtaining the body of a phase lord hasn't seemed to change much. You have just become a nerd with a giant body. Your intuition towards danger is quite good, but it doesn't help you find the right opportunity to strike in an offensive capacity. A true soldier, who enjoys the same degree of physical endowment, as you can easily defeat several of you in a spar. That was the difference that combat skills and more rounded combat intuition could make. As much as Vess wanted to argue against his instructor that he should not be that bad, the results he produced so far did not support his optimism. Vess truly started out too late, and plainly lacked the time to ever get close to catching up to the level of the weakest first-class multi-purpose Mech pilot in the Blue Jay fleet. However, There was one point where the Mech instructor was mistaken. A shortcut did exist. It was just not available to anyone aside from 2 people as far as he knew of. Only Vess and Caddies had access to the Mech designer system, and only they could access the juicy fruits produced by the Tree of Enlightenment. Vess had managed to complete a chunk of missions in the last half-year. His existing commitments did not leave him much time to satisfy the system's demands too much, but he at least managed to make his reserve of ascension points look less pathetic than before. This should be enough for him to procure a basic enlightenment fruit centered around spearmanship. Although there was no guarantee that the Tree of Possibilities would offer such fruit, Vess could still make do with obtaining an enlightenment fruit that taught him how to wield staves or maybe even swords. From what Vess had observed from St. Tusa and other recipients of enlightenment fruits, the proficiency they gained went far beyond stuffing their minds with pure knowledge on weapon techniques. They also gained the corresponding muscle memory and other intangibles that were necessary for them to exercise their newly gained skills in a competent manner. Vess was currently very reluctant to spend his AP on an enlightenment fruit that did not directly improve his capabilities as a Mech designer. He still hoped that St. Tusa would be able to gain enough control over the Tier 3 Destroyer Spear that there was no need for another wielder. Though Vess possessed near-unending stamina due to his Phase Lord physique, he could not spend all of his hours in the training room. He had other obligations, and he also needed to take his mind off the very boring act of repeatedly stepping forward and stabbing his spear in a specific fashion. As Vess freshened himself up and returned to his stateroom, he unexpectedly encountered a Mech designer waiting outside the entrance. "Lady Romanda DeVos, you did not notify me that you wanted to meet with me in advance." The slightly older Terran senior Mech designer dressed herself in an impeccable outfit as always. Her expression looked graver than usual, indicating that she was not here for a casual chat. "I need to speak to you about an important matter in private." The descendant of the DeVos ancient clan spoke. "The subject I wish to address with you is exceedingly sensitive, so it is important that we are not overheard by anyone, including your Mecher partners." Vess frowned. He was starting to have a bad feeling about this. "Can you tell me what this is all about? Is it a matter concerning the DeVos ancient clan, the Swarm Project, or the Red Collective? Are you seeking to defect to the Larkinson clan or whatever?" The woman shook her head. "I cannot reveal the actual reason to you at this location. Please arrange a secure meeting place for us. If you cannot find one here, then we can relocate to the combat carrier dispatched by the DeVos ancient clan." "That won't be necessary. Come, let's go inside first. It's not the most secure place on the Teresk, but it is not necessary for us to go elsewhere in order to have a private chat." The pair entered Vess' assigned stateroom. They ignored the wide spaces, the opulent furniture, and the artworks that added a lot of class to the chambers. "Meow," Lucky greeted as he lifted up his head from the bed. "Lucky, I need you to sniff the stateroom for any unauthorized bugs before deploying an interference field that should hopefully make it harder for the remaining listening devices to eavesdrop on my conversation." Meow. Lucky could only remove the bugs originating from more dubious sources. After that, the cat continued to remain on the lookout while producing a short-ranged interference field similar to a jamming device. "Just do it. I will make it up to you later, all right. There are so many goodies for sale in Yernstall that there are definitely minerals available that will sate your appetite." Now that Vess promised the gem cat a concrete reward, Lucky finally moved into action and began to use his highly developed senses to do his job. The stateroom was under constant monitoring, and it was not possible to remove them without pissing off the Mechers who ran the heavy cruiser. Lucky could only remove the bugs originating from more dubious sources. After that, the cat continued to remain on the lookout while producing a short-ranged interference field similar to a jamming device. Vess deployed his own devices in order to produce additional interference, while also making sure there was a sufficient degree of redundancy. He employed one more measure that he only recently came up with. He never utilized it before, but actually possessed the capability to perform it a long time ago. It was rather embarrassing how much time had passed without making this realization. He carefully exercised his Celsus organ and formed a fairly small but concentrated spatial barrier around himself, Lady Romanda, and Lucky. Since the spatial barrier was so small, Vess was able to make it a lot stronger and more opaque than usual. The spatial barrier had become so strong that it was not only able to isolate a lot of signals, but partially block the passage of E-energy radiation. In order to prevent the latter from becoming a potential source of leaks, Blinky appeared and began to suck in the reduced flow of E-energy radiation that passed through the spatial barrier. This stopped any of it from leaking out and potentially exposing sensitive information. "All right," Vess spoke as the space inside the isolated barrier had become very thick and charged with energy. "This is as secure as I can make it. Are you willing to share with me your secret?" Lady Romanda did not look entirely comfortable at the security measures that Vess had taken. She did not entirely understand how they worked, and they had not relocated to the DeVos combat carrier or at least a secure communication chamber. However, she was willing to put her trust in Vess. Since he was confident that the Mechers would not be able to overhear their conversation, she may as well proceed with her intentions. The Terran took one deep breath before she made a shocking revelation. "Please do not overreact. The reason why I sought to meet you in total privacy is because I am a cosmopolitan." "Okay, I don't see how. Wait, what?" Chapter 63, 44 Gone Too Far. To say that Vess was caught off guard was an understatement. He was completely flabbergasted by the revelation. He never once imagined that a filthy cosmopolitan had actually infiltrated him so well that she collaborated with him on one of the most important commercial Mech design projects of his career. The importance of the Swarm project was so immense that Vess could not afford to suffer any mishaps. He at least developed a good amount of trust towards his fellow collaborators. They collaborated with each for an entire half year. During that time, they began to know and befriend each other. During the months where they worked on their secret projects in the design lab of the Terrask, the 5 senior Mech designers quickly developed mutual respect towards the capabilities of every member of the team. None of them were average in the slightest. This allowed Vess to comfortably allocate responsibilities to the individual who was most suited to take charge over them with the expectation of receiving positive results on time. Though Vess never found it clear whether Lady Romanda DeVos or Lord Richard Brownstone had any intentions of sticking around, he still felt that they would remain lifelong friends and occasional collaborators. It was therefore quite difficult for Vess to accept that Lady Romanda was anything as she appeared on the surface. He had never once associated the identity of a cosmopolitan to the woman in the past. Why should he? She was a descendant of the powerful DeVos ancient clan. Even if her status was not all that good, she was still regarded as a winner compared to many of the citizens of the Terran Alliance. With how tightly the ancient clans controlled and molded the lives of their descendants from before they were even conceived, how the hell could the cosmopolitans sink their roots into Lady Romanda? Vess' eyes briefly shook as an incredibly frightening possibility came to mind. Had the entire DeVos ancient clan become compromised by the cosmopolitans? Or was it just the side branch that Lady Romanda belonged to that had become tainted by traitors? He inwardly shook his head. This was way too unreasonable. An ancient clan sat at the top of the pyramid in Terran society. The clan existed for so long and possessed such an enormous track record that any sign of treachery would have been detected and purged a long time ago. There was no way a clan that maintained so much wealth and prosperity to this day would consort with the cosmopolitans for any reason. Lady Romanda must have been pulled in the orbit of the cosmopolitan movement later in her life. Was it when she attended an elite university? Or was it after she entered the workforce? As Vess quickly recalled what he learned about Lady Romanda's record, he soon fixated on a very suspicious entry in her record. Shortly after she graduated and became a novice Mech designer, she quickly found employment at a secret Terran research institution. This was not an unusual phenomena. Research institutions allowed states like the Greater Terran United Confederation to maintain its technological lead. They preferred to hire fresh graduates because the novices had yet to work for other employers, which meant that there was a much lower likelihood that they would leak confidential research results. However, anyone who proceeded to work in these strategic facilities needed to abide by a very high standard of discretion. In order to prevent them from leaking any sensitive research that took a huge amount of money and resources to attain, employees such as Lady Romanda had received a cranial implant that specifically made it impossible to extract the secrets she knew without causing her head to explode. Though these cranial implants obviously existed to protect confidential research results, Vess could also foresee that they were a fantastic way for cosmopolitans to hide their true allegiance. These cranial implants must have been good enough to prevent the Red 2 from cracking their security measures. Combined with other specialized methods and solutions, the cosmopolitans may even be able to fool the intuition of ace pilots. That explained why Lady Romanda was able to avoid exposure for so long. Vess found it rather amazing that she was able to become a senior Mech designer and go on a pilgrimage to the sector headquarters of the MTA or RA at least 2 times without getting caught. Though there was a possibility that Lady Romanda lied in front of his face, Vess did not entertain this possibility at all. No one dared to joke around when it came to the cosmopolitans. No matter whether they were being serious enough, anyone who claimed to have any connection with the cosmopolitans would be taken into custody without exception. Even if it all turned out to be a giant misunderstanding, the stain of suspicion would haunt the former suspects for the rest of their lives. Vess had no choice but to take Lady Romanda at her word. A genuine cosmopolitan had managed to infiltrate his design team for at least half a year. During this period of time, the Terran had managed to earn Vess' trust and appreciation, so much so that she had plenty of opportunities to get close. Even if she was unable to smuggle any obviously dangerous weapons aboard the Terresk, where they secretly worked on the Swarm project, the cosmopolitans mastered so much impressive high technology that she could have harmed or sabotaged him in many different ways. The most likely possibility was that she somehow managed to leak the secret details of the Swarm project to her fellow cosmopolitans. If that was the case, then that was definitely a disaster because the cosmopolitans could use the information to gather a sizable group of adversaries that were all united in their opposition to Carmine Mechs. As Vess struggled to accept the reality of the situation, his posture subtly shifted as he became on guard against his friend and collaborator. Meow. Lucky was not stupid either. Though the cat completely failed to ascertain the Terran Mech designer's true allegiance, he could at least make up for it by clawing out her face if she did anything suspicious. Strangely enough, Lady Romanda maintained a harmless posture. Though she was anything but relaxed, there was a sense of acceptance and resignation in her body language. She did not look as if she was about to detonate a bomb or shoot Vess in the face. "Romanda," Vess said as he finally managed to regain a semblance of his composure. "I have so many questions that I do not know where to begin. Explain to me succinctly how you became a cosmopolitan and whether you are a true believer in the movement. Please help me make sense of your actions." "Very well. I shall keep this as simple as possible. As you may have already deduced, I was not born among cosmopolitans. I grew up as a typical Terran scion of an ancient clan and only came into contact with the cosmopolitan movement after I started to work at a secret research institution. Before you ask, it is not filled with cosmopolitans, but it is relatively easy for us to infiltrate them and conduct our actions in an environment that is already filled with secrets. As for how I joined the movement, my supervisor slowly eased me into it. I did not become a cosmopolitan against my will. I became one of my own volition because I truly believe that there is a better way for humans to survive in our universe than to make enemies and attempt to exterminate every alien race and civilization we come across. The emotion that Lady Romanda put in those latter words instantly convinced Vess that he was dealing with a true believer. There was no way that Romanda was faking it, not when she spoke so proudly of an ideology that most normal humans vehemently hated. Vess grimaced. If this is the case, why are you exposing yourself to me? Shouldn't sneaky cosmopolitans like you continue to infiltrate our society while secretly continuing to plot our downfall at the hands of the aliens that you love so much? The alleged cosmopolitan shook her head in disappointment. You have an overly simplistic understanding of our movement. I do not blame you. We are not eager to publicize our internal situation. The truth is that your description only applies to certain cosmopolitans, but not others. What do you mean by that? The cosmopolitan movement is old. It has originated from the Age of Stars and has managed to stay active for multiple millennia. We can never truly remain fully aligned with each other over such a long period of time. So many cosmopolitans have emerged that they inevitably formed their own cliques and factions, just as what has taken place among the Mechers and the Fleeters. In our case, every cell is different from each other. They operate in relative isolation from each other in order to prevent the exposure of one cell to spare the other cells from the same fate. I understand that. What makes yours different, Romanda? There are many cells under the movement. Even I do not have an accurate count of how many of them are still active in the Red Ocean. Perhaps you may be aware that all cells can be roughly divided into two categories, radical or moderate. I have learned at least that much. I take it that the cell that you hail from are part of the moderates. If you were a radical, you probably would have attempted to assassinate me before ever revealing your true alliance. Just so, I can tell you that the radical cells mostly tend to operate outside of mainstream human society. That makes it easier for them to become out of touch with normal humans, which they regard as an advantage. They tend to radicalize much easier for that reason, as they are not in touch with enough people to entertain opposing opinions. The fact that they most often consort with aliens does not help either. In comparison, our moderate cells are much more in touch with the needs of ordinary citizens. We do not seek to collapse the current human order in its entirety in order to rebuild a new one from its ashes. We are much more open to initiating gradual cultural and institutional changes over time. If we are allowed to fulfill our plans, then we can initiate a bloodless revolution. That doesn't automatically mean that you moderates are friendly and sympathetic towards our current society, Vess retorted. Radical and moderate is an artificial division. Moderate cells can be just as crazy and extreme when they hatching their ambitious plots. Besides, even if you are part of the cuddliest and most pacifistic cell, it does not change the fact that you and other moderates always provide strong support to the radical cells that share your ultimate goals. Lady Romanda actually looked ashamed after hearing that. This is unfortunately true in many circumstances. The radicals among us have gone too far, in my opinion. Their goals are noble, but they have become so radicalized that they cannot conceive of an instance where the human race has become the weaker and more vulnerable side again. According to our mission statement and policies, we should have never given the Red Cabal so much active assistance. The radicals should have stopped, as the balance of the Red War has turned against the human race, but still, they continue to increase the probability of our own extinction. That is exactly why everyone hates cosmopolitans. They have degenerated into the lapdogs of our alien foes. That is not what our movement should be about, Romanda said through gritted teeth. We seek equality and co-prosperity between humans and aliens. It should never be about making either humans or aliens superior to one another. It is just that we have lived through far too many years where humans have maintained absolute dominance. The radicals have tried to assist and strengthen the alien underdogs for so long that they cannot control themselves anymore. As the native aliens continue to grow their advantage over the course of the Red War, the radical cells are unwittingly becoming our movement's greatest enemies. If they persist in their actions, they will eventually contribute to a total alien victory, thereby ruining any chance of building a cosmopolitan society where humans can live alongside aliens as friends and allies. What Romanda said about the cosmopolitan movement resonated a lot with Vess. He held many of the same thoughts about these bunch of filthy traitors. It was nice for the female senior to confirm much of his speculation on the cosmopolitans. That sounds interesting and all, but what does this have to do with your own actions? There are moderate cells that have decided that our radical colleagues have done too much damage, she explained. In order to prevent their misguided actions from ruining our ultimate purpose, we have decided to compensate in the other direction. Our cells have chosen to proactively assist the human race. I see. Chapter 63, 45 Compensating Actions. Vess almost couldn't believe that Lady Romanda DeVos was a cosmopolitan. In his mind, the cosmopolitans were all raving fanatics who believed so much in working together with the aliens that they were willing murder an unlimited number of humans in order to achieve their supposedly utopic goals. Her descriptions of her radical counterparts sounded exactly like how Vess imagined the cosmopolitans to be. Their resistance against the human order had ceased to be a purely intellectual and ideological pursuit. Instead, the exiled and hated cosmopolitans had huddled together into cells that had practically degenerated into tribes. Unlike a more civilized organization, a tribe was mostly held together by superstition and irrationality. The problem became so bad that the cosmopolitans even went as far as forgetting their original purpose. The fact that Vess currently had to fear for his life because cosmopolitans were plotting to remove his head from his body was a characteristic decision on their part. Vess had risen up to become one of the more prominent contributors to Red humanity during these difficult times. Now that the native aliens were gaining so much ground, he was one of the few influences that had any chance of reversing the tide. If the radicals were still as reasonable as Lady Romanda, then they would have recognized a long time ago that they had already done more than enough to grant parity to the native aliens. Yet these stupid cosmopolitans were so stuck on what they had always done for multiple millennia that they could not imagine doing anything else anymore. They were going too far this time. It made no sense for them to continue to boost the native aliens and tip the Red War even further into their favor. This was why Lady Romanda and the cell she belonged to finally became fed up with their radical cousins and decided that they needed to act in the opposite direction. Though Vess found it difficult to process the truth, he was finally able to grasp the logic behind Romanda's actions and apparent motivations. He looked at the woman with a bit less suspicion than before. If she was speaking the truth, then she was technically on his side, at least for the time being. That did not mean she had become his friend again. You cosmopolitans are so despicable that it is hard for me to trust you guys, Vess plainly admitted. I have encountered multiple situations where the cosmopolitans directly tried to screw with me. I am a victim of the many larger plots and machinations of your movement. The Great Severing wouldn't have happened if cosmopolitans haven't spooked the Red Cabal into activating their emergency escape plan way ahead of time. I really want to believe in your goodwill, but the reputation of your organization as a whole is so terrible that I am struggling to tolerate your continued presence. Lady Romanda remained calm and tried to present herself as harmless as possible. I am not a threat to you. I willingly approached you and revealed myself to you in order to seek genuine cooperation. I am aware that it will be difficult to earn your trust, but for your sake as well as that of Red humanity, we must try, or else the extremists among my movement shall have the last laugh. She raised a good point. Vess and the cosmopolitan movement might not exactly get along, but if the latter was split between nutcases and deranged nutcases, then it was better for Vess to cooperate with the lesser evil in order to eradicate the greater evil. The issue was that the lesser evil in this situation might not be all that different from the supposedly greater evil. Don't think I am fooled by you and your so-called moderates, Romanda. Don't think I haven't forgotten that your goal, the original goal of the cosmopolitan movement, is to achieve a pan-racial society where humans and aliens can live together in peace. That is a goal that is completely opposed to the ideology of human supremacy that still remains dominant in our society. You don't want to help me because you want to support me. You only want to help our side because we are losing too badly at the moment. Once we have become as strong as the aliens, your help will cease, for fear of tipping the balance too far in the other direction. To her credit, the cosmopolitan did not deny this rationale. I have my own goals, and so do you. Our differences are not important at this time. At this point of time, our goals happen to be aligned. Cooperation is much more beneficial than the alternatives. You may do as you wish with me after my cell has provided enough assistance to red humanity to promote lasting peace between the races. You may expose me to the Mechers, take me prisoner so that your own agents can interrogate me or kill me outright. It doesn't matter as long as I have completed my mission. Yup, she was definitely a cosmopolitan. Vess crossed his arms. He was still angry about the fact that a cosmopolitan managed to get so close to him without exposing her true allegiance at all. This incident exposed a massive flaw in his security arrangements. However, the situation was too dire at the moment for Vess to get hung up over these issues. He had to set his priorities straight and focus on the more urgent affairs. I take it that you have taken the dangerous and risky decision to tell me you are a cosmopolitan in order to inform me about the ambush that your radical compatriots are plotting, correct? That is correct, she said. I am a yellow shell of the Horizon Cell. It is one of the few moderate cells that have recently decided to oppose the radical cells that have gone too far. We have secretly decided to overturn our prior plan and goals and adopted the Human Resurgence Plan instead. Its name is an accurate description of what we seek to accomplish. We recognize that red humanity is falling so far behind that we must actively facilitate its resurgence in order to fulfill a dream of a society where there are still humans left alive to become a part of a true multiracial galactic community. Vess noticed an important detail in her explanation. Are you sure that you managed to keep your change of heart a secret from your radical colleagues? We are fairly certain, Romanda said. I cannot explain to you why I think so or whether our methods are reliable, but this is the assumption that we are working with. What is important is that the other cosmopolitans, which includes moderates as well as radicals, are not aware of our secret shift. This has allowed us to receive important clues and information about the ambush that they have prepared against this fleet. The brown mandibles that personally deliver the details of the plans, as well as instructions meant to progress them, should not have been able to detect our change of heart. Now that certainly caused Vess to become interested in what Romanda had to say. Can you share all of those plans with me? It would be incredibly helpful to know exactly what they have in store. I cannot do so. I do not have access to the files, and the communication method that I rely upon to maintain contact with the Horizon Cell cannot transfer so much data. I have only received a minuscule amount of information that is relevant to your immediate situation. Okay, tell me what you can share. I hope it is not a waste of time. I can assure you that this is relevant and pertinent information. The Cosmopolitan and Terran activated a projection that showed a familiar star map of the route between New Constantinople and Yernstal. The projection zoomed into the Blue Jay fleet's current location, as well as the next FTL travel stops. At our current junction, there are 3 likely destinations that the Blue Jay fleet will travel to next in order to reach Yernstal in a timely manner. They are the T-Gela system, the Nilhart system, and the Mazepan system. The radicals have predicted this as well, and made preparations to waylay your fleet in each star system. Vess narrowed his eyes. Our route was supposed to be fuzzy and random enough to prevent what you have said. How could the Cosmopolitans have known this in advance? I am not certain. I do not have the answers. What I can tell you is if you visit one of these 3 star systems, your fleet will fall into a disadvantage. Okay, then shouldn't our response be simple? We can just take a detour. There are way more star systems that we can move to instead. Sure, the route will become so suboptimal that we may arrive at our destination at least a day or 2 late, but that beats getting caught in a trap. I do not advise you to do so, Vess. The Cosmopolitans have prepared other measures if you take a detour that will delay your arrival by such a large extent. It is better if you pass through one of the 3 aforementioned star systems and spring the trap on your terms. That doesn't make any sense. Isn't this exactly what the radicals of your movement wish to see? Romanda lifted her finger and pointed at the Nilhart system. Not precisely. Whatever source of prediction they have consulted, the radicals believe that there is a 60% likelihood that your fleet will pass through this particular system. Vess could see why that was the case. Passing through the Nilhart system was faster and more convenient than moving through any other star system. That means that the Cosmopolitans have put a lot more eggs in this particular basket. That is one way of describing it, Romander responded. Your fleet will become under assault by the strongest coalition of cosmopolitans and aliens. Your chances of surviving this battle are poor. What about the other 2 star systems? The cosmopolitans and the aliens they are cooperating with have prepared ambushes in these star systems as well, but they are not as overwhelming. Your adversaries will still maintain a slight advantage in the Tigella system and the Mazepan system. For this reason, if you wish to pass through the gauntlet prepared by your foes, I advise you to run through the easiest gauntlet and defeat one of the comparably less numerous opponents arrayed against you. As long as you defeat this enemy force fast enough, you can quickly depart and make your way to Jernstall, while preventing the much larger force lurking in the depths of the Nilhart system from catching up to the Blue Jay fleet. Avoiding contact with this fleet is your greatest priority. That sounded serious. Though Vess did not know what the Cosmopolitans had managed to scrounge up in the Nilhart system, if Lady Romanda's warnings could be trusted, then he had a much higher chance of suffering defeat if the Blue Jay fleet moved to this star system. So let me be sure about this. You, a cosmopolitan, do not want to see other cosmopolitans succeed in their plot against me. You therefore warn me that we should absolutely avoid the Nilhart system, but not avoid confrontation entirely. Instead, in order to keep our fleet moving forward quickly enough, we should instead pass through the Tigella system or the Mazepan system. Once there, we can blitz through the relatively weaker opposition and move on quickly enough to avoid the executioners arriving from Hillhart. Correct, that is the gist of it. I cannot guarantee the veracity of all of the details that I have shared, but I am willing to stake my life on the message that I have been instructed to share with you. Please believe in our sincerity. We are not your enemy. Our Horizon Cell never sought to become an enemy of the human race. We have not forgotten our own humanity, which is more than what I can say for the radicals. Chapter 63, 46 The Reach of Treachery. Of all of the possibilities that Vess envisioned, he never imagined that he would get confronted by a cosmopolitan in his own ranks. Especially a cosmopolitan who plotted to work against her own ilk. Funnily enough, Vess did not have that much trouble understanding her desire and willingness to hinder the plans of her fellow cosmopolitans. He had colluded with one group of Friday men in the past for the express purpose of weakening another group of Friday men. No organization was truly fully united. As long as they grew large enough, they always splintered into factions, each of them led by egotistical maniacs who thought that their vision was superior to others. This was a little different in Vess' opinion. Perhaps the biggest difference was that the members of different cells were all strongly aligned towards diverging interpretations on how to achieve their ultimate aims. because the vision of the most moderate cells just happened to contradict the vision of the radical cells. An internal contradiction came into being that had grown severe enough that they had become outright enemies. It was only under such an exceptional circumstance that it became acceptable for the moderates who wanted to bring the cosmopolitan movement back to its original purpose to collaborate with their erstwhile enemies. Vess inwardly shook his head. This was a silly situation, but it was also a situation that benefited him a lot, so there was no reason for him to reject this development. Lady Romanda DeVos understood him well enough that he would not turn her in for being a filthy cosmopolitan. However, that still left open the question of what Vess needed to do with all of his information after the immediate crisis had passed. When he spoke to Lady Romanda, he already had a feeling that she, or at least the Horizon Cell, did not intend to collaborate with him on a one-time basis. "Okay," he said. "I will figure out a way to make use of this information without tipping off the Mechers. That will be rather difficult considering I went through all of this trouble to hold a private conversation with you. Assuming that what you said is true, and that your valuable input has helped us avoid a much worse outcome during our current journey, I am still left with a collaborator who turns out to pledge her true loyalty to a universally recognized terrorist organization. A terrorist who managed to contribute one of the key technologies that defines the most revolutionary Mech design project of this era to date. What a mess." There was no feasible way to remove Lady Romanda's contribution to the Swarm project. Unlike Lord Richard Brownstone, whose work on modular kinetic weapon systems could easily be replaced or removed while preserving the essence of his Carmine Mechs, it was impossible to remove the Cosmopolitan's contributions to the same Mech designs without gutting them into pieces. Her ultra-large cockpit systems literally comprised the heart of his products. If Vess reported her to the authorities, then that would definitely lead to a catastrophe of epic proportions. There was no way the Red Association could publicly voice its support for products that had the unmistakable involvement of the cosmopolitan movement. Even if the demand for Carmine Mechs was still overwhelming enough to make them desired, the taint would become so bad that his works would definitely remain mired in controversy. There was no advantage at all for exposing Lady Romanda's true allegiance. As much as Vess wanted to screw over the cosmopolitan movement and inflict a nasty blow on one of his longtime enemies, the circumstances did not allow him to act according to his desires. Lady Romanda did not expose herself to Vess on a whim. She made sure to stack the deck in her favor before boldly telling him that she was a cosmopolitan, a member of an old order of alien diplomats gone traitor. Vess felt incredibly frustrated that he was not able to treat Lady Romanda like any typical cosmopolitan. He hated it when others plotted against him, but that was exactly what the so-called Horizon Cell had done. The fact that it worked left an especially sour taste in his mouth. "I feel like you don't want this to be a one-time deal," Vess said without bothering to hide his displeasure at this situation. "You want to continue to remain in contact with me so that I will continue to cooperate with your Horizon Cell on a persistent basis. Am I correct?" The Terran trader looked mildly impressed. "I intended to lead you to this proposal, but it is best that you have deduced my purpose in advance. You are correct. You may harbor a hostile relationship to the cosmopolitan movement, but that should not stop you from making the pragmatic decision to cooperate with a cell that is willing to cooperate with you on the few goals that we have in common." "I can't trust you guys at all," Vess shouted back. "I believe you when you and your cell want to push back against your radical cosmopolitans this time, but what about the future? I can't put my trust in you guys. The credibility of your movement is terrible. Perhaps there are certain cells that are more upright than others, but I have no knowledge of that. As far as I am concerned, all cosmopolitans are backstabbing traitors. I would be a fool if I forget why you guys are all terrible human beings and merrily cooperate with you, as if you are just another interest group." The woman shook her head, as if Vess was missing the bigger picture. Your reaction is understandable, but short-sighted. Forget about our reputation and credibility. Be realistic instead. If we reside in a galaxy that is only split between two sides, then colluding with the enemy is almost always detrimental. However, we do not live in a bipolar galaxy. We live in a pluralistic dwarf galaxy that is split up by many different groups, races, and civilizations. The aliens that reside in the Red Ocean are nominally on the same side and all follow the orders of the Red Cabal, but is that truly the case? No. Every race and civilization is out for themselves. The same applies for human groups and factions. There are no permanent friends and enemies. There are only those who you can and cannot cooperate with. There is a strong basis for cooperation as long as you put Horizon Cell in the right category. He knew what she was doing. She was trying to persuade Vess to make a decision that he normally wouldn't make by encouraging him to adopt her paradigm. According to her, good and evil did not exist. The bad guys were not always bad, and the good guys were not always good either. Everything was relative and based on interests. Colluding with some of bad guys might not be such an awful choice if it resulted in a net positive outcome for himself. Though Vess understood the logic behind this paradigm, he instinctively felt repulsed by the idea. The Cosmopolitans were not his friends, not now, not ever. He found it extremely difficult to forget about Master Zealot Quan's assassination attempt. The fanatical high-ranking traitor believed in many of the same ideals as Lady Romanda, yet sought to kill him by employing the most destructive Mech armament that he had made. Vess believed without a doubt that before the radicals went too far in supporting the native aliens, Lady Romanda and the Horizon Cell must have actively worked against Red humanity with the same degree of enthusiasm. Just because the members of the Horizon Cell suddenly woke up and decided to undo the damage did not mean they had earned their redemption. Lady Romanda saw that Vess needed more persuasion. You are hardly the first person that we have approached with an offer to establish a relationship in secret. What do you mean by that, Romanda? Vess narrowed his eyes in suspicion. The reach of the cosmopolitan movement stretches far and wide. We have embedded ourselves into every human institution since the Age of Stars. We do so by quietly approaching every group that becomes powerful enough to reign over a part of human society. We start with the leader. If he or she rejects cooperation, then that is fine, as we will simply go down the hierarchy until we have found a partner that is willing to cooperate and remain in contact with us. Over the years, we have managed to build up a formidable network of contacts and collaborators. We are connected with every layer of society, from the very top to the very bottom. Vess slowly widened his eyes as he thought about the implications of her words. What she just revealed was much more massive than he initially thought. He used to think that the Cosmopolitans were rats that could only survive in the cracks of human society. However, if their infiltration and network of colluders was as expansive as she said, then that placed the cosmopolitan movement on an entirely different level. If the Cosmopolitans truly managed to convert some of the leading figures of the Red Two and the first-rate colonial superstates into willing collaborators and informers, then that meant that their influence and reach had already come close to reaching the level of the Five Scrolls Compact at its height. Vess genuinely felt terrified for a moment. A terrorist organization with so many secret connections could do a lot of damage if it wanted. The extensive mobilization of troops to intercept his Blue Jay fleet was only a part of the power that they held at their fingertips. They could do much more if they were willing to burn their more valuable contacts and secret relationships. Could Vess even resist the machinations of the Cosmopolitans? If Lady Romanda was right, then even if he rejected her offer, the Horizon Cell would just try and collude with other Larkinsons. What if they managed to gain the cooperation of Gloriana or his children? If their forbidden relationship ever got exposed, then their lives and careers would be ruined. Vess did not doubt the ability for the Cosmopolitans to subvert people from different organizations. They were descended from diplomats, so they should be extremely good at this kind of stuff. They had developed their methods over multiple millennia, after all. Not even their terrible reputation could stop them from undermining a part of human society. Just as Vess was beginning to think he had no choice but to surrender to Lady Romanda's scheme, he suddenly thought about a recent development. "Wait," he said as a grin began to appear on his face. "If what you said is true, then your entire movement stands to lose a huge amount of influence. The kinship networks adopted by the major powers pose a massive threat against your modus operandi. The more they sweep across the upper ranks of all of those major powers, the more the networks will uncover your spies and informers. This is the original reason why so many cosmopolitans urgently want to kill me. Sooner or later, you will all lose the connections that you have relied upon for so long to maintain your power base in human space." Lady Romanda grimaced. "That is so. I cannot deny that your kinship networks has led to enormous upheaval within our movement. There are those among us who believe that their existence is an important component in facilitating the resurgence of red humanity. But far too many cosmopolitans have become so attached to their networks of informers that they feel the obligation to protect it above our original purpose. This is also why your Horizon Cell insists on establishing a relationship with me," Vess figured out. "Your entire modus operandi will gradually become invalid. However, I am one of the few people that you can continue to collude with, because this relationship won't get caught up by the ongoing sweep." "We have reasons to believe that to be the case," the cosmopolitan confirmed. "We also place great value in your identity as a leader of the Coalition of Faiths and the leader of the Upper Council of the Red Collective. You have become a highly influential figure in a remarkably short amount of time. We can afford to give up most of our network of informers as long as you can take their place. This is our incentive to maintain a long-term relationship with you. As long as you agree to work together with us, we can help you far more than you know." "Like what?" "As a gesture of goodwill, we are willing to share everything we know about the forces that our radical colleagues have presumably deployed in the T-Gela system, the Nilhart system, and the Mazepan system. This will allow your Blue Jay fleet to make much more targeted preparations against the opposition that they will face." That was indeed an invaluable piece of intelligence. It could very well mean the difference between a shameful defeat and a convincing victory. The question now was whether Vess even needed this additional information, and whether it worthwhile to collude with a group of human traitors that were on the verge of suffering a huge setback. Chapter 63, 47 The Voices Told Me So. In the end, Vess chose to decide with his brain instead of his heart. He would like to do nothing more than to punch Lady Romanda in the face and rat her out to the Mechers, but that would not accomplish anything aside from making him feel happy for a short moment. Vess hated the cosmopolitans. He distrusted the Horizon Cell, considering them to be barely better than their much more destructive counterparts. He also did not believe that the cosmopolitans would be willing to assist him forever. Yet that did not invalidate the reasons to establish a tentative form of cooperation for the time being. Vess could not deny that he would definitely become better off if he accepted the proposal and colluded with the cosmopolitans. He imagined that this was far from the first time that someone had made a dark bargain with the cosmopolitans. Many informers and collaborators probably started out as upstanding members of human civilization that also viewed the cosmopolitan movement with contempt. It was only through a combination of bribes and inducements that they willingly entertained the notion of collaborating with them. This could easily lead to a slippery slope, where they became progressively more tainted with guilt, as they offered more and more substantive assistance to the cosmopolitans in exchange for assistance that advanced their careers. Vess had to be careful about that. He needed to maintain a tight grip on his relations with the Horizon Cell and never allow himself to go too far. The best way to prevent himself from sliding down the slippery slope was to not step foot on it in the first place. Unfortunately for Vess, he had already taken the first step as soon as he shook hands with Lady Romanda. That put him in a precarious position, as he could easily start to slide as long as he took a few more steps. Vess just had to trust in his footing and hope that he would not find himself sliding down to the abyss before he knew it. That would be very bad for his future prospects. I still don't like you traitors. Vess felt the need to make his stance clear. I have no illusions about the longevity of this relationship. As soon as my continued existence becomes a detriment to your plans, I have no doubt that you will stab me in the back. I will be ready for that. I may even take preemptive action in order to deny you the first move. However, I am not an ungrateful person. So long as you remain sincere with me and leave me out of whatever nasty schemes you are plotting, I am willing to act with restraint and leave you guys alone. I am just a single person. I cannot take care of every problem that has befallen red humanity. If you do not mess with me, then taking care of you guys will rank low in my long list of priorities. Have I made myself clear, Lady Romanda? We are fully cognizant of your stance on our cell and movement, the Terran traitor seriously said. As per our agreement, I shall continue to stay within your orbit and serve as a secret liaison between you and the Horizon Cell. Our accord will only remain active as long as I am not exposed. Vess nodded. I get it. As soon as we end this meeting, you should go off and try to reduce the suspicion on you as much as possible. I will try and put on a show to explain how I have suddenly gained a lot of accurate information about my opposition. I don't think that the Mechers will cease their suspicions on you, so we better minimize our contact and pretend to be ordinary co-workers for the next few weeks. Romanda smiled at him. I have managed to avoid suspicion for multiple decades. You do not need to lecture a cosmopolitan on how to escape notice. She was right. It was a waste of time for him to worry about her exposure. He just needed to keep his mouth shut and figure out how to present the information he learned to the Blue Jay fleet. After his meeting with Romanda came to an end, the cosmopolitan nonchalantly exited his stateroom, leaving Vess alone with his cat. Meow. I know. Let's get back to what is important. I am having a really bad feeling about what may unfold in the next few days. Vess knew that he was under intense scrutiny at the moment, so he tried to put up an act that would hopefully look convincing enough. He first sat down behind his desk terminal and began to access various information channels. He paid attention to the news published by regional organizations. He also accessed the Larkinson clan's internal communications and paid close attention to the reports submitted by the Black Cats. It helped that he assigned the Black Cats to monitor what was taking place in the surrounding regions a while ago. While the spies of the Larkinson clan did not really have a strong presence in the upper zones, they were still able to keep an eye on the middle zones that surrounded the former. Vess then proceeded to contact his extensive crowd of friends and allies. Not all of them replied in a timely manner, and only a few provided any helpful information. This frustrated him a lot, to the point where he began to seek information from more mystical sources. He rose from his seat and began to pull out a collection of small handmade totems from the Vault of Eternity. Ilvain, he spoke. How likely will my fleet get attacked once we arrive in the next star system? What sort of enemies will we face if that happens? The totem began to glow as the prophetic design spirit descended onto the totem. Just like before, Ilvain could hardly tell Vess anything due to his inability to predict the movements of beings who were more powerful than himself. He was only able to share a bit more vague premonitions of danger due to looking much closer into the future than before. Vess grimly smiled. Though Ilvain was not able to provide any detailed information, he at least managed to corroborate the intelligence that the cosmopolitans set up a much greater trap in the Nilhart system. If nothing special happened, Nilhart would likely become the Blue Jay fleet's next stop, which meant that they would be falling straight into the trap of their enemies. Ilvain vaguely sensed that the T-Gela system and the Mazepan system were less dangerous, but could not provide any further details. That was fine. Vess could just fill up the gaps with the information provided by Lady Romanda. In order to do his due diligence, Vess proceeded to contact a bunch of other design spirits. They had nothing useful to say. For all of their power, the superior Mother and Gaia had no influence over the human or alien forces that were waiting in ambush. Vess frowned. He was pretty disappointed with the lack of information on what was lurking in the depths of those 3-star systems. Those places had to be under monitoring. The Blue Jay fleet did not transit to a stop that had not been scouted beforehand by a vessel that had traveled ahead. Still, it shouldn't be too difficult for the cosmopolitans and the native aliens to hide their presence in most star systems. Their assets could be hiding inside an undiscovered pocket space, or they could have entered an asteroid belt and shut down most of their systems in order to minimize their emissions. There were far too many high and low-tech solutions that could hide their presence from the scouting vessels. The cosmopolitans understood human technologies too well and knew exactly how to exploit both common and less common detection systems. That had always been the most troublesome aspect about fighting against the cosmopolitans. They possessed a huge intelligence advantage. They were always the ones that took their enemies by surprise. The reverse almost never happened. Vess began to grin. That's not going to happen if I have any say about it. I am done with getting hoodwinked. After Vess had cycled through all of his design spirits, he put his totems back into the vault of eternity, causing them to magically disappear from view. He acted his calm. Jovi, I need to see you at the bridge. Tell Admiral Gory Tenson to expect my presence. He needs to hear what I have to say as well. Roger. Vess was glad that the Mechers respected him enough to hear what he had to say. He had already developed an extensive bond of trust with them, or at least the ones hailing from the survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction. Come lucky. Meow. The gem cat grew more alert, as both of them became more alert towards danger. The two half expected to get jumped by cosmopolitan agents that had managed to infiltrate the Blue Jay fleet, but their journey to the bridge, thankfully, remained uneventful. After enduring a brief but intensive security inspection, the two entered the expansive bridge of the heavy cruiser. Vess was not in the mood to admire the grand and militaristic interior. He strode straight to the center where Admiral Gory Tenson, Jovi Armelin, and the projections of a couple of other important figures had gathered. Vess nodded at the Admiral, as well as the projection of Major Simon Jankowski. The latter still remained stuck as an expert candidate, but he may very well gain an opportunity to break through in the next battle. It would be great if this happened, as Vess would gain another strong protector. Speak! Admiral Tenson was clearly not in the mood to entertain an idle story. I have consulted my sources and gained a bunch of scattered but useful information. Vess pretended, as if Ilvain and his design spirits fed him a lot of surprisingly detailed information about the enemies that were waiting in ambush up ahead. Everyone began to frown as they heard what the cosmopolitans and their alien partners might have in store. Do you have any information that can confirm and corroborate your claims? No, Admiral. My design spirits tend to get their information through mystical means. I cannot even begin to explain to you how Ilvain is able to see future timelines. All I can do is relay what they have told me. I cannot determine how reliable they are, but I am willing to believe them in absence of information that can disprove their claims. The leader of the Blue Jay fleet clearly did not wish to make decisions based on dubious sources of information, but he knew that Vess had good reasons to be successful. There was at least one aspect about his story that was correct. I have already chosen the Nilhart system as our next destination, he said. I was minutes away from ordering the navigators on every ship to calculate their route to this star system. If the cosmopolitans have managed to make this prediction and acted on it, then we should avoid it out of precaution. That's the thing, Admiral. We can't avoid our enemies entirely. I don't know too much about navigation, but I know that if we take an enormous detour, we will only make it easy for the enemy's main force to intercept us midway. What do you suggest? Ilvain happened to identify 2 star systems where our enemies have posted slightly weaker forces. As long as we make enough preparations in advance, we should be able to smash through the enemies posted in the T-Gela system or the Mazepan system and continue straight to Yernstall. It sounds as if you have already drafted a battle plan on our behalf. Vess smirked. I did. I am not a military planner or anything, but I have plenty of ideas how we can counter the forces stationed at one of these 2 star systems. I personally recommend the Mazepan system. Shem, Jovi thought. If the intelligence on the cosmopolitan forces stationed in the 2 star systems is accurate, then it indeed makes sense to pass through the Mazepan system. The cosmopolitans rely more heavily on the element of surprise to achieve success. Now that they have unwittingly lost their information advantage, we can turn the tables on them as long as we make enough preparations. It was a bit difficult for the Mechers to accept a change of plans based on unreliable sources of information, but Vess had such an impressive reputation that they were willing to take him at his word. Vess was pleased about that, but he quietly hoped that Lady Romanda did not screw him over by feeding him false information. Chapter 63, 48 The Mazepan System. When the Blue Jay fleet entered the Mazepan system, the soldiers were fully prepared to fend off any ambush that may have been able to predict their arrival coordinates. Fortunately, the warships and carriers did not encounter any mines or missiles volleys a few seconds after they arrived. This gave them enough time to fully charge up their energy shields and deploy their mechs on an emergency basis. Initiate Plan A-13. Activate the secondary superdrives and enter into FTL travel on my mark. Not every starship in the expanded fleet possessed a second superdrive. First-class superdrives tended to be very expensive in terms of face water and exotics, but they were powerful enough to overcome weak to moderate forms of interdiction, depending on their exact specifications. The Red Association and the Red Fleet rarely skimped on this priority, but other organizations such as the Gaia Coven and the DeVos Ancient Clan were less extravagant in this aspect. This was why not all of the starships were able to dial in the next destination and prepare to transition into FTL travel right away. As the Teresk and most of the more expensive and higher quality vessels were about to shift back into the higher dimensions in a hurry, the enemies lurking in the Mazepan system had very little time to respond. 10-9876. A loud alarm rang throughout the bridge. Sir, our superdrive has encountered a block that it is not able to overcome. The other ships report that their secondary superdrives are suffering from identical issues. We cannot engage in FTL travel anymore. Our quantum entanglement nodes have malfunctioned as well. They have lost all of their connections to the central hub of the Redcom Consortium. These were 2 severe setbacks that would have concerned the Blue Jay fleet a lot more if they came without warning. What was worse to Vess was that the sudden blockade also cut him off from his own support network. I have lost contact with many of my spirits, Vess openly reported as he personally retrieved the Larkinson mandate in order to confirm its condition. Aside from the Golden Cat who has always remained close by my side, I cannot establish contact with Ilvain, the Superior Mother, Gaia, and so on. This is not a good sign. Investigate the cause for these errors, Admiral Tenson tersely ordered. Tell our engineers to verify that our superdrives have not malfunctioned due to internal sabotage. Sir, our preliminary analysis is that the simultaneous malfunction is due to a common external change, a science officer reported. We have detected subtle shifts in the gravitic readings of this star system that appear distressingly familiar to us. We are urgently making contact with the listening posts and listening devices that our scouts have planted throughout the outer system. It took a few more minutes for the science officer to finally be able to confirm his fears. We have confirmed that the cause for the simultaneous malfunctions of our secondary superdrives and our quantum communication nodes is due to a blockade erected around the Mazepan system. Our listening posts have detected the activation of a smaller and weaker version of the same spacetime bubble that has enveloped the Bridgehead 1 system. Despite the forewarning, everyone's hearts still beat faster after receiving this unwelcome news. No one wanted to get trapped and isolated in a spacetime bubble, especially one where time progressed 100 slower than the rest of the galaxy. Give me a breakdown of the spacetime bubble. How strong is the exterior barrier? How much is the temporal difference factor? The science officers and experts worked hard to parse the relatively low-resolution data from the listening devices planted throughout the outer system as if they were seeds. We have tentatively determined that the spacetime bubble erected around the Mazepan system is only a fraction as large and powerful as the one that has been used to isolate Bridgehead 1. The spacetime bubble trapping us inside this small and uninhabited star system is inherently unstable and will collapse on its own in approximately 84 hours. That news came as a massive relief. Whatever the enemy phase leaders pulled off this time, it was clear that they could not possibly replicate the extremely costly feat of isolating Bridgehead 1. This was a bootleg version of that legendary feat. The phase lords or phase whales responsible for creating this bubble were far weaker. Not only that, they also had to exert a lot of energy to maintain the blockade, which meant that they could not contribute to the fight. Vess shared a good look with Admiral Tenson. So far, the intelligence appeared to be true. Suspend our attempts to enter into FTL travel. Dispatch our scouting units and remain on guard against the presence of enemy stealth units. Send our frigates to the nearest planets and conduct scans on their surfaces as fast as possible. Be on the lookout for any spatial anomalies. The bridge of the Tarrasque became incredibly busy as the officers coordinated their pre-planned actions. It was unlikely for the enemies to be able to predict the Blue Jay fleet so well that they were able to strike a blow immediately after arrival, but it was better to be safe than sorry. When the initial patrols made it increasingly clearer that they were safe for the time being, the soldiers felt relieved, but still remained on high alert. The hidden enemies had 84 hours to strike at Vess. If they did not show up during this time, the spacetime bubble would dissipate by itself and enable every starship to depart from the star system, either through boosted FTL travel or warp travel. In other words, time was on their side, and that was an important realization. Proceed with Plan B-02, Admiral Tenson instructed. Not C-12 or C-13, Vess questioned. The risks are too great, Professor. It is irresponsible to divide our strength. Plan C-12 entailed launching the Dark Zephyr from the Tarrasque. The Ace Mech would subsequently travel to the edge of the star system in an attempt to hunt one of the greater phase lords that was maintaining the spacetime bubble. Plan C-13 was almost identical to C-12, but the difference was that Vess would be joining St. Tusa in the cockpit of his battle partner. Plan C-12 and C-13 were two of the more harebrained schemes that Vess came up with based on the intelligence provided by Lady Romanda. There were at least 3 greater phase lords involved with blockading the Mazepan system. This was a heavy commitment, and one that forced each of the greater phase lords to not only spread out across the star system, but invest their full energy into maintaining the bubble. An easy way to break the bubble would be to hunt one of them down and force the alien into a fight, which would most certainly cause an interruption that would prematurely end the blockade. The reason why Vess preferred C-13 over the other ones was because he actually felt safer if he continued to enjoy the protection of the Dark Zephyr. He would rather entrust his life to a single Ace Mech of his own design than the rest of the expanded Blue Jay fleet. However, he could understand why Admiral Tenson would want to keep him here. Instead of making a reckless gamble that would only work if a lot of specific assumptions became true, it was safer and more rational to stay put and concentrate all of their strength in a single location. Doing this would cede the initiative to their ambushers, but it would enable the Blue Jay fleet to maintain the numbers and versatility to respond to many different scenarios. Right now, the enemy units had not made an appearance, but that was no reason for everyone to grow complacent. The current assumptions were that the cosmopolitans and the native aliens were either lurking under active stealth or holing up in a pocket space. In order to prevent the enemy from teleporting straight in the middle of the Blue Jay fleet and launching an all-out strike on the Tarask, all of the warships and many of the Mechs had already activated their interdiction field generators, space suppressors, and similar devices. They also activated their active sensor systems at full strength for the specific purpose of detecting approaching Archie ships or other craft in stealth. There was no real expectation that they would catch any enemies. Their main purpose was to prevent their enemies from being able to get close with ease. This would force their adversaries to approach the Blue Jay fleet from afar and in the open. There were still 83 hours left for the enemy to make their move. The cosmopolitans and the native aliens still retained the initiative since they managed to remain completely hidden. It would be detrimental for the Blue Jay fleet to remain in the open and continuously remain on high alert for this entire duration. If the enemy was smart, they would wait for at least a couple of days to pass in order to stress out the Mech pilots and other soldiers and wear down their alertness. Perhaps the hidden enemies might only choose to strike in the last 6 hours. In order to prevent this nightmare scenario, the planners already came up with a countermeasure. Initiate Plan F-01. Let us build a makeshift orbital space fortress. The main elements of the Blue Jay fleet began to move to the nearest comet or space rock of an appreciable size. There were always asteroids and other assorted space junk flying around in open space. Smaller star systems with fewer planets such as Mazepan tended to have an abundance of them due to the lack of big cleaners in orbit around the local star. The Blue Jay fleet had to remain in the outer system and fairly away from any big planets due to the need to evacuate in a hurry if the space-time bubble suddenly disappeared. Getting away was their ultimate goal. There was no need for Vess and the fleet to stick around and fight their ambushers to the death. While Admiral Tenson rejected the plan to hunt down whatever phase lords were responsible for maintaining the space-time bubble, the current plan was pretty good as well. The entire Blue Jay fleet approached the nearest qualified space rock under warp travel, which wasn't blocked so long as the starships did not try to pass through the space-time bubble. It only took around 35 minutes for the Blue Jay fleet to arrive. A large number of Mechs carrying small containers and shuttles bearing crew members launched from the starships and approached the asteroid. The new arrivals soon began to engage in high-tech construction works. They tunneled into the asteroid, they erected power generators, they installed spare weapon turrets, and much more. Though the works initially did not look all that impressive, that gradually changed as the makeshift space fortress became increasingly more formidable after installing spare parts and structural components made out of strong and high-quality materials that the individual ships had in storage. All of these parts and materials were normally devoted for the servicing and repair of all of the first-class Mechs and warships. Keeping all of these valuables, supplies, in storage made sense on a long-term basis, but they could not immediately help the Blue Jay fleet win a single critical battle. Instead of letting all of these extra materials rot in storage, it was better to repurpose them into a useful asset such as a space fortress that could help the Blue Jay fleet its foes. Though that would leave the Blue Jay fleet short on supplies after overcoming this test, it was not a big deal so long as there was no more danger. The warships and carriers would be able to fill up their stockpiles again once they arrived at Jernstall. Hurry up! I don't care if you are working with substandard materials and crude construction plans. We need to form a complete enclosure of energy defenses within the next 3 hours. Do not dig too deep. You will compromise the integrity of the asteroid if there are too many holes. We are starting to run short on bulk materials, sir. Then wait for our miners to return with their first hauls. more ships and mechs moved to other asteroids in the vicinity in order to mine for additional raw materials. Vess smiled as he took in the atmosphere. Even if the space fortress ended up as deadweight, keeping the crew busy and active did wonders to their morale. Everyone felt so confident that their additional measures would tip the balance in their favor that they had grown more confident than before. As the Blue Jay fleet continued to stay productive, their enemies should definitely be feeling the pressure at this time. The tables had turned. Now it was up to the cosmopolitans and the native aliens to decide whether they intended to launch their attacks sooner or later. What would they choose? Be careful of any stealth approaches, Vess warned. Many of the ships employed by the cosmopolitans have advanced stealth capabilities. That is what they rely upon to move through human space without attracting attention. If they think that they can approach us in secret, then they are sorely mistaken. Our construction crews will soon complete the installation of high-powered sensor arrays on the surface. Their effectiveness is at least twice as great as the active sensor systems installed on the Babylon excavator. The more time they spent on building up the space fortress, the less options their enemies had left. Chapter 6349, Productive Ambush Victims. The enemies of Vess sought to entrap the Blue Jay fleet and let his protectors stew in their own uncertainty. It would have been a good plan if the ambushed party had no idea of what was going on. Yet the availability of detailed intelligence that appeared accurate so far had completely changed the dynamic of the situation. Certainly, the revelation that the native aliens were able to create temporary spatial bubbles that could envelop an entire star system, if only a small one, shocked the Mechers a lot. This was an infamous capability that the Red Cabal and its alien associates had not repeated since they managed to isolate Bridgehead 1 from the rest of the universe. That certainly alarmed the Red 2 and other powerhouses. The big shots that quietly monitored the circumstances of the Blue Jay fleet from the distance could no longer pretend as if this was a controlled test. The native aliens were improving too much. While it was unreasonable to expect the old and powerful phase whales and phase lords to remain completely stagnant in the face of a powerful extragalactic threat, most human leaders did not expect for their enemies to defy their historical patterns and innovate to such an amazing degree. Red humanity already got caught by surprise when the Red Cabal sacrificed 6 ancient phase whales to virtually freeze and isolate Bridgehead 1 for 4.5 years. Now, the upper echelon of human civilization grew even more concerned when it became known that the native aliens were able to replicate this capability to a lesser degree. Even a short-lasting spacetime bubble could be a game-changer in a serious battle. To be able to isolate all travel and communication within the confines of the bubble could easily cause the human defenders to falter for all sorts of reasons. Reinforcements would not be able to arrive in time to lift the siege of a faltering fortified planet. Lack of communications could prevent the defenders from transmitting vital messages about getting attacked and other important developments. Fortunately, the native aliens shouldn't be able to employ this solution too much. It took so much energy and power to isolate a star system that the phase leaders responsible likely had to devote their full effort to maintain the effect. It did not make sense to take 3 or more greater phase lords out of action just for this purpose. The aliens would be missing too much fighting power that could have been used to inflict defeat on the human defenders. It only made sense in this instance because the Blue Jay fleet was just too mobile. There was no effective way to ambush it and create an opportunity to claim the Devil Tongue's life unless the aliens managed to inhibit the FTL travel capabilities of all of the starships in the fleet. In order to distinguish between the more powerful spacetime bubble that enveloped Bridgehead 1, people quickly categorized the effect that isolated Bridgehead 1 as a strong spacetime bubble, while labeling the one that enveloped Mazepan as a weak spacetime bubble. Though the weak spacetime bubble did not possess a temporal difference factor, and could theoretically be broken by killing one of the 3 greater phase lords that maintained the effect. It was still a challenge to hunt down one of them and breach the blockade. The Blue Jay fleet and its allies declined to accept this challenge. They instead sought to play their own game. Taking a random asteroid, transforming it into a constantly improving space fortress, was an inspired idea. The plan took advantage of the conditions in the Mazepan system and granted the Blue Jay fleet a defensive advantage that became increasingly stronger over time. Space fortresses were different from warships. The former may be relatively static and unmoving, but that meant that they possessed much less requirements. More of its abundant capacity could be devoted to mounting stronger weapons, defenses, and auxiliary modules than normal. It was like adding an immobile battleship to the Blue Jay fleet. The time passed by, the more the space fortress matched the raw capabilities of an armed capital ship. Of course, the cost of erecting such a space fortress in a hurry was great. A lot of ships that were previously loaded to the brim with supplies and spare parts had to empty all of their reserves in order to construct the defensive works. The quality of all of the construction work left much to be desired. If Gloriana was present, she would have probably wept before trying to gouge her eyes out. Much of the elements that made up the space fortress were derived from standard templates that were hastily stripped down to their barest and most essential configurations. In many cases, the lack of specific raw materials and inadequate industrial production capabilities forced the joint design and construction crews to improve a lot of suboptimal solutions on the spot. There was no time to design anything fancy. The engineers and construction experts hastily used their judgment to jury-rig a sloppy but barely workable solution on the spot without even bothering to conduct any tests or simulations. Despite employing such a crude and hasty approach, the engineers and designers were all highly competent first-raters. They were trained and educated to such an exacting degree that they knew exactly how to make the best use out of the limited quantity of high-quality raw materials and spare parts. If Admiral Tenson hadn't vetoed the proposal, the incredibly smart and intelligent engineers would have gone as far as to strip apart some of the combat carriers in order to strengthen their makeshift space fortress even further. It only took 2 hours of speedy construction to make the space fortress barely operational, with much of the focus placed on erecting powerful sensor and detection systems. It took 3 more hours to strengthen its offensive and defensive capabilities to the standards of a small first-class warship. At that point, the engineers and construction crews had exhausted much of the available high-quality parts and materials. The engineers and construction crews were not content with their existing efforts. They selectively tore down their existing works, tearing down shoddily made gun turrets and defensive measures before reconstructing them into super versions of what they used to be. The additional time and care spent on the reconstruction effort gradually caused the makeshift space fortress to look more solid and menacing. The Blue Jay fleet did not attempt to hide this at all. The workers were even proud to show off their constantly improving work, as if they were afraid that their peeping enemies would not be able to get the message. The space fortress basically transmitted a giant attack, U.S. signal to the ambushers, who thought they had the Blue Jay fleet in the palm of their hands. Heh. Vess regularly grinned and laughed as he worked on producing and installing a large missile launcher system. This is going to be fun, heh. Those filthy cosmopolitans and native aliens will regret giving us the time to build all of this up. The longer they delay, the worse they are making this for themselves. Meow. Lucky looked increasingly more frightened at all of the massive weaponry that the members of the Blue Jay fleet had built up in such a short amount of time. One of the more unfortunate realities of compressing months' worth of construction work in a matter of hours was that the workers had to skip a lot of prudent safety measures. There was a disturbing lack of redundancies, buffers, inspections, and other safety measures that had long turned into standard industry practice. The heavy reliance on repurposed materializers and other repurposed high-tech production equipment presented additional risks, as they were never designed to work at this scale and intensity. Nonetheless, Vess and the other workers could not afford to worry about these insignificant problems when they remained stuck in the middle of an isolated star system. The enemy could come at any time, so they needed to make the most out of every single second and make their space fortress stronger. This is such a good idea. It's too bad we did not include any factory ships or auxiliary ships in our fleet. We could have built a much better space fortress if we had access to an actual industrial ship. The Blue Jay fleet consisted entirely of combat vessels in order to keep it lean and mobile. Vess could appreciate the merits of this composition, but he already missed the versatility of the expeditionary fleet. The inclusion of support vessels added a lot of depth to a fleet, enabling it to fare better in situations that did not require direct fighting. This reminded Vess to make sure he added at least one sizable factory ship to his upcoming first-class fleet. His most ideal solution would be to upgrade the Spirit of Bentheim to true first-class standards. Vess had already made a head start in this by laying the groundwork during her last refit, but it took a lot more work than that to bring her up to modern first-class standards. Fortunately, the two largest warships of the expanded fleet possessed enough versatility to partially make up for the absence of a factory ship. The R-Ray's Tarask and the R-Ref's Babylon excavator both possessed enough mining and production capabilities to make the plan feasible. I do love it when a plan comes together. Vess grinned and chuckled as he continued to supervise the construction of the large missile launcher bay. He had been the first to propose the construction of a makeshift space fortress. Such an idea did not come naturally to Admiral Tenson and other career soldiers, as their mindsets were predominantly fixated on making use of their existing combat assets. It took an outsider who was able to think outside the box to remind them that they could theoretically build up an improvised space fortress with their existing capabilities. The Mechers and the Fleeters quickly took charge once they realized the potential of this strategy. They fleshed out the tentative design of the space fortress and undertook most of the construction work. However, the inclusion of 5 senior Mech designers added extra flair to the design plan of the fortress. Sure, their expertise mainly centered around Mech design, but they could still transfer much of their expertise to fortress building. They just had to scale up much of their existing works, allowing them to play with toys that were much more powerful than they normally utilized in their Mech designs. It was incredibly fun for Vess and the others to stop repressing themselves and arm the space fortress with all kinds of incredibly potent solutions. Lord Richard Brownstone suddenly became the most valuable expert that the Blue Jay fleet had on hand. His extensive expertise in first-class kinetic weapon systems allowed him to design highly adapted kinetic gun turrets that turned the space fortress into a punishing battle station. Vess just knew that the Rubarthan Scion must be feeling a lot more exhilarated than himself at this time. This was like a dream come true for the kinetic weapon specialist. Lady Romanda DeVos had opted to employ her less relevant specialization to beef up the space fortress defenses and damage control systems. Jovi Armelin and Vector Lobin possessed a stronger grasp of high technologies typically used by the Red Association, so they busied themselves with assisting the design and installation of the most high-tech solutions. That sort of left out Vess, whose expertise on living mechs and limited grasp on first-class technologies left him unable to help with much of the advanced construction work. This was why he decided to devote his time to a relatively low-tech but devastating weapon system. Vess decided to design and construct the largest possible missile launcher system that he could get away with under the circumstances. Of course, since Vess had taken charge of this project, he refused to create a bog-standard weapons system. He had tried his best to apply his unique touch to it in order to make it more difficult for his enemies to deal with when they finally decided to launch their attack. Ha 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 ha, I almost can't wait. Chapter 63, 50 Slow to Respond. Our enemies have yet to make an overt move, Admiral Tenson said during a quick virtual meeting. The Admiral, the 5 senior Mech designers, along with a bunch of other officers, were far too busy to leave their stations and gather in a conference room. This was why they decided to hold a virtual meeting instead. The use of wired connections and laser communication arrays should make it as secure as possible under the limited circumstances. Captain Zonred Rizet looked thoughtful as he voiced his guess. We have not made any efforts to hide the execution of our chosen strategy. We have laid out most of our cards on the table. The Cosmopolitans most definitely have the technical capabilities to observe what we were doing in the last 9 hours. They should understand our intentions well enough to understand that time is against their side. They have little to gain by persisting in their delays. If I was in charge of their force, I would have ordered an attack much sooner. The fact that the enemy forces declined to do so and opted to stay quiet and out of sight made no sense in a situation where the enemy possessed complete information and rational decision-making capabilities. There were 2 possibilities that could explain why the enemies had yet to make the move. The first one is that the assumption that their enemies had a clear grasp on what the expanded Blue Jay fleet was doing was false. The second possibility was that the enemy was unable to exercise rational and efficient decision-making. The leaders and officers of the Blue Jay fleet pretty much assumed that the second possibility was true. The enemy leadership is either split or incompetent. Vess grinned. I think it makes a lot of sense. The Cosmopolitans likely masterminded the effort to waylay us in transit, but they don't possess the muscle or authority to order the native aliens around. Given that it takes at least 3 Greater Phase Lords to erect this weak spacetime bubble, I am sure that there is at least 1 Greater Phase Lord left to take charge of the combined ambush force. This aged alien personality must probably be old, arrogant, and set in his alien ways. Otherwise, the alien commander-in-chief would have heeded the warnings of his cosmopolitan collaborators and launched an attack already. That bode fairly well for the members of the Blue Jay fleet. Although they had been warned to not underestimate their native alien enemies, it was hard for them to respect the leaders of the native alien races. The original residents of the Red Ocean were just too underdeveloped. Their mastery of warfare was too shallow, and their long-term stagnation had made them far too complacent and slow to learn. Not every alien leader matched this generalization, but it happened often enough to make it a safe bet. While this was a welcome development to the Blue Jay fleet, no one dared to take this situation for granted. The native alien leaders may be slow to adapt, but they are not stupid, Admiral Tenson judged. The more time passes by, the more time the Cosmopolitans have spent on persuading the alien leaders to launch their assault ahead of time. We do not have any clues to tell us how soon this will happen, but we must stay fully alert and avoid deactivating large parts of our defensive works in order to perform comprehensive upgrades. The Space Fortress. Fort Rock, Vess interjected out of turn. We decided to call it Fort Rock for obvious reasons. The R-Ray Admiral silently made his displeasure at the interruption known, but continued to finish his speech. Fort Rock shall remain the linchpin of our defensive strategy. Its battleship-scaled capabilities are vital in our efforts to guard against the more unorthodox attack vectors that our enemies may wish to employ. So long as it remains operational, our adversaries have little choice but to approach us in the open and assault us directly. That was far better than the alternatives. The installation of multiple upscaled interdiction field generators and space suppression modules made the entire space around Fort Rock into a remarkably strong and stable spatial region. Although the strong spatial effects partially reduced the effectiveness of friendly transphasic applications, they hindered their enemies even more. It was impossible for Greater Phase Lords to teleport straight inside and perform all of his spatial abilities at full power. Phase Lords would become progressively weaker the closer they moved to Fort Rock. That would hopefully deter the enemy champions to maintain their distance and avoid using their massive bodies as crude battering rams. However, if a phase lord failed to heed the danger posed by Fort Rock and insisted on ramming the improvised defensive works, then the powerful alien would definitely encounter a nasty surprise. Fort Rock also put great effort into countering infiltration through active stealth. The space fortress did not possess the space, energy, and heat limitations of subcapital starships. The Mech designers and engineers stationed of the Blue Jay fleet were readily able to install large and energy-hungry sensor and scanning arrays that were constantly pulsing the surrounding space with energies. There was a large variety of active stealth systems in existence. They each utilized different ways to mask or suppress common energy emissions. However, none of them should be able to maintain their effectiveness after they got flooded with an abundance of scanning energies. What was worse for the ambushers was that the Mechers and Fleeters were constantly improving the detection capabilities of Fort Rock. With every passing hour, they fabricated and installed a greater quantity of higher quality scanning equipment. The sensor specialists had even begun to install large scanning arrays that were much more effective at longer ranges. If the enemy forces refused to show themselves after so much time had passed, then it was better to confirm their coordinates to make sure the ambushers did not pose an acute threat. As the virtual meeting continued to progress, the most powerful pilot among the gathering decided to make his own proposal. "We need to increase our scouting efforts," St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson said. "It is a bad idea to keep our enemies out of sight for so long. We still haven't confirmed their force composition. What if they brought more phase lords than we expected? Let me go out and scout the places that have drawn your suspicion. My Dark Zephyr is the perfect scout. My Saint Kingdom can sniff out even the smallest of pocket spaces. My living Mech is faster than your scout ships and can survive any traps and ambushes that our enemies can throw at him. He is also not as easy to detect and track as other Mechs or ships. With all due respect, your proposal is too dangerous." Admiral Tenson shook his head. "Your departure will leave us open to sudden surprise attacks. We cannot adequately defend ourselves against a greater phase lord without your ace Mech acting as a deterrence and a guardian. The Dark Zephyr is also vulnerable in isolation. Ace Mechs are not invincible, and if a large enough enemy fleet led by a greater phase lord is able to surround your Mech all at once, you may find it impossible to retreat." It was difficult to deny an ace pilot his wish, but Admiral Tenson was not an ordinary officer of the Red Association. He was over 2 centuries old and must have dealt with his fair share of high-end mighty expert pilots and ace pilots. However, St. Tusa was not the only person who wanted to make more productive use of the Dark Zephyr. "Let him go," Vess said as he backed his cousin up. "St. Tusa and the Dark Zephyr specialize in evasion. It is impossible to trap them in place. We don't necessarily need their protection as much anyway. Fort Rock has already become so powerful that it can partially compensate for the absence of an ace Mech. It might not serve as a good attack tool, but it is amazing at defense. We can stall any determined enemy attack long enough for the Dark Zephyr to return and lift the siege." Several other individuals voiced their agreement to this plan. It was risky, but they all possessed enough surface understanding of the Dark Zephyr to know that the ace light skirmisher could nimbly escape from many situations that would have normally doomed other scouts. "Your safety is on the line here, Professor Larkinson. We have all been assigned to guard you from the enemies of humankind. It is not a responsible decision to weaken your protection just so that your ace pilot can stretch his legs. You will have to bear the most severe consequences of making the wrong decision. Are you still willing to permit the Dark Zephyr to conduct solitary reconnaissance?" Vess nodded. "I am sure. I am confident in the defenses of the Blue Jay fleet and Fort Rock. Even if I have misjudged, I can always evacuate and rendezvous with the Dark Zephyr." The Rear Admiral closed his eyes before making a firm nod. "Very well. I shall permit the Dark Zephyr to conduct reconnaissance on the nearest planetary satellites and act according to the Saint's discretion." Tusa's projection grinned. That is exactly what I was waiting for. I will start my scouting run straight away. The ace pilot's projection disappeared from the virtual meeting room, leaving Vess to shrug his shoulders. I think he must have grown impatient after remaining on standby for almost 9 hours straight. He is not the sort of person who likes to stay in one place all of the time. Understandable. He is a light skirmisher specialist, after all. Staying mobile has become a compulsion to a pilot with his inclinations. They discussed a few more important topics after that. The virtual meeting room became a lot more tense when Vess raised a controversial topic. I know you guys have weapons of mass destruction in your vaults, he said to the Metcher and Fleeter officers. It is a necessary precaution in case the enemy does not play by the few rules that you and the native aliens have established. Are you suggesting that we should take them out of our vaults and deploy them preemptively at our enemies? Admiral Tenson frowned. Not straight away. Vess awkwardly coughed. I just think it would be great if we take them out of their troublesome vaults and have them ready to launch as soon as the enemy has escalated first. We don't know how far the cosmopolitans and native aliens will go, but if I was in their place, I would pull all of the stops to kill me. We need to be ready and eliminate the enemy forces as quickly as possible to prevent them from unleashing stuff that is worse. Those remarks raised the tension in the virtual meeting room. Nobody wanted to entertain this idea. Humans had suffered too much in the past when they threw around weapons of mass destruction left and right. The legacy of that trauma still haunted contemporary humans to this day. I agree with Professor Larkinson. Captain Zonrad Rizet of the RF voiced his support for this controversial proposal. The procedures needed to retrieve them from our vaults and ready them for deployment can take minutes at the very least. That is too much of a delay in a fast-paced battle. We should have them ready for use at all times. The Rear Admiral still looked reluctant, but he understood the logic behind this decision. Very well. I will authorize the retrieval and arming of the less dangerous and more controllable weapons of mass destruction. The remainder shall stay in their vaults unless there is enough cause to bring them out as well. That was not exactly the answer that Vess wanted to hear, but it was better than nothing. He made another proposal. Since that is the case, can you move as many of them to Fort Rock as possible? My newly created Doomspreader torpedo launcher is the perfect launching vehicle for them once I have loaded their warheads into my custom torpedoes.